In ancient Korea, in the central region of Liaoning province, farming began to flourish. However, due to the province's remote location on the border, its inhabitants felt a strong sense of inferiority among others. Despite the complex nature of the inhabitants, they participated in every conflict, and none of the factions underestimated the importance of Liaoning province. Musun Land in Liaoning province was a place where Korea and the Central District fought fierce battles that left a deep mark on history. A majestic bronze statue of the Black Dragon towered over the land, symbolizing its power and steadfastness. The statue was erected on top of a mountain divided in half in honor of fierce battles. In Hyolu Pike, the majesty of the bronze Black Dragon looms over the area, reminding us of past events. Meanwhile, in Musun province, in the vicinity of Hyolupek, another battle was unfolding. It was here in Hyolupek that a fierce battle between two factions was taking place. Rek Bu and Yun Songjang were competing for power in the north, and their representatives were fighting in front of the people of Musun. Both sides felt that the time had come for a final showdown. Moen opened the gates of Gabon more than 10 years ago, but the position of leader in Liaoning remained vacant for too long, triggering a new wave of conflict. This man was called the Sword of 10,000, and today he was confident that he would win over Liaoning province, using Derek as a tool to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, the leader of the day Rek Bu, called the Dance of the Strong Winds, was out for revenge. In the past, the Central District in Korea had fought bloody battles, shedding countless blood and tears. Now he sought to flood the lands of Hyolu with the blood of the Sword of 10,000. The people were excited, eagerly waiting for the battle to begin. Kuku, this old man living a life of luxury and drinking sake, knew well that an important event was coming. He also knew that the leaders Dairak and Yeonsung were the strongest in the area. These two definitely live up to their reputation, and it's worth traveling 1,000 miles to see them in action. And so they began the battle. Master Mana's unmatched strength and Master Chal's dragon sword clashed in this battle. The elder, the Iron Man Hong Mu-gyu, couldn't wait to see who would emerge victorious. Nothing was more exciting than watching others fight a battle. He walked closer to the dragon where one man was already standing, ready for action. He was fascinated by how the battle was going, and he was still proud of himself as a strong and observant man. But at that moment, the elder began to feel very uneasy. Something was bothering him. The dragon sword was putting all its strength into this hot battle, leaving no chance for mercy. The power they both demonstrated with their weapons was incomparable. The ringing of metal echoed far and wide as the swords clashed with each other. Is this the true power of the Central District? The old man mused as he watched. He could have enjoyed this spectacle if it was happening under normal circumstances. But something compelled him to touch the dragon statue. And as soon as he did, his hand began to reflect powerful energy. Suddenly, a strong pain in his chest pierced him, forcing him to stop. However, he knew he only needed a little more time to realize what was happening. In his mind, he held nothing but thoughts of his little daughter, who was the only bright spot in his life. The old man felt a strange peacefulness watching this man. The tension of the peace was so palpable that it seemed as if this man had long since lost his essence, if he ever had one. When the man turned around, he spoke quietly to the old man, "My heir is yet to come." And as soon as these words left his mouth, he seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving behind only a trace of his energy. He rose into the air, leaving behind a thin line, like a current, which seemed to flow from him and crashed into the ground. The old man was left with a question. What air was he talking about? This disturbed his thoughts. Suddenly there was a cracking sound that made everyone around him alert. Blue energy animated a giant dragon that began to unfold before their eyes. Everything around them glowed with a blue glow, and the dragon's loud sounds made the atmosphere tense and unbearable. The old man saw the statue come to life with a touch of his hand. He could not believe that such a power could exist in the world. And what would happen if this power turned against people? Many questions remained after the words about the air that the man said in the end. Korea's Gaima Plateau, the Nangrim Mountains, is a place where nature has preserved its pristine beauty. On the edge of a cliff, there was a tree so large and spreading that it seemed as if it was about to fall down. This tree embodied all the beauty of this beautiful day, and a quiet, pleasant breeze gently blew over my body. A young man was lying on a branch of this tree, enjoying the peace and harmony of this day, which gave him only pleasant sensations. His name was Dan Su-yu, and his attention was suddenly distracted by someone approaching him. It was his Nuna, who had warned him about the danger of this place more than once, but saw him sitting on a tree branch again. The girl's name was Gong Mu-ye, but everyone called her Nuna Dan, often invited her to climb the tree with him, but she considered these places too dangerous and was sure that only Dan could climb to this height so easily. He was always telling her about the view of the sky that opened from the top of the tree, and he was sure that she would definitely like it. She asked him to come down because Yoksun was about to arrive, and invited him to go home with her because of it. She asked him to come down quickly because she wanted to go home with him. His beautiful turquoise eyes, which were in harmony with his hair color, looked at Nuna with a warm smile on his face. Then he pushed off the tree branch and jumped straight to the ground. The girl was always worried about him, asking if he was afraid of getting hurt by jumping so recklessly. But he didn't care, because he knew that she would take care of him anyway. They were approaching the village of Gun in the Nangrim Mountains, talking about Sa being old enough to be called a man, even though it seemed like it was still a long way off. As they walked through the streets of the village, everyone was discussing why this boy from the Dan clan was here again. They considered him shameless, and did not understand why he was still living in their village if he was from the Dan clan. These people were something insignificant to him, and he wondered if they were tired of reproaching him every time he came here. However, Nuna apologized for them and said that they should go faster. And right after she said that, a man appeared in front of them and addressed Nuna, accusing her of going out with that Dan clan guy again. It was Gun-Su Deok, who told her that she had already reached the age of marriage but hadn't found a husband yet, and he believed that it was all because she was still spending time with that guy. Issei asked Deok not to interfere in other people's affairs, noting that he couldn't even handle daily responsibilities until he was 8 years old. He asked if Deok shouldn't take care of himself more than others if he really wanted to get married. These words angered the man, and he grabbed the boy by the collar, trying to threaten him. He started scolding the child, calling his father a deserter, and how dare the son of a deserter talk like that. He demanded that Sa call him Hung Nim, but at that moment someone else did it behind his back, not Sa. Suddenly the man's body began to rise from the ground. It was Gunjok Sang who easily lifted the man, who immediately began to beg to be released. Sang asked the man to move away, because he had closed a narrow path that he could not pass through. Nuna begged San to let him go quickly, explaining that he should not use his strength. San had no problem agreeing and did so without hesitation. As soon as he let go of the man, he flew into the house to their left and tore down the fence with his body. San's strength was truly impressive, and the man felt it for himself. And then the voice of an old man with only one tooth left in his mouth was heard, shouting after San, calling him an evil creature. It was the head of the village, and although San was glad to see him, the elder tried to punish him for running down Deok just to save the boy from the Dan clan. However, the elder gave San an important message from Hyung Nim, emphasizing that the news was extremely important and should be passed on immediately. Everyone was immediately interested in what was written there and began to read the letter, and Deok also ran over and began to spy from behind. However, as soon as the old man read the letter, his expression changed dramatically. So immediately noticed something suspicious about the elder's behavior. The old man asked Sa if he had seen the news in the letter, but when they turned around, neither San Mu nor Sa was there. They had all disappeared, leaving the elder and Deok staring at the empty road. The elder's face showed that he had read something bad, something that disturbed him deeply. He was angry with San for the way he had behaved for the sake of the Dan clan boy, and waving his stick, he shouted that he would expel him from the clan if he continued to behave like this. Deok, meanwhile, was harboring anger toward the trio, considering them to be devil spawn. Meanwhile, San took the boar he had brought from his shoulder, because they were all hungry. While dismantling the boar and skinning it, San turned to Nuna. He asked her about the man she was seeing, and when she would finally introduce him to her brothers. "Nuna, are you seeing someone?" Sa asked curiously. However, Gunjok said that he didn't know, but that everyone in the village was talking about it. Issei mentioned a guy from the SEO clan who sells silk and asked Nuna if they liked each other. Sa kept asking questions, and the next one was whether she was planning to marry this guy. She admitted that she was indeed seeing someone, but he lived far away from their village, so they couldn't see each other often. They haven't talked enough to get to know each other well yet, so things are going slowly. She asked the brothers not to worry, saying that she had already studied his character and believed that he came from a respectable family and had a good reputation. San agreed that if he was a good guy and she liked him, then the brothers would always be ready to support her and give up for him. This conversation made Sa think again about the words he had heard from the Nuna. He returned to the same tree, lay down on top, and thought about what he had heard for a long time. The thought that the Nuna had already reached the age of marriage did not leave him even at home. The night was coming to an end, and the morning light began to shine through the window. Sa went to his bow, which was in the corner of the room, and hung it over his shoulder. As he was about to leave, he took one last look at the girl who was sleeping so sweetly. Before leaving, he said quietly, "I'll be back soon." He was already walking through the yard, which was always tidy and clean, because they were the real masters. As soon as he stepped out, he heard a voice calling his name behind him. Where is he going in the middle of the night? Thought San. He tried not to think about Sa going into the mountains and possibly being in danger, but that was exactly what happened. Sa asked San if he was going to sell the skins he had collected. However, San replied that he would give it to the nuns when she got married. If Mu gets married, what will you do? Asked Sa, remembering that San had always said he would devote himself to the army. San responded by asking how long Sa planned to stay here once Nuna got married, and added that if he joined the army, he would be all alone. Although Gong Village is a place where people with his same surname live together, it seemed to Sa that it was also a place where humanity did not matter much. He even admitted that he got goosebumps just hearing their name. Sa told San that he had to understand that he would not be able to leave the village until he turned 20, because that was a promise he had made to his father. Sa understood what San was getting at, and asked him to stop making up nonsense and to prepare for the army. He promised San that he would take care of Nuna until he left the village. Sei added that if people with the same surname did anything bad to Nuna, he would personally deal with them. These words made San smile. San jokingly asked Sa to wake up and realized that if he was thinking of leaving his precious sister to a nobody like San, he should run away even from the barracks. In fact, San wanted to express how grateful he was to Sa for always being there for him. The girl, listening to their conversation, could barely contain her smile. Watching them with one eye open, she smiled as she heard their frank conversation. The conversation was coming to an end, and Sa said that he would go looking for wild ginseng, even though it was winter. It might take him a few days, but Sa assured him that there was no reason to worry, because he was the second strongest after San, so there was no reason to worry. There was nothing strange here except for the difference in their size. What was even more surprising was that, like Sa, San was also 16 years old, although it was hard to tell from his appearance. Before they set out to find ginseng, Sa told San that they must make the nun happy. After that, Sa set off on his journey. San shouted after him that if he came across any extra wild ginseng on the way, he should bring it to him, and added that he would miss him all these days. Sei, waving his hand and not turning around, replied, "Don't shed tears in vain." Walking through the village, Sa met Diok, who called him a bastard and asked him where he was going at this time. This time, Diok decided to silence the boy because he believed that without Sa, he was nothing. But Sa was more interested in what was written in yesterday's letter, because he noticed how the elder's face changed when he read it. It seemed important to him. "What do you care?" came the voice of an old man, accompanied by the sound of a cane hitting the ground. It was an elder who said that the letter was about the Gong family, and it was none of his business, asking Sa to go on his way. She added that it was none of his business because he was from the Dan clan. Sa decided not to continue the conversation and walked on, while Diok shouted after him to stop. The elder told Diok that he should just let him go, but he indignantly asked why the elder was just watching the bastard walk away. With a sneaky laugh, Diok said that even if he didn't stop Sa, he would die anyway, implying that the boy was doomed. He is sure that Sa will die if he meets Hyangri on his way. A flag with a crescent moon, a ball, and flames above it on a blue background flew in the air. The horses walked forward, and people walked beside them, holding these flags and torches that lit the way. On one of the horses sat a giant man with a scar that crossed half his face. His appearance was truly terrifying and frightened even the bravest. Meanwhile, Sa continued to walk forward, enjoying the incredible, mesmerizing views of the mountains, covered with snow like powder. He was amazed at how easy it was for him, even though he had initially thought the journey would be much more difficult and take years. He already had ginseng in his hand, and not one but 2 roots. The place he was in was incredibly impressive, and the air seemed so light and clean. Unable to contain his joy, he held up the 2 ginseng roots and shouted at the top of his voice, "I found it! As I expected, I am a real lucky man." However, after a while he felt like a loser. This was because he wanted to get home quickly, but it was getting dark and a thick fog was rising. It was very difficult to walk in this condition, but he noticed smoke rising into the sky on his left hand nearby. Someone made a fire so deep in the mountains? Who could it be? Sa thought, having no idea. He came up with the idea to get closer, and he saw a man sitting next to the fire. His face was calm, his graying beard added to his brutality, as did his eyebrows and hair, which were the same color. The man did not look lost at all. Sa didn't feel threatened by him, and he looked quite safe. However, he felt something strange, as if the man could see him, but he was not really there. Sa decided to be cautious. Of course, at first it would be normal to be afraid of someone deep in the mountains. But when the old man's voice came, Sa froze in place. The old man said he was uncomfortable with someone sneaking up on him, even though he was unarmed. He asked if Sa wanted him to bring him here himself. The guy didn't even know what to say at that moment and started mumbling something incomprehensible. Then he raised his hands and explained that it was already dark and asked if he could stay here until dawn. After hearing no response from the old man for a few seconds, he asked again whether he could stay or not. Under the cover of the fog, a calm voice sounded, "Sit down." A moment later, the old man handed him skewers of mushrooms and offered to eat them. Sa took the skewers in his hands and looked at the mushrooms carefully. Then he carefully took a bite, piece by piece. As he chewed on the mushrooms, Sa watched the old man closely. But he did not notice any signs of hunger. The old man noticed the way he was looking at him and asked him not to look so strange. He explained that if you eat in a hurry, the food is not properly digested, and you need to chew it thoroughly. Proper nutrition, even in small amounts, can give you enough strength to control your body. Most importantly, the old man did not know who the young man was, so he asked him directly. Sa answered, "I am Dan Sa-yu," and told him that he lived in the village of Gong, which is located near Gong'an-ren. The old man had heard that only the Gong family could live there, so he wondered what Sa was doing in that place if he was from the Dan clan. "It's because of certain circumstances," Sa said with a smile. However, the old man thought that Sa was hiding his fear behind that smile. At that moment, Sa felt as if the old man was reading his mind, and he was even more frightened by the old man's bright blue eyes. The old man asked him where he was going, because this place was high in the mountains, and usually people could not reach it. The old man thought for a few seconds and did not answer immediately. After a short pause of silence, the old man said that he was going to kill someone. In a frightened voice, Sa apologized and said that even if life seems hard, you still need to live right. But these words seemed ridiculous to the old man. He assured him that he was not going to give up on life. Then he added, "No, I don't even deserve to kill myself." His plans were simply to complete his long journey, and these words raised many mysteries for the boy. The old man explained that at the end of his journey there should be only his own death. After this short story, the old man said that he had eaten well, and noted that he had not eaten anything so delicious for a long time. This conversation left many questions in Sa's mind, even when he lay down to rest. The thought that something was wrong with this old man did not leave him. Sa still couldn't believe that the old man was talking about his death so easily. He kept looking at the old man, not understanding how he could be so calm. The old man was sitting under a tree, and the sadness did not leave his face. The night came to an end, and it was already dawn outside. The fire in the campfire had gone out. It was time to go home. Standing up and hanging his bag on his shoulder, Sa began to walk away from where they were sitting, step by step. As he walked, he looked back several times, glancing at the old man. The old man didn't even open his eyes to say goodbye because he was still sleeping. As a token of gratitude for the night, Sa left a ginseng root by the old man's side so that he could wake up and have a snack. As he walked further and further away, Sa repeated in his mind, "Yes, I'm crazy. This is absurd." He asked himself what he had done, wishing he had kept the root because he could have exchanged it for 100 bags of rice. Why the hell did I give it to the old man? But what bothered him the most was that the old man said he was going to die. This really annoyed Sa, and he lifted his head up and exhaled heavily. He didn't really care, but the question what to do now kept coming to mind. He reassured himself by thinking that one root would be enough, and he considered the other one an accidental gift that he should not have kept. Sa decided to continue on his way and not to stop. It was not far from the village, and as he approached, he realized more and more that he still regretted the route. Finally, his feet stepped into the village, and he saw houses to his left and right. But there was something strange. There was not a single person on the streets, and Sa began to wonder where everyone had gone. A loud noise came from behind him, and Sa did not understand what it was. A man's huge fist hit him sharply in the back of the head. The villain had sneaked up behind him and struck a powerful blow right on the boy's head. The blow was so strong that Sa fell down and hit his face on the ground. For Sa, it looked like an unexpected and unreasonable aggression. A giant hand grabbed his head, and it was as big as the guy's head. "You stupid bastard, Dan! I finally got you!" the man said. After that, everyone else appeared in front of Sa, including the elder, who stood right in front of him and said that this would not have happened if he had just left the village. The elder explained that these actions were for the good of the village and ordered his men to stop Sa from getting up and detain him. The blood was already running down the face of the boy, who was innocent and did not understand what they were talking about or how he could harm them. Deok told Sa not to be surprised. As Hyang Ri was already on his way to their village, the capital had sent him to keep an eye on the place. Because of this, Deok thought he was the new king, but Sa still didn't understand what that had to do with him. Deok went on to explain that Hyang was coming with an ambassador from Yuan, and that he was going to help the village head and villagers choose a princess to be sent to Yuan. But what Sa heard made him lose all emotion in an instant. He began to scream loudly when Deok said that they had decided to send his sister, Gongmu Yi. Sa grabbed Deok's finger, which was right next to his face, with his teeth. Deok immediately felt the pain of being bitten, but he didn't notice the fist that was coming toward his face. Sei managed to fend off this scoundrel with a clear punch. However, his eyes began to run, and he wondered what to do next. A good idea came to Sa to grab his bow. Then he quickly pulled out an arrow. To keep Deok out of the way, Sa decided to hit him again. He called this technique 3-in-1. He grabbed the bow, pulled out an arrow, and kneed Deok. After that, he knocked the villain to the ground and held the arrow right next to his head. Sa thought that he could not change anything because everyone hated him for no reason. He believed it was because of his different last name. He endured when everyone called his father a coward and a deserter, because after all, he did run away from the battlefield. Sa put up with it all because they were taken in when they had nowhere else to go. The head of the village did not listen to these words for long and ordered everyone to quickly grab the snotty, "Stay back!" Sa's voice rang out and the arrow was already released from the bowstring. The head's breath froze for a few seconds. That's because the arrow had passed right by the head of the head and even knocked out the cane he was holding. The old man thought this guy was a real fucking bastard. Sei decided to tell them that even though his father had run away, he was grateful to him for teaching him how to run away, chase, and hunt. These three things he could do better than anyone else in the village. He warned that whoever goes against him should be careful, because he is ready to shoot through the head of anyone who is brave. Hearing this, everyone froze, and the head of the village stared at the boy in disbelief. But Sa was not joking. He told them that they had always wanted him to leave the village, and now he would fulfill their wish, but he would do it together with Mu Ai and Jok-san. After saying this, he took off running. The elder and Dayak panicked because the envoy from Yuan was about to arrive, and if Mu Ai ran away, their village might be destroyed. The moment the horse's hoof hit the ground, the village elder shouted at Dayak to chase after the little bastard. Behind them, the giant was already standing on his huge horse. His gaze swept over everyone in front of him. Sa ran home as fast as he could, almost stepping on his own heels. At home, Nuna unsuspectingly was doing her housework. She turned her head to the left and saw her brother rushing home like a madman. She invited him to dinner and asked if he would join her, since they were about to eat. But Sa, without further ado, told her that there was no time now, and she should prepare to escape, which caused her to feel confused. She did not understand why there was such a rush, what he meant, and what had happened to his face. His face was covered in blood, and he quickly opened the door to go inside. Sei immediately began to gather his things, raking everything into one pile. In a state of confusion, the girl came in and asked him if he had encountered some kind of beast in the mountains and why the rush. But Sa only replied that there was no time to explain. He was glad that they had ginseng root, which would help them survive for a while. The girl told him that San had gone to the mountains to cut firewood, and she kept asking him what was going on. But there was no time to explain. Sa grabbed Nuna's hand and said that he would explain everything later. But now he had to run to San. The basket of fruits and vegetables she was holding flew in all directions as he pulled her away and started running. Out of all his emotions, he couldn't even say anything to her, only ran faster and faster. Meanwhile, those people had already completely entered the village. They were the freaks from Yuan that Dayak had mentioned earlier. As he ran away, Sa met his eyes with the leader among them. But he could not give them the Nuna. He had to do something. The man with the scar on his face spotted them between the trees. He ordered his army to capture the woman. As for the boy, the soldiers asked the chief what to do with him. The Yuan chief indifferently told his men that they could do whatever they wanted with the boy, even kill him. But he emphasized that the woman was extremely important to Yuan and had to be delivered without any harm. The order was clear, and they immediately rushed to fulfill it. The village head and Dayak were surprised at how quickly Yuan soldiers made decisions and acted. Pushing off the horses they were sitting on, they jumped so high that they flew several meters up. Their captain watched closely. After listening to Dayak's stories, the captain began to analyze the boy and came to the conclusion that Sa probably hadn't studied martial arts. But how skillfully he dealt with Dayak. At that moment, the captain had the idea to make Sa his bodyguard. Meanwhile, Sa kept running and kept looking back to see if anyone was following them. He was dragging the girl behind him who did not understand anything, but two soldiers were already catching up with them. Sa reached for the arrow that was behind his back. Despite his high speed, he quickly drew his bow and aimed at the enemy. The arrow sliced through the air and flew toward the enemies, who were several meters higher in the air than they were. However, their main weapons were swords. They instantly grabbed onto their swords, and their gazes pierced Sa, reading in their eyes. "I will kill you." Their sword skills were impressive, as was their agility, despite their large size. One of them made a few turns in the air and used his sword to cut through an arrow flying at high speed. Sa saw this when he turned to face the enemy and could not understand how it happened so quickly. Even more, he could not understand how the enemy's hand was already on his face. Sa also could not understand how it happened that he was already lying on the ground, rubbing his back against the ground, and the enemy was right on top of him. The girl was very worried about him, and when she saw him fall, she began to shout his name loudly. She didn't understand anything, but suddenly felt a man's hand cover her mouth, preventing her from breathing. Sa watched this and at that moment began to blame himself for not being able to save her. The enemy's sword was already near Sa's eye. From this disgusting man came the words, "I will kill you instantly." But it was not Sa's head that was hit by the giant fist, but by this scoundrel. My brother came to the rescue. It was San, who was looking for firewood in the forest. And with his strong fist, he showed how to hit. The second scoundrel held the nun, covering her mouth with his hand, and held a sword near her neck. At that moment, the enemy stepped back. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sa was waiting for his brother. San asked Sa who these bastards were, as he did not understand anything at all. Sa quickly explained to his brother that they were people from Yuan, but they were holding the girl hostage. He also realized and told San that the letter that Hyang-ri had brought was about a proposal to send the girl as a princess. At that moment, they decided that they had to get to Jonranbon Peak first, where it would be harder to track them. The bastards listened as the girl shouted at them that they were weak and one of them could not handle two guys. In response, they only rudely told her, "Shut up and nothing else." They considered these guys to be sissies who were trembling with fear. One of the enemies grabbed a sword and rushed at them, saying that they shouldn't even think about dying easily. It was very fast. But for San, it didn't matter how desperate these scum from the Gong village were. He could not understand how they dared to sell a member of their family to become a princess. San shouted at them not to even count on success, because he would never give Nuna to these barbarians. San had an axe hanging from his belt, which, compared to his giant body, did not look so big. But enraged, San entered berserker mode, and this axe, which was not really that small, seemed like a deadly weapon in his hands. His intentions were clear, and with his right hand he grabbed the firewood he was carrying on his back. With all his strength he threw them toward the enemy. With his foot, San found a footing on the ground and pushed forward. The enemy immediately noticed the indomitable spirit that was in this boy. They thought their swords were much better than San's axe. Attacking with his sword, the enemy said he had no time for both brothers and promised that they would both die. But when he swung his sword, something went wrong and a loud ringing sounded. San repelled this sword strike with his axe. The force with which San was pressing was much greater than the force of the enemy's sword strike. "Kill us both?" "Well, do it if you can," San said, looking at the enemy with a challenge. The enemy did not understand how the boy had so much strength. Despite his many years of combat experience, the enemy decided to change his tactics. He was forced to take the sword aside, refusing to make a direct contact with the axe. After that, he planned to spin around and strike the sword from the other side to surprise San. San saw the sword on his left side and was a bit surprised by this turn of events. But when he turned his head to the other side, he saw his brother's foot on his shoulder. Sei pushed off his shoulder and jumped up high, aiming his bow in the air. There was not a drop of pity in Sa's eyes. He wanted to kill these bastards who dared to grab his sister. Sei made a double shot. He shot 2 arrows at the same time. The enemy saw the young man shooting and realized that he was aiming at him. However, he thought this trick was cheap and quickly changed the grip of the sword in his hand. Thanks to his speed, he managed to deflect both arrows, but the enemy forgot that he had to concentrate on both boys. And at that moment, San, with his fist as hard as a stone, prepared to strike. The punch landed right in his opponent's stomach. This made him remember what he had eaten for breakfast and cough a lot. San decided not to use the axe to end the fight because he knew his fist was much more reliable, and he struck again. Behind the enemy was a tree, which he flew toward after the blow. The enemy was getting closer and closer to the tree and was about to crash into it with his stupid head. "Little bastards," was all he managed to say as he crashed into the tree. Right in front of his eyes was an arrow, sharp as a razor. The only thing that saved him was that the arrow passed a few centimeters to the left and hit a tree behind him. He had just seen death before his eyes, but he did not look down, and that was his mistake. Saw fired 2 arrows again, and the second arrow nailed his leg right to the tree. The other rascal who was holding the girl realized that these guys were capable of something more than he expected. A foot stepped next to them, and a voice rang out. "You're a joker!" Your laughter could be heard all over the Gem Plateau. Step by step, the man came closer and closer. Sa told San that this was the same old ambassador from Yuan. He came closer to them and said that enough time had passed since he had ordered his men to bring the girl. But nothing had happened, and he couldn't believe that the elite from Yuan couldn't defeat the 2 boys from Goryeo. His coat was made from 10 killed wolves, and it was rumored that he ate those wolves only for breakfast, and then he had 2 wild boars as a snack. His people immediately apologized, but he wasn't going to tell them off now, deciding to leave it for later. This delay only increased their fear. He said that he was honestly very surprised. The incompetence of their soldiers was amazing. But what surprised him the most was that these guys had been able to hold out for so long with such primitive attacks. As he came closer, he smiled harshly, and the scar that stretched across his face stretched even further. He said with regret that he was sorry to call them useless boys from Koryo. As he approached, he emanated such powerful energy that the wind almost blew the boys away. What the hell is this strong energy? Sa wondered. San was also barely able to stand when he saw the man. At that moment, he started shouting loudly, saying that no one would take the nun away. San took on such a tough look that, At first glance, he could even compete with their fur coat owner if he wanted to take the Nuna away. He still had to try. The man came closer and put his hand on San's chest, or rather rested it on his chest. San looked down and began to stare at his chest, not knowing what was going to happen next. Sa stood back watching and had no idea what the enemy was up to either. It was almost impossible to find out what this wolf had in mind. The man's next words sounded mysterious. That's what we'll talk about, and no one understood what he meant. Meanwhile, he pressed his hand harder and harder against San's chest, and energy began to appear around his hand. Suddenly there was a cough, followed by blood gushing from San's mouth. Only the axe continued to spin in the air, and San was thrown back by the hand of the enemy, who had put a huge amount of his energy into this blow. Behind San was a tree, toward which he was flying rapidly, and this situation already resembled something familiar. Only this time, unlike one of the warriors who simply hit his back against the tree and fell down beside it, everything was different. San's body was much bigger than that warrior's, and he knocked the tree down, breaking it into 2 pieces. In addition, the enemy's punch was much stronger because it used energy, not just physical strength. After San had flown a few dozen meters, he began to touch the ground and rolled on it, making a rustling noise. However, he had to be careful, because a few meters away there was a cliff from which he could fall. Fortunately, a miracle saved him, and he stopped, lying face down right at the edge of the cliff.
"San! San!" his brother shouted, as he watched him almost fall off the cliff.
But there was no time for distractions, because the enemy had already appeared next to him.
"Oh shit!" Sa shouted, grabbed his bow, pulled an arrow, and aimed at the enemy.
The arrow was already right next to his nose. All he had to do was let go of the bowstring and it would fly out. Sa let go of the string, and the arrow left its nest like a little swallow. In less than a second, the arrow flew through the enemy's body. But something strange happened. The arrow passed through him as if through some kind of energy, not a living person. Sei opened his eyes wider and saw the same giant in front of him, who stretched out his hand to grab him. The boy could only watch, because physically he could not compete with this giant. It was not that foolish Diok. A mighty fist punch sent Sa's small body flying. The punch was made with a 180-degree spin of the fist around the giant's body. Now Sa was flying, spinning in the air, and then twisting several times on the ground, tasting it over and over again. What surprised the giant the most was that the boy was still alive after such a blow. Looking at him lying on the ground, barely breathing through clenched teeth, the giant realized that this boy was a clear example of wasted talent, because he could have taken him to his army. But now his goal was to take the woman to Yuan and kill the 2 brothers there. Although this seemed quite logical, the giant realized that the boy had no other choice. He was ready to give them only one choice, to decide which of them would die first. While the giant was dealing with Sa, San had already recovered. Before his eyes was a picture of the giant trying to kill his brother. Pain gripped his entire body, and shouting, "Stop!" he clutched the ground in his hands, ready to tear apart anything in sight.
"Stop, you bastard!" he shouted, grabbing a whole tree that was lying next to him, the same one he had knocked down with his back earlier.
Without hesitation, on the contrary, he wanted to do it badly. He threw the wood directly at his opponent. As the wood was flying toward him, he suddenly asked a strange question. He asked San whether he was asking him to let them kill each other. Then he clenched his fist. Swinging, he was ready to meet the wood. He punched it right into the trunk, so that it looked like his fist could break into 2 parts. But he was an extraordinary man, and he easily broke through the tree vertically. It was flying closer and closer, but he held on, and the wood flew to pieces as if it were in a sawmill. Now, according to the man with the scar, San was someone who knew how to make a man angry. He tore that tree into little pieces. He tore the tree into small pieces that flew around with the leaves. After that, he said that he had made a decision. He decided that San would die first. As he said this, he rushed forward and jumped towards Sanny. San was lying on the ground, and he could do nothing but watch. The thug's knee was already in front of San's nose, and he was looking at it like the ceiling you see when you wake up. The ceiling in the form of a knee hit him directly in the head with all its force. It is said that the sound of the blow was so loud that it could be heard even in the neighboring villages. After that, he kicked the boy several more times. With pain in his eyes, San watched and shouted, "Stop!" because of the pain he felt when his friend was being beaten. He could not just sit still, so he jumped up to help. After delivering several blows to San, the big man stood there wondering if he had made it clear enough that he would die first. He had expected to leave the smaller one to die by a more subtle method, and thought he was just biding his time. But he could not have foreseen this turn of events. San showed his speed by jumping into the air and kicking the big man right in the face. But this light kick only made him clench his fist harder. Then he punched the kid right in the head. The blow was so strong that energy flashed around. Everything shone. The pain from the blow was so intense that San even stopped feeling his hands. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers was holding Nun's mouth tighter and tighter. To be honest, this big guy liked people like these guys, and he let out a loud whistle. He told them about their fearlessness, noting that it was a prerequisite for them to be called real men. After that, he grabbed the kid's hand and told him that he liked him even more. He was about to say more, but he heard a rustling behind him. It was San, trying to get close to him from behind. Although he was exhausted, San continued to demand that the big man not touch the girl. While saying "don't touch," San tried to stop the big man's fist from hitting him in the cheek. Even though San was on his knees, the big man continued to hit him. Just a glance from the big man was enough to make some of the warriors fall before him. But San, even while taking these heavy blows on his face, continued to shout out the names of his loved ones. He found enough strength to intercept the enemy's fist, swing it, and declare that he would protect his comrades. A barrier appeared around his arm, an explosion followed by a whistle. His arm froze in midair and began to twitch. This enemy was obviously a surprise, and San passed through it. But it was all in vain, because the big man managed to grab him by his clothes. Then he lifted San above him, putting all his strength into this movement. At this point, San could only scream from the pain the big man was causing him. His brother watched with his turquoise, courageous eyes full of bravery. The man with the scar started walking, and with each step he said that he liked fearless people. He held San in one hand, walked over to a rock, dangled him over the abyss, and said that he liked him even more. But most of all, he liked to destroy such people both mentally and physically so as not to leave them with any strength or spirit. After that, he came even closer to the edge of the cliff and threw San, who began to fall into the abyss. After flying only a few meters, he shouted to his brother to take care of the girl, and San followed him. "No, stop!" He ran to the edge of the cliff, but in the thick fog he could not see anything. Scar stood behind him and told him not to worry, because soon he would have the opportunity to visit his brother. The tears on the boy's face were mixed with blood, and he could not believe what had happened. His body was shaking, and his turquoise eyes were filled with pain. Thoughts overwhelmed his soul, and tears could not be contained and flowed from his eyes. Quickly turning back with tears and an angry look in his eyes, he snapped at Scar. He hit him so fast and hard with his head that he saw all the boy's thoughts for a moment. Despite his giant body, Scar started to fly backwards. Spinning in the air like a boomerang, San decided to remind him of the existence of his legs. His heel hit the carotid artery with incredible speed. And once again, bam! He spun 360 degrees, kick after kick, intensifying the attack. Deciding that the big guy shouldn't forget about his hands, San decided to prove that even small hands can hit with incredible power. He slammed his fist right into the head, and this blow was as powerful as the previous one. The warriors watched as if it were a battle between two gladiators, although at this point the smaller one was beating the bigger one. Punch after punch, he pressed Scar's head into the ground. He did it with such passion that it was hard to put into words he wanted to avenge his brother. But at one point a giant hand grabbed his wrist. San was very surprised, although it was hard to see it on his face, which was covered in blood and earth. "Are you now driven by rage over the loss of your friend?" asked Scar. Scar opened his eye wider and asked the boy to look there. He got angry, and pulling San, told him that he could die without regret. He lifted him very high up, so that the tension between them became incredible because of the speed of the lift. He was holding San's hand only. Shram decided to perform a technique called clock. First he hit the guy on the ground on the right side, then on the left, and repeated it over and over again. After several such blows, he decided it was time for San to fly and threw him. With a loud thud, San fell to the ground, well beaten and exhausted. His sister couldn't help but scream and cry out his name, as if she felt the pain he was in. Scar walked closer to San's body, which was lying motionless on the ground, stood over him and began to think about what to do with him. Trembling and moans were coming from the boy's body, but it was difficult to think in such a situation, because his head felt as if it was being torn apart. Shram just thought that the guy hadn't studied martial arts. The blows he had delivered to San's face had left deep wounds next to the scars, and the pain was so intense that he had to wipe the blood away. Laughing, Scar said, "I think you can entertain me a little." With a ringing sound, he pulled out his weapon, a sickle tied to a chain. The ringing from the chain echoed in the air, creating a terrifying sound. He told the boy that he would use all his strength against him, pulling out the other end of the chain, which also had a sickle on it. As the wolves howled, a giant red echo appeared in the sky. Why? San asked himself as his hand was caught by the sickle. The image of Choksan appeared in his mind's eye as he felt what was happening to his brother. It was San's spirit trying to save the boy by embracing him with his brotherly arms. What the hell? What happened? San thought as blood began to flow down his leg. The girl watched what was happening to her brother with her kind eyes, but she could do nothing. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were torn and hanging like broken threads.
"What's wrong with us?" San's mind raced. "Why do we have to go through this? Why did they come all the way to such a remote village and make Mu and Nuna become princesses?"
Numb, San asked himself these questions over and over again. In the sky, the moon was up, with shades of deep pink and red, as if sensing light from another world. Below them were two old, twisted trees, their branches stretching upward, framing the moon. Between these trees, on two chains, was San, suspended in midair. The general atmosphere was filled with the pain he felt in his chest. Suddenly, a roar sounded under his feet. Chalk ran by bloodthirsty wolves, and San thought he would soon become their prey. Suddenly, a man's foot stepped on the ground, and he turned to San and said that last night he looked so healthy. And he pointed out that now San looked very bad. His face no longer looked like the joyful one he had had last night. But when he saw this old man, San was overjoyed. This was the same old man whom San had fed with ginseng root when he met him in the forest last night and warmed up by the fire. The old man asked him if he wanted to live. The wolves were coming closer and closer, and it seemed that they could reach him through the branches. Their mouths were huge, and they looked ruthless. Suddenly there was a jumping sound, and one of the wolves rushed forward. When it opened its mouth, it was impressive in its size, and one of the red wolves was almost upon Sanis. A flash enveloped the old man's hand, and a blue glow shone around it. After that, all he had to do was clench his hand into a fist. The wolf began to be pulled into the vacuum, and in a moment he disappeared in front of San. The boy had a lot of questions in his mind after what he had just seen. Meanwhile, the wolves headed straight for the old man, rustling through the grass. The old man raised both hands in different directions. His eyes met the hungry gazes of the wolves. The wolves opened their mouths right at him and began to growl. Then they rushed toward him, preparing to jump. There was another flash, and now his whole body was covered with this blue light. It was an incredible energy that he controlled. With his blue hand, he grabbed the wolf's nose and almost immediately broke it. So great was his strength. Throwing the wolf aside, he shattered its body. But this was not the only attacker. Another wolf ran up from the side and began to growl. With one skillful movement of his hand, the old man overcame this obstacle. Putting his hand to the wolf's body, the elder tore them to pieces. After that, they lost their color, and their red fur turned black. He left the wolves torn to pieces behind him. Walking a few meters forward, he stopped in front of a painting where San was hanging from two chains. Barely raising his head, San spoke. "Senior, do you want to live?" the elder asked him. "Do you want to live, even if you have to suffer more than in hell?" He continued his question. San asked if he had heard correctly. "Are you asking if I want to live even if it is worse than hell?" The older man explained that his dear friend was dead and that Nuna had been taken away by the barbarians. The boy smiled and said that he could do nothing but wait for his death, and asked, "Even if it is worse, can it be worse?" Noticing that even in agony the boy could still smile, the older man pointed his hand at him. The beam hit the chain directly and cut it. The shackles were broken, and now San was falling to the ground from a great height. The chains no longer held him, and he flew straight to the ground, feeling great pain. When he landed, he hit the body of the elder who had rescued him, and it seemed that San was very lucky, but nothing but his smile helped him survive. The elder asked him to never lose that smile. Laying him down on the ground, the elder examined San's body and noticed that 35 bones were broken and 70 muscles were damaged. Now, everything depended on his will, whether he would live, die, or regain his health. "Why did you save me?" the boy asked, barely able to speak. The older man replied that it was not he who saved him, but the very wild ginseng root that San had given him out of mercy. After that, he clenched his fist, and his hand was again covered with a blue glow. This energy began to drip from his fist, forming blue drops. Drop by drop, they fell into the boy's mouth. While doing this, the elder explained that the human body has 200 bones and 650 muscles. He added that as soon as San understood the role of each bone and muscle, he would be able to control them completely. The elder pointed 2 fingers filled with blue energy directly at the boy. He touched his body, and everything around him lit up. Explaining this, he said that now San is in a stable condition, but because his body cannot move, his nerves are literally screaming. You need to understand your situation. Feel every muscle and bone. The inability to move the arms and legs, the rapid pulse, all these are conditions for nerves to be distracted. His body is now in a state of anabiosis, and he begins to feel all of his 36 veins being cleared. Suddenly there was another crack and a flash. The length of the finger bones, how they intertwine with the muscles, the crunching of joints, a new flash and another crunch, the sounds of internal organs moving, breathing, and the way his blood flows. If he can hear all this, he will be able to understand not only the 36 main veins, but his entire body. When we understand how the bones work, we know which part needs to be manipulated to create a destructive effect. What energy should be injected into the blood vessels to destroy the body from the inside. And that's when it will happen to the boy's screams, the elder explained it to him. When he learns all this, he will be able to study martial arts of a higher level, and if he manages to get the ghostly eyes, he will be able to be reborn as a supreme artillery general. The mountain now turned into a swamp, symbolizing hopelessness. The elder had completely transformed and now looked completely different, like a wax figure. Mount Moyang was destroyed because of the nobles who sought power without caring about ordinary people, and the country could not be restored. This is why the appearance of a young warrior named Li became so important. Manson Cave, the old corrupted region of Goryeo, was abandoned, and the new nation that emerged was nothing more than a manifestation of the will of heaven. As expected of a divine swordsman from Haidok, even the locals were impressed despite their worries. He was the one who asked him to come, but he was late himself. He said that he should not worry because he was glad that the sage had invited him. He was called the Immortal Swordsman of Haidok. His name was Park Jungmo, and he asked if it was possible that he was invited here for the good of the new country, and whether he should make a decision about the young warrior Li. However, he explained that the country's ruler must change according to the will of heaven, and the three ascended ones also agreed with the Immortal Sword's opinion. However, the Guardian was concerned about one thing. When young warrior Li began to freely control his power, rumors spread that he was trying to pretend to be one of the three ascended ones. The Immortal Swordsman said he remembered them both, and was going to explain why he had invited him. The sage, the revered Master Dachun, was sure that they already knew that many innocent lives had been lost this year. Recently, 7 earthly deities in Chol Sangha from Menchilsobang had died. There are many different disciples in Goryeo, but few of them are worthy of being human. The 7 earthly deities earned their name through their incredible deeds. Based on what the only surviving disciple of the earthly deities saw, an old man and a young man came to meet them. They said that they had revealed the martial art of Huangyu. Huangyu is a martial art that is a combination of magic and martial arts, the only technique capable of killing earthly deities. But after a few days, the martial art of the earthly deities Goryeo, which took centuries to create, was destroyed. The protective days were counted, and another technique was revealed. It allows you to tear the human cardiovascular system to pieces. This is how the earthly deities of Goryeo died. Also Chol Sangha from Mount Chilbosan, whose power and miraculous strength were incredible. No one could break through his defense or escape his attack. Although he was mocked, no one knows the name of this old man. His power was so great that it could not be measured. There was no trace of Chol Sangha. If many innocent people have lost their lives in the last few hours because of an unknown old man, perhaps the situation is getting worse. The sage said that instead of founding a new country, this land's path to immortality could be cut short before it even begins. They were very outraged because some stranger in Goryeo had done this to so many innocent people. The Immortal Swordsman reminded them that this man's existence threatened everyone, and the royal family could find out about their plans. One of them began to recall how 10 years ago 30 innocent people were taken away for a cowardly attack, and instead of killing the target, a third of them were killed on the spot. An evil spirit destroyed them all, leaving nothing behind, tearing them into small pieces. The Supreme Artillery General returned from hell, and he did not return alone but with his student, Heavenly Weapon Technique. Those who mastered this art were called true heavenly weapons. This is the 13th martial art that has been passed down from master to student for 1,000 years. The Heavenly Weapon Technique originated from an ancient martial art. You have to feel your body, muscles, and blood vessels to understand which part you can break and destroy at will. It all starts with understanding which vessel can be stimulated to destroy the human body from the inside out. Meanwhile, Sun trained tirelessly because the best training is in battle. The most important thing is that the palm weighs more than 20 pounds. The iron gloves that San was wearing did not weigh less either. It is important to feel the weakness inside your body that holds you back. He kept hearing the cues and doing everything he was told. He touched certain points on his body. 10 acupressure points is a technique based on a method of separating muscles and bones to dislodge them and damage the nearest blood vessels. After the elder showed him how to do it, and which points to touch correctly, San tried to do it on his own. The elder asked him to memorize it with his body, not his head. He created really harsh training conditions for him. The guy's body was cracking from what he was experiencing during the training. His hands were like jelly when he touched the wrong points and broke his bones. It was really painful training, and the heavy iron gloves only contributed to the breaking of his hands. 2 of the old man's fingers were right next to San's eyes. Then he touched him, and the boy's body flew far back. His back slid to the ground, but the fact that he got up doesn't mean anything. Moreover, it didn't mean that his opponent was tired. You have to keep moving until you die, which is what the older man reminded him. There is no single method of study for this art, only muscles and tendons torn to blood. But even though he is still a beginner, he is already doing well. The older man noticed that San had a good understanding of the basics. If so, he decided to take it to a whole new level. First, the lightning energy passed under San's feet and then began to reach his face. Like a ghost, the older man ran over and touched his solar plexus with his hand. As he attacked the boy, he explained that these lightning bolts were the roots of the 10 strike point technique, and all heavenly weapon techniques. When he struck the final blow, a crunching sound was heard. After that, a deafening blast wave spread around and the guy began to fly backwards. Every cell in his body was electrocuted, and it was incredibly hard to endure. His feet slipped on the stones under his feet, and he flew backwards. If the 10 striking points technique is the basis of the heavenly weapon technique, then the basis of these lightning bolts is control. At first, the elder wanted to awaken the energy in him slowly and carefully, but he doesn't have time. The boy has only one thing to do: survive. There is no other choice. Survive to get back everything that was taken from him. 6 months later, Mati. This place is the place of cultivation of a respected master. At the top of the stairs they were standing in front of, a voice rang out. "You, disciple of the evil spirit, stop killing people and get out of here." The elder realized that they were talking about Dachun Yu, but he did not understand how they dared to stand in his way. The chief commander of that army said that the master had given a clear order to keep people like him out, and that this also applied to his disciple. He threatened that if the older man disobeyed the master's order, they would not just stand by and watch.
After that, he gave an order. Kill them!
The whole army, like hungry rabid dogs, rushed at the elder and San, who were standing at the bottom of the stairs. Energy began to gather on San's iron gloves, and he could now be called the Supreme Artillery General. But suddenly, there was a crunch of metal, and his gauntlets flew into small pieces. He flew a few meters up and began to float in the air, his hands now free. His energy gathered around him. San closed his eyes and began to talk to himself. "San Yu, if you master the art of controlling these lightning bolts, you will gain ghostly eyes. And if you add the 10 striking points technique to these lightning bolts, you will become a true heavenly weapon."
Shouting, "Stop them!" The whole horde rushed at the 2 brave soldiers.
These were not just ordinary soldiers, they were facing an extremely powerful army endowed with incredible strength. The iron gauntlets that radiated threatening power appeared again on his hands. Thanks to the energy circulating in his body, he released energy balls that accurately hit each of these bald thugs. Each blow he delivered with these gauntlets was not just physical. He pierced his enemies with energy that left indelible marks. Blood vessels are the basis of human blood supply, stimulation of which leads to unbearable pain, causing muscles to convulse. During the battle, the elder explained this knowledge to the boy, but the entire enemy army focused their attention on him. They believed they had to finish him off and not let him meet their great master. Just like the blood vessels in the human body, nerve endings permeate everything around us. If you add lightning to the center of these nerves, you can probably destroy even a huge mountain. The elder did not hesitate and struck a blow that hit the rock next to him, leaving only fragments of it. The bald heads looked up and saw that only half of the rock remained. The other half had fallen down. The stones, like hail, began to fall directly on their heads, forcing them to retreat. Once again, they tried to stop them in front of the stairs, explaining that this was a sacred place where a great master honed his skills, and now they were threatening to kill the boy. They also explained that the Sand Master is the last descendant of the Bohai Kingdom, and his power is unsurpassed. At this time, the elder stood next to the boy, explaining that if he could forget everything, he would reach nirvana. But first he had to get rid of the rage that had been living in him for 10 years. The bald man again emphasized that if they were not going to leave, they would have to use their rage a second time. There was a loud stomping of feet, and they all rushed at the guys for the second time, ready to fight. Say remembered the lesson his teacher had taught him. No matter what the reason for killing, it is always a sin, a fact that cannot be changed. And yet, if he had to kill, he would not back down. It is inevitable, and no amount of effort will change his mind. His fate is already predetermined. He firmly decided that he would not hesitate and would act clearly and decisively, leaving the enemy no chance. The enemy could hardly contain his attacks, which fell on them as if the god of lightning himself had decided to punish them with his anger. Electric discharges pierced each of them, making them spin and fall upside down. The commander realized that the situation was critical, and that they were facing an extremely serious enemy. At that moment he shouted to the older man, asking if he really intended to become their enemy. And at the same moment, he was washed away from the place where he was standing, as if he had never been there. He was already in the air, with a weapon in his hands, flying directly at the elder and the boy. However, Master Sa had already become the enemy of all the ancestors of this land, and the boy was well aware of this. The boy decided to deal with this big man on his own, avoiding his first attack, which was so powerful that the ground under his feet split. As he spun in the air, he told the bald man that as a student of his master, he could not be frightened by some mountain. A flash of lightning flashed right in front of the bald man's nose, as long as a train. With precise control of the energy, Sa threw a strike aimed directly at the target, but it missed and hit the ground. If it had hit, the bald man would have been in trouble. The bald man held the stick above his head, spinning it like a propeller, giving the impression that he was about to take off. Then he gripped the stick even tighter, ready to attack. From his appearance, one could understand that he was skillful with his weapon and was not going to retreat. The stick swiftly flew straight into the guy's chest, but the energy that was in him had already been collected, and he could control it. An electric current passed around his body, electrifying the air near his cheeks, and he could defend himself against any attack. By collecting more energy in one point, for example, like now in his hand, he could repel even such powerful blows of enemy weapons. It seemed to Baldy that this was simply impossible, but the reality was different. But the bald man kept squeezing the stick, twisting it like a spiral, putting all his strength into it. The extremely strong stick that had served this warrior all his life began to twist like a straw. It was twisting so much that even his iron grip could not hold it, and it broke out of his hands. His head could be compared to a bell as big and bald as a real bell. The bald man decided to strike with his foot, swinging and spinning a powerful spittoon, at the moment when the boy was holding the stick. But he did not avoid the attack, although he could have, and took the kick on his cheek. As soon as the foot touched his cheek, the guy's electrified hand grabbed it. The guy's voice was heard saying that these lightning bolts would make his leg look like a blender. The bald man screamed so loudly that it was louder than even the cries of 10 warriors, as if someone had put a gramophone to his mouth.
Saw decided that enough was enough and threw him off the cliff, ending the battle.
The bald man flew down, looking at the guy who had caused him such a defeat. At first he thought it was just a shadow. But then he saw the guy, his ghostly eyes explained everything. When he grabbed the bald man's leg, the elder's words about getting rid of anger came back to him. Now he and the elder stood on the slope of the mountain, looking down, where on the other side, surrounded by beaten soldiers, his enemy was sitting. He was in real trouble, and there was nothing he could do about it. It had been 10 years since the great master had been killed, and the bald man realized that even such a small thing as this defeat would be a great blow to him. The older man looked him straight in the eye and asked him to pay attention to what was happening, asking if he, the bastard, could forgive his student for what had happened to his leg after 10 years. But they had already spent too much time in this place, as the older man pointed out, and together with Sa, they went to the hermits. The guy was looking forward to this meeting, eager to learn more. And so, after a while, they came to the entrance. The place looked creepy, but they had to go inside. As they were entering, the older man explained to him that it is not so easy to harm someone, and asked him to remember this fear, warning that if he could not, it was better not to even start. The cave of the hermits is the perfect place for his training. The bekrugden that the hermits eat will become his food, and in the future, his money will be the sacred pearl hidden within these walls. One should not look for an explanation of what this means. Even in my heart, I do not know what it means. Suddenly, right in front of them, there was a loud noise, as if a whole rock was falling down. The older man thought it was funny, because he understood what was happening. They were trying to lock them inside. It was good, because he knew that if the boy could break this big rock, then he would become a real heavenly warrior. One after the other, they rushed down, running down the cliff slope. And there, right in front of them, sat the person they had been waiting for and walking to for so long. It was a wise man who addressed the elder, calling him an evil spirit, and confessed that he had been waiting for this meeting for a very long time. After that, he became interested in who this young man was, noticing that he was well built, and asked if he was a disciple of the evil spirit. The older man knew that this place was called the Cave of the Hermits, and was a great place for training. That's why he brought the boy here, saying that after he killed everyone here, he would let him train. The guardian who was also sitting there said that because of the large metal block blocking the exit, no one would ever leave this cave. He asked the evil spirit what he meant when he said he would allow him to train, and added that because of his pride, his student would never see the sunlight again. The evil spirit thanked him for taking care of his disciple and said that this was not something that should concern a person who was about to die. As he took off his clothes, he said he didn't have much time, so he suggested that we get down to business, and since everyone else had started it, he decided to be the one to finish it. When his body became visible, it had all the scars he had received during his life. It seemed that there was not a single place on his body without scars. He asked the boy to open his eyes and concentrate. He told him to closely monitor every movement of his body, the flow of energy, even the injuries he received, and the work of his muscles. The elder said that everything that was about to happen here would be a very valuable lesson for him. Looking at the older man with concern, the boy thought, "Is this the teacher's last battle?" He promised himself to remember this battle forever, watching it with his own eyes. Here the immortal swordsman added his words, noting that evil fate had bound them all together a long time ago. And fate means destiny, usually evil and unhappy. He then proposed to put an end to it today. The sage struck his staff against the stone chair on which he was sitting, and a current flew up from the top of his staff, at the end of which a sword appeared. At first the sword was electric, But then it turned into real iron. There was a dull thud of iron on stone, and this sword was stuck in the road right in front of the boy and the elder. After the sword demonstrated its power, the stones flew in front of them, forming a dangerous space. And already from above, over the elder, over his body, the attack began in the temples. The three decided to attack one elder, thinking that the three of them would be able to carry out a successful attack. The first to show his power was a sage who used his hand to cut everything like a blade. The second was the guardian, who used the technique of iron fingers. These attacks were like a hurricane, in which the elder was at the epicenter, repelling each attack so quickly that the eye could not follow the movements. The elder's voice was heard proclaiming, "Heavenly weapon technique." His hand began to shine with blue energy, which grew brighter and more powerful. "A triple explosion," he said, and he plunged this hand directly into the ground under him, the current gathering around his body. Then there was a powerful explosion, so strong that even the clothes flew off those who tried to attack him. The words that were barely audible from the three of them, which they uttered with great effort, were, "You are a monster." They tried to cover their bodies with their hands, but it was impossible, because this attack was of a completely different level. At the site of the explosion, a giant funnel was formed, lifting stones as if in waves, and was impregnated with electricity. Against such a force, the trio would have to do their best to survive. When the elder told them this, they did not understand the meaning of his words. Then he added, "If you don't want to die in vain, get ready." Long and lean jade arms, as if molded from a perfect material. Their movements were perfectly smooth and neat, like a work of art. However, people call him an evil spirit because to get these hands, he threw away all his emotions, doing so to become a heavenly weapon. The heavenly weapon technique is a demonic martial art. People call it the art of heavenly weapon demonic because of its power. They are most likely talking about those blue demonic eyes piercing everything around them. The martial art of Saul's song for the hermits of this land is the art of killing, created solely to destroy enemies. In the land of Goryeo, martial arts represent leadership qualities, which is why they have never looked pretty. That was 10 years ago. The elder was attacked by 30 hermits, known under the leadership of the outstanding master Dachunyu. It was a very mean act on their part, and the elder did not even understand why they were here. The Trinity then told him that it was not too late, and that they had common views. If that was the case, they would let him choose the name for the new country. He only told them that the creation of a new country and its name had nothing to do with him. And he repeated over and over again that he would never forget what they had done. They deceived him, distracted him, and used this chance to kill his wife. Even his daughter disappeared with her nanny. He emphasized over and over again that if they were liars and could not kill him today, then one day in the future he promised to kill them all. In their eyes, he chose the path of destruction. And suddenly there was a loud explosion. Its energy was incredible, a bolt of lightning of such magnitude that it demolished even houses in its path. A third of the hermits died in this battle, but he survived. It took him 10 years to recover from his fatal wounds, although he found the whereabouts of his daughter, as there were rumors that she had gone to the continent. That's why he tried to find her on the continent. As time passed, his wounds began to heal. However, even though they were healing, he realized that he did not have much time left. He kept begging himself, just a little more time. But he realized that he had very little time left to live, and he had no choice but to return to Mushun in Liaoning province. In his old age, he met a child, Sa Yu, the same age as his son. But now he can't even remember his daughter's face. His memories are becoming blurred. Either the trio will win, or the evil spirit will. This battle will be their last. However, they cannot guarantee their victory even against one evil spirit.
If this is indeed the last battle, then the evil spirit should turn them all to ashes.
His attacks were incredibly powerful, and he had perfect control over his energy. Only the hands of the enemy remained in his tight grip as he squeezed them. The first one to lose his arm was a great swordsman who cried out, "Where is my arm?" However, the others did not stop attacking, coming closer and closer. The evil spirit began to form chi energy in his two hands, and then he stuck out his two arms. Using the heavenly weapon technique, he clenched his two fists and sent a ball of lightning toward the other two enemies. After that, he executed a heavenly strike, and the radiance spread out to form a huge energy ball. Everything around him began to melt from the extremely high temperature, and the current penetrated every cell of the enemy. The great swordsman stabbed his sword into the ground to keep from flying back and held onto it. The other two realized that they needed to withstand these lightning bolts of the evil spirit, because if they did not, their blood and energy would be sucked out. The evil spirit only had one more attack left, and its time would be up. "Heavenly spectral hand," the sage's voice rang out as he approached the evil spirit. "Heavenly sword! Great thunderous strike!" said the heavenly swordsman, preparing for the last blow. He swung his sword at the evil spirit, confident that now the three of them would be able to strike the decisive blow at the same time. All the surrounding energy shone so brightly that their bodies lost their color and became a white mass. The supreme deity placed his hands in front of him and spoke. The hand of the supreme deity. It is bitter to admit, but this is indeed the last battle of the evil spirit. After that, there will be only eternal sleep, but he had no regrets except for one thing. The elder took the appropriate position to use the heavenly weapon technique and spoke. Heavenly explosion. The only thing left in his heart was regret for his daughter San, and he apologized to her for leaving her all alone. The radiance was so strong that the guy in front of him saw only blinding light and nothing else. All he could hear around him was the sound of lightning and flying stones. The last words that the evil spirit shouted were that when his daughter left, she had a book of sword techniques with her that she had inherited from her mother. She is very intelligent, and as far as his daughter is concerned, she has already mastered this art. As he lay on the ground, he continued to tell the boy that if he found his daughter in the future, just leave her alone if she was living well, and if she was in a difficult situation, help her, that should be enough. "Yes, master," said C, standing over him. Then he reminded the boy of what he had told him before. Never lose your smile. He asked him to be like him, to find his way to the celestial weapon and not let anything in this world hold him back. "It's time, Sa. It's time to go your own way." 10 years passed. Sa sat lost in thought, asking his master if Choksan was really dead, and if Nunu had been taken away by those horrible people from Yuan. Consumed by sadness, he began to wonder what would have happened if these terrible events had never happened. He remembered the moment when he was crucified against the moon, and the elder asked him, "Do you want to live?" But his appearance did not look alive at all. His battered body, covered in bruises and wounds, left no illusions. His old master asked him again, "Do you want to live even if you have to suffer?" Turning his head back, Sa said bitterly that it had been a long time since his master had left this world. He referred to the dead master lying behind him, saying that he looked the same as he did on that terrible day. It seemed that the master was still alive, as if time had stopped at that moment. On that day, Sa was too young to realize the help he had received, but now, full of pride, he realized it. His pride was that he was a disciple of this great master. Bowing down before the stone where the elder lay, the boy said, 35 heavenly instrument Dan Sayuya. I greet you for the last time before I leave." Tears welled up in his eyes as he recalled the love the master had given him during his lifetime. How much he would like to return those feelings, but there is no turning back. There is only one way forward to go on without stopping, without deviating from his goal. He stood up and took one last look at the stone under which his teacher, who had given him a new life, was resting. Turning around, the boy began to move forward, each step taking him further away from the past. Suddenly, he heard a voice call his name and ask if he remembered what had been said. Looking at the master, he asked curiously, "Master, is that you speaking?" Then he asked if the master had really said those words. "Do you want to live? Do you want to live even if you have to suffer more than in hell?" The same words were spoken by the boy when he told the master about the death of his close friend and how the barbarians had taken his sister. He could do nothing but wait for his death. Even if he had to go through real hell, could it be worse than what he had experienced then? At that moment, the master noticed the smile on his face and emphasized, "You are in so much pain, but you are still smiling. A smile doesn't matter what situation you are in, no matter what surrounds you." At that moment, he promised to give his student everything he could, even if it was the last thing he would do. The master blessed him to go his own way, reminding him of the importance of this choice. Sei remembered every word of the master, especially the one about smiling, and with a slight smile, he decided to act on this guidance. He decided to go his own way and always smile, despite the difficulties ahead. The Bonma Temple, hidden among the bitter Myeseong Mountains, was waiting for him at the exit from his refuge. On the rocks were carved stone figures of hermits watching the world from the darkness. The people who were there raised the alarm, sensing the awakening of an evil spirit. About 400 warriors gathered in front of the hermit's cave, where the trio of carved figures watched them. The energy began to gather at the exit, and the hermits imprisoned the evil at the cost of their lives, so that it would not destroy the world. Their temple existed to prevent the resurrection of the evil spirit, and now that moment had come. The bald warrior shouted that they must prevent the resurrection of the evil spirit at all costs. He ordered all the warriors to immediately engage in battle, regardless of fear and danger. What he saw next made him almost faint. His eyes opened wide in horror. Under his feet, he felt a strong earthquake rising from the bowels of the earth. The energy coming out of the cave was so powerful that all the warriors fell under its pressure. A bright radiance suddenly illuminated everything around, and against the background of this light, only the shouts of the warriors and the sounds of the hermit cave could be heard. The explosion became even more powerful, and the warriors were thrown around like toys. Under the influence of such a powerful energy, they had no strength to stand and fell under the pressure of its power. From a distance, a blue light shone brightly on the top of the mountain. breaking through the clouds, attracting the attention of everyone around. It was a trap that protected the entire temple, but the bald man could not understand what was happening when he saw it. He asked himself several times, "What is happening?" But he could not find an answer. When he heard a loud crack of stone, he looked up and saw a massive gate flying down from the mountain. He was incredibly lucky. The gate split into two parts in midair and fell on both sides without hitting him. He remained sitting in the middle, like a bird in a nest. Step by step, a thin and slender leg emerged from the cave, stepping carefully on the ground. It was Sa, who came out into the light for the first time in a long time. The dust was so painful in his eyes that he even wondered if he should have come out a little more gently. The light was so bright that it was hard to even open his eyes. But despite everything, the smile did not leave his face. He put his hand over the blinding sunlight, which prevented him from opening his eyes completely. After getting used to the light, he looked at the endless, beautiful mountains that stretched before him. The bright blue sky made his soul smile, as if reviving his hope. The bald man immediately recognized the boy because he remembered that he was the one who had followed Hanmubek, the evil spirit, and entered the hermit cave. Remembering this, he held onto his leg, which was not fully in place, painfully recalling the past. It had been a long time since he had last felt such pain in his leg, and now it was reminding him of itself with renewed vigor. And the wound that took away his leg was inflicted by the man standing in front of him. Lissier was convinced that 10 years ago, when they came for the hermits, this was exactly what had happened. The one who had taken his leg was this kid who was now standing in front of him. Just as he took the bald man's leg, he took the lives of many monarchs. This young man was the one who stood side by side with the evil spirit Hanmubek. So he is a disciple of the evil spirit. He remembered again the boy's face that changed its expression and those eyes that looked at him, leaving him without a leg. Meanwhile, Sa looked around, saw the temple, and couldn't remember if he had been here before. So he asked the question out loud. A man approaching him said, "This temple was built to block your master." He also explained that the temple was built in honor of 3 hermits who sacrificed their lives to imprison an evil spirit. The bald man quickly realized that the old man who had spoken these words was Manhwa Noi. All the soldiers knelt down when they saw his presence, and he walked over and stood in front of the boy, addressing him. Then he asked the boy if he also wished for war with the people of this land, just like the evil spirit. "This was the way of my master, but I do not want war," the boy explained. It seemed strange to the monk that a disciple of an evil spirit did not want war. He was surprised by the boy's answer and found it hard to believe. The bald man rushed to the monk and asked him if he really believed the boy, even though he was a disciple of the evil spirit. He said that there was no point in listening to him. But the monk replied that he needed to hear the boy's story first. But then the bald man suddenly shouted that after being defeated by the evil spirit, he devoted his entire life to Buddhism and martial arts. His calm face changed to an angry and highly irritated one, leaving no trace of his former calmness. He shouted that his target was the evil spirit's disciple, as he considered him to be the embodiment of the evil spirit itself. The boy had come here, and the bald man considered it his chance to finally get his revenge. Sa, remaining as calm as ever, realized the situation and decided that it was time to deal with them. Smiling, he asked only one thing, that Manhwa Noi wait a few minutes. The bald man was also on alert, and he thought Sa was going to run away. But Sa turned around and stood in front of the 3 hermits carved into the rock, focusing his attention on them. "Are you serious? These are the statues erected in honor of the 3 hermits?" he said in amazement. He apologized, even though he realized that the statues didn't quite look like real hermits. But there was nothing he could do about it. Sa raised his head once more to take a closer look at these statues towering over him. He looked at the sage, and the moment when he had beaten his master came to mind. But it didn't matter now, because soon they might not be here. Sa began to stretch his hand forward, and it gradually turned blue. Yes, they will be gone soon, he realized, as his hand turned even more deep blue. He decided to try out what he had been practicing in solitude for so long. He walked closer and touched the rock with his hand. Heavenly weapon technique. "These lightning bolts," he said. An incredible energy began to gather around his hand. A hurricane of lightning swept across the earth, carrying with it the fury of a hero who had unleashed his power like a heavenly judgment. His figure began to disappear in a bright glow, as a huge whirlwind of lightning enveloped everything around him, turning every atom of air into destructive energy. Addressing his teacher, he said, "It is because of this bad student that you have not been able to find peace." A moment later, the entire mountain shattered into small pieces of stone that flew in all directions. The impact was so powerful that the statues of the hermits were shattered. Now his teacher could sleep peacefully, for Sa had become strong. The bald man, swallowing his saliva with fear, looked at this sight. The whole cave of hermits crumbled before his eyes. The monk also did not expect that the disciple of the evil spirit would be able to complete his training so perfectly. Returning back, Sa apologized to them for keeping him waiting and asked what he should do now. He also wondered whether they would attack him alone or together, but Sa did not care what they were going to do. He was ready for whatever they did, and it didn't matter to him anymore. As expected, they chose the easier way and all together rushed to attack the boy. There were so many of them that their numbers could only be estimated from the top of the mountain. The monk, realizing the seriousness of the situation, asked the boy what he would do if they just let him go. "Well, if you just let me go, I'll have less trouble," Sa replied. He added that he would be grateful if they would just let him go without any fuss. "Hassle? And what is that to you?" the old man asked curiously, studying his answer. Then he thanked Sa for his generosity and said he could go. Standing in front of him, the monk said, 10 years. The very idea of sharpening a celestial instrument did not make any sense. Hearing this, Sa was surprised because he thought that much less time had passed than 10 years. Sei realized that he needed to move on, and he began to move forward, paying no attention to either the bald man or the monk. He only said to the bald man, 10 years ago, your feet got in the way of my master, and what happened to you is the result of a fair fight. Sei recognized this, but realized that the bald man probably didn't think so, so he added, if you want revenge so badly, come find me and I will give you a fight. The monk asked the boy where he was going after he came down the mountain. Sa walked away from them step by step without stopping. After a few steps, he answered that he had to fulfill the last wish of his master and his friend. He looked into the endless distance, at the abyss in front of him, and at the long way ahead, intending to go to the mainland. The monk laughed and warned him, it seems that the mainland will soon be noisy. But in response, he saw only a sincere smile on the boy's face. A second later, Sa disappeared from their sight. Hanmu Baek, the evil spirit, had an aura of natural disaster that overwhelmed everyone around him. But Sa did not emit any aura. This meant that he had reached a level where he could hide his power. He may have even surpassed his master and become the most powerful celestial instrument in history. There were green trees around him, illuminated by the bright rays of the sun, creating a perfect atmosphere of tranquility. He threw his head back and let the water run down his hair, splashing droplets around as if creating drawings in the air. As he enjoyed this moment, he realized that he had to take everything he could from it. After all, it is in such moments that the most wonderful thoughts are born, opening up new horizons. He remembered how long it had been since he had taken a bath, and the water seemed to seep through his skin, caressing his heart and relaxing his soul. In 10 years, he repeated to himself over and over again, 10 fucking years without a bath. But he also realized that there was no time to relax. He had to go in search of Nunu and the master's daughter. He did take a bath, but his clothes were in a terrible state. If he had thought about it earlier, he could have borrowed some clothes from the monks. It wouldn't have been a problem. However, the very stones fell out of his clothes, which the master had said would be useful for money later. Also among the things was one very beautiful piece of jewelry made in the shape of a butterfly. This little bald butterfly had been reminding him of a person who was very important to him for 10 years. And looking at it, he hoped with all his heart that she was okay. Then he started to shake his head again, realizing that there was no time to think he had to find clothes as soon as possible. His thoughts were interrupted by a smell that reached his nose. It was a distinct aroma of food. Is someone nearby? He thought. He began to hear strange sounds next to him, which made him wary. He had one problem: he was not dressed, and he needed to find clothes immediately. Nearby on the horizon, he noticed 3 houses standing near a large tree. The most interesting thing he saw was the clothes hanging on a rope, and at that moment, that's what caught his attention the most. Step by step, he began to run in that direction, simultaneously covering himself with leaves that got in his way. Using his energy, he could step from leaf to leaf, thus moving forward. A girl ran out of the house, shouting from inside, "Stop lounging around! Hurry up and take your clothes off the rope before the sun goes down!" The girl, with a sour expression on her face, began to take off her clothes, outraged that she was constantly being yelled at. At that moment, all the clothes flew around her due to an unexpected gust of strong wind. The wind suddenly picked up, which frightened the girl because she was not expecting it. The clothes fluttered in the air, flying in different directions. Like a magician in a circus, Sa flew into those clothes right in front of the surprised girl. Looking at the left sleeve, he said to himself, "These clothes fit my body perfectly." He didn't even pay attention to the girl whose clothes it was, and turned and walked in the other direction, still remarking that the clothes fit him perfectly. Throwing the coin over his shoulder, he landed in the girl's hands, confident that it would be enough to pay for the clothes. The coin shone incredibly beautifully in her hands with a blue light, capturing the girl's attention. Not realizing what was happening, the girl screamed at the top of her voice, asking the guy to stop and asking who he was. But a moment later, she remained standing still, not realizing where he had disappeared to. On the mountainside, the landscape made him feel nostalgic, and now with his clothes on, he stood on a tree branch, surveying the landscape. As he tied up his hair, he felt that it was completely dry after this adventure to get dressed. Now he realized that he was ready. He was ready to go to the mainland and fulfill the purpose for which he had stayed alive. In South Liaoning, Fengcheng, the sun was breaking through 2 mountains, illuminating the path. The army was moving forward, pulling horse-drawn carts and wagons. Some soldiers sat on horses and held torches. The sect leader looked to his right and left, watching carefully to make sure there was no threat. He turned his head in the direction of the mountain, where birds had taken to the sky suspiciously. An old man walking beside him asked him if there was anything to be afraid of. In all of Fengcheng, no one could stand up to the Chong sect. This old man was an ordinary nobleman whose name was Gyo Ya-mun. The sect leader told him that the John sect had no intention of staying in Little Fengcheng. The current Murim top brass is an iron union, and he is the one who's trying to create a part of this union. To achieve this goal, they have long ruled Liaoning province 20 years ago. After all the unrest, almost nothing was heard from them. But recently the Moyong family has been active again. The Iron Union created the Saha League, one of the 3 most influential sects after the disappearance of the Moyon family. A new ruler of the village of Daryok emerged. But he knew that even if their families were not known in Liaoning province, they were still as rich as the others. The sect leader kept telling himself that when all this was over, the John sect would become even stronger. In their carts, they were carrying very important metal. The old man asked the leader if he intended to destroy Daryoki's village and join the Iron Union, although it would be a difficult task. The old man also added that they had lent them their power. He had just started to speak further when suddenly an arrow plunged into his body. The pain pierced his body like an electric shock. The horse he was sitting on began to rage and threw the old man off. The sect leader began to look around, trying to detect the ambush. Many men jumped down from the mountain, holding weapons ranging from bows to swords. It was a group of hundreds of skilled craftsmen, whose strength was extremely great. A fierce battle broke out with many victims, blood and chaos reigning everywhere. The noble Mun remained lying on the ground, not breathing, a silent witness to the fierce battle. Blood was streaming down the face of the sect leader, who had also been injured in the battle. Right in front of them appeared a man and a woman who, looking at the bodies shot through with arrows to the rock, said that they had deceived everyone and tried to steal the country's treasures. And the bandits from the band of hundreds of craftsmen defeated them. They believed that these scoundrels were trying to get more than they deserved. They were a brother and sister. The sister turned to her brother and asked him to look in another direction. Her attention was drawn to a whistle that came from far away. Right on top of one of the rocks was Sal from the village of Darok. Then he jumped so fast that he literally disappeared in their eyes. "Should we catch him?" the girl asked her brother, and she heard the answer. "No. If Sal is here, then the invisible Iron Mask is nearby, and we could be drawn into a war against Daryok's village." The brother asked his sister to be careful, and after that they walked on together, because if they stole the gold, it would be difficult to track them down again if they lost the trail now. In the city of Benchi, Liaoning province, there were many people moving through the streets among the houses. Among them was one notable building called the North Tavern. A giant man was pouring alcohol, and the crowd around him was shouting over and over again, "Drink!" His face was eerie, his front teeth were missing, and alcohol was running down his fat cheeks. When he finished his drink, he asked everyone if they had seen it, and the crowd went wild, because they expected nothing less from their boss. It was Nahachuha, the leader of the 100 craftsmen, who encouraged everyone to drink and enjoy the day. After that, one of the men named Raven came up to him and addressed him. Crow reminded the boss that he shouldn't forget to pay this time. The boss laughed and said that it was thanks to Crow that he had managed to steal gold from the Chan sect, and assured him that he would not forget this act. A very thin man was sitting under one of the walls, trembling with fear. He seemed to be hiding from everyone, and he asked himself, "Why our tavern?" He stole glances from behind the wall at these people and did not understand where they came from. And then a foot stepped next to them, attracting everyone's attention. This person's gait made even the boss pay attention to him. He was a very thin man with a bandana hanging far away, and his clothes were shabby. The boss wondered why this rascal was here, and as he blew snot from his nose, he wondered if he had made a mistake in assuming that this was the man who was leading Saso away from Daryok village. He was called the Invisible Iron Mask of Musu. He walked over and sat down on one of the free chairs, calmly surveying the room. A mustachioed man approached him and asked him to listen, asking if it was true that a squad of hundreds of craftsmen had booked this inn for today. Musu did not listen to the man, but instead shouted to the owner, saying that he had come here because he had heard that it was the best inn in Benka. The innkeeper got scared, and Musu asked him if the owner didn't even serve water immediately. Another man quickly brought him water. Suddenly another person appeared and addressed the Invisible Iron Mask, asking how he could be angry over something as trivial as a glass of water, and whether Darok village was really that bad with resources. It was a brother and sister. The sister remarked that she had expected more from the best inn in Benka, but instead it was dirty and small. The brother agreed with her and suggested that they finish their business here and leave. The girl's name was Hero Maiden Ji, and together they were called the two heroes of Kwangsung. Iron Mask recognized the two heroes and assumed that today the Moyeon family was involved in these events again. As expected. The head guessed that if they were the two heroes, it meant that they were twins, Moyeon Kwangsung and Moyeon Ji. It was not difficult for them to introduce themselves, and they said their names, after which they were greeted. The man looked around, observing the panic that had begun among the people. Iron Mask noted that Darok village and the Mayon family avoid conflict as much as they can, and suggested that they just leave. But the girl replied that if their family asked him politely to do the same, would he agree? Which she thought was a stupid question. She thought it was a stupid request, but she kept insisting. Iron Mask couldn't believe that the valiant and noble Moyong family had traveled such a long way for gold. After that, his eyes glowed with red light. He shouted that he had to kill everyone immediately and take the gold. As his anger grew, there was a loud cracking sound around him, as if the air was being torn apart by his power. The brother said that it had been about 20 years since their agreement, and even after that, they and all these enemies could not tell the difference between heaven and earth. In his opinion, it was extremely impudent of them. The brother and sister, indignantly calling their actions impudent, began to change in appearance, taking on a new appearance. Immediately they reached for their weapons, ready to fight. More determined than ever, they were ready to fight back against this scoundrel, agreeing to fight without hesitation. The fat man with no teeth started shouting, asking if they were crazy, as a family. Outraged, he asked if they were taking them for scum, going to show the power of their squad on their own. Suddenly, someone no one expected appeared, and approaching, said that he had heard about the need to stop at the northern tavern if he was in Benza. The eyes of everyone present immediately turned in his direction. He walked between the brother and sister, pushing them apart, and added that it was indeed the best inn. Fatty wondered who the hell he was. Even Iron Mask couldn't believe that someone had walked so calmly between the two heroes. But he just said that it was too noisy and continued on his way with a smile on his face. He was already a few steps away from Iron Mask, who was sitting on a chair near the table. Pausing for a moment, he asked if he had interrupted anything important. Then he added that he was not to be paid attention to, and walked on. Ji turned to her brother and asked, "Who the hell is he?" With incredible boldness, he walked in, sat down at the bar, and announcing his hunger, asked if he could eat there. The bartender, without hesitation, advised him to run away. Iron Mask's rage knew no bounds. He saw this as an opportunity, because they had already had another fight before. When he noticed that the girl had opened up, he decided to take the chance, jumped out of his chair and rushed at her with his arms straightened. His sleeve seemed to come to life, turning into a snake that flew straight toward the girl's face. But he seemed to have forgotten that her brother was nearby. In addition, the brother had a very interesting weapon in the form of a fan, which he unfurled at that moment. Waving it, he deflected the deadly cloth flying from Iron Mask. The wave from the fan was so strong that it knocked Iron Mask back. He stood steadily on the floor, finding the perfect support, and pushed off with all his might. In front of his sister in midair, he was catching up with Iron Mask. Meanwhile, Iron Mask was applying even more force to his sleeve, twisting it like a spiral on his arm. His sleeve turned into a battle bandage that completely wrapped around his fist, which he clenched tightly. Swinging his fist, he couldn't keep up with the fan attacks that Sun was hitting with. At this point, Sun's expression remained damned calm. Iron Mask whistled and attacked again, twisting his sleeve around his arm. Their battle reached a frenetic speed, turning into an extremely beautiful sight. The noise made by the fan, which Sun skillfully controlled, only increased the intensity of the moment. After a few blows, Iron Mask lost his balance completely, barely able to stay in the air from these furious attacks. However, he managed to put his foot under the deadly fan. Pushing off from it, he jumped high up, finding himself directly above Sun. His arms, wrapped in battle bandages, had an incredible grip with which he clung to everything he could. This time, he managed to grab hold of a bar with his hands, pressing himself firmly into it to stop himself from flying backwards. While he was stopping, Iron Mask ran away like a frightened rabbit, which is how Sun characterized the scene. The Iron Mask, with his long tongue sticking out, mockingly asked them if they could call themselves the strongest family in Liaoning province with such abilities. At that moment, his headdress cracked, and then it split into two pieces. However, Sun remained calm and turned to Iron Mask and asked if his fame in Daryok village was exaggerated with such and such skills. At the same moment, the fabric on his bandana cracked. It was as if a blade had cut through the tail of fabric hanging from his bandana. Iron Mask continued to hold on to the beam, not realizing what had just happened. Ji turned to her older brother, and he said that he was leaving the 100 Skills Squad to her, and he was going to slit Iron Mask's throat. Gritting his teeth, he called the boy a brat. At that moment, Fatty stood next to his men, who were addressing him, saying that these people were stronger than they even thought. However, he did not agree with them. On the contrary, he said that this was their chance, because while the invisible Iron Mask was fighting the twins, they might be able to make it. Suddenly, a circle of energy appears, sharp as a razor blade. It flies so close to Fatty's head that it even cuts off a few hairs. This circle of energy was created from the hat the girl was wearing. Fatty regretted that he thought he was being ignored. But that was his mistake, because the girl was furious that her older brother always got all the fun and she only got to play with such scum. Pulling out her sword, she told them that she could give them some advice. "If you're going to run away, you'd better forget the idea," was her advice to Fatty. She then asked where all the things they had stolen were, and promised that if they told her, she would kill them painlessly. Through a gap in his teeth, Zherdyai spoke an insult to the girl. He called her stupid. He called his soldiers idlers and shouted at them to kill them all. Without hesitation, they grabbed their swords and rushed forward like mad. Iron Mask shouted that from now on, the village of Daryok was the enemy of the Moyan family. He shouted to Chusal, ordering him to kill everyone. The army then flew in through the broken windows, smashing several more on its way. Glass was flying out of the windows, wood was cracking, and a ruthless battle began. 3 sides were fighting. Fatty's men, the brother and sister, and the Iron Mask army was flying in through the second floor. At that moment, Sa was sitting at the bar. He was listening to the screams with which everyone rushed into battle. The only thing he could hear was everyone shouting that the gold belonged to them. The noise was becoming unbearable, and this annoyed Sa the most. But it was the word gold that caught his attention, and he turned his head toward them. The food they served him smelled so good. It looked so appetizing that when he picked up the noodles with his chopsticks, he could taste the magical taste. The bartender, seeing the boy ordering the food, didn't see a problem with it. The problem was that Sa did not understand why he should not go to another restaurant. Sa explained that he hadn't eaten a decent meal in 10 years, because of grief. The bartender, sweating with fear, pointed to the chaos around him. Eating his noodles, Sa asked why they were fighting. The bartender explained that he wasn't sure, but he had heard that Daryok village and the Moyan family were fighting over gold that had been stolen by bandits from the 100 Skills group. Daryok village and the Moyan family? The master told the boy that they were fighting for power over the entire province. Judging by the way the battle was unfolding, they were doing it desperately. Sa turned his head to the left and noticed people flying around, hitting their backs against the trees. Jin, keeping calm in the midst of the battle, noticed Sa eating calmly in this situation. She wondered if he had been trained in martial arts. His pure and confident gaze was different from that of masters from respected families. Perhaps he had reached a level where he could openly demonstrate his strength. The girl thought about this as she watched him. Suddenly, one of the enemies appeared behind her, making a quick dash with a long spear in his hands. It was his fatal mistake that cost him his life. The girl, like lightning, demonstrated her mastery of the sword. She continued to watch Sa, who seemed too young, and did not believe that he could be a master at that age. Jin was sure that he was just learning some worthless martial arts and was now showing off. She decided to talk to him and told him that if he didn't want to die, he should leave this place, because it was getting more and more dangerous. He thanked her for her advice, but said that he hadn't finished eating yet and explained that he would leave as soon as he was done, and then asked her not to pay attention to him. The girl turned and said that he was brave, so he could do what he wanted. And then she jumped up and disappeared from his sight. Iron Mask was sitting right under the bar, having fainted for just a moment. Sei looked at him and noticed the surprise in his eyes when he saw him. Iron Mask formed energy on his hand, asked if he was also from the skill squad, and rushed at the guy. The attack was very fast, but Sa easily dodged it. He began to twirl the chopsticks in his hand, and they flashed with energy like lightning. Sei pointed these chopsticks directly at Iron Mask's hand. After that, he formed a barrier that prevented the enemy from breaking through. But that wasn't the whole surprise for Iron Mask. By hitting his index finger right in the phalanx, Sa caused a loud crunch that echoed throughout the room. An electric current coursed through his entire body, and at that moment he realized that everything that had happened to him before was just the beginning. The strength of the current was so great that blood spurted from his nose. Now Sa decided to speak first. He called out the names of each of the troops and villages. The 100 Skills, the village of Daryok, and the Moyan family. Addressing them, he asked if they were the martial artists from the mainland that everyone was talking about. He looked at them with a smirk on his face. Then he added that he expected more from them. A loud whistle from the fan cut through the air. G decided to attack Iron Mask again with his weapon. Iron Mask asked why the Moyan family was collecting gold from everywhere, and what was the point of it. Sun told him that there was no special purpose, and then he waved his fan again and said that one way or another, Their family would take all the gold. Fatty watched all this and recognized that these bastards were really very strong. He noticed how they fought and realized that if things continued like this, they would definitely be destroyed. A man came up to him and said that 8 of them had already been killed and asked what they should do next.
At first, the fat man quietly said, "Damn," and then shouted the word at the top of his voice.
The fat man became unbearably angry. He raised his arms up and started waving them like a small child, as if his favorite toy had been taken away from him. Then he slammed his hands on the ground with all his might. His mass concentrated in one point, and the floor of the building shattered, throwing the other fighters away. Iron Mask and Sun could barely keep their balance, balancing on the flying boards. G also paid attention to that scum, Fatty. A moment later, a strong wind blew across her face. These were the waves from Fatty's blows, as he repeatedly beat his hands on the floor. He was furious because he would never forget the humiliation of the invisible Iron Mask and the 2 heroes.
Shouting that he would kill them all, he chased after them.
Meanwhile, Sun ran out the door. Realizing his mistake, he was distracted like a fool. Iron Mask ordered his soldiers to chase Sun and catch him at any cost. The battle had already moved to the street, and they were running across the rooftops, skillfully jumping from one to the other. Incredibly, Fatty was doing it too, and was even faster than some of the others.
Iron Mask was almost on Sun's heels, but he was still behind.
He was not ready to lose Sun at any cost. Fatso's mustache could barely keep up with him, stumbling and asking his boss not to hurry so much. But at the same moment, G appeared behind him, whispering in his ear about the place he was going to. She waved her sword and said that this place was the afterlife. After she swept her sword across his throat, she stopped to enjoy the sound of a dead body falling to the ground. What annoyed her the most was the 100 Skills squad, especially Hachu, whom she was ready to kill at any cost. With a jerk, she pushed off the ground and rushed forward, but since he wasn't a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, he was unlikely to be able to move just because of the gold. Sa had an interesting question. Why did they think that only their boss knew the location of the gold? As he walked across the rubble, he noticed Mustache, who was still breathing and begging for mercy. Unfortunately, the boy's martial art could only harm and kill, but it could not save. Releasing his energy, Sa brought his hand up to Mustache's neck and put 2 fingers to his neck. However, he could postpone his death and also reduce his pain. All the blood and energy in the man's body was mixed together. His eyes were almost falling out from the pain he felt in his body. He could not reduce the pain, but he would not die until Sa stopped. Sei promised to kill him if he told him where the gold was. The man confessed that there was a cave in the valley, hidden behind vines. Sa thanked him for this information and decided to follow through. More precisely, he decided to put an end to his suffering. Showing his tolerance, Sa apologized for making him suffer and told him to prepare for his last breath. His face was exhausted from what he had just experienced. Sa ran his hand over his eyes and closed them. Now it was clear to him where he should go. Dongmyeong Mountain, Umryongok in Bensi, where the inn near Baekuri is located. After a while, he was already there and looking at the tracks on the ground, realizing from the nature of the tracks that a wagon had passed through. Given the depth of the tracks, he realized that there was a lot of gold because the tracks were very deep. This meant that he was on the right track, and now there was a cave in front of him, hidden behind thick vines. As he got closer, he parted the vines and looked inside. Right in front of him was this precious golden metal shining. The gold was in boxes, and the figures were made in the form of small ships. A smile appeared on the boy's face when he saw it in front of him. Meanwhile, Iron Mask was fighting at full strength. Sun used a deadly dragon slash with his fans, surrounded by the green energy he summoned. The blows were so powerful that a layer of energy formed inside the area they were trapped in. The fat man was covered in sweat and frightened because the situation was getting out of hand. The fight was very long, and Sun turned to Iron Mask, pointing out the difference in their levels, and asked if he would continue this hopeless battle. In response, Iron Mask only promised a lot and again tried to win through his numerical superiority. He ordered his army to catch Sun, and they started jumping around him like hares. Sun watched them and tried to count them, but there were too many of them. His sister appeared behind him and asked him not to worry. She was ready to take on the task, and she instructed him to fight Iron Mask alone. Her appearance made Iron Mask very angry. Iron Mask was even more disappointed when he saw the heads of his soldiers flying off. She did it ruthlessly, very quickly and incredibly skillfully. But in her way was Fatty, who was grabbing at everything he could to escape. He didn't even realize that this girl's hand was as fast as a ray of sunlight entering a room in the morning. And just as quickly as the sun falls on the body, she grabbed him by the neck. "Oh, shit!" Iron Mask muttered and made a quick jerk. Suddenly, green energy flew by his neck, sharp and extremely fast. It was another fan swing from Sun, who didn't allow Iron Mask to close the distance between them. This time, however, the blow hit him, and blood spurted from his hand. Sun decided to warn him once again about what would happen if he did not surrender. Meanwhile, Fatty shouted that it was his gold and that he would never tell where it was. But the girl's skill, based on spiritual power, made him change his mind. She looked at him with cold eyes and warned him that he would tell her everything because she would make him do it. At that time, the gold was quietly put into bags. Saw did not want to take much. He wanted to take only what he would need. He had a question. What to do with the rest of the gold and where to put it? He was sure that he might need it in the future. Judging by what he had seen, it would be difficult for the village of Daryok to win, and those from the Moyon family would most likely come here first. However, he himself cannot take all this gold. It is impossible. But he had a good idea. He began to concentrate chi energy on his hand. This idea appeared because he still needed to take the gold. He began to say that trees, stones, and everything that has a shape will collect these lightning bolts. After that, he spread his arms in different directions, and the lightning swept across the stones around him. The stones began to fly apart as he unleashed his justice through the power of nature, the lightning ripping through the earth and the stones, blurring the line between him and the storm god himself. After that, the whole rock shattered into pieces, flying far away in different directions. His foot landed on a twig. This twig was almost the only thing that had survived after the manifestation of his power. Looking around, he realized one thing. Whoever came here would be looking for gold for a very long time, just as he had planned. Looking into the distance, he thoughtfully asked himself, is this place really Shenyang, the most populous in the entire Liaoning province? The village of Daryok, the city of Fushun, the Moyong family from Shenyang. This is where his master went in search of his missing daughter 10 years ago. It is also the place where the envoy from Yuan took Nuna. Everyone is in Shenyang, and perhaps soon his worst suspicions will be confirmed. Perhaps it was time for him to go to Shenyang as well. Meanwhile, in the village of Daryok in Fushun, 7 people were lost in this battle, and all because of 2 heroes from the Moyong family. The leader stood over the bodies and looked closely at the traces of the brutal murders. It was Man Kwangwu, the leader of Daryok village, who considered the dead to be good people. Man Seung-hyun, the leader of Daryok, said that there was no point in just standing there and watching. Man Hyo-seong said that the murder of Chusal meant only one thing. They were ready to declare war. Iron Mask believed that he was responsible for their deaths and asked for punishment. But the wise leader said that there was no point in punishing him because he had done everything he could. The leader was more concerned that the Moyon family had broken a 12-year agreement just for the sake of gold. At this point, it was announced that the Moyon family was now considered their enemy. All the disciples were ordered to prepare for war against the Moyon family. The vast army bowed their heads as one and assured the master that they were ready to fulfill this order. Iron Mask asked the master a question. However, the master interrupted him, saying that if he was talking about failure, then the responsibility also lies with Chu Salso, who also made a mistake. The master asked Iron Mask if he thought that his death was because he was blinded by his greed for money. In other words, Iron Mask should be in the forefront of the war against the Moyon family and prove the decision right. With a bow, Iron Mask replied, "Yes, master." However, there was one more question for Iron Mask. It concerned one of the bodies lying right in front of him. The master asked what happened to this body, but the others were not very interested in this question. Unlike the other bodies, this one had no sword marks on it, only a scar on its face that looked like a burn. His internal organs were fine, so his death could not have been the result of an internal attack. There was hope that he was still alive, and the head took his hand to check his pulse. But when he felt that his veins were severed, he realized that someone had damaged them terribly. He asked Iron Mask again if anyone else was there when he fought the 2 heroes. There was a young man in his 20s, he replied. He had good moves, but his chi was not as dangerous. The head could not believe that someone in his 20s could use such strong chi and asked if there was anyone else there. He turned to Seohyun and San, warning them that they would have to face the talents of the North Wind, another group fighting for power in Liaoning province. Destroying a system as complex as the circulatory system was such a difficult task that even Man realized he could not do it. Was there really such a warrior in the Moyong family, or was it someone else? The existence of this warrior could be a turning point in the upcoming war against the Moyong family. Night had already fallen outside. In Shenyang, behind the Moyong family estate, a giant mountain rises. Meanwhile, the 2 heroes walk through the corridors of the building. When they reached the right place, they were told that they were late. The older brother saw their faces and realized that they had failed in their mission. Sun apologized to him for disappointing him. Moyon Gunsong was the name of their elder brother. He denied the accusations, saying that he had not expected anything else from the beginning. He told them to stop talking idly, because their father was waiting for them. The door creaked open. The older brother walked in front, and they followed behind him. The older brother told his father that Kwang Sung and Ji had returned. He stood by the window, enjoying the view, and slowly began to turn his head back. This old man was the leader of the Moyon family, and his name was Moyon Dongchong. When asked by the head if they really hadn't been able to find out where the gold was, Song apologized, saying it was only a minor mistake. He explained that he had gone to the mountain where the head of the 100 skill squad had left all the gold, but due to a landslide, the mountain was completely destroyed. Is it really a small mistake? The leader asked again. Sun explained that they were absolutely certain of the gold's location because they had used his soul control method, and said he would find it even if they had to turn the destroyed mountain upside down, if only they were given time. Pointing at the boy with his finger, the leader said his name. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he asked him to come closer, and light green energy began to form at his fingertips. Using this energy, he controlled the boy's inner strength and began to pull him toward him. Seeing this, his younger sister became worried. She saw her older brother's leg lift off the ground. He was screaming in pain, but his father was pulling him closer with his energy. When he pulled him closer, he grabbed him by the neck and asked him how he could trust him with such an important task if he was so careless. The girl tried to say something to her father, but her eldest brother raised his hand to stop her. He then asked her not to interfere. At this time, the father asked his son if he knew why the Moyon family had to close themselves off from the outside world for a long time. Of course, father, I know, the boy replied. To join the League of Five Dragons, the Iron Union. But that was the end of his knowledge, his father explained. The whole world considered them the second strongest in the League of Five Dragons. Some even believed that in the future they would be able to lead the entire league, but in reality they were only trying to contain the situation. That's why they formed the League of Five Dragons under the auspices of the Iron Union, which eventually expelled them. And it was because of this that something happened 20 years ago that changed their fate. The leader of the Moyong family got rid of those who interfered with his plans, even though they were elders of his own family, because they were waiting for their downfall. He wasn't doing this for the sake of the Five Dragon League. He only wanted the entire Iron Union to kneel before their family. He explained this to his son without restraining his emotions. Grabbing him by the head, he asked him what he saw. The son replied that he saw a cave in the northern mountain range. He was right. The father recognized. It was a cave in the northern mountain range, a legacy that could destroy the Five Dragon League. But the way to this inheritance is through gold, and it was this small mistake that disrupted the plans his father had been making for 20 years, for which Song apologized. The oldest brother came up to his father from behind and asked him to calm down, assuring him that Kwang Sung understood everything he had been told. He also asked him not to worry because he had a backup plan, and promised that in a few days, his father would get everything he needed through the Steel Horse Bureau. After that, the Northridge inheritance would be complete. It was only after these words spoken by the eldest brother that the father let the middle son go. After that, he gave an order. Kwang Sung and Ji are removed from this task and will now control the outskirts of their territory, as there are rumors that the North Wind Talents are up to something, which means that the Lions League might be planning something as well. The middle son, well punished by his father, promised to keep this in mind. He put his hand on the railing and said, "For 20 years now. For 20 years I have been waiting, and now there is only one step left," he added. With that, he clenched his fist so hard that the concrete shattered into small pieces. His plan was to bring the whole world to its knees, and only when they did it according to plan would everything come true. A red moon, just like that day. Walking forward and looking up, he saw Saya. This voice was sounding in his head. It was the voice of his brother San asking him to take care of his sister Nuna. In his eyes, he saw his brother moving further and further away, falling into the abyss, and Nuna was standing behind him, and saw it with her own eyes. After that, she screamed at Sai to run away as fast as he could. Being still small, he turned his head back and saw those defenseless children's eyes. At that moment, a sickle with a chain stuck into his hand. Soon his other hand was tied. There were words from Scar who said that he liked people like him. And this giant red Luna, which was standing right behind him. Scar stood in front of him and looked at this little body. Then he added that he liked it even more. Most of all, he liked breaking the spirit and body of people with the same steadfastness as him, which was reflected in Scar's eyes. These memories permeated his body from head to toe. He was lying on the grass, and a fire was crackling to his right. Endless and endless stars twinkled above his head. He tried to fall asleep for a few minutes, but every time he woke up, he dreamed of his family again and again. Suddenly he heard the rustling of the grass. Someone was walking behind him. An adult man dressed in black appeared in front of him. The thing is, he was not alone. There were many people with weapons behind him. They came closer to the boy and stopped right in front of him. Suddenly there was a sound of a fist hitting the armor. It was a man from the Steel Horse sect named Mak Go Go, and he apologized to the boy for disturbing his rest by introducing himself. He explained that they needed to find a place to stay for the night. In front of him stood Mak Junhoo, who told the young man that they wanted to stop here for a short rest. Sayu also introduced himself to them, saying that he was from Goryeo, gave his name, and assured them that they could stay here as the place was free. After a while, the pot of food was boiling. One of them remarked that he was even jealous of the guy because he was traveling, as he had once dreamed of when he was younger. But the guy asked what he meant, because he was already 26. The man didn't even believe him at first, because Sayu looked older, and he apologized for his rudeness, saying that there was only a year or two difference between them. During the conversation, they even decided to call each other brothers, as they quickly found a common language. The man explained that they had important business in Shenyang, but were afraid of being attacked by robbers. Every time they travel this way, they stop at this open and elevated hill where it is easy to defend themselves. Sayu immediately asked them if they were traveling to Shenyang because of the Moyong family. The man was just about to eat a spoonful of food, but when he heard this, he apologized. He explained that although they were grateful to him, they could not say such things to avoid endangering their customers. The trust of the clients is something that their sect always protects. If they lose that trust, it will be very difficult for them to make ends meet. Hearing this, Sayu understood and apologized to them. However, the other man said that there was no need to worry, addressing him as a brother. He asked Sayu if he was also heading to Shenyang, and said that when they needed help, there were always options, and asked where they usually got their information from. Their followers mostly come from the lower strata of society, but that doesn't mean they don't have enough influence. On the contrary, they have eyes and ears everywhere, even in Shenyang. Right now, Shenyang is on the brink of war, and it's all because of the Moyong and Darius families. It is best to avoid them unless it is an urgent matter. This is exactly what Sai needed to know. After that, he smiled slightly. He realized that he didn't care what happened next. Guo Guo couldn't help but notice this confident smile on the boy's face and wondered how he could smile like that. He told the others that the boy seemed to know more than he was saying, and decided not to question him further. That was the end of the conversation, and they decided to eat since the food was already cold. On the way, when they were already on their way, they discussed who would control the future. Some believed that the future belonged to the Iron Union. It was assumed that their territory covered 4 square kilometers. Their weapons are already comparable to those of the Morim Union, and there is no doubt that no one can surpass them now. Sayu listened intently and absorbed every word they said, especially interested in what this Iron Union was. Guo Guo was surprised that someone could not have heard of the Iron Union. Sayu explained that he hadn't been to the mainland for a long time, so he knew very little about current events. He explained that the Iron Union is made up of 3 forces: the 9 Foundations, the Union of the 5 Dragons, and the Union of Lions. Sai's next question was whether these forces were really strong. Guo Guo began to talk about the 3 tyrants and the 4 peerless warriors, noting that these are the titles of the strongest masters in the world. They are the best of the best, and one of them is the Rainblade Saint Yun Yopya. He is the head of the 9 Foundations. There is also the head of the 5 Dragon Union, the first Saint Huangbo Guki. These 2 are the most powerful masters in the world. There is no one who can match them in strength. They are only surpassed by one warrior, the single sword tyrant, Musung Mu, the head of the Lion Union. Although he lacks the strength to match them, the difference is not that great. That's how strong they are. Some even believe that they will soon become immortal. There were also people in Goryeo whom my master called hermits, and they all died at the hands of my master. It was because of the power of the heavenly weapon that the master was called an evil spirit, because this weapon was created to kill. The 3 warriors who were destined to become immortal are the greatest martial artists of our time. Sai wondered who would have won if they had faced his master then. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the smell of blood in the air. Behind them, a horse was galloping, and one of the brothers of the Steel Horse sect was riding on it. As he rode closer, he said that he had found the bodies of the dead. Sayu heard it all with his own ears. Some of them were dressed in the uniforms of Moyon family warriors, while others wore clothes similar to those worn by the villagers of Dariok. It seems that they attacked travelers from this village. The enmity between these clans is ruthless. In this case, they can't even be sure of their own safety. After ordering everyone to prepare and be on the lookout, Sayu noticed a man from Goryeo among the dead. His horses were riding very fast, hitting the ground with their hooves. He said that they should leave the place as soon as possible and ordered everyone to stay together. They were going so fast that smoke was rising behind them. Sayu was sitting on the luggage they were carrying. However, thoughts of the man from Goryeo did not leave him. He was wearing recognizable clothes from Goryeo, and he had traveled so far to settle on the continent, was it really? As Guo drove closer to Sai, he said that he must have been very surprised by what he saw, and explained that the travelers from the village of Dariok had been injured. Perhaps they just didn't want to waste their soldiers on such a thing, but it was impossible to be sure that they didn't suspect the Moyong family's intentions. At that moment, Sayu realized that all these people were just expendable to them. But if there were people from Goryeo in the Shenyang area, he might be able to find out something about the master's daughter and Mu Anun. Behind Guo, his brother ran and said he saw a bronze statue of the Black Dragon. Bronze statue of the Black Dragon. These words immediately stuck in Sayu's mind. He had heard stories from his brothers that a fierce battle between Goryeo and the central continent had taken place in this place. There are still traces of blood and tears shed by the fallen soldiers. That is why this place is called Hyeolupyeong. This statue was erected in memory of that battle. In fact, there were 2 black dragons. But 10 years ago, one of them was destroyed, and no one knows how it could have happened. Could a huge dragon statue weighing 10,000 pounds have disappeared like that? Sayu immediately wondered if his master could have done it, and he realized that he would soon find out the truth if he got to Shenyang. After a while, they arrived where they had been going for so long. The open community is already here somewhere, and thanks to the sect, Sayu arrived here safe and sound, for which he thanked them. A representative of the sect said that Sayu was a great conversationalist. He also wished him success on his journey, and expressed hope that he would not encounter any difficulties in the future. Sayu only smiled evasively at this. Guo jumped up behind him and said that he would like to have a drink with him. But unfortunately, it was time to go. They agreed that they would meet again the next time they had a chance, and Guo invited Sayu to his house. Sayu replied that he would definitely come over to see him again. On this note, they parted ways and each began to plan their next steps. Sayu realized that standing still was not an option. It was time to move on, and Sayu turned around, taking a few steps. Then he pushed off the ground, leaving only a flash behind. He flew rapidly upward, jumping over the roofs of buildings. He looked around, noticing that everything looked pretty good. Thanks to his chi energy, it was easy for him to move quickly and over long distances. On one of the roofs, he saw a flag. Sayu grabbed the flag and started spinning on it, hovering in a horizontal position. Whenever he walked somewhere, he always tried to enjoy his way. At that moment, a smile appeared on his face again. He had noticed something that the Moyon family needed. At the same time, he heard cries for help behind him. Someone was begging for rescue. Looking back, he saw only endless rooftops, and in the distance, about 200 meters away, there were a few people. Among the rooftops, 3 men were beating someone, shouting that they had already told him not to come here.
"Didn't I tell you to get out of here, you damn kid?" the man shouted, holding a stick while the kid only asked for help.
What interested Saya the most was the Goryeo dialect. He instantly bounced off the flag like a bolt of lightning and flew in their direction. The boy begged for help, was beaten all over, and repeated that his mother was seriously ill and he had to find his father. The man, waving a stick, warned him not to wander in such a place and distract busy people. Sayu decided to intervene by appearing right next to the man and asked him if he was overreacting. At that moment, energy sparkled on his fingers. He touched his finger to the stick the man was holding, and a crack was heard. The stick broke into pieces, leaving only the handle in the man's hands. The energy began to boil on his fingers, turning into lightning. Sayu recognized the man as a man from the open community and asked him if it was his job to punish innocent people. Before the man could answer, Sayu's finger was on his forehead. The man had no time to respond or realize what had happened. With his arms outstretched in different directions, Sayu already had his fingers near both attackers. There was a dull explosion, and they flew in different directions, while the one in front of him simply flew away from the blast wave. The blow was of extraordinary strength, strong enough to throw their heavy bodies back, but it was more like a lesson from Sayu for these idiots to save a child. This boy was very pitiful, looking at his defenseless eyes and how cruelly he was treated by the grown men. Sayu turned to him and asked if he was from Goryeo. An old man was watching, holding a flask filled with either wine or sake. "Wow, just look at that," he muttered under his breath, commenting on what he saw. He kept thinking that these movements were familiar to him. Could it really be him? When asked by Sayu, the boy replied that yes, he was from Goryeo, and asked Sayu if he was from there as well. At that moment, one of the 3 attackers called Sayu a bastard and asked him who he thought he was. His body was clearly trembling, but he still dared to accuse Saya of interfering. He tried to attack effectively and quickly, but it was only effective for the person he was attacking. Sayu instantly grabbed his arm, very firmly. The man screamed, not because of the strength of the grip, but because of the lightning that went through his body. But what the hell had this child done to them to get them this far? Don't they know anything about human rules at all? What a shame. Do they really not care? But at that moment, during a series of questions from Sayu to the attackers, an old man's voice came out, explaining in a hoarse tone that this child, despite all the warnings, was constantly sneaking into their territory. The old man introduced himself as Sage Hong, explained that he lived right behind this building, and asked Sai who he was. "My name is Dan Sayu," he replied, explaining that he was from Goryeo. The so-called wise man, although he didn't look like it, asked to let the scoundrels go, admitting that they were scum, but asking them not to be crippled. Sayu asked the old man if this was really his suggestion, and said that these people should get what they deserved anyway. He did not hesitate to listen to the wise man, but in one motion, he sat the man on his knees, holding his finger. Sayu told the wise man that in his opinion, leniency would not work now. The old man agreed, and explained that he meant that he shouldn't waste time with these losers because the child was already safe. Sayu complimented the old man, calling him cunning. And after that, he took his advice and let go of the man's hand. The man fell to the ground, but his arm was already like jelly, and the old man thanked him for that. Immediately, the old man asked the young man his name, and he received an answer, Oh Seongwoo. Sayu then went with the boy to see how his mother was doing, as the boy had said earlier that she was sick. The man asked the elder why he had let the boy go since he had interfered in their affairs. The elder asked him to be quiet and said that he did not realize that his life had just been saved. If the wise man had not intervened, the two pigeons would have been dead, and even more so, the entire Shenyang open community would have been in great danger. The elder asked them if they had seen his hands, long, thin, jade-glowing hands. They looked like the hands of a woman who had not yet taken action against them. When the wise man saw his hands, they radiated a light imbued with demonic power, and he remembered the moment when 10 years ago, an old man with the same hands stood near the bronze statue of the Black Dragon. He was silent. The old man remembered him and did not know how long he stood there without saying a word. The sage did not even know when he had arrived or that he was such a strong warrior. He also had long, thin arms that radiated a frightening light. Just by touching the Black Dragon statue, he made it tremble. 10 years had passed, but the sage could not forget the old man and his words. One day my descendant will appear. Meanwhile, the boys were walking and discussing how tired they were, even offering to have a drink when they got back to the Moyon clan. But another one reminded them that they were currently at war with Daryok. They didn't believe that Daryok was crazy enough to attack them right in Shenyang, but they couldn't let their guard down for a second. No sooner had he said that than his eyes suddenly rounded and a dull sound was heard. With a splash, he only managed to say that the Moyong wastes had no feelings at all. The person who killed him asked him if he didn't think it was normal to have a glass of liquor, especially before going to the next world. It was Kei Musu, whom he had not expected to see here. The Moyon army standing in front of him asked him how he dared to provoke Moyon, and accused him of having completely lost his mind. Iron Mask ordered Chu Saljo to destroy their 6 first. His army appeared behind him and, under orders, began beheading everyone indiscriminately. After a while, Gunsung stood at the spot where the warriors from their clan were killed. Everything was just as his father had said. The scoundrels from Daryok had bared their blades. He asked Sun how things were going. It was difficult to predict the future course of events, but there were many battles going on all over Shenyang, he explained to the elder. Hearing this, the elder admitted that they were not so stupid, and it seemed to him that the enemies were now trying to destroy their weakest units throughout the territory. At this point, Ji appeared and addressed the older brothers, bringing important information. She said that the valiant warrior North Wind from the Lion Union had appeared. The eldest immediately asked, "Is this accurate? Chol Rin from the Lion Union? Are you sure he showed up?" he asked again. Ji assured him that it was, and she had no doubt about it. Sun realized that it seemed the Lions Union had decided to intervene. He said that they had to deal with it immediately because Chulmurin was the person on Daryok's side who was running the Lion Union. The elder was also sure that he would be on their side, but he had a plan to attack him so that the entire Lion Union would become their enemy. He had to think it over first, but he decided that he needed to visit him himself. He ordered them to go to the Northern Ridge Cave and tell their father, and to be ready, because perhaps tonight everything would be decided. Sometime later in the same house, an old man's forefinger and middle finger touched the pulse of a woman's arm. The doctor sitting next to the woman lying unconscious on the bed is the mother of the little boy that Sayu had recently saved. It was not an easy case. Her blood vessels were badly damaged, and she had lost a lot of strength and blood. The doctor had just told them about it, which scared the boy even more. Sayu asked why this particular case was so difficult and asked for a clear answer. Could he cure her, or was it just a matter of money? The doctor was confident, and said that they would not find a better doctor. He added that he could cure her, but that he needed wild ginseng root and some very rare medicines. "So it's all about money," said Sayu, taking out a piece of gold and putting it on the table. He ordered the doctor to cure her, no matter how much it costs or how long it takes. In any case, she had to get back on her feet, no matter what it took. A lump of saliva gathered in the doctor's mouth when he saw the gold. Looking at it with a trembling voice, the doctor said, "Of course, I will do everything in my power. After all, my reputation as a doctor is at stake. I will cure this woman." Then, scratching the back of his head, he added that he would prepare the medicine and return tomorrow. Tears appeared on the guy's cheeks, and he told Sai that he now owed him a favor. In response, Sayu only asked him his name. Then he said that if he was also from Goryeo, he should not cry so openly. Now and at any other time he should not cry. The day was gradually approaching evening. Sayu was sitting at his desk, looking thoughtfully at the mountain in front of him. His thoughts were filled with reflections on the Moyon family. A lot of events seemed to be connected to this clan, and perhaps it had nothing to do with the Yuan envoy taking Mu Noon away. But as for the master's daughter, Sayu thought otherwise, given Sun Wu's story. He said that his mother got into trouble when she was looking for her missing father. His father was a trader who worked in Goryeo and other countries. One day, people who were engaged in trade, like his father, began to disappear one by one, and eventually his friends from Goryeo disappeared as well. Then his father asked the Moyon family to help him find out what had happened, but they refused. That same night, his father disappeared. They say they were all dragged into the Moyon family's cave. This meant only one thing: there were a lot of people from Hori there. The cave, Sayu said in a quiet voice, lying on the table, his arms crossed. At this point he asked, "What do you think about this, elder?" But the old man did not even realize how he had realized his presence without even looking back. Sayu explained that there are no elders in the world who smell so strongly, hinting at a special odor. However, the sage was more interested in what exactly Sayu was thinking about so deeply. The answer was not what the old man expected. Sayu said he knew that he had overheard him talking to Su about the missing people from Goryeo. In fact, such events are not uncommon here, the old man began to explain. For 20 years now, this has been happening frequently in Shenyang and throughout Liaoning province. The Gaiban investigated, but failed to find out anything. However, there are suspicions that the Moyong family is somehow connected to these disappearances, but everything has quieted down since the Moyong family made their intentions known. The Union heard that the information from Gaiban was true, but it seems that it was a hoax. The old man added that 20 years have passed since then, and now there is more detailed information. For example, about the location of the cave that Sayu is looking for. But the old man said that this information unfortunately is not free, and until he pays a decent price, he will not receive any information. Sayu asked if he wanted to make a deal. "These are Gaiban principles," the old man replied. Suddenly, a man came in whom the wise man recognized immediately. His serious face spoke for itself. "How unexpected," the sage said. "Chul Mu Rin, the valiant warrior of the North Wind, one of the outstanding warriors with impressive strength. There are 2 saints, 3 tyrants, and 4 full warriors, and he is a rising star among them. The Iron Union is made up of 3 powerful associations." The sage began to explain the 9 foundations, the 5 Dragon Union, and the Lion Union. He did not expect that a young master would come here among them all. Now the old man realized how concerned he was about the conflict between the Moyon family and the village of Daryok. The title of Valiant Warrior of the North Wind interested Saya. But suddenly another person appeared and said, "It's been a long time, master." "Valiant Warrior of the North Wind, one of the 3 exceptional warriors. I am honored that you have visited us," he said. "It's been a long time, Gunsung," replied Chul. Gunsung wanted to discuss something with him and asked him to sit down and offered him a drink. He closed his eyes and replied that he had to refuse because of his partner. Then he clapped his hands and said, "My name is Hong Mu Yong. I am from the Lion Union. I am pleased to welcome you, Elder Hong Mu Yong of Gaiban." The sage asked him in surprise how he knew him. He replied that he had heard that he had settled in Shenyang 10 years ago. Gongsong did not expect that an elder known as the sage from Gaiban lived here. He was embarrassed because he had been living here for 10 years and he hadn't even realized it. Chul realized from Gunsung's sudden reaction that the Moyon family was not aware of this. He bowed in front of the elder, introduced himself, and said that he should have paid his respects right away. In Sayu's eyes, the elder immediately changed, because he lived in such a place and was called an elder. The old man laughed and told Sayu that now he knew how amazing he really was. Sayu listened as Gun addressed Chul, saying that since he had come with a companion, he needed to hear the question. "If a clash between the Moyon families and Daryok village is inevitable, what will the valiant warrior of the North Wind do?" asked Gong. He replied that the tyrant of the single blade hoped that there would be no disagreement between Moyong and Daryok. He was also concerned that everything that happened here was carefully planned by someone. "Does this mean you suspect us?" asked Gun. "How could you think that?" replied Chul. He then expressed his hope that this was not the case. Gun said he understood and added that he didn't dare detain him any longer. After taking a few more steps, he turned to him again, saying, "Chul Marin, please take care of yourself. Take care because Shenyang is dangerous at night." He thanked him for his concern. As Gun left, he thought only about this conversation, and concluded that Chul wanted a fight. He smirked and told himself he wasn't going to back down. As for Chul, he thought that he had probably advised him to enjoy his last day. Now that they were alone, the old man asked Chul how the tyrant of the single sword was doing. He replied that his father was doing well, and told the old man that he looked younger than he did even 10 years ago. Sayu analyzed every word, and they matched what the elder from the Steel Horse Union had said. At this point, Chul turned to Sayu, saying that he was glad to meet him. Sayu also introduced himself and gave his name. Chul didn't understand why he didn't feel any energy from the guy. Could he really hide his energy? He also realized that if this young man was around the sage, he had to be careful with him. The sage turned to the valiant warrior of the North Wind and said that he noticed that he had business to attend to. Perhaps he wanted to know what the Moyon family was up to, or wondered if Gaiban would intervene in this conflict. After listing these options, he asked what exactly he was interested in. Chul was surprised at how knowledgeable the sage was. He began to tell him that his father was doing everything he could to stop this feud. The wise man realized that from the point of view of the Lion Union, the authorities of Dariok village would face certain consequences. They also need to control relations with the Five Dragons Union. Now it is better to avoid any clashes at all, if that is what the tyrant wants, the sage said, and added that he understood everything and assured him that Gaiban would not be involved in this conflict. Well, at least until they have any complaints. In any case, it was time to go. Chul said goodbye to him and walked in the other direction. After that, he met with 3 people. He greeted the village leader, who asked him if he had figured out what the Moyong family's goal was. He replied that they had stopped doing business with the Moyon family and said they did not want to interfere in such matters. It became clear what the valiant warrior of the North Wind was trying to say. It seems that the battle with the Moyong family is inevitable, and we need to end it quickly, said Chul. They moved forward to take their sovereignty. Meanwhile, Sayu stood and talked to the sage. The wise man asked him if he was going to set out tonight. He said that tonight would be a particularly long night. Sayu replied that now was the time to slip away while everyone was busy with the showdown. And with a light knock, he disappeared in front of the sage. A moment later, the sage saw Sayu hanging in the air, defying gravity, with electricity raging at his feet. Gun came to his father and informed him of the appearance of the valiant warrior of the North Wind. As expected, they realized what they were striving for. The alliance of Leo and Darius has united, his father said. But it's all because of the conflict between Moyon and Darius. They will probably want to get their hands on the northern ridge, just as I thought. But there was something else. Sage Gaiban is in Shenyang, Gong told his father. He has promised not to interfere in other people's affairs, but we must be more careful. If Gaiban intervenes, Gong added, we are confident that we can end them once and for all. Today is one of the most important days in the history of the Moyong family. The father said that this is their chance to step up to the next level and no longer be borderline on the continent. The father said that their goal was to break through and get to the top of the Iron Union. He approached 2 round golden figures and said that it was time to destroy them, and then the whole world would tremble at his feet. At that moment, the moon was full, glowing with a beautiful color. Sayu was flying in the air, approaching the roof of a house. His face remained calm, and in a moment he stepped onto the roof. In front of him, he saw about 15 horses walking on the ground. Some of the riders were sitting on the horses, while others were pulling carts. Looking closer, he noticed that they were representatives of the Steel Horse Union. He also spotted Hyun, and that was a relief to Sai. He thought they hadn't been dragged into this armed conflict. A wise man appeared next to Sai and asked what all the fuss was about. One of the houses was on fire, and there were already dead people lying on the ground. Only crows were circling around and cawing. It was clear that these people had become prey. And if the sage had known that this was what the Moyon family wanted, he would have come here earlier, and then this tragedy would not have happened. Sayu told the sage that his martial art was not created to take human lives. The old man's surprised face reflected his feelings, and he only asked Sai not to say that he already knew this. Above Sayu's head was a sign that read Northridge Cave. This was where Sayu planned to enter. The sound of a powerful explosion spread around, as if the earth itself was shaking with otherworldly power. Everyone felt this terrible rumbling in their bones. The battlefield was ablaze with fire, and the brave warriors, gathering all their strength, advanced, mercilessly destroying the enemies on their way. The smoke did not dissipate over the battlefield, reminding us that this bloody battle would not end until the enemies received their comeuppance. One of the leaders was giving orders to his men, insisting that the Moen family be destroyed at any cost, without pity or hesitation. Their honor and dignity depended on this order, and they had to carry it out, no matter what. The Northern Ridge Cave had to be protected, and the sound of steel echoed in every corner. The warriors who met face to face with their opponents could no longer smell anything but the smell of blood filling the air. Unable to calm their rage, these warriors struck out, filling the battlefield with the bodies of those who had come to destroy their families. Looking at the enormous number of enemies, the boy thrusts his sword forward, activating his attack, a ferocious lion. The instantaneous strike smashes more than a dozen enemies in one fell swoop, and the wave of energy spreads to everyone in its range. The ground is increasingly saturated with red, and the warriors fall to the ground, never to rise again. The Dark Warrior, talking to the man with the scar on his face, realized that the number of Moen's followers had grown significantly, and they had become extremely organized. These scoundrels managed to keep the existence of this cave a secret for 20 years, but now a squad of these guys is breaking through so easily that it seems strange. A sudden swing of a sword heated the air on the battlefield, as if warning of a new threat. Someone dared to direct the strongest blow towards the commander, and a fireball engulfed their bodies, creating a deadly threat. The warriors watched in horror as their master was in danger and tried to warn him with a shout. Turning around, the master saw a pillar of fire that could turn him into ashes in an instant. But it was too late to dodge, and the master accepted the blow on his body, realizing the inevitable pain. Despite the gnashing of his teeth and the screams of his warriors, the stinging pain of this blow was unbearable. The ring of fire continued to circle around the master, inflicting bloody wounds and testing him to the limit. When the fire finally retreated, the master sat down, realizing that he could no longer feel one of his arms. Soon after, he heard the distinct sound of footsteps behind him, as if someone was deliberately drawing attention to him. The master instantly felt the presence of an incredible force behind him, which caused an uneasy feeling. The Dark Warriors were lined up in a deadly formation, each of them burning with an unbridled desire to fight, ready to meet any enemy. Their gazes were cold and ruthless, and each of them seemed almost identical, as if they were a reflection of the other. The master tensed at their presence, but could not help but admire their perseverance, for they had come a long way for those he considered scum. An explosive energy enveloped everything around them, and no one could have imagined that Master Ancient Direk himself would appear on this battlefield. The realization that the master was participating in the battle made it seem like nothing more interesting than this cave existed anymore. The man looked at the incredible force hovering over them, feeling its power and threat. The cracking underfoot and instantaneous lightning power inspired fear and awe of the unknown. The old man stared with crazy eyes at the man Moen had become, the boy who had exceeded all expectations. Somewhere in the distance, he heard a sharp squeak and whistle of a door, which finally opened with a loud crack. When the door opened fully, the darkness that filled the gorge suddenly receded under the rays of the sun, which illuminated the mountains of bodies of those who had not even been able to reach the goal. Dan Sayu indifferently looked around the perimeter he was about to pass through, showing no emotion. Looking at these nameless warriors, one could only guess that they had tried to achieve something in life, but their journey ended here, like many others who had died for an obscure purpose. As Dan Sayu passed them, he realized that nothing would change. But his friend could not remain indifferent and did not advise the young master to turn a blind eye.
If his goal is not to take over the North Ridge, then what is this guy's real purpose for coming here?
Hearing the old man's words to him, Dan Sayu did not understand why the old man had come to such an absurd conclusion and how he imagined his motives. All this time he had been indifferent to this mountain range, and now he was consumed by only one thought that did not give him rest. The old man tried to stop him, believing that this goal was not worth the effort, because it was not a resource that all martial artists needed, and it would be ridiculous if all these warriors were so eager for it. The young master realized that if the old man was talking like this, he was not interested in it either. Then why is he doing all this for the Moen family? At this point, the platform under his feet suddenly gives way, and he feels parts of it pressing down beneath him. This makes him realize that he is trapped, which could have fatal consequences. Suddenly, a massive brick cliff starts falling right at them, threatening to crush everything in its path. The old man, filled with energy and rage, covered his body with a powerful protective field. He prepared himself to deflect an extremely strong blow that could have destroyed anyone else. The pressure of this stone block was so powerful that it pushed the old man aside, but he pressed himself into the rock and still held on with all his strength. He realized that a little more and this support would be destroyed, and his position would become critical.
Suddenly, a lightning flash rushed past him, revealing itself as the power of a heavenly weapon.
As soon as this force touched the stone block, only its crunching could be heard, foreshadowing its inevitable destruction. The lightning struck the boulder, shattering it into small pieces that scattered all around. With unshakable self-confidence, Dan Sayu declared that no one had been able to overcome his heavenly weapon for 1,000 years. From that moment on, the old man had many questions for Dansan. If he was talking about a celestial weapon, then this radically changed the course of events. The magpie thought he knew a lot about this world, but he hadn't even guessed about this. This meant that the martial art in front of him was something completely different. When they found themselves in a spacious place, they could see that it was surrounded by warriors, and the only building stood in the very center. The old man saw a huge lake right in the middle of the cave, and this sight was breathtaking. The lake looked beautiful, but who were those people standing around with swords in their hands? Moen Don Chong was circling the battlefield. Was he the last descendant of the Northern Range, and was he protecting the treasure that all the seas were hunting for? A serious battle was going on the battlefield. What would the young master do in such a tense situation that even the old man was interested in? It was clear that it would not be easy to get past all these people and reach the northern ridge. The boy took in everything he saw and noticed a very important detail. The place he noticed was covered with ice, and he quickly rushed to it. Watching Danson's actions, the old man could not believe that he was calmly going about his business while he was watching the battles between the strongest men. He was quite a strange fellow, walking towards the building shrouded in cold and ice. The boy was already up to something. As he got closer, he noticed in the windows the reflections of those who are called lost among the mountains. Danson squinted his eyes, thinking about how to do the right thing. He pointed his hand toward the building. Using divine chi energy, he smashed the building to pieces. The old man watched in amazement, and the soldiers fighting nearby also took notice. One of the masters realized that he recognized this movement, this technique, the same one he had not seen for many years. The old man and the young master were waiting for the arrival of the sage Gaiban, to whom all these clues were going. The elder turned to his warriors and ordered them to capture the soldiers and kill the sage so that no one would leave the cave alive. Squinting their eyes, the warriors understood each other without words, clearly accepting their master's order. After the young master struck, the wall of the building collapsed, and the people in the cave finally showed their faces. Dansan asked them if their father Song Won was here. Among the soldiers, one heard a familiar dialect and asked if the boy came from the same mountains. He was approached by Sun Woon's father himself, who asked him how he knew him, and whether his mother was okay if it was really him. Danson realized that the soldiers were fine and told them that he would take them with him and bring them home. Seongwon, with frozen tears in his eyes, was overjoyed to hear this, and he thanked the boy for his kindness, not believing that the people he loved had survived this nightmare. The old man fell to his knees in front of the boy, amazed that justice still exists in this world. But why then were they all forced to suffer and die without understanding why? Tears streamed down the old man's face, and he cried like a little girl. Hundreds of people died in this place. Their lives left countless wounds in the families of the victims. Their loved ones do not even suspect that this man, Moen Donchong, is a demon in human form. The guy and his partner realized that this whole tragedy was set up by the Moen family, or rather by their head. So much grief has been shed on these lands that Moen Dongchong must be experiencing real suffering, and the boy decided that he would definitely meet him. But at that moment, someone approached the hero, stood behind him, and said that no one would get out of here alive. The soldiers surrounded them, and there were no more exits near the broken building, except for the one blocked by a large number of soldiers. The leader of these soldiers turned to Danson, asking how he dared to let the slaves out of the cave, from the heart of the Moen territory. Hearing this scoundrel speak to ordinary people, Danson could not contain his hatred. He turned to them and looked at those who had blocked his path with a cold gaze. The boy understood well who was standing in front of him and what kind of people they were. The girl, who was looking closely at her opponent, could not understand why he was so calm. Was he really from Guyana? The young master's old partner realized that this would not be easy, because he had heard rumors about these people. In front of them stood the Moen family's elite squad, dressed in black clothes that did not let in any light. This squad had been formed for 12 years until the Moen family realized their plan to rise to the top. It was a squad of perfect fighters. The boy broke the silence by speaking to the old man, asking him to take care of these enemies. Step by step he walked forward, no matter what, repeating to the soldiers that he needed to meet Moen Dongchong, and confidently moved forward. The warriors were outraged. How dare this rascal call their master by his first name? It was clear that this boy did not value his life at all. The enraged warrior pulled his sword from its sheath, promising to cut off the insolent boy's head and personally present it to the master. The sound of the cold steel of the sword echoed in the cave, but the boy continued to walk forward, ignoring the threats, only asking him to get out of his way. The warrior, taking a fighting stance, recognized the boy before him as an arrogant scoundrel and prepared to strike him mercilessly. He believed that the mere attempt of this impudent man to pass through him would be fatal for him. The warrior was not going to pretend to be weak. The old man looked at the young man and felt the chi energy, unable to even imagine that people could reach this level of strength. With every step Danson took, he got closer and closer, and only the whistling of the wind heralded his approach. But when he got very close to his opponent, a smile appeared on his face. The explosive energy of chi enveloped the entire space around him. His aura became so deadly that even without a fight, it could destroy mountains and make enemies stop. Everyone was tense when they saw what was happening, because they simply could not explain such power. All the while, the boy kept moving forward, warning them not to get in his way. If this scoundrel dared to go against him, he would face a cruel retribution. A stream of blue energy exploded from his hand and rushed straight at the enemy standing in front of him. The warrior, who had been studying the art of combat for 12 years, was amazed by such an incredible blow directed in his direction.
The energy flashed around his palm and pierced the warrior with a destructive radiance.
No one can stand in the way of Dansan, a warrior wielding a heavenly weapon. As soon as this power touched the warrior's body, a dark wave cut through space. The blue energy that burst from the young master's palm cut through the darkness like lightning in a stormy sky. The warrior suffered a crushing defeat. He was ruthlessly destroyed by the god of war. Dansan's blow forced the warrior to make the final decision and put his own life on the line. After this blow, the warriors of the Moan clan realized that this was no joke at all, and they pulled their swords out of their sheaths in anger. They wanted to kill the impudent man who dared to challenge their clan, and having surrounded the young master, they attacked. If he wanted to meet their father, he should first let them cut off his head. Dansan turned to the attackers and saw in their eyes the same thing as in the other soldiers. They were also willing to sacrifice their lives. If they so chose, the young master raised his hand in their direction, preparing to end their suffering. At that moment, the incredible energy of the god of war filled him, and it seemed as if the devil himself was standing before them, determined to determine the fate of the Moan family. Trembling and fear gripped the warriors who were attacking the young master. Suddenly, the old man decided to stop the attack, trying to prevent the worst from happening. He took matters into his own hands and stopped the swords of his enemies. Grabbing the two soldiers by their swords and clothes, he tried to pull them aside, wanting to save their lives, but they rejected him, not realizing that they were facing a sage who was skilled with a sword. When he got down on the ground, no one could surpass him, even if he rejected them. The old man had simply saved their lives. He said that if they listened to him, they could at least survive and spend time with him. Letting the young master go ahead, he warned him that he would face a much more difficult battle than this one with the scoundrels, and decided to take them on. The boy responded to the old man's gesture with a smile, immediately realizing who was on his side. The commander of the Moan clan warriors turned to his elite fighters with an order to stop these impudent men. The warriors rushed forward, their perfect blades gleaming in readiness, designed to follow orders without question. Donsam, seeing these pitiful creatures, was filled with a blue aura of chi energy. His arm shone with divine energy, and he deflected all the blows directed at him. Crunching and pain filled the battlefield as the young master showed his fighting power.
Every move he made toward his opponent not only took the lives of the villains, but also destroyed entire armies. Like toys, the enemies flew across the battlefield, and the boy made almost no effort to throw them away. A sphere of pure energy filled his hand, and he destroyed his opponents like lightning. His technique and energy added a certain charm to the whole fight. When someone tried to attack him, only the touch of the war god's palm could blow the face of the rascal off. They flew like toys filled with pain and suffering, and no one could doubt the power of the god of war. These warriors who confronted the young master were not trained to retreat. They went forward no matter what. Their blades were imbued with the fury of the Moan clan, as if they had trained all their lives for this very battle. Suddenly a blade flew toward the young master's back, and it seemed that he was unsuspecting. But, blinking, the guy dodged the cold blade. No one knew how much strength the warrior had put into this sword and this blow, but it was all in vain when the boy managed to dodge. He was here only a moment ago and then suddenly disappeared. How is that possible? A perfect warrior has never met such an opponent. But out of the blue, the boy appears behind the villain. As soon as he touches his arm, it immediately twists, throwing the sword out of his hand. The blow to the neck was not easy for the perfect warrior. He loses his temper. Like a weak toy, the warrior falls to the battlefield, unable to resist. Spinning in a combination of incredible chi power and demonic confrontation, the guy changes fates. The swords of his opponents are lying on the battlefield, and none of them could put up a decent fight. They all watched in horror. Fear filled their eyes, but Dansan continued his attack, the whistling wind enveloping his palms and energy filling his body. The explosive energy rushed toward the large, perfect army, penetrating every atom of their bodies. The warriors in the center were hit hardest, and a bolt of light energy pierced their bodies. Their comrades could only watch. How is their army, which until that day had been considered invincible, being destroyed? The young boy was doing incredible things. The warriors watched in horror as the sword energy-filled lightning strike passed through their ranks, leaving only lifeless bodies falling on the stones. A chill ran through their bodies as they looked at their opponent. They did not know what to do, for his strength was not human. They only warned each other to be careful, but had no idea how to act. The boy, using a divine weapon with his bare hands, directed heavenly blows in their direction. This day was their first encounter with the real god of war, who changed fates and could stand up to anyone. The guy was filled with rage, deciding to leave an unforgettable moment in the memory of these perfect warriors. None of their resistance was effective. They could only watch him smash them like nuts. The light swept across the battlefield, destroying the warriors who stood in its path. Bones broke from the mere contact with this inhuman creature. It seemed that God himself had brought down his power on them.
But it was not so. The heavenly machinery was doing something that humans could not even imagine. It was piercing their bodies and piercing them through. The whistling of the boy's techniques, which came like the wind, symbolized his rapid forward movement. The perfect warriors who never retreated were forced to do so today. The eyes of the Moan warriors, who were waving their swords in fear, showed the realization that he was defeating them all. One of the warriors swung his sword and almost hit the boy's head, but the boy stopped the sword in midair with a slight movement of 2 fingers. Everything froze at that moment, making it clear how strong this guy was. It was simply impossible. Cold ran through the warrior's skin. Goosebumps covered his body because what had happened seemed incredible. Danson steadily moved forward, unaware of any obstacles in his path. His eyes were focused only on the goal. He didn't even look at what his hands were doing with the sword, as if binding it like a light thread. In one movement, he twisted the warrior's arm, breaking it in all its joints. The warrior realized how cruel it was to face such an opponent, but today he was not destined to survive. Another goal on the young master's path was accomplished, and he continued to move forward. Scraps of swords and jewelry were lying on the ground like garbage, like the remains of defeated warriors. No matter how many soldiers tried to stop him, they failed. One group followed another, but the boy did not even bother to fight them. He just waited and watched them attack. With a single glance, he could direct his chi energy anywhere. The lightning energy surrounding his foot suddenly made the ground shake. It seemed as if the elements themselves stood up to protect him as the ground began to rise up. Chunks of earth were torn out from under his feet and floated upward as if he controlled them. Raising his hands, he surrounded them with plasma energy that twisted the stones. Like a conductor, the guy controlled these stones, and a giant wave of stones rose up. And as soon as he opened his fingers, a sphere of explosive energy spurted out of them. He directed all these stones that had burst out of the ground at his enemies. The whistling sound of flying boulders hitting and smashing the warriors pierced their ears, the ground shaking as they fell on it, dropping their swords. His furious energy embodied the god of war, and his eyes blazed with blue flames. The warriors just watched them lose. Their pain did not subside. They just screamed, remembering this battle forever. Huge boulders pierced through their troops, piercing everything in their path. They created giant holes, destroying the world around them and leaving only devastation behind. After a while, smoke enveloped the entire perimeter where the battle was taking place. A new batch of warriors replaced the previous one, which had already fallen, and these ones ran forward again. A huge number of warriors again surrounded the young master, but he stood firm. With his gaze focused and his lightning-fast movements controlling his every step, the boy kept everything under control. The eyes of the soldiers from the elite squad looked at this incredible opponent who did not even look human. They doubted that this guy was even human. No matter how hard they tried to surround him, the guy was much faster and more agile than they were. The whole army could not catch him, even though they were scattered all over the battlefield with incredible speed. The soldiers joined together in 10 to strike together. When they united, their strength was such that they could defeat the strongest warrior in the world. And when they spun in the air, you could feel the incredible tension. A hurricane of these warriors enveloped the young master, who stood still. They united in an effort to destroy him, directing all their strength to defeat one enemy. But when the incredibly strong group approached, the boy just gave them a light glance. The warriors, hoping for salvation, drew their swords, relying on the skills they had acquired under the constellation of the Big Dipper. Extremely cold and sharp swords surrounded Danson on all sides, and it seemed that he would not be able to escape. Even a second before the collision, he did nothing, just watched the swords fly straight toward his head. And when they came so close that they almost touched him, the guy continued to behave calmly, as if it didn't bother him at all. Suddenly, time almost stopped. Who dared to stand in his way? The unlimited verdict of war began the moment the young man touched the ground, and lightning began to scatter across the area. He smiled, knowing that no one would survive the strike. The technique he used was forbidden. It was a triple explosion. Energy flashed around his palm. It rushed into the ground, cutting through space like a huge bomb explosion. The shockwave destroyed everything in its path, illuminating the warriors with this power and melting their swords with it. The entire mountain was engulfed and destroyed by this explosion. The earth shook, and the sky was filled with thick smoke. The master, who had been the strongest on this earth up to that point, was filled with fear. The heads and warriors of the Moan clan were incredibly surprised, because their army had turned to dust in a matter of minutes. Our hero, piercing the air, began to move forward, no matter what. After the explosion, the mountain began to collapse, and the only lake in the northern ridge cave began to collapse. The order was simple. A girl named Jia had to kill all the people in the mountains and go to her father. When she heard the order from the foreman, she decided to fulfill it incredibly quickly. and the boy took it upon himself to finish off the old man. But all his attacks did not work on the old man, because he was experienced and had seen such powerful techniques used on him many times.
The old man skillfully dodged every blow of the Moen clan's furious energy.
Watching his opponents, he saw them as a group of losers who could do nothing to him. The old man grabbed the rope he sought to strike. Twisting it in the air, he attacked the scoundrel, knowing that he could attack the old man as much as he wanted. But the ordinary people he ordered to be beaten were innocent. The rope's whiplash on the scoundrel's arm was met by his opponent's green aura, which was strong enough to deflect any blow. Drawing his sword, the Moen clan member continued to repel the old man's attacks. And when the old man did manage to repel the barrage of attacks, his lightning-fast movement was unsuccessful. But he didn't lose his sense of humor like a whipmaster. He twirled the whip around, showing his opponents that he was no ordinary master. And that day, he would let them see what the old sage was capable of. As soon as they feel the whip strike, his sly smile will light up the battlefield. A Moen clan master nearby on the battlefield dealt a crushing blow to one of his attackers. The precise strike to the enemy's head gave him the devastating force of the collision, and the rage exploded for a moment. The men who attacked their mountain were no longer in such good control of the situation, and one of them decided to save his master. He shouted that Don Chung was a scoundrel and that he would pay for his actions. But his demonic technique, called the Iron Crusher, fell upon the legendary Dong Chung. A stream of pure energy clashed with a black cold sword, and as if in an action movie, his hand was filled with fiery energy as their techniques clashed with each other. The man in black looked at the silver ring that opposed his sword and shuddered in fear. The valiant warrior of the North Wind had long sought to find out if he was worthy of the honor of being among the martial arts stars of the great warriors. They were approaching Dong Chung with the sole purpose of killing him. Their hatred was incredible. But all of these warriors were illuminated by the master's ray of fury, and their confidence in their own abilities disappeared suddenly. After all, while the rings are in the hands of the master, no one has the right to defeat him, and he punishes every enemy who stands in his way with his skills. Pointing his palm forward, the master made the ground shake, and fear enveloped his opponent. He felt all the tension above him as the hand quickly approached him. The master grabbed the scarred warrior by the head and began to squeeze his neck furiously. Lifting him up above the great abyss, the master whispered in his ear that soon the Moen family would rise above the heavenly continent, and he, the leader of Darek Manhwa village, had caused too many problems for his family. The master, seeing a bright future in front of him, knew that he had to deal with everyone who stood in his way. He had no desire to get involved with imposters from Darek who might interfere with his plans when he reached Liaoning Fortress, but cold fear ran through his soul as he sensed an incredible force standing in his way. A triple explosion shook all the mountains, and everything began to collapse, falling on people. The invincible army was trapped under the piles of stones or fell into the abyss, falling down and breaking. Master Moen could not understand what it was, and even his extremely powerful silver rings could not match this incredible power. As he looked at his elite swordsmen lying on the ground like trash, he realized the extent of the disaster. All these warriors had been training for 20 years, but unfortunately they were all destroyed. Master Moen became interested in the person who suddenly emerged from this chaos. He put an end to their fate, because anyone who stands in the way of the young master is doomed. No one can resist the heavenly weapon. When one looked at this man, it was clear that he had descended from the very underworld. The one who was called the Sage, Dan Sion, proved to be unsurpassed in this battle, surprising everyone around him. Dan Sion towered over Moen Dongchong in his power, and asked him if he had the right to dispose of other people's lives. According to the young master, the people Moen Dongchong had imprisoned for no reason were innocent. Was this rascal ready to take responsibility for their lives? Master Moen looked at this guy, not understanding what tricks he was using. He saw that he was taking too much liberties, and he thought with contempt that these scum on the mountain were worthless. Why should he take responsibility for them? The god of war was looking down on him, and this scoundrel, Master Moen, had better think about his words, because today they might be his last. Let him make his last wish before he goes to the afterlife. And the mountains whistled with an incredible wind. The man in black looked at the incredible events of the battle and felt a strong smell of fear. He could see that one of the 3 strongest warriors was as strong as he was. But the man named Dan Sayun, his strength made him tremble with fear. This rascal had single-handedly dealt with the elite warriors, whose unit numbered about 100 men. The man in black was not just afraid. He realized that the ice lake in the Northern Ridge Cave had been destroyed because of the master's enormous combat power, and the expression on his face as he went into battle radiated incredible calm. The guy was so confident that his deathly silence scared everyone around him to the very depths of his soul. Looking at him, it was clear without words that he was silently declaring himself as the very embodiment of death.
For a moment, the master was distracted and did not notice a sword flying at his back. It was one of his opponents who surrounded him with his cold weapon, sending an incredible ice hurricane in his direction. And if he had hesitated even a little bit, he would have lost his life. But the master managed to deflect the blow of this silver-ringed villain. A shadowy wave of energy sliced through space. The eyes of the master in black closed, and his teeth gritted in the face of the enemy who confronted him. However, this could not go on, and he directed his cold gaze at the one who was trembling so violently. It was Moya Gunsong, wondering if he deserved the title of strongest. But the master in black was about to show him who was truly worthy of that title. And whether he is worthy to go forward and carry that title, his sword begins to glow with a purple aura, and the power emanating from it could melt even the strongest mountains. An explosive strike is directed at his opponent. Meanwhile, our hero continued to talk to the Moan clan master, whom he told that these words might be his last. The old man who had lived for many years had never heard such nonsense addressed to him. At the last moment, he said only one thing, that his last words would be said to a young man named Dan Seyon. After all, Master Chun was a master of the Great Northern Range martial arts, which were considered invincible. Filling his hand with explosive fire energy, he created a sphere of pure power that ignited in his palms. A hurricane of fire swirled around him, heating the air and forming a huge circle of fire above his head. It was an incredible destructive force. The old man, aiming his blow at the young man, thought that he would never see him again, because he would become only a foot for his ring. He pushed the fiery circle away from him and directed it at the young master. The calmness of the god of war could not be expressed in words. Looking at this incredibly large circle of fire, which even destroyed the earth in its path, he did not blink an eye. He simply filled his hands with heavenly chi energy and stretched his back. He thrust his arm forward and showed his strength without hesitation. An ordinary hand would not even be able to touch this circle. But the young master's hand was able not only to stop, but also to resist this incredibly powerful charge. Like lightning, it began to direct its power to the center of the circle, and, like a parasite, infect this energy with his opposition, until suddenly everything exploded. There was an explosion and the earth disintegrated under the shockwave. Nothing could be seen but puffs of smoke and an aura that spread around the perimeter. Seeing the chaos around the site of the explosion, the head of the Moan clan felt triumphant, convinced that the destructive ring simply could not be destroyed. After all, he had spent 20 years creating this technique using 200 northern mountain ranges. He was sure that no one would ever be able to cope with this technique. But suddenly, incredible sounds began to come from the place where the smoke cloud was raging. The young master stopped the golden ring with his hand, and not only did he stop it, he held it in his hands even as it was still accumulating energy. The old man shuddered in horror when he saw it. A real demon stood before him, stopping his golden ring and holding it in his hands. But that was not enough. He was going to take away the golden ring that old Moen still possessed. The young master looked at this ring before his eyes, not recognizing it as a super technique, but only seeing that the old man had been sacrificing people for 20 years for such a nonsense. He realized that invincible power can never be gained by relying on such trifles. The guy released the ring from his hand, began to twist it on his finger, and pushed it away. With a powerful blow of his palm, he threw the ring away, and a white light shone on him. This trinket he was holding in his hands was useless to him, so he decided to return it to the old man. It was more like an explosive punch that cut through the air with its speed, and the shockwave swept around. The old man watched as his own weapon flew right at him. He realized that he had to stop it somehow because it could wipe him out. He directed the shining ring like lightning to counteract this golden ring. But at the moment of contact, his weapon was charged with a completely different energy. Because of this, it pierced through the old master's defense and attack, and the tension of the moment could be felt in the air. When the weapon of the most brutal master struck him, everything began to collapse. The master watched as his own weapon was pointed at him and struck him in the most cruel way. He realized that this could be the end, but he could not believe it. And then, when his body began to break into pieces, and his sweat and water dried up from the force of this blow, he realized that he could not withstand such an incredibly powerful blow from his opponent. The chi energy directed at him caused his hands to tremble, his nails to fall off, and the old man's strength was on the verge of being exhausted. At this moment, as the old man was staring at his weakened hands for a long time, the young master approached him, suggesting that if he was the head of the Moan family, he should not disgrace his family's name. After this statement, the old man was simply furious at this impudent young man who had ruined his plans. He saw a real scoundrel in front of him. But the young owner did not feel a drop of pity or sympathy for the man who had killed so many innocent people. So let him not think that the boy would give him a quick and painless death.
The pain that the mountain people have suffered because of this unworthy old man should be felt on his own skin. The young master wants the old man to experience it all for himself, like a guinea pig. The guy looked at his victim, feeling superior in this battle. A blast wave spread as Dan Sayun kicked the rock. He pushed himself off the ground and like a demon rushed forward, getting closer and closer to the old man. The old man realized that he had to think of something urgent and began to accumulate an energy ring to direct it at the impudent opponent. He was sure that no young man could defeat him, the legendary warrior Moen Dong Chong. With his tricks, nothing can compare to the martial art of the Great Mountain Range, and the destructive rings will help him destroy the enemy. But no matter how many rings flew at the young master's face, he did not care. He moved like a butterfly, dodging all the blows. The energy rings flew by like mistakes of nature, just like this old man. A stern gaze gripped the old man as he looked directly into the eyes of the god of war. Feeling that his words about tricks were extremely rash, the god of war decided to show him some real tricks that would make even a martial arts master afraid. He threw his punch into the ground and made it split along with the place where the old man was standing. The god of war will never allow the heavenly weapons he wields to be called tricks. The guy was above the old man in lightning speed, and his blue energy kick flew straight towards the old man's face, signaling the end. The lightning strike was aimed directly at the head of the Moen clan. No matter how hard he tried to dodge, he had to take the hit. Holding the young warrior's leg, the clan leader considered this great impudence. How dare he attack the lord with such an unknown martial art? But despite all his efforts, the old man was unable to keep the kick. It broke through his defense. The blow flew right into his face, and the sky trembled with the sounds of battle. The head of the Moen clan fell like a loser under the young master's blow, and one could hear a bone crack in his body. Seeing the enemy falling, Master Sayun decided to finish him off and demonstrate his superiority. The glow of the celestial weapon, which the head of the Moen clan had called a sneaky trick, burst forth with dazzling energy from his hand. Like a brilliant eagle, he flashed with fierce power and directed it at the old rascal. No matter how many golden rings flew in Sayun's direction, it had no effect. All the blows aimed at him were skillfully deflected and deflected. The explosions of belligerent blows had no effect except to disappoint the old man in his techniques. The brilliance of the hand in front of the Moen clan chief's face blinded his eyes. It was almost impossible to dodge, only to take this majestic blow. A giant wave pushed the old man away, and the ground shook. Only a great scream and the rings flying over the old man shouted, "Bastard! How dare you!" No matter how much he tried to turn around or direct his equipment at the young warrior, it was useless. Rising up, he exploded with incredible energy and trembled with hatred. He had never felt such disrespect, because how could a legendary warrior be defeated by a noob? The crunching of the ground and everything around him began to fill the space, creating incredible chaos. The old man, like a wild animal cornered, began to gnaw at everything around him and beat his equipment against the ground. The lightning-fast golden energy stretched out, directing its blows at the young master. The same golden circle burst out of the chaotic smokescreen. As if from a slingshot or catapult, these rings began to fly out of the old man. The god of war skillfully dodged them as if it were just a game or even a trick. Watching the equipment that once seemed invincible now looked like a toy, the old man began to doubt its power. In the hands of the young master, it was just fun up to a point, until the rings began to turn against him and come back at him. Eventually, they fell on the body of the god of war. They dealt him slashing blows to each finger. Watching the enemy's body being cut and torn into golden rings, the old man began to laugh. After all, he had finally defeated this fool who believed in his own strength. But he rejoiced too soon, because he saw the boy's body begin to turn to ashes. It was not a body, but only a residual aura left over from the guy's incredibly fast movement. In fact, his rings did not hit the boy. He was on top of him and was performing an incredible acrobatic trick. As soon as the old man looked up, he saw the young master's foot flying straight into his face. And when it hit him, despite the old man's defense, there was an incredible explosion. The old man had never seen such a monster in his entire life. And yet, when the god of war pushed back against him, it became clear who would win this battle. The young master landed on the ground and looked at the old man, not as a warrior, but as a miserable, trembling scoundrel. Despite this, a sphere of pure energy exploded in his palms, overflowing his hands. It burned all living things that came near, and even those that were just watching this technique. This was his trick up his sleeve. He had prepared this technique specifically for the old man, so that he would feel unbearable pain. What the guy had accumulated was called a heavenly weapon, and the technique was called the destructive palm. The destructive palm wielded by the young master was a technique that caused all living things to experience unbearable pain and suffering. When Sayun touched the old man's body, he decided that it was time to deal him the final blow. The aura that covered the boy's fingers began to eat away at the rascal's body. The rotating momentum of those palms gripped the old man's arm and began to twist it with incredible force, like the most ruthless surgeon. The crunching of the old bastard's bones filled his life with suffering. Having experienced the incredible strength of the young master, the old man stopped doubting his power. Intending to strike the final blow, the boy, like a ferocious beast, rushed at the head of the Moen clan. He filled his energy with divine power and directed it at the old man with a whistle in the air. He touched the old man's arm and gave him the full force of this blow. The old man's wrapped arm suddenly began to spin at a frantic speed, causing him unbearable pain. The guy strained even harder and a flash of light burst from his palm, which turned into a shockwave. Together with the old man, the force pierced and destroyed everything behind him, including the mountains and the earth. The impact was so strong that bloody tears flowed from the old man's eyes. His pain was incredible. No one could even imagine such cruel maneuvers. A brilliance enveloped the old man's exhausted body, and his existence was coming to an end. The celestial weapon, like a lightning sphere of explosive power, flew forward, splitting and destroying the earth, and all of this was a gift for the old man. The young master shone with all his divine power, knowing that no one survives this technique. Smiling, Sayun was glad that the old man had paid for his sins. It was a merciless sentence. Returning to the battle of one of the dark representatives, the sound of swords striking scattered shards in all directions. The master's opponent was strong, but they were almost on the same level. The dark master turned to Gunson of the Moen clan, shocked that he was unable to accept his ruthless lion punch and still doubted his strength. Looking at his opponent, Chul Muri realized that he was facing the greatest scoundrel of his life. Their fight was to the death, and only one of them could survive. Both wanted only one thing: to take each other's head off. But when they felt the power of the heavenly weapon, their bodies trembled with fierce fear. Fear seized their minds, and they did not know what to do. They fought with each other, but they could not resist the demonic creature. The fierce blow that struck the master collapsed the cave, destroyed the earth's surface, scattered the stone blocks, and destroyed the legendary warrior forever. In the place of the funnel stood the young master Sayun, who had just destroyed the head of the Moen clan. The warriors turned their heads and stopped fighting because a terrifying force had swept past them. One of the warriors turned around and could not believe his eyes. His son saw his father defeated by a young man in the midst of the battle. The force of the blow was so great that his father's face and figure remained permanently disfigured. However, he was still standing, despite the incredible suffering he had endured. Looking out of the only eye that was still conscious, the old man did not understand what was happening. He saw the boundless chaos that enveloped everything around him, and he realized that the fear he felt had clouded his mind so much that, despite his disfigured arm, he could not understand how badly he was injured. But if he did not regain his energy, he would be finished. The young warrior Sayun stood over him and ordered the old man not to even try. When the old man saw Sayun, he trembled as if in front of a terrible creature. The young master warned him that if he wanted to live at least a little longer, he should stop. If the boy activated his power in this state, the old man would die instantly. The head of the Moen clan gritted his teeth in horror, growling like a mad dog as he looked at this arrogant rascal. He ordered Sayun not to speak, as if the old man had already surrendered, as if the battle was over. The old man was sure that this was only the beginning. He took his trembling hand, which no longer had any living space, and decided that if he died, he would at least try to activate his chi. The old man's flabby arm was filled with power, and blood flowed through his body again. The energy restored his arm, and the fierce power, like his last breath, gave him incredible strength, but took away the most important thing. And then we will see what happens on the battlefield. Suddenly, the old man turned into an incredible monster, activating the martial art of the Great Northern Range, which obeyed him. Moen Dongchong became invincible. Seon judged the old man's technique as the most ridiculous in the world, looking at him with pity in his eyes. The old man couldn't bear the thought of defeat. It didn't matter to him who wanted to compete with him. He shouldn't have any opponents in this world. But again, the boy fills his hand with heavenly energy. Twisting it, regardless of the form it takes, it still gives in. The old man's whole body is screaming for him to stop, but he has crossed the line. Feeling his pain, the old man realizes that his blood and energy are twisting inside him because of this guy. Golden energy fills the space, and the young master's hand rushes forward. The flow of internal energy that was supposed to stop at the touch of this boy was directed at the old man. Soon, a sudden blow stops the old man's internal energy, and he realizes in horror that his strength is leaving him. At the moment when his arm became immobile, and his strong body was blocked, he feels his strength leaving him. Suddenly, the old man begins to feel pain. Incredible suffering engulfs his body. It was a good attempt to stop the process, but the skills of the Moen clan head were not enough to cope with this challenge. If he cannot control the flow of lightning, then not only his arteries, but also his veins, meridians, and capillaries will explode from the inside. This was the price for the misuse of power, for his long tongue, and for the suffering he caused to ordinary people. Pain gripped the old man's body.
He wanted to grab hold of something, to cling to something, but he called for his golden rings.
They spun behind Sion, who had already expected such a maneuver.
He skillfully dodged the furious golden rings, which like sharp swords pierced everything in their path.
The old man tried to use these weapons, but it was useless. His skills seemed ridiculous. But the old man did something that the young master did not expect. He surprised him with his maneuvers. He pointed the golden rings at himself, cutting off an unnecessary part of his body. The unnecessary part fell to the ground, and despite the pain, he still held on. The old man realized that if he could stop the flow of Kai and lightning in this way, he had a chance. The young master had not expected the old man to be smart enough to think of such a method, and now he realized that he had underestimated him. The old man was trembling and holding his crippled arm, calling the boy an insolent son of a bitch. And with his last breath, he filled his left arm with incredible golden power. A red light lit up above his hand, forming a golden ring. This ring blazed and illuminated everything around it like a sinister beast. Dongchong ignited an incredible fire above him. By activating the Great Northridge Destructive Ring, the old man was not only going to destroy his opponent's body, but also tear his soul apart. With a crazed gaze, he stared at his enemy to activate the fire spirit explosion. Hellfire erupted from his hand and gathered over the old man. This technique was really powerful.
The fire burned everything in its path, covering every corner it could penetrate.
Seiyan took the brunt of it without retreating a single step.
It was a really interesting technique, and he was glad that the old man was capable of it, but the technique simply disappeared when it hit him.
It spread out in all directions, moved to buildings that had not been touched before, and set them on fire. The fire also spread to the main building that symbolized the Moen clan, which they had been working on for so long. And because of this inadequate old man who was the head of this clan, it burst into an incredibly intense fire. Watching this, the son of the Moen clan head could not believe his eyes when he saw their pride burning. The warrior who came to capture the treasure was amazed to find himself in a veil of flames. He and his opponent were inside the element of fire, which became their common enemy. The young master, when the earth shook from the flames, appreciated this technique as incredible. If the old man had such power, he should have started with it from the beginning. The old man's body shook with evil laughter. He felt his undeniable superiority. But loneliness haunted him as he realized that the fire of lightning piercing him could destroy him. However, it didn't matter anymore. A flash of heavenly weapon bursts from his palm, and he concentrates his power to ensure the old man's quick and inevitable death.
Rushing into the battlefield, the ground cracks under him.
Running closer to Moen Dongchong, the young man looks him straight in the eye, ready to make him feel unbearable pain before he dies.
The celestial weapon sounds again, and the young man's raised arms fill the entire space with energy. Plasma expanding around them, splitting the rocks like thunder.
The rapid flow rushes at the enemy with incredible destructive power. The sphere strikes directly into the body of the old bastard.
And during the collision, this fireball takes on a new, even more devastating meaning.
The flash of the divine weapon blinds the eyes, leaving the enemy helpless. But the young man concentrates his striking energy to send a blow straight from heaven.
Moving rapidly forward, he destroys the enemy, rushing past him with terrifying force.
The battlefield is filled with pain, smoke, and destruction, and the sky trembles from their collision. Rapid energy destroys the silence, as if a flash of lightning breaks the night. Master Mayun's fireball was destroyed by our hero's divine techniques. The explosion ripples across the slope, roaring through the silence in places where the echo of battle is not even audible. Burning buildings and a collapsing cave are a real verdict of war that humanity has not known for a long time. The power of the young master fills everything around, destroying all the warriors who fall under its influence. The son of Master Mayun wants to come and stop the young man who creates such a devastating hurricane. For the sake of his father, he breaks through the chaos created by the heavenly weapon technique. But when he approached, the explosion was so powerful that it destroyed the platform he was standing on. The masters could not keep their balance and close their eyes as the chaos grew to an incredible scale. A sphere of pure energy demonically swirled over everything. It seemed that the air had stopped circulating, leaving only chaos and dust. Everything was frantically scattering, and it seemed that after everything had died down, there would be nothing left alive. The lightning was passing through every warrior, piercing every cell. Master Moen miraculously survived, but he was severely injured. He looked up at the majestic northern range. The incredible equipment was destroyed, and he could not believe that it could be destroyed so easily. The bastard who turned out to be his opponent was incredibly strong and powerful. The old man could not understand who this devil was. What kind of a monstrous creature had interfered with their lives? Upon hearing this question, the young man proudly replied that he was the heavenly weapon of Dansayun.
and he had just destroyed a lake that had gone unnoticed for 20 years. Then the master found this cave and hatched his plan. Dozens of times he checked every detail. Hundreds of times he prepared for any events and possible scenarios. He had gotten rid of the elders who were in his way, the incredibly strong warriors who stood in his way, and now some boy had destroyed everything he had built for so long. After that, the young man, imbued with his words, began to approach him. The old man begged him to stop, and with every step he took, fear gripped his soul more and more. He screamed as if he saw a demon in front of him and begged him to stop. All the old man wanted, being desperate and destroyed, was for the young man to stay away from him. Towering over this unworthy old man, who had done many vile deeds, the young man looked at him with his burning eyes. The old man, bleeding, whispered softly, "Help me!" The pain in his body was unbearable, and he only begged not to die because he wanted to live, no matter what. But when he looked into the old man's eyes, the young man realized how mean he had lived his life. He had come here for a reason. No matter how much the old man pleaded for help, the young man who stood before him had come to decide his fate. Horrified, the old man could not look away from the terrifying face of this young master, and feeling defeated, begged him not to kill him, promising all his wealth in exchange for his life. At this moment, the son of the Moan clan head accumulates a golden storm technique in his hand from a distance. He looks at his father, who is surrounded by this young man, and wants to help him. But he realizes that if he uses his technique, it could be dangerous for his father. However, the young man cannot simply forgive the man who destroyed all his father's efforts and destroyed everything. However, he lingered so long that he did not even notice the martial artist approaching him from behind, his eyes glowing with eager desire. As he pointed his sword, a purple aura tore through him. It covered his body, and a powerful energy punch killed him. Throwing his body away, the master from Shenyang destroyed his opponent. The red liquid began to flow down to the ground, coloring it in a bloody hue. The son of the head of the Moan clan, holding his disfigured face, screamed and cried, realizing that he had made an irreparable mistake. The eldest son of the Moan family is different from the others, so much so that he can afford to be distracted even during a battle with the valiant warrior of the North Wind. However, because of his mistake, he received a deep wound on his face, which made him very angry. He shouts out the name of his offender, his hand swings like lightning over the warrior Keolmuri. But looking at this blow, Keolmuri's serious expression does not change, as he sees no point in it. His golden ring was stopped by the sword, but something went wrong. The force of the blow was much greater than anyone could have imagined. The son of the head of the Moan clan dealt a crushing blow to his enemy. But now was not the time for this battle. The entire Moan clan was collapsing right before his eyes, and he was forced to postpone the battle. The hand of the Moan clan representative is filled with hatred, and pierces the body of the Chol clan warrior. A powerful punch strikes Keel's lower pelvis, causing him significant damage. Chul feels unbearable pain and spits out blood on the ground. The warrior flew off to the side, barely holding his sword, and thus Moan's eldest son threw his enemy away. He pointed his hand forward and began to cut through the darkness with his golden ring. All this was done in order to save his father from an incredibly strong man who stood in their way. At that moment, Dan Sa-yu unsuspectingly saw an incredible force rushing in his direction. It was a cunning maneuver by Moan's eldest son to intervene in the battle. The young master, as always, was strictly watching everything that was happening around him. The ring was very close to his head, and it seemed that in a moment it would cut off his head. But everything that could not match his strength, he repelled with his hand, sending the ring into oblivion. Moan's eldest son quickly approached the young master and tried to save his father with a cunning maneuver. He called the young man a real monster and asked who he was. They can't even imagine why this bastard is interfering in the affairs of another family. But if he continues, let him remember, even if he goes to hell with the eldest son of the Moan clan, he will not allow his family to be destroyed. He takes his disfigured father away, promising that he will definitely take revenge on the bastard for everything. Dan Sa-yu watches what is happening with one thought in his head. They are freaks and idiots themselves, and even if they are running away now, they don't know yet that there is no escape from him. He will simply take their lives, and pointing his heavenly weapon in their direction, he prepares to act. The young man with the scar on his face squints one eye and realizes that their situation is very bad. In order to prevent the boy from causing them pain and suffering, he points the golden ring in the direction of the young master. However, this technique has not worked on him for a long time, and even as a result of the power of the god of war, they could not seriously harm him. Dan Sa-yu looks at these incredibly stupid actions and laughs, considering them an absolute waste. When the eldest son looked back to see the result of his technique, he realized that it had not worked. He stretches out his palm, and a blinding energy bursts from his hand. The energy began to envelop the young master who had dodged the golden ring, but now it was directed at his back. Dan Sa-yu saw the ring begin to rotate around him,
mesmerizing his eyes.
This was not like the techniques used before What the Hell?
The ring aimed at the rocky boulder and began to cut through it with incredible destructive force. Like a knife cutting a branch from a tree, the ring sliced off a chunk of large stone right in front of the young master. The cracking and crashing of the falling boulder echoed around him. It was a crushing force.
With great speed, this force was falling on him, and the young master watched in amazement.
He was really amazed by this turn of events, because he had not expected anything like this. The boulder was uncontrollable, falling to pieces and falling directly on him. Chaos engulfed everything around him, smashing everything to pieces and covering the entire space with stones. We returned to the old master, who had been fighting with a young opponent from the Moen clan all this time. They fought without being distracted by anything, and the young opponent struck one after another. The old man, controlling the cloth, wrapped himself and his arms around it, directing the swirling blows toward his opponent. Like madmen, they confronted each other, filling the battle with powerful blows. The sister noticed that her brother was struggling and decided to help him by coming in from behind. The fiery blow of her technique rushed towards the villain. Their swords were drenched in Moen's green light. They used all their strength to destroy the enemy from both sides. The old master dodged the first blow, reacting to it instantly. The second blow, however, almost missed his body, but unfortunately, that was the end of it. The old master jumped up explosively, dodging the sword. But the blows did not stop, and the old man did not have as much opportunity as his two opponents. Suddenly, the old man stands up on his hands, digging his fingers into the ground with incredible strength.
Then he kicks his opponent, knocking him down.
With his other foot, he kicks the girl who had misbehaved in the battle. The two strong warriors fly off in different directions, not expecting such a maneuver from the old man. Like a true acrobat, he spins on his ropes and directs them towards his opponents. Soon, one of them is trapped, and the old man tightens the ropes around him. Like a puppet, he throws him toward one of the sisters. Tightening the ropes even more, he throws her to the ground with all his might, trying to destroy this bastard who was opposing him. And damn it, fear gripped him because this could be his first lost battle. The ropes were tightening his body, making him gasp for breath. The old man spun them 300 degrees once more and threw them to the side. When they landed on the ground, they were already helpless.
With one powerful punch, the old man managed to twist, hit them, and even send a crushing blow in their direction.
The two strong warriors looked at the old man, named Mugai, who was considered a real hurricane. The old man in turn looked at the two warriors and laughed, wondering how masters like them could hold so many people captive. At that moment, the sound of falling stones pierced their ears. Everything began to collapse right before their eyes, and they were in great danger. They could have found themselves under huge blocks of stones falling from above. The stones were falling with devastating force, and everything around them was falling like a snowball. Soon the stones fell on everyone, leaving only smoke and the smell of chaos in the air. The slaves, who had been trying to escape from this Arabian world where they had been held in this cave for a long time, were now in a hurry to get out of here as quickly as possible. But the crack that pierced the entire cave began to destroy everything around them, and they risked not getting out but being buried under the stones. The old man looked up and saw the eldest son of the Moen clan take his father and try to escape with him. He also called his sister and brother Ji-ah from Gwangseong, forcing them to retreat. He warned them that the thing they feared most had happened. A great disaster had awakened. The bloodied brother with the scar on his face looked quite serious. The energy exploded and illuminated everything in its path. The flashes of incredible power began to destroy the stone blocks. The young master, holding his stick aloft, managed to smash a boulder that had fallen on him in one motion. The thought that these scoundrels had escaped from him did not give him peace. In a rage, he began to smash all the stones around him, raising his hand and using the heavenly weapon. An incredible force fell on the cold stones, turning them into sand. From a distance, the son of the Moen clan had watched, frightened and in disbelief. This guy is a real monster. Nothing in this life can resist him. The cave continued to collapse, and in a few more minutes, everything would collapse. The girl wanted to escape with her brother, and the young man heard the phrase "great disaster," but did not immediately understand what it meant. However, he could hear something collapsing and falling down around him. Perhaps this is some kind of self-destruction mechanism in case of such a situation. Hong Mugai turned to her brother and said that they had to hurry, as there was very little time left. Her brother began to cry, refusing to leave. He was not going to leave this perimeter. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to deal with the old poor man. The girl looked at her brother and did not recognize him. The old man, hearing these words, was sure that the young man in front of him was a real idiot, because he thought he could defeat the old man. His clan opponent burst into incredible energy. Lightning burst from his chest, and his sword was filled with the power of hatred. He promised that he would destroy the old man, and then kill all the people on the mountain. As soon as he spoke these words, the punishment for his thoughts was not far away. The young master, using a heavenly weapon, directed his sphere of energy toward the rascal. Looking at him, Dan Sa-yu realizes that this guy's strength is only good enough to get him to the cemetery. He throws him aside, and the opponent falls from such a strong blow, moving away very quickly. He ricochets on the ground, hitting again and again, spinning and falling. To keep him from relaxing, Dan Sa-yu throws another punch to wipe the smile off his face. The sister watches her brother being destroyed by some incredible force and cannot do anything. When her brother stood up on one leg, he was shaking and trembling as if he had a fever. The trembling covered his body, and something incredible was happening to him, as if some disease was spreading through him. She held her brother in her arms and asked him to just hold on, not to give up, not to die. Dan Sa-yu approached the two, not having a drop of pity for them. They were proud bastards who didn't value other people's lives, but still cared about each other. The girl, looking at this demon, asked him why he had done all this, why he had interfered in their family's life at all. Dan Sa-yu looked her straight in the eye and replied, "Does she call this interference?" He didn't intend to interfere in their lives. They were the ones who had been trying to stop him all along. The words made the girl angry. It wasn't true. The young man hadn't even taken the money that had been their gift all along. What did he want anyway? Dan Sa-yu had been watching two caravans from the mountain all this time, heading for Shenyang and Moan. She was alarmed by these two caravans. One of them had a Yuan envoy in it. It was about 10 years ago, and this time period coincided with the realization of her family's plans. It may have something to do with Shenyang, although the Moan family has no connection to it. And the second caravan was about 20 years ago, when the Moan family seized a cave in the Great North Ridge and began abducting innocent people from the mountain. The young owner reminded her that they had kidnapped a young girl from the mountain, and he had been looking for her all this time. The old man, who was his partner, finally realized what was going on. He was standing behind and realized that the young man had finally found this child. A sudden shock made the ground tremble, and a great calamity began to break out from all sides, bursting into their cave. What is called the Great Calamity is coming down from the mountain toward them like a huge ball of fire. The girl realizes that they did not have time to do anything, did not even have time to escape, and they will not survive this great disaster. Cracking and noise resounded throughout the cave as it began to self-destruct. Stones flew in all directions, covering all living things. The old man saw this incredible force and could not understand what kind of powerful explosion had engulfed them. The girl looked into the eyes of the young master and asked why he was hiding his power. Because the young master had interfered in their lives, great grief had occurred. His senseless interference had destroyed everything in the village, and now this place would become their common grave, covered with stony soil. Large masses of stones were falling in the background, and she told him that if they survived, they would find him and take revenge. At that moment, they pushed off and together with their brother moved away into oblivion. The landscape of this event was simply incredible. Pieces were still coming off from above, stones were falling from below, tearing everything apart. It seemed as if everything was laid with dynamite, and incredible explosions began around. The mountain, which had seemed impregnable before, was filled with an incredible sphere of energy. Its lower layer was blown off by the strongest explosion in the world, and the ferocity of this explosion made people all over the world wake up. The violent collision and shuddering of the earth collapsing and falling down knew no bounds of destructive power. A few minutes after the big explosion, everything around was filled with devastation. The walls and the mountain itself collapsed. 15 days after the explosion, explosions were still occurring on the territory of the Moan family, and devastation reigned around. The head of the Moan clan only today allowed himself to feel discouraged. He felt very bad because his entire reality had collapsed in an instant. His son, Kwang Sung, had suffered a defeat because of his stupidity, which caused his death. The father promised not to grieve for him, as his death would be an accident for the Moan family. The old man believed that his son's death was just a small contribution to something new for their family. Like the last sip of wine aged for thousands of years, he was counting his losses, and strangely enough, he needed to forget about them. He throws the bottle of wine on the floor and it slowly falls from his throne. Everything that has happened will be a great experience for his family, and he will not be afraid to stain his hands with blood. But first he will destroy the remnants of the villagers of Darak. He abruptly rises from his throne and begins to decide the fate of Darak village, and then he will unite with the other clans and with those idiots from the 5 families who will no longer be able to oppose him. Of course, he's lost a lot, but he only needs a little time. Nothing will stop his plan. Looking in the mirror, he realizes that the guy had cut off his arm. The old man recalls the martial art of the young man he fought. Nothing was known about his age, name, or clan. And he wonders if this young man was a student, because his martial art was unlike anything he had ever encountered. But he refuses to believe that he could have survived. It seemed utterly ridiculous. The great disaster that had engulfed the entire mountain and destroyed everyone who was there seemed to be the reason why no one could survive. And the cave had already collapsed. This was what stopped the old man's thoughts, convincing him that the rascal was dead. But when he closed his eyes to think about how many more life goals he had in front of him, when he opened his eyes, he saw this devilish figure standing before him. Fear gripped him as he looked at Dan Sayu, who was floating in the air, surrounded by divine energy. The young man reminded him of his promise to take his life, and he had no intention of breaking it. The boy was safe and sound. This was the final step needed to stop the clan leader. A sphere of pure energy filled the space and pierced the black stone block, which began to crack. A stream of divine technique burst out of it, creating a path for the young master. This cracking sounded everywhere, and the lightning-like movement caused the earth to part in different directions. The old man, watching all this, was amazed. The young man never ceased to amaze him, because when the great disaster arose, the old man had already said goodbye to his life, and could not believe that they were able to get out. And not only they survived, but also the inhabitants of the mountain, the warrior Cholmuri, and the Darik warriors, they all managed to escape. When they came out into the fresh air, they were happy to feel life again. After that, the old man remembered what the young man had said about the girl he was looking for, and asked if her name was Han. The young man turned to him and, looking intently at the old man, asked if he knew her. She was about 6 or maybe 7 years old at the time. The old man told him that he had been detained here in this rocky grave for 20 years when they held people of all ages, both men and women. However, the women and children could not cope with the work of the excavations and were sold into slavery. The money raised was spent on the excavation of the Northern Ridge Cave. A girl from the mountain with the surname Khan, like all the others, ended up here. If he's not mistaken, her name was Hansa, and she was very intelligent and calm, not at all like her age. But it doesn't matter, because although she was smart, she was still just a child. Soon she was sold to traders as a slave, and the records of slave sales are probably kept by the head of the Moen clan. If the young man finds these records, he will be able to find the girl. Once again, our hero realizes that he needs to go to Dongqiang. Perhaps in the end it will turn out that all these events are not just coincidences. The young master's hand sent chi energy into Dongqiang's body again and again. One after another explosion pierced the body of the old man, who screamed mercilessly. Each time he shuddered from the pain inflicted by the young master. Recently, when they fought, the young man told him that he would be punished. He would make him feel terrible pain, and the old man knew that he could not simply avoid it. The moment the boy returned his gaze, the old man swallowed hard. After all, the boy had warned him that he would now make the old man answer and pay for all his sins. In the main residence of the clan head, heavenly energy shone, filling everything around. In a second, everything calmed down again, but something was completely different. Soon Gunsong came to visit his father to see him. He reported that, on his orders, the preparations for departure to the Iron Union had been completed. Gunson also said that he and Jay had been forced to destroy Derek because of the Iron Union. Now their family was safe, and they wanted to show their father some respect before they left. As they bowed their gazes, the young man looked at his father. Terror gripped him when he saw his father's condition, and this fear pierced his heart. To everything they said, his father responded only with empty silence, which was completely unlike him. They began to look around, trying to understand what was happening, and were worried for both themselves and their respect for their father. The head of the Moen clan opened one eye and asked Ji to slowly call for a doctor. No matter how hard they tried to stop their father's death, they could not. At that moment, the young master was jumping on the roofs. He stepped aside, realizing that he had done everything he wanted to do and even took the records. In his hands was a scroll that contained a lot of information about what he had been looking for so long. Maneuvering across the rooftops, he was leaving the place. But when he stopped, he was overcome with doubt. Had he done everything he wanted to do? Soon he heard the voice of an old man asking him if he had accomplished everything he had planned. The young man looked at the old man and noted his appearance, which emphasized his calmness under the moon. It was quite impressive on his part. The old man realized that Moendon Chong had become a villain to this world, even though everyone considered him a hero. He was defeated at the hands of the young master, and the old man invited Dan Sayu to have a glass with him, although he was not insistent in his offer. Dan Sayu was not that sensitive, and was not going to drink to the death of that bastard. He was only satisfied that he had finally found a clue to finding the young master's daughter. The old man perceived his indifference as a crime because to him, this guy was just a thief who stole his friend. And yet he asked if he would like to drink some more. The old man wanted to make up for lost opportunities. Having spent too much time in the cave, he now wanted to drink as much liquor as he hadn't been able to in all that time. The last bottle was quite rough, and the old man was drunk out of his mind, when suddenly he thought he knew another important detail that could help him find the girl. Dan Sayu looked at him with a stern look. He had an unusual task for an old man, but now it was a real request. Opening the scroll, he found information about the black traders. The young master knew nothing about them, and wanted to ask the old man if he had heard anything about them. When the old man heard these words, he was surprised by the young man's request, because he had never expected to hear such a thing from him. All he knew about black traders was that they were mysterious and difficult to characterize. They are usually called the Traders Union, but all information about their existence remains only at the level of rumors and whispers. No one has ever seen their leader, and no one knows what they actually trade. If this union gathers in one place, they are very careful about spreading information about their business. Nothing is more important to them than profit, and even if they break laws and traffic people, it is known that they also have ties to the Five Dragon Union. This is all information that has been passed from person to person, and nothing else is known. The old man confirmed that this was true, but if he stayed with the young man, he would try to find out more about the black traders. If this is possible, the young man would be happy to do so. The old man asked for a reward because he wanted to benefit himself and learn even more. The warrior laughed at the fact that his partner was such a greedy old man, but he realized that any information has a price. The old man was surprised when the young master extended his hand, which contained a sphere, a very valuable object. It was a real luminous marble sphere. No doubt not a fake one. Such sphere could be worth 1,000 gold pieces, and it was the first time in his life that the old man had seen such a perfect spherical marble. The old man was nervous when he saw this marble gem. The shine of the marble was simply incredible, but the young master quickly hid it, taking it away from the old man's hands, because he was not going to trust such a valuable thing to trembling hands. The old man pointed his finger at the young owner and said that he needed something else from him. When asked why he was so worried, the old man replied that 10 years ago, he had seen a bronze dragon destroyed by an unknown martial art. That was the moment when his perception of the world turned upside down, and he realized how pointless it was to train and learn something unusual when such incredible power exists. The old man's words made him stay in Shenyang, hoping that his student would show up. That's why he waited by that statue, not realizing why and when his student would come. Several years passed, but the student never showed up. Several more years passed, but his disciples still did not come. 10 more years passed, and as many winters, but no one bothered him. One day, however, everything changed. As the old man waited, he heard a cart rushing toward him, and they saw a bronze statue of a black dragon. The carriage was getting closer, and they were about to arrive in Shenyang. The old man immediately realized that unusual people were approaching, and at that moment he saw the one he had been talking about all along. Crossing his arms, he said that at that moment he saw the person he had been waiting for all these years. This information even made the young man tense. After all, the old man was talking about a descendant who had the same eyes as the old man. And now, after 10 years, he seems to know his master. If the old man had planned this, then he probably wants to learn the secrets of the heavenly weapons. And now that he has told him all this, the old man cannot deny that this is what he needs to know. But as he said earlier, in order to get the information, Dan Sayu has to pay the old man. As he finished the last drop of liquor, the old man smiled, realizing that if the young man agreed, why not help each other? After all, he didn't feel bad about leaving things as they were, and then they would be equal. The young master smiled in response to his words. He showed respect for the old man and was happy to make a deal with the sage Gaiban. The heavenly weapon is passed down only from one person to another, and the young man admitted that he did not know much, but promised to tell everything he knew. The old man was amazed by the information from the young man who guaranteed to keep this secret, and it made him nervous. He introduced himself as the sage Gaiban Hanmugai, and promised to help the young man, no matter who he was looking for. Regardless of the number of people he had to find, the old man promised to do his best. This was a crucial decision on the path of this story. At that moment they made an alliance. On that moonlit night, as if by magic, they promised to walk together. The next day they set off on a journey. And all the while the old man did not understand where the young master was in such a hurry, constantly asking him where they were going. There was information that the master asked them to go to Tiwan and look for his daughter there. However, even if they walked quickly, it would take at least a month. What's the point in hurrying? The old man pulls out a book from his pocket and gives it to Sayung. This book contains important information that he will need because it tells about Kangho. When he picks it up, the young man learns that all the information about Kangho has been collected from all the famous people who have spoken about it. The young master must realize that there is nothing more valuable than knowledge. After all, while money, power, and skill are certainly important, knowledge is the most valuable. The Saint of the Rainblade and the Saint's Palm are surrounded by rumors, and the young man even knew something about them. They are called immortals, and they are among the 3 saints. The first saint was Han Bogan, famous in northern Yuan. The Iron Union was the strongest force created in the Ming Dynasty. At that time, the Iron Union included the Five Dragon Union, the Lion Union, and the Five Foundations Union. The first saint, Han Bogan, was the leader of the Five Dragon Union. The second of the saints, the Rainblade Saint, was at the head of the Old Foundations Union, and was also the heart of the Iron Union. He was a strong warrior, the Rainblade Saint, Yun Yup. They walked, thinking that these two were very strong people in their opinion, but the old man doubted whether there were even stronger masters who could stand up to the saints. There were 3 outstanding warriors and 4 honorable ones who were rumored to be as strong as the saints. This was all the information about the 3 magnificents and the 3 buds. The 3 magnificences consisted of 3 steel blades, the Phantom Blade Procession, and the Valiant Warrior of the North Wind. And the 3 buds were the Blood Plum Blossom, the Lotus Blossom, and the Ice Flower Blossom. They were the greatest masters of Kancho, and that valiant warrior was a member of their ranks. The old man confirmed the young master's opinion. The man they had met, Chulmu Rin, was the tyrant of the Lone Blade. His name was Keel Monsoon. One of the strongest of the 3 saints, Keel Monsoon was at the head of the Union, and the village of Derek was under his leadership. For example, Chielmu Rin, the son of Keel Muson, and according to rumors, the future of the entire continent is in his hands. The 3 magnificents and the 3 buds belong to the same generation as them. Why shouldn't he get to know them on occasion? But things could have been different, even though the 3 magnificents and the 3 buds remained interesting individuals. Soon day turned to night, and their modest company had to find a place to sleep. The old man kept drinking liquor, not even allowing himself to dry out. Sitting by the fire, the young owner was not bored, watching the drunken old man who adored the liquor. After opening the information the old man had given him, the young man read that the powers of the bud were not that great. But if someone is connected to them, who could be stronger than the saints? According to the old man, there was only one person he knew, but who it could be, the young master could not even imagine. The old man began to tell him that this person was rumored to be a man from northern Yuan, who was called the Lord of Heaven. He had incredible power, and even if saints, tyrants, and honorable warriors joined forces, they could not resist him. No one knew what kind of power he had, but some thought it was just a rumor. The old man was unsure, but now he began to doubt whether there was anyone in this world stronger than the young master. Thinking of the heavenly lord from Yuan, the young man wondered who could defeat him. He put the book and the information into the fire and bowed his hands. The old man did inquire about the young man's celestial weapon, asking if he could tell him more about it. The young man was a little embarrassed, but the old man did not hide his excitement. He was so curious that he was almost going crazy trying to understand what kind of power it was. The young master stretched out his hand and said that it was difficult for him to explain. He admitted that he did not fully understand how it worked. His master said that this technique was created 1,000 years ago, and there was nothing special about it. He learned to look for weaknesses and attack, then he had to block and dodge. It didn't even need food, as certain foods could be harmful. If I understood correctly, the old man said that celestial weapons were practically the same as street fighting, but that was not an explanation of the process. The young man looked at the fire and said that to explain it in words, you need to carefully understand the structure of the human body, as well as learn some techniques, such as lightning and the phantom eye. Once you get the phantom eye, you can see the veins and points of your enemy. Impacting the veins can destroy the enemy's bones and muscles and dry their blood. His power also affects inanimate objects, and when he directs his hand, you can hear the cracking of these objects. When he directs this power, something like veins activates this energy. It rushes to the point where the cracking occurs, the explosion, and begins to burn or destroy what he wants. The old man watched his actions closely and was amazed, not understanding what the young man was trying to show. After all, the technique was incredibly strong, and the boy could make the stone crack without even touching it. But when he lowered his hand, the celestial weapon was filled with shocking power. Instantly, a sphere of incredible energy shattered the stone block. A huge sphere of pure energy gathered around them, threatening them with a great explosion. As a result of the explosion, the old man fell down and spilled his liquor, while the young master only demonstrated his abilities. Looking at him, the wise man could not believe his eyes. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, he said that the boy could apply his power to any object and any living being. The young man was a real invincible freak. But what was even more important for the old man was that after the explosion, his liquor started to spill. He attacked the young man with the accusation that he had deliberately made the bottle tip over. Sayu replied that it was not intentional and said that they needed to rest, as they had to hit the road tomorrow morning. However, the old man was very angry because of the spilled liquor and was indignant about what he would use to get drunk.
We move to Fushin, to the village of Darek, to a huge palace. One of the leaders is told that Moandon Chong died of a heart attack, which is what everyone was told. This leader realizes that death from a heart attack even sounds ridiculous, because a valiant warrior of the North Wind cannot die like that. If they believe these rumors, then they have never seen this old man's fighting strength, and should not believe this absurdity. In fact, the young man saw that young man, Dan Sa-yu, do this to him. The leader of this clan heard Dan Sa-yu's name for the first time in his residence. The leader's son began to tell him that during the fight over the bank's gold, something happened between Dan Sa-yu and Chusa Joe. The boy attacked one of them, and when one of the bodies was examined, it was found that the circulatory system had been ruptured. The clan leader realized what incredible power this young man had, and they should have brought him into their company earlier. However, his son realizes that even if they had tried, it is most likely that the young man would have refused, because Dan Sa-yu himself said that Darek village does not deserve his favor. Dan Sa-yu fought with Moen after learning that he kept the mountain people in the cave, because he didn't want others to use him as a convenient weapon. If you look into his eyes for a long time, it becomes clear that he can't stand being used. Thanks to the deal he made with them, they stayed alive. And if he had wanted to, the village of Darek would have been destroyed along with the Moen estate. The young master, the son of the leader, was glad that Dan Sa-yu had no reason to join the Dragon Union. He raised his heavy sword and said that the Lion Union would not want to compete with such people, now that they no longer have the pesky Moandong Chong in their way, who is already dead. The Darek estate should seize the opportunity and gain influence in Shanxi. As members of the Lion Union, they can only wait for good news. The leader hoped that the young man realized that they would not be able to escape far, and if all went well, they would need to visit the tyrant of the Lone Sword. The boy understood his master's order. Going to his residence on this moonlit night, he made a promise to himself that Dan Sa-yu would become his enemy and perhaps his ally. But Moandong Chong's death brought an invisible influence on Guangwol and Darek, like an invisible steel mask. Two of the strongest warriors in Darek, the Songyong, were either mortally wounded, or their lives had ended in disgrace. He thought that maybe he could rely on at least a squad of swordsmen, but that was not the case, and he needed to meet with an important person. This warrior entered the establishment on the second floor because he had a very important meeting with a person who was very important to him. He approached his master and greeted him. The master stopped him from greeting him, saying that there would be an opportunity to do so later. Because there was something more important right now, it was one of the great heavenly trade unions, and the master of the traders, Zhang Du-su, was standing in front of him. He was looking at the Moen family heroes who were rumored to have confronted the intruders. Everyone in the bar fell silent to listen to these rumors, when a man sitting in the middle of the table identified himself as Elder Hanbin, the sage of Hong Mugai. The man who was there could not survive this horror because the person who did this to him was the true embodiment of evil. Even the thought of this person made him tremble as soon as he thought of him. After all, the person he met had strength without any visible flaws, similar to that woman's. He had long, thin arms, but they were covered with incredibly strong lightning. However, his strength and hands were slightly different, because his hands were demonic. From these demonic hands could come a variety of techniques that could suddenly twist bones or explode blood vessels. Just one touch of his hand on a leg destroyed bones and blood vessels. This happened to a group of perfect fighters who were legendary. One of those people noticed that he spoke in the dialect of the Highlanders. At that moment he said that no one could stand in his way, and a chill pierced everyone who was there. The soldiers realized that the girl they were looking for came from the mountains, and the rumors continued to spread that as soon as this person touched the ground, his power manifested itself with all its ferocity. It was as if the world was in chaos, and a powerful explosion rang out across the estate. 3 huge explosions occurred, and the warrior who was present there lost consciousness. When he woke up and opened his eyes, he saw around him a large ice lake that had disappeared. He was lying on the ground, destroyed and bloody, realizing that something had gone wrong. He had no leg, and something strange was happening to him. The warrior did not feel any pain because he was extremely impressed with that man. He was just standing next to him and looking directly at him. His gaze was directed directly into the warrior's eyes, and his expression showed that he was descended from royalty, who had strategically won the war. This man was called the King of War, and everyone in the establishment began to whisper about him. The merchant turned to his servant. They had just heard these rumors, and it was very interesting. But according to his apprentice, it was horrible, and he knew little. But he understood that it was related to martial arts. Cutting off a limb in one motion and destroying an ice lake, all this is hard to believe, but every legend begins with a rumor. The great merchant Mengvi realized that he had to return to Tangyuan and ordered to contact Gaiban, because that rascal knew exactly everything. His servant bowed and went to fulfill the task.
However, the merchant was also interested in what caused the death of the legendary warrior Moan Dongchong. The warrior had heard rumors that he had died of a heart attack, but no one knew whether it was due to a chronic illness or an external influence. There are rumors in the village that he was murdered. This is certainly interesting, the trader thought, raising his glass of alcohol. He doesn't understand why the head of the family was defeated, and they are inventing a reason for his death. What happened to the so-called king of war and the head of the Moan family? But one way or another, this man, nicknamed the War King, takes on too much, and soon very powerful people will want to deal with him. Returning to the young master, he had long ago told the old man that he should take the horses, because the old man claimed that they were not far away. But the old man emphasized that he was not a horse, and could not walk for 3 days without rest. If the boy noticed, he was not 18 years old anymore, and he did not have as much strength as his young master. Soon they arrived in Shanxi province. It was the city of Taiyuan, a beautiful place, large in scale, and still a little bit left to finally reach the destination where their journey would continue. After a while, they were already in Taiwan, and here they met one of the branches of the Great Heavenly Merchant Union. After the fall of the Yuan dynasty, the Merchants' Union collapsed and divided, and the black merchants are an association of traders that controls the entire market of the continent. They were the most cautious of the Merchants' Union. They were here to observe, together with the branch of the Union, there was a possibility that they might be the same black traders, and it was very good that old Guy Ban had a good relationship with the Traders' Union. They would definitely know more about the black traders. Relying only on the old man, the young master realized that the Great Heavenly Merchant Union was a rather interesting topic. The young man looked at the old man and asked him why he always called it that and what it meant. The old man, who was eating noodles, didn't say anything in particular, but added that Dan Sa Yu was considered a real scoundrel in Shenyang. Looking at the old man greedily eating his noodles, the boy noticed something interesting in the window. The guards were shouting at the man, ordering him to kneel down immediately. Squinting his eyes, the young man noticed that the man was familiar. It was a famous warrior who was famous for his strength and carried a huge sword behind his back. The boy felt that the key energy radiating from this person was quite bloodthirsty. He was very dangerous. The old man recognized him and could not believe that they had met the son of the head of the Crane's Creek Wall. The wise man was sure that something would soon happen here. This was the well-known Huang Mu-ik, a thug warrior. He was accused of taking advantage of his father's position and killing dozens of people, including women, many of whom could not bear the shame of his actions and committed suicide. Not so long ago, this scoundrel had been expelled from Yuan, and now a savage from foreign lands decided to rebel on their land. These words sounded like a bolt from the blue. The guy with the huge sword was the blade of a hell demon. The soldiers were furious at these accusations. A healthy man appeared behind them and stopped them all. He stepped forward and asked how much this man needed to be paid to start working for this fat guy. It was Hua Ki, the master of the Crane Creek clan, who thought that this man was hired by someone who had a grudge against him. He could not offer him a position, but he was ready to take him under his command if he proved to be capable enough. Kang Wei began to laugh at this suggestion, saying that the fat rascal did not deserve to live and should destroy a demon like him. His hands reached for the demon blade, and the sound of metal was heard as the sword was removed from its sheath. The sword was created for the purpose of killing bastards like this one. His eyes were full of madness, and his smile was alarming to everyone present. The warrior was ready to destroy the demon, seeing only one goal in front of him. Several warriors held their sabers to protect their master, but they realized that if they were attacked with the blade of the underworld, they would not survive the battle. As the blade approached them, their swords quickly split in two. The blow of the cold steel swept past the second warrior. The blade of the underworld was an extremely strong warrior who cut and destroyed everything in his path. As the young man watched his warriors being slaughtered, the young leader of the Crane's Cry clan simply trembled in fear. His fat face could not understand what to do next. The old man, observing everything, said that he would normally not want to interfere so as not to strain himself after eating. He stretched, and the young owner saw that the old man wanted to intervene, but decided that no one needed his help. But Huang Muk, that bastard, really deserves to be punished tenfold. But what can he do when the Crane's Cry clan is so powerful? The culprits must be caught and punished according to the law. Together with the young master, they could act more effectively. The young man heard about the influence and thought about it, because scoundrels often judge other people for their own benefit. He decided not to interfere, as it was not his concern or interest. The blade of the underworld continued to move forward after he had dealt with the defense of one of Huang Muik's soldiers. He warned him not to let his guard down, because although he was weaker than Mon Dongchong, this young man killed with his technique.
And perhaps he will corner him when the man's cold sword is headed for Huang Moik's head. Huang Moik opened his mouth wide, ready to say goodbye to his life. But the old man pushed off the balcony and intervened, even though he did not know exactly why the attacker was trying to kill the young owner of Crane's Cry. However, he realized that simply killing him would not solve the problem. By intervening, the old man had disrupted the man's plans, but he was no pushover. The attacker perfectly deflected the old, fat sage's kick. Although the old man sent his slippers down like endless rain, they were directed toward the warrior and struck every corner of his body. The sounds of an interesting fight began to spread from the place, as the old man skillfully controlled his kicks. His martial art, considering his age, was simply remarkable. Suddenly, the old man raised his palm and struck the attacker in the stomach. The underworld blade received such a strong blow that it knocked him off balance. He fell to the ground like a stone on water, hit several times and rolled. Terrified, he opened his eyes and did not understand who this rascal was who was going to stop him when he had only one goal: to destroy the demon. He grabbed his sword again and madness filled his eyes. The whistling of his dagger in the air created an incredibly piercing sound as he quickly threw it towards the old man. The old man saw an incredibly sharp sword that was already at his head. But such a simple method could not destroy him, and he deflected the blow with his slipper. After all, such power could not harm him. The sword rebounded and flew in a completely different direction. The blade of the underworld caught his sword again, which returned to him. But this was his cunning plan, for he had wrapped the old man in energy threads that he didn't even realize he had until he was trapped. The threads began to shrink, and a sinister smile appeared on the warrior's face as he realized that his strategy had worked. When he pulled on these energy threads, they were compressed with such force that the old man's body looked like a sausage stretched to its maximum level, and then it would only burst. When this warrior had complete control over the old man's body, which was already immobilized, he pointed his sword at him. Of course, the young master, watching all this, could not just watch and let it go. He pointed his divine hand, beginning to circulate energy in it, and asked what they were doing here. His celestial technique shone, and he began to use it to free the old man. Pointing the Chinese chopsticks he had just eaten rice with like a martial art or weapon, the young master began to rotate them in his palms. Then he threw the two chopsticks, charged with celestial techniques, which flew at an incredible speed toward the target that the young master had determined. A trail of lightning followed, cutting through the air like a bullet. These two wands were so strong that they were able to cut through the energy chains that the old man was caught in, and the blade of the underworld froze in horror. The old man noticed that the thread that wrapped around him was not a simple one. It was a silver thread. The man could not understand how the strongest silver threads could be cut by two Chinese chopsticks, because he could not do it himself, and the boy did it so easily. The fierce blade began to scream with anger, challenging the one who had offended him to a fair fight. For a long time, he searched the young master with his eyes, but no one responded to his challenge. Suddenly, a hand fell on the fierce blade's shoulder, and a chill went through his body. Shivers ran down his spine, because Sayu was already there. He said that if it was a fair fight, would he be able to act fairly if he used a sneaky weapon? If he wanted to fight the young master, he would have to put his life on the line and then fight. Feeling an incredible presence behind him, the warrior began to turn around. At the same time, he swung his sword and pointed it toward his opponent. The guy did not even blink, realizing that any attack on him would have very bad consequences for the enemy. Deciding to put his life on the line, the young master dodges his blow and throws his own kick, which was much stronger. The kick hits the villain in the face, knocking out all his teeth. The fierce blade flies to the side, feeling defeated. The young master was not going to play his games with him for long. He grabbed his arm and caused him such pain that he had never felt before, as if everything inside him began to break. Soon our hero stabbed him hard in the back. Having broken the enemy's arms, the young man de-energizes him as if he were just a toy, and his enemy screams in pain. But that was not the end he had to finish the job. The boy takes his other free hand and strikes at the pelvis, where the important organs of this scoundrel are located. After this blow, the enemy flies off to the side, and it becomes clear that he will not be happy after that. Like a butterfly, he hits the ground and suddenly stops moving. Despite the severe blows, he will have to get to his feet, as any lying on the ground will mean a quick death. The fierce blade looks at his opponent and cannot even imagine how to fight him. He is unable to predict his actions. A sword filled with celestial energy appears on the horizon in 1 second, and is right in front of the warrior's eyes. It was his own sword that the young master had thrown to him. Sayu kept his hand pointed at the fierce blade, and warned him that there was no point in trying to avoid these blows. The celestial weapon itself is unbeatable, and no one can resist it. He snapped his fingers and began to look ahead thoughtfully, planning something interesting. This guy's chi energy was incredible. It blazed with incredible power as he made the snap. The sword, which seemed to be charged with heavenly energy, exploded right next to this warrior. The shockwave filled the entire space and caused incredible damage to this man. He flew away from his sword, which exploded, and caught by the airwave, flew like a madman. He flew for a long time and did not even realize how to stop. He found himself in a situation from which he could not get out, and in the end, the fierce blade released its weapon. The old man looked at the silver thread in his hands for a long time. He noticed that it looked unusual, as if there was something wrong with it, and he could not control it so easily with his energy. But then he noticed that the thread was covered with diamond dust, which made it special. The realization that the thread was covered with diamond dust amazed the old man. As the fierce blade lay exhausted from the brutal blows, the young master looked at it intently. He looked him straight in the eye, not stopping for a moment. The fierce blade was about to run away, realizing that he could do nothing. But the young man, accumulating the blow in his hand, with his eyes filled with blue demonic energy, began to accumulate incredible chakra. The whistling of this energy was simply terrifying, and the young man was about to take the life of this pseudo-warrior. But the old man, seeing this maneuver, began to shout for the boy to stop, and for the War King to listen to him without killing him. Since the old man was his partner, the young man tried to stop, but he failed to stop, because it was too late. An incredible explosion sounded throughout the village. Only ruins remained in the place where the strike hit, and the buildings were destroyed by this powerful explosion. The old man was worried whether they would even be able to escape. The fierce blade survived, opened his eyes and saw an unexpected picture. The young master had directed his punch a little in a different direction, so the energy went in a different direction without killing the rascal. If the old man was right, they now need to get out of here and go to the local authorities to confess everything and sacrifice the fierce blade. Or perhaps the young master has noticed that the scoundrel's friends have been watching him all along, and if he wants to, he can ask them for help. He did not understand why this young man was so perceptive and knew everything to such detail. They went to the local authorities, where the Blade of the Underworld was accused of trying to kill a man in broad daylight, which is why he was defeated. When it comes to human life, one must always act without making too much noise. A warrior who was on the roof at the highest point watched this battle closely and noticed that the War King was very strong. He could not even believe that such a young boy had such incredible energy, and no matter how strong it was, there was one thing. Even a distance of a kilometer will not prevent him from charging his divine bow and aiming an arrow at the target. This warrior does this only to prove that the boy is just a flesh and blood toy. He said goodbye to the young master, believing that this was his last minute of life. Rest in peace, King of War, he said. When he closed his eyes, he decided to focus on the scope. As soon as he opened them, his gaze lit up with an incredible energy of divine power. The sight of the golden eye filled him with incredible power, giving the arrow the strength with which he was now attacking. His eyes, burning with gold, are able to see even a needle at a great distance. He can even see the flows of Kai energy, and this arrow flies straight to the young master. Feeling the approach of this divine technique, the master stood calmly. No matter how much this rascal consoled himself that he could pierce Dansayu's head for disfiguring his friend, he was sure of his victory. Suddenly this warrior heard the word enough in his head. He shuddered because it was a mental link. The guy turned to him, saying that maybe he hadn't realized it yet, but he had already missed it once. If he didn't want to bring his death closer, he should stop this nonsense. The warrior was amazed at the boy's insight and strength and asked if the boy had known everything all along. At the moment when he wanted to shoot an arrow, he realized that he could not do it, but decided to shoot it at his head anyway. The young master asked him if he was sure of his intention and was going to do it. Then show me what you can do, he replies, and Sayu's eye is filled with divine technique. The divine ki energy begins to permeate everything around him in the perimeter. Its power surpasses any master on this earth, and a stream of blue energy bursts out like a burning ray, cutting through the air. The archer froze in anticipation, because in a second, this divine energy reached him at a distance of a kilometer. However, the wave of his power did nothing but cause a strong wind to blow in the archer's direction. The hat flew off the archer's head, and this was a symbol that his head might be next. He realized that he was facing a real villain and felt the incredible strength of the young man. Smiling, the archer realized that he had felt invincible up to that point. He could not believe that this boy was so strong. What a shame. The archer promised himself that someday he would have the strength and courage to come back and face such a great master again. The guy heard his thoughts through the mental connection, but decided not to respond. His partner, an old man, stood next to the young master and did not even realize what had happened. The devastation was incredible, and they didn't know how to fix it. The old man turned to his partner, Sayu, asking why he was acting so serious and what was wrong with him. But the guy kept staring at the archer who was on top of the building. He noticed that this rascal had left the battlefield in disgrace. This meant that everything was fine and there would be no new devastation for a few more minutes. After they had destroyed part of the city, they needed to leave the place. The mountain overlooked Taiyuan, which was just beautiful.
But they had no time for sightseeing. They had to make a quick stop and have a snack of sago soup, which the young master had never tried before, because sago soup is a secret recipe of the sage Gaiban. The young master was happy to taste this soup, but he had to eat quickly before the ants and other insects ate it first. After the meal, they walked through the forest for a long time, and the young master asked the old man why he asked him not to kill the boy.
In fact, the old man saw that the enemy used an unusual silver thread.
A silver thread with a diamond coating is a weapon often used by black marketeers. Of course, the wise man cannot say that they are from the Union, but it is clear that he is somehow connected to these people. They could make their lives easier if they watched them.
Sayu was sure that this was not such a good idea, especially if the friend of that enemy could cause them serious problems.
The sage was very surprised to find out that the guy was not alone. The young master had seen his friend watching the fight from the very beginning. He was a very strong master, and if he had interfered, they could have been in big trouble. But Sayu said that it didn't matter to the War King, because he could handle any danger. The old man smiled and said that even though the War King could handle the danger, he could not have saved the old man. Sayu asked him not to call him the War King anymore. The sage thought it sounded pretty cool, and he didn't understand what was wrong with it. In the young master's opinion, it was even better than being called a sage. The old man wondered what was wrong with the nickname Sage. In turn, Gaiban was proud of it, but it did not particularly impress the young man. Soon they came to one of the houses, and an important detail was visible. The sign was empty, which meant that the doors of the establishment were open to everyone. It was a rather strange place in the middle of the mountainous terrain, with a great road, a big fence, and a great location. The wise man had warned them that they would go to the Gaiban branch. But there was only an abandoned house in this area. However, he expected to see a luxurious restaurant. When they walked inside, the old man expected more since it was a Gaiban. The wise man asked to go in quickly and look around. As soon as he put his hand to one of the walls, the slab began to move under him. This gesture opened a secret door that appeared out of nowhere. The young owner was amazed by this sight, because he did not expect to see a secret room in an abandoned city. Once inside, they began to move forward and went to the other side of the house. The warriors who were in this secret room at the back of the building all lined up and paid their respects to the elder, Hong Mugai. They welcomed them and were happy that they had come to the Taipei branch of the Gaiban. The old man was smiling as if he had won the lottery, looking at these rascals he had missed. It was a very unexpected sight. No one could even imagine that behind this abandoned house was a whole settlement hidden in the mountains or forests. The young owner hardly expected to see this, because this branch collects information about everything that happens in Changwon. Then all the information is sent to the main branch for verification. For them, information is the most valuable asset of the Hainanese government, and it has to be handled very carefully. That is why they built such a place for easy management. Thanks to this, they will be able to find not only information about black traders, but also other information, including those scum from Yuan. Although it happened quite a while ago, they have already found everything they could and sent it to the main branch. We are sure that they need a little more time and information. And when they find the branch of the black marketers, they will know that this man, named Yom Sayak, has become the head of the branch because of his outstanding abilities. The man who told all this was the head of the Gaiban branch, John Soik. Continuing the story about the mysterious man, the head of the guild said that he did not trust any of his associates, so no one ever knew his exact coordinates, although his people were constantly looking for him and did not find out anything special. The wise man asked what he thought about this, because it is not so easy if the man is connected to the Five Dragon Union. They might not be able to figure it out in a lifetime. The young master was not so categorical. He smiled, realizing that everything would be fine, because he would never fight him without a plan. The sage was sure that with a character like the boys, he was just bluffing. The head of the guild continued that he had finally received information about what the officers had asked for to find out where the blade of the demonic underworld was. He is now under arrest in a military camp and is awaiting sentencing. The old man was amazed that the blade of the underworld, whose name was Kanvi, was imprisoned. We moved to the military court in the city of Taiwan, where the cold prison was famous for the fact that no one ever escaped. Only torchlight illuminated the path inside. In one of the rooms of this prison, there was a strange man who was repeating a phrase. Destroy the demon. Destroy the demon. Destroy the demon. All this time he was dreaming of destroying the demon, because at this rate the whole world would soon be drowned in darkness. He was whistling incredibly and getting angry. He was just furious. He grabbed his hand and squeezed it with all his might, wanting to do something. Having regained incredible strength, he felt as if he could tear the cell itself apart like a beast. The guards did not understand what sounds were coming from that room and assumed that the madman was on the rampage again. But this man was furious, His body was filled with rage. He could not forgive the one who had killed the young master of the Crane Creek clan in broad daylight. He beat against the wall with his hands, constantly saying that no one dared to challenge the Crane's Cry clan in Murim, and that this rascal had taken the young master's life. It was clear that he would be sentenced to death. When the warriors decided to go quietly to see what was happening in the cell, a demonic force shrouded in diamond dust gripped the door, pressed it down, and knocked it out with an explosion. This warrior went free, realizing that the one who destroys evil becomes evil himself. He confronted the guards, fighting his way out, his body filled with incredible rage. The bloodlust that emanated from him was incredible. He looked at the guards, who were innocent of anything, and called them the lower demons gathered here. We returned to the young master, who asked who this man was. The sage said that this man was quite famous, known to everyone in Ganja, but there was something wrong. Apparently, Kanvi, the blade of the demonic underworld, had a very strong and stocky build. He was almost 2 meters tall, and used a bloodthirsty blade that was impressive in its size. The guards, of course, could not do anything to this demon and fled the place. He scattered them in all directions. Some ran away, and some remained lying like stumps. This incredibly strong man escaped from prison and walked as if he were the very embodiment of evil. He kept repeating one thing. He wanted to destroy the demon, and the blade of the underworld would do it. As one of the 5 warriors of the 5-Dragon Union defending the Iron Union, he is one of the strongest in the Union. Perhaps the one called his friend during the battle was also one of the 5 strongest warriors. The only problem was that he has a keen sense of justice, and he has his own views on it. This demonic creature only wanted to destroy the demon because he made decisions based on his own beliefs and opinions and then decided to act on his own. He decides what is good and what is evil for him and sets his own goals. The steel archer who appeared raised the question of what he was doing here at all. He had no choice. He came to see his dear friend, even if it would cost him his life. During this time, he had killed all the guards in this prison, and it was clear that he was very eager to meet this warrior. The archer threw him a sword and asked him to take it in his hands. The blade of the underworld grabbed the sword and was filled with hatred. The archer told him that this was an order from Yam Sa'ik himself. The steel archer never jokes, and this may have been a call to action. He said that this order concerned the union of the 5 dragons and the black traders, and as one of the 5 strongest, he could not refuse it. The giant warrior looked at the sword he was holding and realized that it was meant to be used to destroy the traces. He pulled his sword out of its sheath and pointed it at the moonlight. He asked the archer to tell him that the inedible blade would not move on to this task until he had completed one more unfinished task. We moved to the Crane Creek clan, where an angry son addresses his father, outraged that he wants to let that scoundrel get away with it. He is angry because he was almost killed, and his father does not pay attention to this. The son, being a young master who is going to inherit the title, almost died because of this bastard. And his father says that he will just sit and keep silent all this time while this man is putting their clan in danger. Besides, he's already in custody, and all he needs is for his father to say one word, "Kill the bastard." The father, in turn, accused his son of behaving inappropriately, and if he hadn't behaved that way, there would have been no problem. But the son still does not recognize his mistakes, and does not understand that he is the only problem in their family and clan. The son was angry at his father's words. Although he is guilty, how can he be guilty of almost getting killed? It was his fault too. He was just joking, and they killed themselves, and that was also the son's father's fault. Let him not blame his son for the fact that they all died that way. The father, hearing his irony, admitted that perhaps he had made a mistake in his life to raise such a scoundrel. His son shouted that he would not give up so easily, and would not rest until he had torn out the arms and legs of the rascal. He held up his sharp sword and ordered all the warriors of his clan, saying that as Huamuki, the heir of the great clan, they were followers of their teachings, and all these warriors were his brothers. If the heir has been harmed by that bastard, it means that they have all been harmed. He takes an army of warriors with him and on behalf of today's Crane clan, decides to restore the clan's honor and influence. They went to the military court, full of hatred, to decide the fate of that scoundrel. Opening a door that creaked with old age, they entered the court. When the young master opened the door, behind it stood the inedible blade, who had already swung his sword. He smiled, realizing that the mouse had fallen into his trap, and with an incredibly fast movement, the sword swept through the air, who did not even have time to realize how this could have happened. Before the warriors could even get to the spot, their leader was already killed. A powerful blow turned the air to dust, destroying him completely. The father, who was standing nearby, witnessed this incredible sight. But his son had already been destroyed, and anger seized his heart. He ran out of his residence and attacked the villain. How dare he do such an unimaginable atrocity to his son? But the inedible blade turned to the head of the Hwandu clan, John, accusing him of having brought such a monster into the world, and he had long wanted to take action. The father could not see anything in front of him and rushed forward, despite the incredible losses. He kept his sword ready and was already in front of the huge inedible blade. The father only wanted to avenge his son, for he had been killed in such an unworthy way. But the inedible blade was not going to lose to anyone. It had great goals. They clashed with their swords, two strong masters. The blade saw only one goal in front of him: to destroy the demons. It was the only thing that mattered to him in life. He expected from the Crane clan that those who do evil do not deserve to live. And at that moment, the sound of a sword breaking pierces the space. The sword of the head of the Crane clan cracks and breaks into pieces. The father and head of the clan barely stopped this confrontation. He landed on the ground, realizing that although the blow was strong, the truth was still on the side of the Crane clan. This is something that no one in Taiwan will argue with. My father was very angry. The ravenous blade believed that they were all trash, and there was some truth in that. Anger knew no bounds. The desire for revenge filled the head of the Crane clan, and he asked the inedible blade if he would ever succeed. There was no point in talking to him for more than a minute, because his fate had already been decided. The clan leader promised that he would deal with him right away, and the whistling of inedible sharp blades could be heard in the air. He decided to show what his clan was capable of, and the infinitely sharp blades rushed toward the enemy. The inedible blade, seeing the resistance from the clan leader, promised him that he would cut off his head. The head of the Crane clan could not see anything in front of him, and directed his hand to the steaming blade, which personified the clan technique. Hundreds of blades flew at his enemy, floating in the air. The warrior saw the incredible power of these swords flying at him, and he had to somehow dodge them. However, although the attack was strong, the level of skill of the enemy did not seem serious to him, and he did not consider it dangerous. For him, it was just a meaningless fight, which he decided to end today by deflecting all the blows. The sounds of cold swords clashing echoed on the battlefield. The cold gaze of the inedible blade cut through everything in its path. For him, these swords were just a toy that could not harm him. He had a plan that he stuck to: destroy the demon at any cost. The 2-meter-tall warrior had just repelled an incredibly strong attack from the head of the Crane clan. The warriors standing around had never seen such a strong resistance, as it was considered impossible to block all the soaring blades until now. The head of the Crane clan looked at his opponent and saw a real bastard. He felt disgusted with him, because he could not even atone for his sins for committing irreparable actions because of his beliefs. The Crane clan would never forgive him, and the sword was filled with hatred that had been growing since that day. The Great Master was preparing to take the upper hand using a rather powerful technique, and a sphere of pure energy filled his blade. The 2-meter-tall warrior saw what kind of opposition was being prepared against him, and judged the clan leader's maneuver to be quite successful. At that moment, he rose from the ground and rushed like a hurricane toward his opponent. He saw nothing but the desire to pierce the heart of his enemy. As soon as he approached the inedible blade, a smirk appeared on his face, and he rejoiced in the fact that the Crane clan leader had shown everything he could do, but it was not enough for the incredible attack that was coming. Since this was all the clan leader's abilities, the bastard's insane gaze filled the atmosphere with coldness. This ruthless warrior decided to destroy everything, including his pitiful clan, and the ruthless attack technique was aimed at him. The explosive energy threw the clan leader back, as if he were not the omnipotent master of this place. The force with which he flew away astonished everyone around him, even the clan leader himself. The blow that passed by him seemed so powerful that it cut through not only space, but also all the hopes and dreams of the Crane clan leader. Like an eraser erasing a pencil, the clan leader was erased. The explosion spread throughout the neighborhood, buildings began to collapse, and the power of this explosion seemed to grow with each passing block. The almighty clan was shaken that night by an explosion that went off right in the residence, in the heart of its territory. On a moonlit night, the young master and the sage gathered for dinner, enjoying the silence and mystery of the night sky. Something unusual was cooking on the fire, releasing a pleasant and fragrant aroma reminiscent of a distant and warm home. The boy asked with interest what kind of dish the old sage had decided to cook this time, expecting something exotic. It was a special dish that is usually prepared when you enter the gaiban, and its taste remained in your memory for a long time. The recipe called for stewing the snake and dog meat for several hours, and then adding special gaiban spices, a real delicacy that the master couldn't wait to serve to the young master. Dan So was excited about the recipe, but after hearing it, he lost his appetite completely. The clan leader was standing next to them, watching their every move, and one of his advisors told him important information. The old sage felt something wrong, realizing that something unusual was happening, and at that moment, the advisor reported with a sad expression that the bastard Kang Yu had attacked the Crane's Cry clan.
This news was so serious that the very existence of an incredibly influential clan was threatened. The young master, upon hearing this news, seriously regretted that he had ever let that vile traitor live. The moonlit night was quickly filled with a sense of fear that seeped through the silence. At that moment, the merciless blade brought down its revenge on the Crane clan, bringing chaos and destruction with it. After a hard battle, he emerged victorious in this difficult competition, strengthening his reputation. The victory over his enemies brought him a feeling of complete satisfaction and strength. Going outside, he watched from a great distance the people who were carefree and enjoying the game. The warriors were rejoicing, playing various games and chatting lightheartedly, for tonight was a night of fun and relaxation for them. One of the warriors approached Master Kanvi and asked him to follow him without explaining his reasons.
Kanvi had come here for a reason. He had been waiting for a very important person, and now the moment of meeting had come.
The guy led him through the long corridors, and soon they reached the place where this fateful meeting was to take place. When Kanvi entered the room, the door closed behind him with a massive padlock, leaving him alone with the secret. After passing through several rooms, they approached the famous person waiting for Kanvi in the heart of the place. The servant pressed on the statue, and an echoing creak echoed throughout the room, announcing the opening of the secret passage. The walls began to move apart, and a hidden room opened before them, which held many secrets. The servant was not allowed to go inside and even see the master, because it was a very secret place. He only told Kanvi that he could enter alone. When the master entered, his gaze immediately rested on the blade of the demon lord, who had personally decided to visit him. Great honor for anyone. Kanvi was amazed at how hidden this place was, chosen by his master for such an important meeting. The demon blade began his speech by noting that some might think he had come here to play a game, but it was hard to imagine that a place like this could have such a hidden room. However, Demon Blade was more interested in why he was called here, to this place. Before him stood the head of the Black Marketeers, Yom Sa-ik, who had asked the Demon Blade to help him with an important matter. It was not just a request, but perhaps an order from the Five Dragon Union, as Kanvi thought. However, it was a personal errand from the head of the Black Traders that would definitely benefit the Union. The slight smile on Kanvi's face showed his non-serious attitude and the excitement caused by this offer. He turned around, showing no interest, as he would never waste his time getting involved in any suspicious business. The head of the Dark Guild of Traders regretfully remarked that it was a pity that Kanvi did not accept his offer, especially considering that their territory had been invaded by a stranger with enormous wealth. Kanvi, hearing these words, stopped, feeling that they contained something significant. The words sounded familiar, but their deeper meaning remained unclear to him. Kanvi assumed that it was the Great Heavenly Merchant Union and smiled. The head of the Dark Merchants realized that, apparently, it was now about the head of the Union and his daughter, who had come here from the mountains 10 years ago. But how Kanvi, the inedible blade of the underworld, could behave like that was a mystery to him. The merchant noticed the excitement sparkling in Kanvi's eyes and decided to tell him the truth, as the situation in the Black Merchants Union was indeed critical. In Taiwan, there were 2 branches left under the control of the Black Traders, which were still afloat, but the main units were under considerable pressure from the Grand Traders Union. He even thought it was unfair that, although the Black Traders Union had cooperated with them for so many years, negotiations had begun, because the Grand Union's strength was quite impressive. But no matter what their profits were, they shouldn't have built relationships with outsiders, even if they were. Kanvi clenched his merciless blade with force, for his only goal was to destroy the demon. How dare they even set foot on their lands? A demonic smile stretched across his face. For Kanvi, everyone living outside the continent was the true evil, and he was ready to show that the power of Junwan was limitless. He walked out of the hidden room, full of determination. His goal was to make the Great Heavenly Merchant Union disappear from the face of the earth. The head of the Dark Merchants watched the spectacle with pleasure and felt Kanvi's mood. Another man came out of the other dark room, surprised at how the head of the Dark Merchants managed to influence Kanvi. In his opinion, this man really deserved the honor of being called the best among the dark traders. The head turned to the great archer, feeling that he was praising him a bit too much. There were rumors about Kanwu that his parents had died at the hands of the Yuan army, and that was what had given rise to his intense hatred. The archer only pushed him a little bit without putting too much effort into it. The excellent archer, stunned by this thought, asked if everything was going according to plan. The head of the dark traders was silent for a moment, adding intrigue without giving a direct answer. He smiled, planning to take the archer to one special place, the Bloodtears clan, where important business awaited them. They needed to get there as soon as possible, without wasting time. The wonderful archer gladly agreed to go to that place, because it would be an exciting task. Meanwhile, in the hotel, under the moonlight, the young owner decided to have a drink, reflecting on the events of the night. He had a bottle of alcohol next to him, which only emphasized his pensive mood.
He looked up at the beautiful moon as he poured himself a glass, feeling something special in this nighttime silence. For him, drinking liquor under the moonlight and watching the moon was an unforgettable experience that gave him a special peace of mind. Looking ahead, he realized that the blade of the venerable Convi had become a great obstacle in his path, and if he had killed it then, there would have been much less trouble. He recalled the moment he learned that this rascal had destroyed the Crane clan, leaving no chance of escape. Everyone who was with the clan was killed, and the head and young master of the clan were brutally hanged. For the wise man, this was completely unacceptable because this scoundrel had chosen such a cruel way of punishment. The guild asked the head of the Zhang clan to choose 3 or 4 fighters to follow Convi without missing a single detail. They decided to fulfill this order. Although Gaiban had promised to take care of it, he noted that there was a certain connection between the Black Merchant and the 5 Dragon Union. And it was better not to interfere without a plan. He had to go to the Grand Merchant Union first, where he would no doubt be found. If the blade of the carnivorous demon lord was indeed connected to the dark merchants, the situation would change dramatically. The young master was sitting and drinking liquor for a reason. He was waiting for a very important woman surrounded by her bodyguards. She came to meet him. She was a woman of incredible beauty, dressed in red clothes and with a transparent mask on her face that emphasized her mystery. The blue pattern on the clothes of these people indicated that they were definitely followers of the Horihua sect, and the flower buds indicated that beautiful plum trees grow on Gorihua, the aroma of which spread throughout the world. The girl was one of the 3 Ganhol buds, and she represented the plum blossom of the Dunmoxen Yon. The Gorihua sect, followers of Taoism, strictly forbade women to become disciples. However, Dunmoxen Yon managed to overcome these restrictions. The young master was curious about who this woman was who was born in Tanu. And was it just a coincidence, or was there something more to it? The woman walked into the establishment and noticed that all the seats were taken, so she would have to squeeze in. It seemed like a small challenge. The girl's gaze settled on the young owner, who caught her attention because of his unusual appearance. A thin guy with unusual hair color and blue eyes radiated an unusual aura that set him apart from ordinary people. She addressed him as a stranger with blue eyes, feeling suspicious. With each step, she approached him, studying him with an attentive gaze. Noticing a free table nearby, she asked if he would mind if they sat down next to each other, as the place was large, but there were no free seats left. The young owner agreed, as he didn't care. There was too much space at the table for one person. The girl thanked him for his kindness, smiling gratefully. Soon they ordered 3 portions of thin noodles and 2 portions of gedzas. The girl took a seat but forgot to introduce herself. She was Dan Moksong from the Gorihua sect. Next to her was another follower of the Gorihua sect, a 2nd-generation member, Ha Zhongying, a man with a sexy mustache. A representative of all the 2nd-generation Gorihua, San Mohuk, greeted the young master with a smile. He introduced himself as Dansai, and that was the only information he was willing to share. His colleague assumed that Master Dan was also a martial artist, and they asked where he came from. Sipping his liquor, he told them that he did not belong to any of the sects in Junwan. He only knows how to defend himself, and in his opinion, it can't even be called a martial art. The girl, analyzing this guy, noticed his incredible endurance and felt that she had to be very careful. It is not clear what was on his mind, but he got up from the table and said it was time to go. His blue eyes looked around at everyone present, and he said goodbye, saying that he had to go. As soon as he left, the soldiers began to whisper about him, noting that this man was unusual. Usually, when people learn about a lady, they start to worry, but this young man did not even flinch. The girl realized that the world is big, and maybe he just didn't know much about their city, so there was no need to worry about it. However, the warrior was wary because of his accent. Hearing that he had come from far away, he thought it necessary to get to know him better. Perhaps this guy was somehow connected to the blade of the demoness. However, the woman realized that there were no grounds for assertions yet, and it seemed to her that he had nothing to do with the incident with the Crane's Cry clan. Of course, they couldn't ignore the fact that he was a capable master, but she didn't feel any key energy in his body. When she got closer to him, she could hardly feel the energy and it scared her. The mustachioed man remarked that if the demon blade had planned his crime by himself, it would be extremely dangerous. It didn't matter how reckless he was, especially when it came to his influential clan. Thinking of the flesh-eating blade made the woman feel insecure, but Convi was a different matter entirely. This is a man who has always followed his convictions, and therefore would hardly make a deal with anyone or enter into any negotiations at all. They will only find out the truth tomorrow when they meet with Zhang Dusu, a representative of the Grand Union of Traders. Muho ordered a bottle of liquor and asked if his older sister was sure they should get drunk, since the teacher forbade them to. But they had been on the road for a long time, so why not have a drink? The next day, the city sparkled with new colors. The sun was shining, The warm weather was conducive to walking, and people were enjoying the day. The young owner came out of the establishment as usual, with a serious face, passing by. A representative of the Gorihua sect looked out of the window and noticed a man she knew. She was just sharpening her knives and remembered that she had seen this man yesterday. It was Master Dan Su. She was 100% sure. Even though she wasn't interested in him personally, she wondered what he was doing here. It was still very early, and she wondered where he was going in such a hurry. She picked up her sword and looked at the glint of light on its blade. She sheathed her sword and struck with an incredible air punch, demonstrating her strength. After that, she went after that guy to follow him. As soon as she disappeared from the room, the voices of her warriors could be heard outside the door, looking for their older sister to wake her up, because it was time for them to meet with representatives of the Grand Union of Merchants, and it was undesirable to be late. When her sister didn't answer for a long time, the mustachioed man decided to go in himself. Opening the creaking door of her restroom, he noticed that it was empty. The sister had disappeared somewhere, and they wondered where she could have gone. They could only guess and speculate where she could be, as they had no other way to contact her. We moved to the room where Canvey was hiding. This madman was only repeating that he needed to destroy the demon and nothing else. His crazy eyes saw nothing in front of him, only one goal, the destruction of the demon. He saw all people as demons and was determined to make them disappear. He laughed at these thoughts, realizing that he had very little time left and had to hurry. Picking up his sharp and long sword, he carefully placed it in the scabbard he kept on his shoulder. He squared his shoulders, preparing for battle. For the great merchant union had gone the wrong way, and the demon's blade would surely destroy the outsiders. Yesterday, 2 spears were ordered, and 100 swords were purchased from one of the armor shops, all ordered by the Blue Dragon Union from Qigonghu province. We move on to the Grand Council of Merchants as expected. They all produce weapons, but it was not enough for them. Tonight they have a dinner with the deputy head of Taiyang, and they have carefully prepared for the meeting. The head of this guild, a Taiyang man, believed that Taiyang was a place created to make money, and this applied not only to traders, but also to employees of the empire. This chairman was Chung Du-su, a master merchant and head of the Great Heavenly Merchants branch. He assumed that the newly elected deputy was also expecting to make a lot of profit, and that was the reason for inviting him to dinner. John Bone, the manager of the Great Merchants Union, wrote down all the important words of his master. Understanding what was being said, the head ordered them to prepare carefully, allocating money for the repair of the fortress, because all the wealth should go to them. If someone finds out that they are giving a bribe, it will be unacceptable, so the preparation has to be perfect. They will have to feed this Crucian carp well to ensure the success of the case. The manager writes it all down and personally makes sure that everything goes according to plan. Only then would he proceed with the plan. The head heard that Mengli had returned from Xi'an and asked to see him for a talk. One of the leaders was informed about everything that had happened to the Moye clan, especially about its leader, Dong Cheng. The culprit was a mysterious man named the War King, about whom nothing was known. It is strange that Gaibon is deliberately withholding information. The Gaibon usually did not hide anything unless it was to their own advantage. It seems that this benefit is much greater. The head also asked what happened to the Black Guild merchants. Sop Man Hui, a warrior defender of the Grand Merchants Union, said that there had been no movement so far. His leader did not fully understand this, because how is it possible that nothing has happened in 3 months? He could not believe that the lull would last long and was surprised that they had not yet shown themselves. There were many merchant guilds in Taiwan, but only the Black Guild and the merchants stood in the way of the Grand Alliance. The head was sure that they also saw their guild as an obstacle, from supplying weapons to other lucrative deals. He was pleased to hear that they had become less active recently, but it was this inactivity that worried him. He was particularly concerned about the head of Yom Saik, who was difficult to work with. It was hard to believe that he was just sitting back and doing nothing. And then someone connected to them, one of the strongest warriors in the Dragon Union, appeared in Taiwan. We had heard about him for a long time. He hadn't even arrived yet, and he had already done some damage. To begin with, he killed the young master of the Crane's Cry clan, Hua Mukin. He brutally murdered him without even letting him say a word. Next, the clan leader stood in his way, and he immediately set out to kill him. But he did not stop there, because he had only one goal in mind. His mad eyes could only see the destruction of the demon, and he followed his conviction relentlessly. In this way, he killed all the soldiers who were in that neighborhood. Many people and warriors died there, and before they could even blink an eye, they were gone. That rascal slaughtered all the followers of the clan, and there was not a trace of his victory. He continued on his way, moving towards new adventures. His cold, incredibly terrifying gaze pierced the entire village. The entire Crane clan had been destroyed because of him, and now that he was defeated, The clan that didn't even need the tablets for its existence was wiped out by his hands and destroyed completely. They still don't know why the Demon Blade came to Taiwan, but as long as he is among the strongest warriors, his goals will always be connected to the Five Dragon Alliance, and thus the Black Merchants. And of course, they will prove themselves. His subordinate was absolutely right. Mungvi was a really smart man, but no one knew exactly what they were up to. But that Yam Saik, the Demon Blade of the Demoness, the Black Merchants, and the Five Dragon Union were definitely up to something. If the young mistress were with them in this difficult time, they would immediately uncover these mysterious plots. Therefore, the head ordered to contact her. She had recently been engaged in Iron Union business, namely negotiations with the Five Dragon Union, so she could not come yet, and they would have to deal with this on their own. Shortly afterward, the servant ran to the master carrying the letter that had just arrived. The master, excited that perhaps it was a message from his mistress, quickly took the letter in his hands. When he opened it, he started to get a little nervous because the letter said what she usually writes when they need help. But at that moment, something happened that struck the owner. After reading the letter, he thought about it, pondering the information he had received. Closing the letter and turning it over so that no one else could read it, the owner hid it from prying eyes. He did not show any reaction to his servants and did not say anything to them, as if he was hiding this information from them. His right-hand man was amazed at his master's behavior, for it was clear that something was wrong. There seemed to be difficulties in the negotiations, and these scoundrels were making very high demands. This means that they demanded the exclusive right to supply arms and political union through marriage. They even dare to claim the young mistress's heart, and the master realizes that he cannot let this go unanswered. As soon as the young mistress gives the signal, he will immediately send all the warriors of the Union to end the Five Dragon Union once and for all. He began to calm himself down, because his mistress had just sent him a letter reminding him to take their time. All he had to do was trust and wait. He knew well what kind of person she was in 10 years. She had helped their head incredibly increase the influence and turnover of the Merchants' Union. The mistress was a truly outstanding person, and everyone was looking forward to her return. Soon, a servant approaches the young mistress, bringing important information. The Five Dragon Union had sent a representative to see her. The young mistress of the Great Heavenly Merchant Union, Hasoho, was ready to receive them. We returned to the red-robed girl who was closely following the War King. She kept her eyes on him, watching from the top of the buildings, towering over him. She was starting to get frustrated that she had spent an hour following him while he was just looking around the city. She hoped that he was heading to some important place, but it seems she was wrong. Soon, however, the young man stopped. He turned around, and his eyes immediately fell on the place where the mistress was hiding. She quickly disappeared from that place, but the young man realized that she was watching him. However, he did not fully understand why she was doing it. Soyu decided that if this girl really decided to follow him, why did she give away her presence so clumsily? It would have been easier to just ask her to come with him. But despite this, her surveillance did not stop. She was sure that she had perfectly disguised her aura, but he still found her. But suddenly, something appeared before her eyes that confused her even more. The boy was looking with his blue eyes at a man who was quite famous in the neighborhood. Yesterday, for example, he'd organized a massacre, and today he was walking the streets calmly. The young master made a remark to him, for this was the same merciless demon blade. This big man looked at his old friend and could not believe that he would meet him again. The young master carefully examined the blade and asked him what was the purpose of Kanvi's visit. The man also looked at the young master, for he had come for a reason. They had unfinished business. The hostess had been watching them all this time, and realized that the person he met was Kanvi. She was overwhelmed. She could not believe that he had come out so openly, and the fact that they knew each other did not give her peace of mind. Was this blue-eyed guy somehow connected to the Crane Creek clan? And as Jongin said, it was suspicious. She decided that she had to intervene, and she held her sword ready for action. But why intervene if the guy was calmly talking to the demon blade? There were rumors that he was being court-martialed. Kanvi recognized that none of these scoundrels could do him any harm and didn't even introduce himself. But the guy knew almost everything about him. The young owner said that it would be strange if he did not know about Kanvi after what he had done. Even though Kanvi had deleted him from his memory, there was not a single sign of fear on the boy's face. He remembered how he had broken his arm and shoulder in the battle yesterday, but he did not understand how this man could heal so quickly. Kanvi realized that his accent and eye color set him apart from the others and assumed he was not a local. Thanks to his intervention, the Crane Creek clan was not punished. The boy was definitely unusual. Perhaps even a demon like them, Kanvi knew he couldn't defeat him now. But for him, it didn't matter how strong the opponent was. He would never kneel before a demon. A crazy smile appeared on his face since the morning his hands had been itching to meet it, as if he felt he would meet it. He pulled out his knife from its sheath, unable to bear the thought of the enemy of the Ming dynasty walking free. An incredible power enveloped everything around him. This man was about to destroy the demon. As he looked at his opponent, he realized that he deserved to die, and what could be more beautiful than destroying his enemy on a Thursday morning? A girl appeared out of nowhere, making a claim against the blade of the Lord. She couldn't believe that he was acting on his own, drawing conclusions based only on what he knew what foolishness was going through his head. Dan Soyu crossed his arms, looking indifferently at the girl who had reappeared beside him, although her greeting did not make much of an impression on him. She turned to young Master Dan Soyu, asking to discuss how he was related to the Demon Blade later. Sayu didn't understand what she meant by his connection to Kanvi, or why she was interfering in this battle at all. It was too strange, and this woman seemed completely incomprehensible to him. In turn, Mistress Danma greeted Petty Officer Melkin, noting that she hadn't seen him for a long time, especially in Taiwan. The Blade of the Underworld was not at all happy that the bloody plum blossom had appeared on his path. He never thought he would meet such a strong woman from the Hua sect here. But why did she appear in his path? Kanvi was sure that she was on an important mission for the Nine Foundations Union. But she had shown herself so easily, perhaps because of the presence of this master. Realizing that he could not defeat her, Master Danok merely explained his purpose, which was to explore the neighborhood. He also asked if the girl had come in for a bite to eat at this restaurant. All of this sounded very convincing, but an elder in these areas does not usually survey the landscape. Perhaps his presence means extermination of those who do not suit him, and because of this, the whole of Taiwan is on the alert. This 2-meter-tall man realized that she was talking about the Crane's Cry clan, and that she was calling the people he had exterminated innocent even though they had committed terrible sins and submitted to the demon. The girl realized that his words were entirely created out of his own madness. The Crane clan was a strong political player with an excellent management apparatus. However, the inedible blade could not stand the scoundrel who had killed tens of hundreds of people. A crazy smile appeared on the face of the inestimable blade. Did these victims mean nothing to them? He laughed out loud. The young master, who was supposed to be an example to his subjects, was wreaking havoc and making people suffer. Even his father, Wang Zhong, did nothing to stop his freak of a son. And those people who do not oppose evil become evil themselves. Perhaps she doesn't realize that disaster begins with a little bad weather. 6 shoots need to be cut off immediately before they infect other plants. It is for this reason that the blade did not spare that clan. After all, his main goal and the truth of his life was to destroy the demon. Even if he had to live with bloody hands and his entire body was covered with a layer of blood, he would not stop. None of these people will be able to stop him or break his faith. The inedible demon blade is not going to change. Although he has been told repeatedly that he is wrong, it does not matter to him. He grabs his blade and pulls it from its sheath. He looks at those who stand in his way, and if they want to confront him, it doesn't matter who they are, even if they are a master from the Iron Union. He doesn't care. The young master listened to all this nonsense, and although he was amazed at the man's madness, he was stronger than he thought, and now he was going to make a bloodbath of it. But there was one but: the Hua sect is subordinate to the Iron Union, and Elder Kang is subordinate to the Five Dragon Union. And if the young master did not intervene, this battle could spark a serious war. This was important to know, because this battle is not just a challenge for the girl, it jeopardizes the peace among the members of the Hua sect. She gets into a fighting stance, drawing her blade, ready to face this test, and has no intention of avoiding it. She will show this rascal the exceptional skills of the Hua sect. Of course, in such a situation, no one knows what exactly motivated Cao Yu to intervene. He only wanted to beat the scoundrel, but why the girl intervened remained a mystery. Dan Moksong Gayong, known as the Bloody Plum Blossom, was the first woman to become a prominent follower of the cult. And Kanwi, that madman, has no reason to back down at all. He's just obsessed. It will certainly be an interesting fight. Meanwhile, behind the young master, people began to make noise. They ran to the sound and were amazed at what was happening. They saw that it was Kanvi, the same one who had destroyed the whole clan yesterday. And now his opponent was the Bloody Plum Blossom. It was something incredible, and they all came to see it. Of course, it was interesting to watch, but the crowd of onlookers was so large that these people could be hurt unexpectedly. The hostess's representatives and advisors had been looking for her all morning. She had disappeared and said nothing, although she had been warned. As they walked through the streets, they noticed a crowd that was making a lot of noise. As they made their way through the crowd, they noticed someone standing in the very center. It was the mistress and the inedible demon blade. They could not believe their eyes. Was the young mistress going to fight, and beside this man Kanvi? It was unbelievable the boys rushed to help her because this was not part of their plans at all. The fight didn't start until the mistress's servants intervened in the crowd. At that moment, Kanvi realized that it was time to attack. The mistress realized that the battle had begun when a whistle blew across their battlefield. Elder Kanvi's blade spun in the air, pointing directly at the mistress. Bloodbud also remained vigilant. her sword acting without delay. In a whirlwind of martial dance, they crossed their swords, and the battle seemed to be getting more and more intense. If the Bloodbuds helpers intervene and help their mistress, the situation will get out of hand. The boy steps forward to stop them. He grabs the young mistress's hand where she holds the sword. He also puts his other hand on Kanvi's sword, stopping them both. With a slight movement of his hands, he skillfully controls their chakras and stops their powers without any effort. After this maneuver, everyone held their breath and shuddered because this rascal was able to stop such powerful attacks from two of the strongest masters with a slight movement. He didn't care what people thought. He turned to these two fighters, who had already bored everyone with their antics. One of them is called the strongest martial artist in the world, but he was so easily provoked, and the people who had gathered around to find out what was going on would probably get hurt if they started fighting. He also looked at one of the 5 strongest warriors. Sure, he was a tough guy, but he decided to fight the one who made the 9 foundations and 5 dragons fight. Do the 2 great alliances not have a mutual understanding? His point of view stunned Kanvi, who was standing in front of him. It was the first time in his life that this warrior had ever felt such an influential force, but in his mind, he was determined not to give up. He could never just give up, and like a furious man, he screamed at the top of his lungs. He channeled all his rage into his hand to make it move somehow. The young master looked at him, his blue eyes remaining calm until the rascal began to stand out. A surge of incredible energy was felt in the air, a force so powerful that even the strongest of men cringed inside. The young master turned to Kanvi in his mind. If he was ready to put his life on the line again, there was no question. The hard energy rushed towards the inedible blade, and he even heard the iron on his sword crack. After that glance, his strength began to fade, and his bones and muscles began to behave strangely. Ravenous Blade screamed like a madman in pain. He didn't even realize what had happened. He just felt as if his last hour had come. But all the young master did was put his hand on his weapon. Ravenblade was confident in his body and energy, but he had just learned what his death looked like. The moment Saoyu let go of his hand, he began to walk away. The elder thought he could release all his strength and attack sharply. Then he would have a chance. But he made a mistake and admitted it as he walked away from Master Saoyu with a very bad feeling in his heart. He realized that he would not be able to escape his fate, and no matter what technique he used, he would still die. The young master looks him in the eye. He still gave him a chance, and the warrior made the right decision, because he did not want to kill people for nothing. He turns to the young hostess, who is approached by her escorts. They are shocked to see how everything ended, and do not understand what happened here. Their mouths gaped open, and cold sweat ran down their backs, because they could not believe that young Master Dan had stopped these masters so easily. The young man put his hand on the hostess's shoulder and asked her again what she was doing. Because her opponent had just stopped, she needed to do the same. The girl was in such a severe shock that she did not even know what to do. The guy took her by the arm and simply pulled her away so she wouldn't cause any trouble. The ravenous blade walked away from the young master, but decided to ask him his name. The boy stopped, feeling his vibrations. He had told him his name once before, but decided to remind him that his name was Dan Saoyu. Everyone began to leave, and the inedible blade walked down the street, trembling with fear. The young mistress was also taken away. Inedible Blade was so scared that he almost lost control of himself. He knew that Dan Moksong-gyeong had received certain orders, and that things had changed since she left the Union. When he met with Dan Saoyu's power, it turned his entire perception upside down. He simply could not believe that such a force existed at all. Dan Saoyu didn't just insult him with his mean trick, he shamed his faith. Although he was scared, he still wanted to kill him. But he was not strong enough to face this scoundrel alone. He was the embodiment of evil, and he needed Yomsaik's help. The soldiers from Gaiban were passing by and saw the scene, but decided to wait until it was over. These soldiers were followers of Haiban, freshmen. They even introduced themselves by name and bowed to the young master. Sayu asked if they were first-level followers, and assumed that they had come on the orders of their elder, perhaps to keep an eye on Kanvi. However, in his opinion, it was not a good idea to tell the young master about this when a dangerous man like Kanvi is around. He can attack anyone without hesitation. The young mistress watched Master Saoyu from the side. She realized that he was connected not only to Kanvi, but also to the Gaiban representatives who had already approached him. She had always thought he was an unusual person, but no one but him could have intervened in the conflict between her and Kanvi. The first-year students from Gaiban began to assure Master Saoyu that they understood his concerns and that they would observe with great care. After shaking hands with the young man, the hostess's hand hurt for a long time, and her representatives were happy to have found her. However, they did not yet understand what was happening, and it was better for the young man to leave. Dan Saoyu understood the remark and immediately released her hand, apologizing for his rudeness. The two men turned to the hostess, saying that they were late and that they needed to go to the Great Heavenly Merchant Union immediately. The boy heard that they were going there and asked to go with them. This request caused them great surprise, because even though they were going there, what reason could they have for taking him along? At this point, Sangyong had a flashback to a conversation with the master, who was briefing her on the situation. She had an extremely difficult task, the fulfillment of which was important not only for the Union, but also for herself. She is so talented that she even calls herself the wisest in the Union. She knows exactly what to do and what not to do. She knows exactly who to stay away from and who to cooperate with because she has no equal in this regard. At that moment, the mistress understood the master, because for her, the Holy Blade was the main authority. It occurred to her that this guy really knows Kanvi, but it seems that they are only connected by hatred judging by his attitude towards Gaiban's followers. They are an important figure to him, and the person he calls an elder is probably the head of Gaiban. If this person is familiar with the head, then getting to know him will definitely not hurt anyone. At least she can be sure that he is not going to do any harm. It was with him that the hostess decided to establish a relationship in order to make Gaiban a partner of the 9 Foundations Union. They took him with them and brought him to the branch of the Great Heavenly Merchants Union in Taiwan. Soon, the 4 of them walked up to the main building. It was quite amazing. This branch of the Merchants Union looked simply beautiful. Dan Xiaoyu could not believe that they had such a large and luxurious building. At the entrance, the servant bowed and asked the young lady the purpose of her visit. She introduced herself as Dan Mok Yen from Manhwa, and said that she would like to meet with the head of the Merchants Union office. And when the young master noticed her personal seal, he was shocked that someone would dare to betray her. If she shows this seal to this man, he will immediately realize who she is and let her in without any problems. Dan Xiaoyu looks at the seal. He also has one, because a little girl once gave him one just like it. He starts looking for it in his pocket. He quickly finds the seal and shows it to him on his palm. Looking at it, he realizes that they are identical and decides to see if he is right. One day they will be great on the continent, and no one will be able to judge or insult them. Ha! So Ho's name was the most important in her life, and she gave him the seal because his eyes were the same color as hers. When she becomes a big trader, she will appreciate him if he brings her this important thing. Dan Xiaoyu remembers that little girl, Ha-So, who gave him this gift. He was sure that she had grown up to be a big girl. The hostess interrupted his memories and asked him to go inside. The owner consoled himself with the thought that he would definitely learn more about these black traders and be able to find out what happened to Haseo, because he missed her so much. As he walked around the traders, some people heard that he had a seal from a young lady, and he had once become friends with her. They exchanged seals, and he had kept it all this time. While the woman in front was from Manhwa, these were her escorts who introduced themselves by their names. The man was one of the flower masters, and with them was the head of this branch of the Merchants Union, Bong Chong. He noticed that they had a seal, and the main reason for their visit was the master, who has a special seal, which made Bong express his concern. Since the master was already waiting for them, he asked them to go deeper inside. The young master looked around this huge building with his own eyes and could not believe that a simple union of merchants, or rather their branch, could build such a grand structure. He asked himself, could Malishka have changed as well? But what can I say, 10 years have passed since they met. Perhaps she received such wealth too soon, the master thought. He was again interrupted in his thoughts by the hostess, who asked him if this was his first time here. She told him that she had an acquaintance whom she had met in the Iron Union and that she was working with the Merchants Union. She happened to have a branch in Taiwan, and now she was staying here. She approached Master Dan, saying that he should make some friends if he wanted to settle down here. The guy did not answer her, as he did not understand the context of this story and saw no reason for her to complain. When they went inside, Zan Mok was asked why she came here, because this place is very far from Walnut and Iron Union, and she had traveled a long way to get here. At this upcoming event, the woman was only asking for help. The head of the Great Heavenly Merchant Union assumed that she was here mostly because of the Demoness Blade. And that was quite correct. They could ask the only one who could help with this matter. The head of the merchants knew that Kanvi was a dangerous man, and they had been following him, suspecting that he was somehow connected to the black traders. Everything was exactly as the young master thought. Kanvi was indeed connected to these black traders. The head asked his servant to deliver an important document to Miss Dan Mok. Usually they don't change their schedule, but if a young lady asks them, they can't refuse, especially since the information about Yomsaik that they had been collecting for several years was important. They tried to find out where his place of residence was. They were interested in where he ran his business, what his income was, his relations with the authorities and other organizations. All this was extremely useful. However, they had not yet found out exactly what Kanvi was doing, but they suspected that he had made a deal with black marketers. If their suspicions were correct, the orders given to him by the Five Dragon Union was set forth in this document, which is roughly in this form. 20 years ago, they made a deal with the Moye clan and traded people, including children. The young master heard an insider's information that a deal had been made with the Moye clan 20 years ago. The head of the Merchants Union watched Master Dan Saoya closely, as he had not reacted to any of the news until he heard about the Moye clan. Although he knew how to hide his emotions, his reaction was still troubling, and his eyes. The head of the Merchants Union said only one thing: "Who is he?" The young hostess thanked him for the information, as it was very valuable. But it was clear that they had not provided this information for free, so she asked what they wanted from her. The head of the traders said that all he wanted was to minimize the losses to the Union that they had suffered because of the incident. If an incident occurs because of what they are trying to do now, the Nine Foundations Union will deal with it. That's all it wants. The girl wanted to know why this was the main point of the conversation. For the head of the merchants, the issue of the destruction of the Crane clan had been quickly covered up, and she knew little about it. However, yesterday there was an incident at the military court when Kanvi got out, possibly alone or with his accomplice. The fact is that the clan could have been regarded as enemies or revenge seekers, but judging by the fact that the authorities are turning a blind eye to the killing of soldiers, it is possible that the deputy head of Taiwan has some connections with the Five Dragons Union. In that case, no one would be able to stop this scoundrel, Kanvi. That's why they needed to enlist the help of the Nine Foundations, but the girl didn't have that kind of authority. The head of the merchants understood that it would not be easy to involve the entire union. But if she couldn't send those in Taiwan, Dan Xiaoyu, listening to this dialogue, simply could not believe the way they were talking. What kind of discussion was this? The hostess pulled herself together and thought, if this is the price she has to pay to find out what the Five Dragon Union is up to, then it will not be a great loss to them. She would definitely pass on the request and try to mobilize the Iron Union branch in Taiwan. This was great, because when they arrived, they would be able to provide support. However, the head was interested when they appeared here with Dan Sao, but he did not pay much attention to him. The boy was just accompanying her, so there was no need to delve into it. The head of the merchants could afford such liberty, and asked if the boy was from Mount Hua, and whether it would be important to hear such a discussion. But judging by the fact that he was allowed to stay, he was definitely not an ordinary chaperone in the trader's opinion. According to the young hostess, Xiaoyu stayed here only because she had a request for him. The boy did not know what kind of request she had for him. However, the girl suspects that this master is closely connected with Gaiban. Not long ago, after the death of Dong Chong, the head of the Moye clan in Liaonan province, Gaiban took personal control of all the information. Gaiban did not provide any answers to these questions, not only to the Nine Foundations, but also to the Great Iron Union. Of course, everyone understood that valuable information was worth a decent price, but the relationship between Gaiban and the Nine Foundations was no longer the same. However, if he helped them, they would guarantee the master a benefit. The young master finally realized why this girl had been following him so persistently. He decided to answer that his relationship with Gaiban was not as close as they thought. However, since they had organized this meeting, he would accept their request, but asked them not to expect much from him. When the guy activated his aura and energy, the room felt incredible tension. The warriors literally began to tremble. The head of the merchants, surrounded by his bodyguards, noticed that they were all afraid of him like the devil. Who was he really? The young hostess, feeling this energy, began to doubt this guy and realized that she was very wrong. The guy said that it was time for him to leave, and he was leaving them. No one could stop him. He didn't listen to anyone. He just got up and left, ending the conversation. The girl realized that she needed to be more careful with him. She should not have trusted him blindly because he could quickly change his mind because of money or because of his appearance and connections to the Gaiban. She should have been more cautious and gradually gained his trust. The head of the merchants said that this guy seemed too gentle and left, but in his mind, he wondered who this guy was. Was Dan his surname? Was his accent like a mountain? Or was he looking for Yuan Lady? In any case, Ms. Dan Mok needed to discuss the details. He left the meeting feeling as if he had been insulted, but he had learned everything he needed to know. He had enough confirmation that the deal with Moye was made 20 years ago. Now he just had to figure out where he was. When he left the trader's building, a man with chaotic hair was waiting for him. He bowed and greeted Master Dan. It was a student from Gaiban whom the elder had asked to accompany the master to him. We moved somewhere beyond the Taiwan mountains, into the jungle, where a familiar man wandered. It was the Inedible Blade, who had been wandering this forest all along. He wasn't just out for a walk, he was on his way somewhere. Representatives of the Gaiban were following him all this time, not understanding where this man was going and why they needed to watch him. But they shouldn't have complained, just followed the order. No matter how far Kanvi would go, They had to be vigilant and keep their eyes wide open to avoid getting into trouble. But the trouble came from where it was not expected, when one of the vagrants' stomach began to growl loudly. He was suddenly so sick that he was running back and forth for the second time. His partner was already tired of the fool, because they had just missed Kanvi. The guy panicked, because it was all because of that idiot. And now the elder would kill them for sure where to look for Kanvi now? But when he returned, he realized that they had an even bigger problem. They had lost Kanvi, but not as much as they thought, because he was standing right behind them. Kanvi asked who these rats were that were chasing him. The guy fell to the ground, not knowing what to do because the real killer was standing in front of him. The diamond thread enveloped the vagrant, heading for his neck, wrapping around it perfectly. In a second, bloodstains flew all over the place, and in a moment the tramp was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Kanvi's friends asked him why he had killed him, but the inestimable blade was not interested in what kind of scum from Gaiban were chasing him, and why they needed to. Are they really following him? If so, why would they want to? He looked to the side and asked himself why he had so many questions. In any case, he was glad to see these masters, and guessed that the Redwater building was somewhere nearby, but he hadn't been able to find it yet. The ravenous blade turned to his friends, especially the archer, asking him to help him. But the archer realized that there were definitely some other rats hiding here, and they had to search everything thoroughly. They couldn't let anyone find their friend. The secretive masked man realized that this was true. They didn't even know that somewhere nearby in the bushes was another guy from Haiti hiding. He was frightened and worried that his friend had died like this. He would definitely avenge his death and come back for him, but now he had to report everything. The warrior started to go downstairs. It was actually an inconspicuous place, and the inedible blade probably wouldn't have found it right away because it was hard to see the road. They came to the branch of the Black Traders Union in Taiwan, where the Redwater Fortress was located. The leader of this union understood that they were planning to pass important information to the Five Dragon Union, and on his orders, the soldiers were perfectly prepared. The unknown masked man had trained them well enough so that they would be anxious and obey orders. If they are allowed to learn martial arts for a few years, they will become very powerful weapons in their hands. That would be good. However, the master lacked something. He was the head of the Black Trade Union. All the tools that had taken on human form, and even these warriors, would be able to master the martial art and develop their abilities to a sufficient level. Everything will depend on the influence of the master. They will be able to wield the weapon independently, or become a secret weapon. These warriors were the best creation of the Redwater Fortress in the last 20 years. But the fact is that their usefulness was not only in this. They were extremely effective, but there was nothing exceptional about them. Just like 20 years ago. Just like that girl, if only they hadn't lost her. If she had trained properly, they would have had incredible power. The head of the Black Traders could not accept the fact that she had escaped from them. His friends came and noticed what he was thinking about those people. And at that moment, the demon blade they brought here walked in. Weren't they supposed to go to their traders? But the demonic blade, before he destroys the alliance, has one request for the Black Trader, and he brought those who followed him with him. "What kind of scum are these?" asked the head of the Black Traders. "Was the inedible clink being followed?" He admitted that he had been followed by the Gaiban. They had even caught one. But it was unlikely that anyone else would have dared to follow him. Besides, his subordinates took good care of him, and no one would find any traces of his comrades. However, he did not find any traces either. "There will be no problem with this," he said. The Black Trader thought perhaps they had begun to suspect something, and perhaps it was time to leave this fortress. This news was especially painful because the master had been developing this place for 20 years. It would be a great loss for them. It would certainly be a shame for him to lose what they had worked on for so many years, but in such a situation it is very important to make a decision quickly. If Gaiban has already started to put spokes in their wheels, it means that sooner or later they will come after them. The Steel Archer has to go to the Five Dragon Union with the goods. He has to do it tomorrow at dawn. And the head. As long as there is no agreement among the clans in Murim, and as long as Ming opposes Mongol trade, their affairs will continue. No Five Dragons-led alliance can give them more than they already have, so they will definitely benefit. No one will be able to resist such forces and means. By the way, what does the Blade of the Demoness want in the first place? This request brought a crazy smile to the Demon Blade's face. He asked the master to do something for him, or rather, to organize training for him. Soon after, the Gaiban branch received very disturbing news. One of the survivors reported that his partner had been killed on Mount Oho, and they were ordered to pursue Kanvi. The guy went to relieve himself, and at that moment, Kanwi and his accomplices killed his partner. The survivor begged for forgiveness and asked for punishment. He could do nothing but tremble and watch his comrade die. He asked for death because he considered himself unworthy to be called a Gaiban warrior. The young master, hearing this information, realized what had happened. But he did not blame himself. Only Kanvi and his accomplices were responsible for the death of one of the Gaban. That guy was not guilty either. Mount Oho was their residence, but it was very far away. One of the heads of this branch was sure that it was connected to Jonsai Yik. He realized that they needed to attack as soon as possible before they covered their tracks. They've got everyone involved in reconnaissance, searching all the mountains in the area, and they should have news very soon. If their branch office is really in the mountains, then it's no wonder they couldn't be found. Who would have thought that they would be smart enough to build a fortress in such a godforsaken place? The old man had heard that John Saik was somehow connected to child trafficking, and perhaps this had something to do with what he was up to. Soon a message came from a group of scouts, and the messenger hurried to bring the news to the elder they had found the fortress. The same hairy madman offered to avenge Uncle Jaol's death. But they can't just leave it at that, since one of them, a follower, died at their hands. The head of the branch, Joe, will stay here and be ready to act at the right moment. He was watching the Merchants' Union with special attention, confident that something would definitely happen to them. He felt that something was about to happen. The wise man addressed everyone, realizing that everyone now feels hatred because of Jiol's death, and everything that happened was because he was following orders. The old man also feels the approach of war. He understands that they all want to wring Kanvi's neck, but he is a very experienced killer, so it is impossible to send all the soldiers to hell at the same time. This time, the scouts and second-level students will go with this battle. They will avenge their comrade and restore justice to their land. After addressing his warriors, the sage approached the master and asked him about his future plan. After everything that had happened, he must meet John Saik in person and will go there.
It's not just human trafficking. They were even selling children in collusion with the Moy clan, and everything that girl said matched.
It doesn't matter how many people they are going to gather. They will not stand against one warrior like Kanvi, and the young master must personally come and deal with him. The sage realized that, despite the fact that they were facing complete defeat, there were still a few issues to be resolved. A follower of Gaibon had been injured, so they would not hesitate to oppose them.
If this turns out to be true, although it seems unlikely, it is indeed true.
All that remains is to set out on the road. Sayu smiled back and, of course, was about to leave. We moved to the location Mount Oho, the House of Bloody Tears, an impregnable fortress that no one could discover for 20 years. Suddenly, an old man runs up to the guard standing guard at the gate. The soldiers were alert. They did not expect a beggar to appear in such a remote place.
The wise man looked at them and began to lift his bags, shouting that something terrible was coming. He was amazed that one could live in such a place, and even more so, that there was an incredible building with large and impressive walls that seemed majestic even compared to the mountain. The vagrant told the guards that he was very hungry, apologized, and asked the soldiers for some food.
The old man offered them a wonderful soup, and the guards realized that he was a representative of Gaiban, because they had just dealt with one scoundrel today.
They reached for their swords, but the old man grabbed the very sword he wanted to draw from one of them.
He looked him in the eye and asked, "What kind of cruelty is this? I just asked for some food, and you are ready to strike. I don't want to see anything that can't be eaten. So you better leave that stupid sword," he said. And at that moment there was a huge explosion. The explosion hit 2 guards, and the gate of the building collapsed with them.
He stood over 2 corpses. I may not have fed them properly when I was alive, but I am still an elder, and that is no reason to run away so far. Even though today is not a holiday, I will feed everyone a hot meal, he said, shouting at his soldiers to listen to him. They need to finish this today and celebrate.
Vagabonds from all sides begin to attack the House of Bloody Tears, preparing for the great feast after the battle. Of course, what better way to motivate the vagabonds than to avenge the death of their warrior at the hands of the cursed black traders? The warriors of the black traders were shocked by the bold attack of these scum, and they were not going to spare them. Fierce fighting broke out in the House of Bloody Tears. The young master, along with the King of War, went forward, saying that they would deal with the soldiers, and that there was no work left for him. However, as he walked forward, he was amazed that these people still called themselves black traders. But in reality, they were just a bunch of petty criminals. Even if the wise man sent his best fighters against them, they would have no trouble destroying them.
Looking around, the old man realized that the outcome was obvious. Although the young master was impressed by the abilities of the Gaiban clan as well as the old man's strength, his warriors were good not only at martial arts, but also at glorifying their clan. The soldiers fought like mad, proving that everything they had learned was thanks to Gaiban. Having gone through the complete chaos that reigned around him, the old man regretted that he had never found a worthy successor. Although, of course, Sun Gun was perfect for the role. This was the same Sun Gun who often attended their meetings. The old man remembered him and thought that he had once really wanted to take him on as a disciple before he left Shenyang, and even believed that he would be able to handle this inheritance. However, if he trained hard, he could reach certain heights. The old man promised that he would be a good student, but he had nothing more to add. Then he said that bastards will always reach out for handouts, and that you can't call yourself good when you are a bastard. The old man felt so heavy in his heart that he even shed a tear. Our heroes were walking forward, ignoring the chaos around them, when suddenly a warrior appeared in front of them, shouting that they were scum and that he was going to kill them. The old man didn't even pay attention to this warrior, because he could easily defeat him. He continued his thoughts, noting that not everyone is born equally strong and capable. They may lack the means to live, but they can still live without worrying about tomorrow. Their clan has no home, as this whole huge world is only a temporary shelter for them. So there are no difficulties that could break them, and even when things get tough, they are united and do not hesitate to wish for the country's prosperity and people's well-being, and there is nothing better than his philosophy. The warrior who attacked them received a heel kick from the old man. The old man demonstratively stuck 2 of his toes in the nose of this scoundrel, mocking him. Despite his anger, he looked the soldier in the eye and said, "Well, kid, is that all you can do?" He was ashamed of him. He tossed the boy aside as if he hadn't had any adventure. Thinking about his heir, whom he wanted to make Sunwoon, the old man thought that a bastard would always be a bastard, and he could not be changed. The only thing he wanted, he said, was to provide for his mother such wise thoughts at such a young age, and the old man could not help but rely on him. The young master thought that such thoughts did not sound bad, and yet one could think that he was not a bad person. We moved to the main office of the black traders. Their lord is furious because the trouble came from a place they did not expect. They had a shipment of goods scheduled for the morning, and they couldn't afford to leave any traces. But these scoundrels attacked right when they were not ready. Anyway, the guy named Demon Blade disappeared somewhere, and Convy went to Taiwan with what he needed. He said that he would destroy the Union of Great Merchants by dawn. This, of course, was impressive, according to the chief black trader. But perhaps he wanted to sit tight while the devil knows what was happening on their lands. The Lord realized that if they were defeated, the Dragon Union would suffer serious losses. The archer was not even worried. He was calmly drinking alcohol, waiting for the right moment among these warriors. There was one person he wanted to test. Is he really as good as they say? You can't act against him without thinking it through. The archer believed that he needed to make him a little disappointed, and it was a pity that they had not foreseen this. In the archer's opinion, after all, this was an agreement between 2 alliances. And if this city was destroyed, or the head of the black traders died, the agreement between them would still not be broken. This guy may have spent 20 years consolidating his influence, but in the end, he's nothing more than a pawn on a chessboard. And if an archer thinks about it, then from that moment on, blood tears becomes only your problem. He turned to Master Yam, pointing out that no black trader and no 5-dragon union is involved in this. So, if it ends up as he planned, no one will be able to stop it. If so, it will primarily affect him and his power. Realizing all the consequences, he pulls himself together and decides that he will not allow himself to be betrayed so easily. He looks at the chaos taking place on his lands. Even at first glance, it becomes clear that all these people from the Gaiban clan are real scum. The Lord looks at them and thinks, if the followers of a miserable sect behave like this on someone else's territory, he will make them leave, and leave this place in disgrace. With these words, he addresses the old man. The wise man, in turn, emphasized that his subordinates had killed his disciple, the very same John Sayik. The young master realized that the one whom the elder wanted to appoint as his successor had been killed. He also saw this black trader and realized that he was the same person who had taken the master's daughter into slavery 20 years earlier. The head of the black traders was outraged by such accusations against him. Has Gaiban stooped to attacking a small trade union for no reason? Where is the evidence? The old man asked him not to dodge the question because they had witnesses. If he is so sure of his innocence, he should just let them search the place. The Lord turns to the old man, reminding him that he may not understand something. This is his land, and they will not dare to search his building. They exchange glances, and the old man warns him that they will use force. At this point, the trader holds an unknown thing on his tongue that looks like a whistle. He challenges them. If they succeed in using force against his clan, then please try it. The loud whistle spread around the perimeter, filling the warriors' ears. Suddenly, a huge number of warriors appeared behind them, whom no one had seen before. They were terrifying warriors dressed in black cloaks, their eyes shining with an incredible thirst for blood. When the Gaiban warriors saw their new enemies, they were amazed by their mannerisms and facial expressions, but they still stood their ground and attacked them. If they didn't want to see this vagabond defeat them, they'd better run away. And at the moment when one of the soldiers swung a stick at them, this miserable weapon brought him nothing but ridicule. The amazed tramp could not find words to react to what he saw. The warrior, demonstrating his strength, put his powerful arms out from under his cloak and grabbed the stick with both hands. But what struck everyone the most was that a child was hiding under the mask. The young master and the old man were almost speechless when they saw that among the soldiers were children in heavy armor who looked impressive in their strength. The black trader laughed, saying that if they wanted to capture the place, they would have to kill all these children. If they succeeded, they would be real idiots, as it seems impossible. He turned to the soldiers, ordering them to attack, emphasizing that these soldiers did not feel pain. Dan Sayu, seeing how the scoundrel had crossed all moral boundaries, felt hatred fill his heart. At this point, the archer approached Master Yam and reminded him that his actions violated the agreement by using the goods as a shield, and whether he was sure he could solve all the problems that would arise in the future. Master Yam, delighted by what had happened, asked the archer not to disappoint him, adding that he could not die alone. If the archer wants his goods to remain intact, he should come and show him what he can do. These words sounded rather rude. The black trader is setting up the archer. But how dare he do it? And yet, he calls his friend. The friend suddenly appears on the perimeter and stands on his leg as if he could fly. He asks his master why he was summoned, and the latter gives him a task to deal with these people. This white archer looked more like an inanimate, a real skeleton in the flesh, his eyes burning with bloodlust. Without hesitation, he accepts the order he has to fulfill. The white ghost instantly moved from the balcony to the roof. The soldiers below him created an incredible contrast, like shadow and light merged into one. The white ghost bared his sword, taking it out of its scabbard, and at that moment he seemed to be a demon himself, coming out into the light. As he charged into battle, the warriors heard a sharp whistling in their ears, as if they were facing a white threat that was inevitably approaching. The young master looked up and saw 12 enemies hovering over him like deadly hawks. The leader of the white ghosts ordered his warriors to thrust their blades forward. Their goal was clear: to destroy all the vagrants without mercy, so that everyone would feel the power of punishment. At that moment, the Haban soldiers felt the full brutality of the white ghosts, and one of them became the first victim. After this cruel gesture, everyone around them fell silent. The Haban warriors looked at the bloodied sword of the ghost with fear. They could not believe their eyes, for before them stood a warrior from the Union of the Five Dragons, the White Swordsman himself. He had filled the entire battlefield with terror, causing his soldiers to leave no living soul behind. Like an avalanche of snow, these warriors fell upon the poor vagrants, and only the whistle of their swords sounded in the air like a deadly symphony. The vagabonds were powerless against such highly skilled warriors, their efforts crashing against the unbreakable wall of skill. The young master watched with admiration what was happening on the battlefield. He was mesmerized when he saw the mask fly off one of the warriors. Their unusually long arms and legs indicated that they were still very young, but their bodies were stretched to the limit that it seemed incredible how they could even stand. Their limbs were brought to the perfect proportions to master martial arts, and their skeletons were adjusted to the necessary conditions, which changed them beyond recognition in a short time. In addition, these warriors were completely subdued. They felt no pain, had no thoughts or desires of their own. Even if their bodies were trembling with fear, they could not stop until they received an order. These warriors would never find themselves or regain their own identity. They would rather die than live to be 20 years old. This wretch had turned these children into death machines and intended to do the same to his master's daughter. The elder stopped the war king, asking him not to rush, for his intervention could only make the situation worse. After all, these swordsmen, the elite unit of the Dragon Union, were not afraid of death, believing that they would die for the good of their union. If they were here, it meant that they would carry out any order, killing hundreds of people without hesitation, and not even blinking. Don Su asked the Habanese leader if he would stand by and watch the situation escalate. He realizes that it will not be easy at first, but he is confident that they will manage. After all, Gaben and the Five Dragon Union have never been allies, but they have tried not to destroy the peace between them, always taking advantage of others. The city of Ganjo, where everyone talks about justice, actually hides many secrets. But all these promises of justice are repeated over and over again only for their own benefit and profit. However, the War King was different, not like the rest of them. He was not subject to the current unspoken laws, and as soon as he intervened, he could become a target for the Five Dragon Alliance, or even the person who would be forced to take responsibility for what happened today. The elder may not have heard what just happened, but the young master heard the children crying. He doesn't know if they are afraid of Gaben or perhaps something else, but they definitely don't want to be here. The Five Dragon Union could call him whatever they wanted,
but he didn't care as long as they turned a blind eye to the pain and suffering of others. Even if they did, the War King would not go against the call of his heart. The old man only said, "Oh no." The wise man understood what the young master had just said. He was not going to go against the call of his heart, and this was certainly the right path for everyone to follow. Undoubtedly, the boy was right. The children's fear was hidden and suppressed by the will, just like this old man who had been hiding for so many years, used to not noticing the fuss. He asked himself why he was still allowing himself to think about profit while his children were risking their lives for him. It was a lesson from this young man that made him think. The old man pulls out his whip, preparing for battle. If the boy said that he needed to meet Gion Saiko in person, then he would have to go there himself, and the old man would take care of the white swordsman. At this point, he decisively bursts into the battle, not hesitating to point his whip at the nearest vagrant. In an impulse, he spins around the perimeter of the battle, flying straight at the enemy. One of the white swordsmen had just taken a swing at his warrior, but a strong rope caught his arm. The rope wrapped around his arm, and the old man forced it to the side with a powerful movement of strength. With this, he saved his warrior and resolutely entered the fight. He kept his faith through his strength.
Or this faith gives him the strength with which he will fight like a madman.
And it doesn't matter if he is an old warrior or an ordinary vagabond. After the old man's blow, the swordsman let his sword fall from his hands. The old man looked at his opponent and said that a real swordsman should never let go of his sword. He said that this rascal had broken this rule, and now, holding the sword in his hands, he had to return it.
The old man launched the sword with incredible force, and it flew, knowing no barriers.
The sword pierced its owner, and he felt unbearable pain. One of the white swordsmen was defeated because the old man believed in his power. The swordsman crashed into one of the buildings with such force that he remained chained to it forever with a sword in his chest. When the other swordsmen saw what had happened to their comrade, they warned everyone to be on their guard, because their enemy was not so simple. They realized that the old man was no ordinary opponent and urged everyone to be ready for battle. The old man turned to his vagabonds, calling them fools, and asked if they wanted to go to the next world with him. Today, they would have to fight these warriors one-on-one. From today on, he will show them what a real Haban is, and it is not just a bunch of inferior warriors. The rejects must behave like rejects, and they will never fight alone. He orders his warriors to attack the swordsmen together to give them no chance to counterattack. Haban's warriors surrounded the white swordsman from all sides, and the old man kept the whole course of the battle under control. No one had ever seen such a gathering of vagabonds in one place, especially with such techniques. It was a special Habana formation created to hold the enemy at bay. The old man struck his whip at the center of the group of swordsmen, and they scattered in different directions. Despite their leader's cries for the destruction of every single one of them, the Haban warriors were already everywhere around. They struck with lightning speed, not with swords, but with ordinary sticks. The blows hit their enemies exactly where they hurt, leaving them with no chance of resistance. They made the elite swordsmen tremble at the strength demonstrated by these vagabonds. One of Gaibin's warriors pierced a swordsman with his staff, dealing him a merciless blow. A sharp whistle was heard from one of the vagrants, as if to signal an attack. The swordsman stepped on the vagrant's stick and pushed off. As if on a springboard, he leaped over the army of these scum. He looked at them as if they were his prey, preparing to strike a fatal blow and destroy them. But the vagabonds were not as simple as they seemed, pushing back against their fellow man. They will never leave their own in trouble, and one of them jumped even higher than the swordsman himself. He struck the swordsman's head with his stick, and at that moment his skull cracked under the force of the blow. Like a defeated man, he fell to the ground, not even reaching his goal. The vagabonds began to advance, using each other as catapults to launch their warriors into the air. They stood on top of each other, forming an offensive line ready for a decisive attack. Their formation was called holding the enemy, and even if someone tried to escape, they would not succeed. Don Sayu looked at the vagrants and saw that everything was going according to plan. Now he could afford to have some fun. They acted very quickly, and he thought that Gaben was a truly amazing person. From the balcony, the black trader watched them. He was amazed at the resistance and saw his elite army melting like ice under the sun. He was seething with anger, not believing that these miserable vagabonds could stand up to his elite army. It seemed unbelievable. At that moment, the young master looked at the black trader, seeing him as a victim. There was only one scoundrel left, and it seemed that Gion Saik had some things to discuss with him. He brought a child to the Moen clan. The archer, armed with many arrows, thought that this boy was only helping an old tramp from Gaiban. The archer did not even suspect that the boy would join the battle so quickly. He loaded the arrow and pulled the string of his bow. Releasing the arrow, it flew from his beautiful bow straight into the young master's head. From that moment on, the archer entered the battle, ready to defend what was rightfully his. Pushing off the ground, the boy jumped to the roof of the building.
He has a target in front of him, the head of the black traders, who is furiously shouting at his incompetent soldiers who cannot resist the weaker ones. And like a bolt of lightning, he flies at this scoundrel. At the moment when the boy was already near him, the black merchant, if he had known that this would happen, would have long since fled. He looked up and saw a huge danger in front of him. The incredible energy embodied in the form of the young master, Lady Sayo, was already sitting on the balcony next to him, staring intently into his eyes. The black trader screamed, asking who he was, and trembled at his power. The guy stretched out his palm to him, wanting to make the scoundrel answer a few questions. He reminded him of Hansen and asked if the trader remembered bringing a child to the Moen clan 12 years ago. But the boy didn't have time to continue his question, because one of the scoundrels he hadn't been able to kill earlier intervened in the fight. The archer said that they had met before, and he could not imagine that it would happen under such circumstances. In any case, he was glad to meet Lady Sayo. Pulling the string of his bow, he filled the arrow with divine energy. A huge and incredibly powerful arrow flew straight at the young master with incredible speed. The boy could only hear the crackle of the air cut by the arrow and caught its incredible speed. The arrow hit the boy, who was not expecting anything, and flew past his body, leaving a trail of deadly energy. The boy flies out of the balcony of this house, hit by the arrow, and flies to the side with a hard jolt. He doesn't understand how this could happen, because no arrow has ever passed so close to his body and caused so much pain. He holds onto the arrow, which is stuck in his body, trying to pull it out. The guy realized that he should have killed the villain earlier, but what happened could not be changed. Feeling superior in strength, the archer decided to continue shooting at the young master. The black trader was delighted with such a grand show and praised the old archer, calling him one of the best in the world who fully justified his reputation. The archer could not see or hear anything anymore, except to watch with satisfaction the result of his wonderful work. His arrow is capable of piercing even a diamond and a strong Kinergy shield, but the boy managed to catch it and pull it out of his body. The young master held the arrow in his hands and carefully examined its tip. He realized without a doubt that this arrow was quite fast and almost hit him right in the heart. The boy throws the arrow to the ground, angry at the archer who had been waiting for the right moment to attack. He admits that the attempt was not bad, but it was a sad irony because it was the archer's first and last chance to kill the young master. The moment the archer watched his opponent with his eagle's eye, he was seized with anxiety. A shiver went through his body and he began to tremble. He knew that the guy's energy was incredibly strong, but he hadn't even realized it was that strong. This pressure made him feel the same fear that the 4 valiant warriors would have felt. If this guy survives, even the 4 strongest warriors will not be able to stand up to him personally. He has a huge responsibility. He has to pull himself together, even though it's hard for him. At any moment, the archers could be killed. But in any case, he knew that this would definitely be his last battle, and this thought haunted him. He launches an attack, pushing off the balcony of the building. He leaps over the young master, charging an arrow into his bow. And as promised, he will show him his best techniques. Unexpectedly, when the arrow hit the ground, it began to collapse beneath him, which was a real surprise. The boy stood and looked at the archer. Most people would have tried to keep their distance, but the archer, on the contrary, was shortening it. The archer followed his own rule. Everyone has their own technique, and his technique was unsurpassed. For him, the best distance is the one he chooses. Everything he sees will be to his advantage, and this rascal will not escape his divine golden eyes. The guy looked at him like a fool because he was not going to run away. Although the archer asked him not to let him go, the boy was not going to listen to his words. The archer, maniacally unwilling to let go of the boy, shot 10 arrows in his direction. A huge storm of arrows came from his bow, aimed directly at the enemy. Each arrow was released in turn, flying like an explosive bullet. When an arrow hit its target, it could pierce even the strongest wall. The young master dodged the attacks as the archer's incredible arrows pierced the air past him, hitting the wall. This was an exceptional archer, and apparently it only takes him a moment to ignite his arrows with fire, and he can fire a dozen of these fiery arrows in a row. His strength is superior to that of any other archer. He is as powerful as a demon link and is unrivaled in the 5-dragon union. Because of this, he fired his arrow first, realizing that it might mean sacrificing his own life. The black trader in the building watched the battle and felt that he would stay in this place forever. The young master grabbed a stick and pushed off, preparing for the next move. He did not mind accepting the archer's challenge, but he had a trick of his own that promised to be even more interesting. He quickly turned around the stick, and he changed the trajectory of his movement, making the exchange of blows even more exciting. It was a real pleasure. At the moment when the boy was already close to his opponent, he suddenly dodged. The archer completely agreed with the young master, but it did not mean the end. The boy pushed himself off the bloody ground, feeling relieved after the intense battle. The archer realized that the boy had moved from defense to offense extremely quickly, like a true martial artist.
It was impressive. However, he had no intention of letting himself be destroyed so easily, even by a young master. At the same instant, many arrows charged at the same time shot straight at the young master. If he thought he could escape from the archer's arrows, he was mistaken. The boy skillfully dodged each blow. He did not care about the arrows of the enemy. He ran through the rain of arrows and reached the defense of the villain. The boy hit the archer with such force that he flew out of the building. But the young master did not stop, continuing to run after him without slowing down. In order to change the course of events and delay his death, the archer pulls a diamond thread from his sleeve. As he flies through the building, he wraps it around all the key structures, holding the blocks of the building. In fact, its foundation, firmly in the diamond thread trap. At this point, the young master runs into the place when the trap is ready. The young master notices these silvery threads entangling all the space in the building. And at that moment, the archer pulls on the threads, trying to catch his enemy at any cost. Everything explodes in that moment, as if it were the last move in a game of life. Seeing the silver threads in front of him, the guy started to slow down. The archer felt his advantage, because he finally managed to catch the villain. The moment the silver threads closed, they only slightly cut the young master's hair. This was not surprising because the distance had shortened and the boy dodged in time. From the very beginning, the archer had planned to keep his distance, letting the boy chase him. All this was done to lure him here. To do this, he had to let him get closer. The archer stood in the darkness, using this tactic to have some fun. In other words, the demon blade with its silver threads was just a kindergarten trick that the archer had already tried before. But now that his intentions were revealed, the game was no longer so much fun. The young master realized that it was all just a game to him. He reaches out to the silver thread, emphasizing that the children they kidnapped and sold are just a game to them. They are forced to live in adult bodies because they have been changed, but their faces are still so young they are only 14 years old. In his opinion, every person should live their own life. And at that moment the threads began to be filled with divine energy. They are charged with this energy, and everything in the building begins to collapse. The guy keeps repeating that the eyes of these children are filled with hostility. Perhaps their feelings were directed against the whole of humanity, because they had lost the ability to trust anyone in this life, living in such terrible conditions. This situation was terrible, and it could not be allowed to happen, but the archer, on the contrary, enjoyed it. At that moment, everything was over. The archer could not believe that a diamond-coated string could be cut so easily with his bare hands. And what happened during the battle with Convi happened again. The guy was only able to do this because of hard training and dedication, because ki energy alone is not enough. One is a crazed killer. The other sells children like cattle. And for the archer, it seems to have become entertainment. After these words, the guy was filled with hatred for them, and it became even uninteresting to fight them. After that, all the jokes were over, and the young master's techniques became much more powerful. Even if the archer had shot his strongest arrows, they still would not have been able to strike a significant blow. He simply ran away from the young master, trying to keep his distance. The boy was running after the archer, not realizing where he was going to run to. The young master was much stronger and faster than him. The archer reminded him that it was all planned, and it was better not to get hit by his arrows. However, the boy was not going to run away from them. With his incredibly strong hand, he grabbed hold of one of the main beams of the building. To channel his energy, he summoned an incredible divine power, and everything began to crunch and shake as if struck by lightning. An extremely strong explosion shook the building and filled all the rooms. With one blow, the young master was able to destroy the entire building. Shrapnel began to fall on the archer, who was cornered. One of the wings of the building collapsed in a second, burying the archer under the rubble. The archer managed to escape by grabbing his diamond string and moving to another location. Once on the roof of another building, he could not understand how this guy could move so fast. The young master appeared in front of him, and with a single movement of his hand caused an explosion that destroyed the entire building. The archer, with his golden eyes that allowed him to see the enemy's energy flows, still could not understand how the young master had such power. They hadn't introduced themselves to each other yet. So the archer called himself Do-young, known as the Great Steel Archer. The young man said quietly, looking at the moonlight, that his name was Dansayu and he was from Gore. He added that he had no intention of letting his name down, and he wanted the archer to show him what he could do, or he would just let him kill him. The archer could not believe he was hearing this from such a country boy from Gore, and hoped it was the best thing he had ever done. He decided to show Dansai what he could do, and pulled out his arrow. It was a special technique that was impressive in its power, dozens of arrows filled with Kai energy. He guides them on his bow, and pushing off from the ground, releases dozens of arrows at once. These were streams of Kai that sent the arrows straight to the target.
10 arrows were released simultaneously to eliminate any possibility of dodging. Each arrow contained a particle of the master's power. When it hit the victim, an incredibly powerful explosion occurred. This technique cannot be stopped, because after the arrows are launched, they absorb Kai energy. This attack indicated that the archer decided to end the battle in his favor. Holding his legendary bow, he endows it with energy, and he warns the young master that he should run away if he can, pulling the bowstring. After all, his arrows will pursue the young master, even if he goes straight to hell. The destructive power of these arrows was unparalleled. An incredible hurricane raged in the air, combining the almighty techniques of the miraculous archer. The young master decided that he would not run away from the arrows. He opened his palm. The aura around his hand shone, and a sphere of pure energy began to radiate from his palm. All the arrows flying at him, filled with ki energy, began to explode. They burned and crumbled into dust before reaching the young master. But the explosions continued, and the arrows exploded right next to their creator, directing the blow at him. It was a real heavenly strike that engulfed the entire space around them. The ghostly eyes that the young master had aroused many questions and fear. His hands, which had such incredible power, looked like the hands of a real devil. Those who have seen something like that are probably dead by now. But the guy was in great shape and ready to face anyone. He suddenly found himself right above the unsuspecting archer's head, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. With his divine techniques, he flies past the archer to silence him forever, because he has no intention of stopping for this scoundrel. The old archer can't just die at the hands of this juvenile opponent. He does not give up so easily and grabs his last arrow. He promises that all his arrows will reach the target, no matter what it takes. The golden arrow, filled with Kai energy, flies straight at the young master. But as it flies towards his body, the young master's defense dissipates its energy. He catches the arrow and launches it back at the archer with incredible force. He takes the next arrow in his hand and uses it like a sword, pointing it toward his opponent. His skill was so perfect that this arrow hits the archer himself. He sticks the arrow right into the archer's head, and his hat flies off. Looking into his eyes with his last breath, the guy wants to say that as long as the archer is alive, his arrows will never reach their target again, and he will never be able to use his mean arrows again. The archer felt a violent shaking in his head, causing him to lose his bearings for a moment. As he slammed his knees to the ground, he realized that it was over. His life had ended with his own arrow, which had gone straight into his head. It even seemed stupid to sigh, because the game he had so enthusiastically entered had ended too quickly. He repeated to the archer that even death would seem like a game to him, because for him there is no difference between his own suffering and the pain of others. The others looked at the boy with fear, not understanding who he was and how he managed to kill the steel archer. "The king of war," the wise man said quietly over the noise of the crowd standing nearby. The wise man knew that no one could survive a clash with him, but the fact that such a powerful warrior, one of the 5 Dragon Union, the steel archer, had been killed by his own arrow seemed incredible. The archer's death would undoubtedly force the 5 Dragon Union to act faster, accelerating the carnage in Ganhao. But first they would need to capture Yom Sa-ik. As Sa's horse galloped along, the man on the horse thought that although he had trained, his strength was still far from being up to the level of a young man. And who was this Gaiban man who could destroy his creation? This worried him the most, and he realized that they would definitely close all the ways out for themselves. To the sound of hooves and shouts of "Forward, Great Merchants Union!" he rode his horse without fear. The Great Merchant Union knew that the Dragon Union was trying to destroy their influential power, and it had already begun to take away their advantage. From the very beginning, foreigners had never allowed themselves to be treated like this by the locals. But now he had reason to use all his cruelty. Suddenly, a loud explosion broke the silence. There was a quiet conversation in the room about how one of them had been through so much, and it was already quite late. The woman said she had prepared dinner and was thanked for it. But everyone's attention was drawn to the explosion that came from outside, making everyone alert. Manager Chung ran down the hall to inform the master that something bad had happened. He said that the Demon Blade, the underworld Kang Wei, had suddenly attacked them, and they were trying to hold off his onslaught, but it would not last long. Because of this, he advised the master to leave the place. The master was furious and said, "No way." He explained that if their branch fell, the entire tradesmen's union would suffer heavy losses. He firmly stated that he was not going to run away as long as something threatened the young mistress. No one could understand what the blade of the underworld demon was doing here. They could only assume that its original purpose was to destroy the merchants' union, and these actions seemed rash to them. The young mistress speculated, is his real goal to sow enmity between the 9 foundations, the Lion Union, and the Merchant Union? Negotiations between the 5 dragons and the Merchants Union rarely yielded positive results. If they failed to establish cooperation,
They hoped to exclude the Merchants' Union from negotiations with other unions. After the loud explosion, the warriors ran out into the courtyard, where the blade of the underworld demon was already waiting for them. They believed that they had to show him immediately who was called the Mad Dog and who was in charge. He heard these words when they called him Mad Dog and decided to show them his true power. Cutting them down one by one, he said, "You can try as much as you want, but I will still kill you, even if you run away alone in fear." He skillfully handled the weapon, and the enemies flew in different directions, unable to withstand his onslaught. He explained to them that this was their war. They had decided to serve these bastards for money. They did not want to admit their mistakes and decided to fight to the death, even with such small chances. They begged him to stop, saying that if he continued, there would be no forgiveness for him. But he only asked what they meant and explained that this was only the beginning. After that, he gripped the hilt of his sword even tighter, preparing for another blow. The sword pierced through the bodies of the soldiers, leaving them no chance of escape. He could not stand it when the weak tried to appear stronger than they really were. Suddenly, 2 more appeared in front of him, jumping down from the mountain. He frantically dealt with them, and managed to tell them that they would not have to go to hell alone, because he would kill everyone from the trade union. The representatives of the trade union could barely withstand this terrible onslaught, which seemed to have no end. Yet one by one he continued to slaughter them, leaving no chance of escape. The 2 swords he held in his hands were about 2 meters long. It was not difficult for him to hit them accurately, cutting his enemies to pieces. Against the backdrop of the moon, their bodies flew apart, creating an eerie silhouette.
"Damn bastard!" one of the men shouted at the sight of this cruelty.
But he just smiled, recognizing that he was indeed a demon, but a demon that absorbs evil. They tried to silence him, telling him to stop, and reminding him of the influential group of traitors they represented. However, he claimed that he was the one destined to do it, and it would only happen when he destroyed them all. One of the men confronted him, promising to cut his throat. A moment later they fought in a duel, deflecting each other's swords. His opponent was Sop Manhui, the best warrior in the trade union. But for Kang, his words meant nothing, because he considered him just a pawn in a big game. Their battle continued, and the loud ringing of swords echoed in the air.
They shouted at each other to use all their strength and asked if that was all he could do.
In response, Kang would only say that this was just the beginning. But then, he added that it was actually the end. His speed increased dramatically, leaving his opponent without a chance. It was easy for him to determine the level of the enemy, watching him get caught up in the battle despite his skills. "Once your mind is clouded, your life as a fighter is over," Khan said. But for his opponent, these words seemed like just an empty lie.
Suddenly, unbearable pain pierced his body, paralyzing his movements.
It happened too fast for him to realize what was happening. Khan's sword, like a blade, quickly and ruthlessly passed through the warrior's body.
"Sop!"
The other representatives of the trade union exclaimed in alarm when they saw what had happened. Trembling, Sop could not believe what he was seeing, as if it were a nightmare from which he could not escape. Sop was lying on the ground, looking directly at Kang. His eyes were genuinely confused, and Kang just smiled ominously back at him and said that he was going to suffer. He didn't think that a man on the verge of death should think about that. As he killed him, Khan said that it was too early for him to die, hinting that everything was just beginning. Jumping back, he announced that he would think about it later, once he had destroyed Jongdusu and destroyed the Merchants' Union. The master of the Merchants' Union couldn't contain his emotions as he watched Kang kill his dearest person. Looking the master straight in the eye, Kang offered to give him his life in exchange for a promise not to torture his other subordinates. At the same moment, Kang rushed at Jongdusu, intending to kill him. The sword stopped right above his head, as if hovering in the air. Suddenly, Kang's sword was knocked back with such force that he trembled. They shouted at him, asking him what he was doing and whether the Manhwa sect was really in cahoots with the dirty foreigners. They simply could not agree with Kang's actions, because they found his actions unacceptable. The warrior stepped on Kang's sword blade and said, "Even if you are right, I cannot agree with you." The position of this warrior was that no one can stand by while someone allows himself to kill innocents. Kang's sword continued to hold back, sparks of metal flying in different directions, creating tension. The loud scraping of metal echoed around him, reverberating in the air. The young mistress remarked that if the Five Dragon Union had provoked all these killings, then her goal was to destroy the Nine Foundation Union. To Kang, these words seemed arrogant, but the sword was already at his neck. Red energy was emanating from the sword, but Kang managed to put his sword up in time to protect himself. The metal continued to grind, and they fended off each other's attacks, each trying to find the other's weakness. Kang asked her if she was really going to keep blocking his path. He also warned her to remember that the battle had been started by the Nine Foundations Union, and from that moment on, everything that would happen in the future would be on the conscience of this union. But no one was even going to believe what he said. They explained to him that it was the Dragon Union that was responsible for what had happened, and that they would decide to determine the real culprit later, because the dead do not speak.
They planned to cut off his head and then generously present it to the Five Dragon Union as a trophy. Their onslaught became stronger and stronger, and it became increasingly difficult for him to hold back their attacks. At that moment, he realized that he had underestimated them. These two were much stronger than they seemed at first glance. The blade shone under the moonlight, creating a menacing aura. She asked him how he was going to kill everyone and blame the Manhwa sect for everything with such abilities. She explained that under the wing of the Dragon Union, he was destroying the reputation of not only the Nine Foundations Union, but the entire Iron Union. He must pay for this with his life. She showed him the true power of her sword, ready to prove her superiority. She struck him with such fury that he pierced a concrete wall with his back, flying backwards. Blood Plum Blossom, Danmok Sion Young. He had heard that she had incredible strength, and now he realized that the rumors were true. And he, Kang Wei, the blade of the demon of the underworld, had devoted 20 years to martial arts. His fame was spreading throughout Ganzhou, and he was not going to give up in front of Blood Plum by calling her a stupid girl. Even if she was called the strongest in the new generation, he was going to show her that there was a gulf between them that she would never bridge. The others saw his hands begin to take on a completely different appearance. The girl trembled when she noticed these changes in his body. Kang brought his sword to his chest, and a bright light began to shine around his body, radiating powerful energy. It seemed that the very air around him was vibrating with this power, and the ground under his feet began to crack from the tension. The girl jumped from stone to stone like a light bird, rising higher and higher into the air. Her movements were graceful and smooth as if she were dancing in the heavens, preparing for a decisive strike. To execute her powerful attack, she made a final leap upward, began to spin rapidly around her axis, and said in a quiet but confident voice, "Light wind of fragrance." A wave of energy spread out from her body, filling the air with the delicate scent of flowers, but at the same time carrying a destructive force. Kang had hoped that only his strength would increase in this battle, but the girl also decided to demonstrate the full power of her abilities. He watched in amazement as her attack gained momentum, realizing that his opponent was much stronger than he had anticipated. At this point, the other trade union soldiers were thrown back by the powerful wave of energy generated by the collision of Kang and the girl's forces. They barely had time to defend themselves, trying to stay on their feet during this epic confrontation. As they flew back, they heard the loud and ominous laughter of Khan, who had now completely changed his form. His body took on demonic features, and his eyes glowed with red flames, striking fear into the hearts of those who dared to confront him. "Is this your famous light wind of fragrances?" Kang asked mockingly as he repelled the girl's attack. "I've heard of this technique of the Manhwa sect. I always thought it was as exquisite as it was useless." The other warriors knew about the existence of techniques that could change the user's body, but this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Kang's altered body radiated incredible power and terror, leaving them dazed and confused. Blood Plum asked Kang in disbelief, "Is this your real account?" Her voice was a mixture of surprise and disgust, as she was looking at a real demon who had previously been hiding under a human guise. Kang smiled dismissively and answered, "This is just a trifle. If you're so shocked by such a small change, then you will definitely faint when you learn of the Dragon Union's true plans." His words caused a wave of curiosity and anxiety among the audience. They immediately began to ask questions. What plans are you talking about? What is the Dragon Union up to? But Kang only smiled mysteriously, emphasizing his superiority. "Something extraordinary is going to happen on the continent soon," Kang began to explain. "But for now, that's all I can tell you. If you find out more, the saint himself will come here to kill me. So perhaps I will reveal the whole truth to you when I stand over your graves." Khan's words made the master think. He began to connect what he had said with the possible intervention of the Five Dragons, and suggested, "Is the first saint the head of the Five Dragons Union, Huangbo Ganaka? What are they planning, and how will it affect our world?" In any case, if what Kang said turned out to be true, this plan would become a huge problem for everyone. The master realized that he had to act immediately to prevent a catastrophe that could destroy the balance of power on the continent. Summoning all his courage and determination, the master shouted, "We will not allow your dark plans to come true. Even if we have to give our lives, we will stop you here and now." The warriors of the trade union supported him with shouts, preparing for the final battle against Khan. "We must prepare for this as soon as possible!" the master shouted, giving orders to his men. Meanwhile, Kang looked at the girl carefully, realizing that she was much stronger than he had expected, but he also realized that he shouldn't underestimate the two standing next to her. He realized that he needed more time than he had originally planned, and this was irritating him greatly. Enraged, he decided to grab for his weapon. Now the sword, which had seemed gigantic before, did not look so big against his new body. Bloody Plum tried to figure out what to do in this situation, when a giant was standing in front of her, ready to kill her with one blow. Her eyes reflected determination, but also fear, because she knew that it would be extremely difficult to stop this giant. "What can I do against this giant?" she thought as she saw it rapidly approaching, threatening her life. Meanwhile, outside Taiwan on Mount Anzhou, events unfolded that could change the course of the battle. In the heart of the Black Merchant sect, in Taiwan, in the House of Bloody Tears, a fierce battle was taking place. 8 warriors had already fallen, and only a few remained to break their formation. Their target was an old man. The elder they were pursuing was a sage who thought they were cruel bastards. They created this formation together, putting all their strength and soul into it. But he was not going to let them overcome them so easily. His weapon, a long rope, was wrapped around the neck of his enemies, tightening the noose with every movement. All he had to do was pull, and the enemy's life was over. But this time, everything did not go according to plan. As soon as he pulled the rope, his body suddenly flew in the opposite direction. He felt an invisible force pulling him off his seat, forcing him to fly toward the enemies who were looking at him with cold determination. This was part of his plan, because he had failed to subdue the enemy, so he had to knee him in the head again. It was unexpected to see such agility from an old man, but he moved like lightning, avoiding blows and counterattacking with incredible speed. It took a few well-aimed blows, and the enemy was already lying on the ground, exhausted. Their bodies shuddered from such powerful physical blows, unable to withstand the load. The old man decided to further humiliate the enemy by wiping his soul on the head of one of the idiots, trying to show his superiority. All this was because their enemies had forced them into battle, and were now trying to defeat them with their outbursts of anger. However, the sage thought that this was enough. A moment later, the king of war appeared behind him and asked if he had been able to talk to Yeomsa-ik. However, the king was unable to do so. The reason was that Yeomsa had escaped while the king was fighting with the archer, and now he had to catch up with him. The sage asked if the people who remained here were not enough to get answers. All of these white swordsmen have undergone hard training, so they can withstand any onslaught and won't give anything away, the sage said. Sayu decided to interrogate them himself, ready to use any method to find out the truth. They approached the white warriors, ready to learn the truth. The white swordsmen, 26 of whom were killed, fainted, leaving only a few who could barely stand. From that moment on, they faced a new task: to interrogate the survivors, learn about what happened in Gaiban, and try to win over the defeated swordsmen to their side. The wise man was most concerned about the children in this situation. First, they had to catch Yeomsa-ik. That was the only way things could happen, and only then would they be able to negotiate with the 5-Dragon Union. If these children can say something, they will become important evidence against the black traders. But in their condition, we can hardly be sure that they will be able to adequately assess the situation. The 5-Dragon Union will undoubtedly argue that the black traders have nothing to do with the poor children. The sage then extended his hand, ready to help. He stretched his open palm right up to the child's eye, saying soothing words. "Do not worry. We will protect you. No matter who goes next, Gaiban will protect you all and try to heal you," the sage added, trying to inspire hope. Suddenly a sword came out of its sheath, and a sharp sound of metal slicing through the air was heard. Just as the wise man was about to help the boy, he suddenly drew his sword and attacked him. The sage did not expect this turn of events, and the sword blade was right next to his eye. He could hardly dodge such quick attacks because the boy was incredibly agile. One by one they rose up, and their eyes began to glow with a dangerous brilliance. Did their defense mechanism activate? The sage thought, trying to understand what was happening. They seemed to take the sage's gesture as a signal to attack. Sayu asked to leave it to him, as he was ready to take responsibility and take care of the situation. The sage asked him to wait, emphasizing that they were only children, and urged him not to use his powers against them. But Saya assured the sage that he need not worry. He said he would not kill anyone, and suddenly a blue light appeared around his feet. Using electricity, he lifted a huge slab that was lying nearby. He began to use the heavenly weapon, and chi energy appeared on his hand. As soon as he approached and touched the slab, it was like, in a moment, the slab shattered into small pieces that scattered around. This allowed him to control every single pebble that was formed after the slab broke apart. He realized how difficult it is for these children, because they have to act against their will. They have no choice. They are forced to do something they don't want to do. Sayu decided to throw these stones at them to stop them and prevent further attacks. He thought that if he hadn't been treated the same way back then, he would never have met the master, and it's hard to even imagine what could have happened to him. The master gave him a second chance, but these children had completely lost their sense of freedom.
He launched the stones with extraordinary accuracy, and they all fell in front of him, stopped by his actions.
Unbelievable! He killed 100 people at the same time! Was the question that arose in the minds of everyone who watched this spectacle?
Sayu didn't have enough strength to save them earlier, but now he was serious about making sure that no one else would suffer at the hands of Yom Saik. The children, who now looked very terrified, resembled only shadows of themselves. There was not a single glimmer of life in their eyes, only emptiness. Hugging one of them, Sayu said quietly, "Smile when you are happy, cry when you are hurt, and run away when you are scared." He asked him to do whatever he wanted, because now no one would stop him, and from now on he could live the way he wanted. No one would stand in his way anymore. And after hearing these words, the boy finally came to his senses and cried. At last he saw the real world before his eyes, free from fear. The wise man watching said that he thought Sayu would kill them, and did not even expect that his powers would help calm the children. If it wasn't for him, no one would have been able to do it, the sage added with gratitude in his voice. After that, they turned their attention to the white swordsman. Sayu approached them and told them that they should tell him the place where Yam had gone. But in response, he heard only an insult from one of the swordsmen, who called him an idiot. The swordsman added that he would not answer any of his questions, and it did not matter what Sayu did with them. Sayu's next question was, "You won't tell me even on pain of death?" Sayu stretched out his fingers to touch the swordsman, carefully feeling his energy. He felt a few points in his body and added some energy to them, after which the swordsman's arms began to move on their own, as if they did not belong to him. Sayu then laid the swordsman on the ground, and his hands picked up the sword, the same one they had forced the innocent children to hold to help them tell the truth. The sword was right above him, but the swordsman didn't even realize what kind of power this guy was using because he couldn't control his body. Even when the sword was at his neck, he kept repeating that it was useless. White swordsmen would not betray their comrades even in the face of death. Sayu calmly explained to him that he didn't know about Kanvi, but Yomsi didn't exactly understand what comrades were. Would true comrades so evil? He added. In any case, Sayu now realized that this swordsman valued the lives of his comrades more than his own snapping 2 fingers. He offered, "How about this?" At that moment, the white swordsman's body began to move by itself again, obeying an unknown force. The white swordsman raised his sword and pointed it at his companion, causing everyone around him to flinch in surprise. The comrade begged him to stop, clutching his hand, and could not believe that they had recently fought side by side. And now this. Despite the requests, the swordsman kept asking what he was doing and begging him to stop. But he could not stop his movements, explaining that it was not him, but his hands acting on their own. A moment later, the tip of the sword cut into the skin of the other swordsman, causing a wave of pain. His body shuddered, and he begged Saya to stop, asking for mercy.
He cried out, "Wait! I said I can't kill my friend!"
Sayu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you kill him or not, because there are still a few of your living partners here. If you still don't want to talk, then don't even hope to save any of your comrades. You will kill them all with your own hands, even if you don't want to," Sayu said coldly. It was cruel, but a white swordsman from the Dragon Union. After going through even more brutal training, they were practically unyielding. It was almost impossible to force them to betray their comrades. Such people will never commit treason. They will not do it with their own hands, but now it still scares them a lot. It's cruel, but it will definitely work, the wise man realized, observing the situation. Meanwhile, the swordsman was tormented by the thought of not saying a word, even though he was indifferent to his own life. But he could not be indifferent to the lives of his comrades, and at that moment he finally broke down and spoke. "I will tell you everything. Master Yam is going to the Great Union of Merchants." "The Great Union of Merchants? But why?" asked Sayu in surprise. "The underworld demon blade Kang Wei is there now, and Master Yam has asked him for something. It seems he was supposed to destroy the Merchant Union Master. Kang agreed to attack, and the Heavenly Merchant Union, the Great Steel Archer, and the White Swordsman had to choose a good time to transport the goods to Taiwan." The sage began to explain. In the end, Yom Saik's plan failed thanks to Sai and Gaiban, and now that he has lost everything, he has decided to rely on Kang Wei to try to get out of Taiwan. If Kang destroys the trade union, he will wreak real havoc there this morning. The followers of Manhwa were there, but Sayu doubted they were still there. Even if they were still in the union, their strength would definitely not be enough to defeat Kang Wei. He decides to immediately go in search of Yom Saik before it's too late, and asks the sage to take care of the rest. The sage didn't even have time to ask him about his intentions, as he had already disappeared from sight. There was a powerful explosion as he pushed off the ground with extraordinary force. The echo of the explosion spread around, hitting all the surrounding hills. Sayu was already in a hurry to do what only he thought was necessary. Thanks to his techniques, he moved much faster than anyone else. Using energy, he could freely step on the leaves of the trees, moving on them as if they were the ground. This greatly increased his speed. After he had done so, the leaves only flickered in the air. Sayu was getting closer and closer to the point where he was going. The life of one of the characters depended on the actions of Dan Moxyongyeon and his followers from Mount Hua. In the Great Merchants Union, there was a whole mechanism consisting of interdependent gears. If one of the gears broke, the whole mechanism collapsed, and the master did not care whether he survived, but for the young mistress it would mean a difficult ordeal. And although the master was advised to run away as soon as possible, he could not just give up. His thoughts were completely different. He could not just run away on his own. But if he wanted to survive, the right thing to do now was to run away while the others were holding Kanvi back. If Kanvi wins, he won't get that chance again. But doubts gnawed at him, wondering if this was the right choice, since he and Sung Danmak had sworn an oath of allegiance in battle, and now their lives were on the line in the fight with Kanvi. However, even under threat, the traitors must keep their promise. If he fails to fulfill his promise, his life will be meaningless. Looking up at the moon, he apologized to the young lady. And then he said, "I, young Dusu, cannot break my promise." Meanwhile, Kang fought against Bloodplum, asking her in flight how she dared to stand in his way, and threatened her with death. At this point, they noticed that he was preparing to attack. This was clear from his words, as he said that they had been preparing for the battle for too long. But now he would show how great the gap between them was. A bloody storm of shooting stars and hundreds of blades flew towards the girl and her companions. Kanvi is the blade of the demon of the underworld. He is an extremely strong person whose skills fully match his reputation as one of the 5 strongest fighters in the 5-Dragon Union. It would be great if he used his powers in the name of justice. However, Bloodplum was not going to give in to his strength, and her eyes were burning with ruthlessness. She bared her blade and decided to take on the challenge. In the moment, she blossomed like a plum tree in spring, and began to spin 360 degrees around herself, spreading her blossoms outward. She decided to do this because she saw no other way to win this battle. She decided to use the techniques of her sect, which she had never shown him before. Like water and fire, like good and evil, like the bloom of a flower against a ruthless fire that burns everything in its path, they rushed at each other. And then there was only a bright flash in the air that illuminated everything around. Their onslaught on each other was incredibly powerful. Kang could not believe that she was so strong. He never thought she would be able to block his punch. He also heard that she intended to fight with her sect's techniques. That is why he decided to show her his full strength. He plunged his sword into the stones beneath his feet and uttered the words, "Suffering of heaven." The stones began to break into small pieces. The energy hit the ground with incredible force. There were explosions, and everything around was scattered in different directions. A loud cracking sound spread, and even the ground could not withstand such force. Opening her eyes wide, she could not believe how he had managed to do it. After all, this force caused a real tsunami that lifted the ground up. Anyone who stood in the way was blown away by this incredible force. No one understood how he suddenly increased his ki, but everyone immediately ran to save themselves, although they could not escape. The girl realized that this power was invincible. She decided to pull out the second blade and turn to Jungin and Muho. She suggested that they combine their blades, because they needed to focus their efforts together. Both of them immediately responded to the call of the young mistress, for whom they were ready to give their lives. "Pollen of a plum blossom, a river of steel!" she exclaimed, ready to move forward. But the explosions did not stop, and everything, including the buildings, was blown to smithereens. Khan stepped forward, his sword clanging beside him. Looking at the dust left by the destroyed buildings and the earth that had been lifted up, he enjoyed the sight, but suddenly he felt very uncomfortable. He felt that he could not breathe. He put his hand over his face and began to choke and cough. He asked, "Why does she still not give up and continues to resist?" He added that the 2 flies who tried to help her were already dead. Against the backdrop of the moon, 2 bodies could be seen, with their swords stuck in the ground next to them. And now he asked her what she was going to do next. She held her sword in her hands, and did not look like she was going to fall to her knees in front of him. She only sat down slightly on one leg, looking him in the eye with confidence, despite how badly she had been shaken in the center of this tsunami. He didn't look as confident, though, although the smirk never left his face. No one could understand what was happening here. However, those who asked about the situation learned that all Taiwan branches, including the mountain, had been warned, and Gaiban's followers were guarding all escape routes. Ace was also warned about the danger, and advised not to get involved, but he said that he could not just sit idly by, and although he could not fight with them, he asked for permission to help in any way he could. At the same moment, they began to hear a loud explosion, and did not understand what was happening. He realized that this was the territory of the Great Trading Hall. But how could explosions be heard here? He looked around to see where the sounds were coming from, but heard shouts that he needed to disperse quickly. "Everybody leave now.
shouted Ez. Ace was shouting because a man was running on a horse, warning them to get out of the way, or he would kill everyone. His face was filled with worry. Yom Psych! Yom Psych! The young man repeated his name twice and said that it was because of him that Lee Jiol's uncle died. The man kept running, saying that he was being chased, and his uncle started shouting that he was running away and could not be let go. He told everyone that they needed to catch him as soon as possible, but behind him, they could only hear the sound of hooves on the ground. And at the battlefield, everything was unfolding in a horrifying picture. Dust from the destroyed walls was everywhere. Master Zhang Dosu was asked what he would do, since those who had defended him were long dead. The master only answered by mentioning the name Meng Hui. However, he was asked the same question again, reminiscent of what had been said earlier. He asked him what he was going to do on his own, since those two were already dead. Blood Plum could barely stand up, his body trembling with fatigue. Kong repeated what he had said before. She would pay with her life for committing such a sin, for standing in the way of justice by blocking its path. Initially, the Great Heavenly Trade Union, created by people from Goryeo, deceived people and accumulated wealth through fraud. Because of them, the order in Ganjo was disrupted, and this is what made Kong angry. After that, the Danmuk Song and the Manhwa sect were granted the rights to manage these riches. And because of this, today Kang wanted to make sure that there was no trace of the trade union. But the girl answered him, asking how much longer he was going to talk all this nonsense about the Hua sect. She gripped her sword tighter and threatened him that she would cut his throat and restore justice. And just as she was about to swing her sword, he hit her with his... He told her that she had nothing else but energy. The girl fell backwards defenselessly, and her butterfly pendant flew off her neck. Coming closer, he asked her again who he was in her eyes, because she could not even fight back. She couldn't stop him with her strength, and he wasn't going to stand for that kind of treatment, especially for what he considered to be a truth. He asked her again if she understood that strength makes justice, and without it, justice is just stubbornness. And if she still didn't understand, he offered her to say goodbye to her life and said that she would die. At that moment, she was lying defenselessly on the ground, unable to move. Normally, all of her clothes were tattered. This beautiful red dress, which had once been incredible, was now torn after this ruthless battle. He looked at her more and more closely and then whispered, "Oh my God." Turning back, he noticed the master there, and realized that the girl could be killed at any moment, but he did not understand why they were there. Although the master was repeatedly told to run away, he insisted that he could not break his promise and run away. Khan came closer and closer, saying that now he had no reason to live. He turned around and began to approach them, asking why he should be allowed to live. However, the master promised that he would help the young master achieve great things in the future, and stood up for him. Turning to Kong, and saying that he would not be able to touch the master, Zhangbong showed his courage. Even though the master asked him to leave, he said that he could not, because if the master could not break his promise, he would give his life for him. He also repeated that the young mistress needed him. At that moment, Kang reached for his sword and said that enough of these pleasantries. He was stopped by the voice of his brother, who shouted that he had to run away immediately. Yom Sa-ik appeared behind him on a horse and shouted, "Run away quickly!" This suddenly interested Kang, because he remembered how Yom had told him that he had brought Zhang Dusu's head and had almost completed the case. But he replied that there was no more time because the House of Blood Tears was destroyed, and the steel archer had tried to stop him, but failed. Yom repeated that they had to leave immediately. Kang replied that it was too late to run away because the bastard was already here. Yom's face instantly changed, turning into a frightened and pitiful face, trembling with fear. Sayu was already standing on the roof of one of the buildings. They looked at his silhouette against the backdrop of the destroyed building and the moon behind him, and could not believe that he was already here, because so little time had passed. Yom fell to the ground, crawling backwards, and realized that the steel archer had lost, and the House of Blood Tears had also fallen. Sai just had to stand there silently and look him in the eye. He also saw the followers of the Hua sect, which made him very sad. What made him even more upset was that he was late. As he looked down, he noticed a butterfly glistening on the tile. He instantly jumped down as soon as he saw it. A young man's foot stepped right in front of the girl's eyes. He reached out and picked up the butterfly. Taking it in his hand, he began to examine it more closely. On the metal part of the butterfly was written Seo Ho. He smiled when he realized that it was the girl's name. Turning to her, he held out the butterfly, placing it directly in her hands, and asked if it was hers. Then he threw the clothes over her shoulders and said that she must have already realized that Kang Wei was much stronger than her, calling her reckless. She asked him not to say that to someone who had put everything on the line, and he replied, "Thank you." He thanked her for keeping her promise to the owner of the talisman, and looked her straight in the eye. He asked her to rest, started to get up, and said he would take care of everything. She also asked him if he could handle everything on his own. He replied that Kang Wei had to pay for everything he had done. Within a short time, Sai learned what Kang was using, namely that he had increased his body size and was using the blood sword. Kang also told Sai that because of his girlfriend, who was not even from Cheongwan, she was only standing in the way of cooperation with the Five Dragon Union. In response, Sayu asked if such nonsense really made him hold a grudge against the people of Igor. For Kang, it was a real agony to see how, in his opinion, some village girl had seized such an influential position. Everything in Jeonwon should belong only to the locals, and he could not allow this girl to appropriate all the wealth. The plan to overthrow this girl has already been launched, and she will follow Jongdusu. Sayu didn't understand if it was really necessary to destroy the demon, as Kang kept saying. But Sayu was tired of this chatter, and he told Kang that he would die by his hands. Sayu had definitely warned him that if Kang wanted to fight, he would have to put his life on the line. At that moment, a question appeared in Khan's mind whether he would really die that easily, and he began to tremble. He held out his hand and asked Sayu to wait a moment. One look at Sayu would send Kang into a shiver, and he knew he would die if things continued like this, but he told himself he wouldn't want to use it. However, he remembered that he had decided to do this from the beginning, no matter if he was injured or even died. He wondered what he wanted to ask of the underworld demon blade. Kang told him that he had to find something else, but then he said, "No, you actually already have what I need." He asked him about the divine sphere. If an ordinary person absorbs it, they will gain extremely good health. And if a martial artist got hold of it, he would gain incredible strength. But what he heard seemed like a fiction. Nevertheless, Khan asked him to give it to him. In response, he heard, "Where did you hear that? Is it possible?" If this wonderful thing belonged to him, he would become the strongest master. Kang replied that he knew he would try to talk his way out of it, and asked him if he remembered when the first saint brought one divine sphere and that it disappeared. He also asked if he realized that many people had died then, and that he was also involved as a culprit, since it was never found. Kang added that he was well aware that he had left traces behind, but everyone had forgotten about what had happened many years ago. Kang said he would raise the issue at the Council of the Five Dragon Union, and although he did not know how the others would react, he was sure that the first saint would definitely take an interest in the problem. He asked him a counter-question. Was Kang threatening him? Kang called it nonsense and said that he just wanted to help avoid the consequences. But he added that even if it didn't change his mind, he offered to go with him. Then he said it would be better to come clean right away and smiled, because that was exactly what Kang was expecting to hear. He asked Khan if he was ready for the consequences. He didn't understand what might happen to him, but apparently he shouldn't expect anything good, as his life would be in danger after that. Raising his head, Kang said, "In the end, if the secret is revealed, at least one of us will be in danger. Besides, if he encounters that blue-eyed man again, he will definitely say goodbye to his life. He doesn't want to die now anyway, so he has no choice but to try to help himself." After this explanation from Kang, the door began to open. Kang was the first to go inside. There was a pill in the center of the room. It was the divine sphere. The man explained to Khan that once he received the sphere, nothing else related to it would touch him. He also spoke about the sphere itself, noting that neither he nor anyone else had studied its effects, so one could only guess at possible side effects. As soon as he absorbed the orb, he would be overwhelmed with energy and would have to keep a very powerful ki under control. Otherwise, something terrible could happen. However, Khan interrupted him, saying that enough talk and he would take care of himself. Taking the sphere in his hands, he looked at it and imagined how he would go to Taiwan at dawn and would undoubtedly meet him soon. He asked himself who he was, that even the strongest underworld demon blade had come this far. He knew that there was only one person he wanted to defeat more than anything else in the world. Then he said, "No, it's not like that I simply have no choice, I have to win." At that moment, he took out the orb right during the fight, and Sayu saw it. Realizing that Khan was going to swallow the medicinal orb, and now it was approaching his mouth, and what would happen next? He could see his cadaver swallowing the orb. He opened his eyes wide. Then he began to scream and his body began to change greatly, growing in size. The energy was sparkling, incredibly powerful, and its excess was visible. His ki increased, and Sayu had no trouble noticing it. But what would happen to him at this rate was the most interesting question. All that was coming from him was explosions. The Master and Bloodplum watched from the side, and their astonishment knew no bounds. He just swung his sword and this happened. Kang recovered a bit and asked Sayu if he had to be that strong to defeat him. Sayu replied that they were both ready to fight, and it was time to start. This was exactly what Kang had dreamed of. This was the justice he had been talking about. He could no longer stand by, and declared that he would no longer wander aimlessly around Jeonwon while waving his sword. He shouted that he had to destroy the demon, and swung his sword again and again. The strokes were too fast. He cut everything in his path that came in contact with his sword, and the ground in front of Sayu was split into two. He wanted to pass through Seiya and destroy the girl, so that her blood and flesh would be scattered all over the continent. The girl was scared, and she saw it before her eyes.
Kang overheard their conversation when they said they could make some promises to each other. Sayu told Kang that he would die at his hands today on this spot, and he grabbed this sword quick as light with his hand, releasing a huge amount of his ki energy. After that, he touched Kang's hand with his palm.
Kang's hand was twisted 10 times and filled with incredible pain, and the sword he was holding in his hand shattered into small pieces.
There were flashes and cracking sounds coming from his bones. Then he was spun around as if into a black hole.
Sayu added spice to the fight by saying that he would destroy him, and there would be no more trace of his existence on this continent. At the very beginning of this battle, Kang felt the full force of Sayu's power. He was thrown from side to side, and at that moment lightning pierced his entire body. "What is happening? The energy in my blood, I can't feel anything," he said during another attack by Sayu. At this point, Sayu decided to get closer and flew closer to his body. His eyes were blue, and the energy of the current that was driving Sayu in this battle was radiating from them. He decided not to hold back and show everything he could do. And this was just a preparation for the attack he had in mind. Everything happened so fast that Sayu barely touched the enemy's hand with his foot. The enemy's arm began to shake wildly like a sausage on fire. Then Sayu plunged downward toward the enemy, who was in midair, flying right under him. Gathering his energy in his hands, he waited patiently until the enemy began to fall. As soon as the enemy began to fall to the ground, Sayu placed his hands directly under it. The power of lightning passed through the enemy's body, and Sayu ruthlessly pierced it with his hands. Despite this, his face remained serious. He was ready to continue the fight. Kang was screaming in pain, and his body was twisting in the air like a light fluff. But this fluff was huge, and when it fell to the ground, a loud crash sounded. Sayu walked over to the enemy's motionless body lying on the ground. Looking at the lifeless body, a satisfied smile appeared on Sayu's face. The battle was so fierce that everything around him was covered in thick smoke. With a single blow, the tiles underfoot shattered into small pieces. Kang gathered his strength, stood up, and asked Sai if he hoped to get rid of him with such force. He turned around and continued to ask, "Do you want to wipe me off the face of the earth?" Raising his head to the sky, he shouted that he would not die, no matter what. He was ready to ignore even the broken bones and muscles that were torn to pieces. He was filled with such a strong resentment that he was determined to survive at any cost, like the frozen body of an immortal who managed to return from hell. At that moment, he stretched his arms upward. Although his back was to Sai, his broken bones allowed him to turn his head to look at him, and his hands were pointed toward the moon. What kind of nonsense is this? Thought Sayu, hearing him talk about the immortal's frozen body. It made him even think for a few seconds. When a celestial weapon attacks an opponent, it injects ki into their body. And this lightning ki is equivalent to a real lightning strike. Lightning shatters bones, tears muscles, and destroys blood vessels, and all organs explode, regardless of how horrible the deeds were committed. His body should be buried with dignity. But he kept talking about the immortal's frozen body, and Seiyu didn't know if he should worry about it anymore. There was a loud scream, and lightning covered Kang's entire body. It was a truly terrifying sight, and everyone watching from the outside couldn't believe the reality of what was happening. Seiyu told him that even if he went to hell after death, it would be meaningless without his body. At that moment, he put even more energy into his attack. A moment later, only a blue ball and a loud flash remained in that place. The power of the energy was so great that its wave tore the guy's clothes. The other character was sitting on the ground, probably regretting that he had decided to ride his horse to that place. He could not believe that the master could die at that moment. In his eyes, this guy had defeated the Steel Archer, and now the Demon Blade of the Underworld. Logically, he thought that this guy was a real monster. And it was logical for him to assume that he could not escape from Sai, even though he was considered the best among the black traders. But like a cockroach, he kept saying to himself, "I'm not going to die. I have to find a way out. I have to get out of here." At this point, Sayu addressed him, calling him by his name, Yom-sa-ik, and expressed his long anticipation to finally talk. He wanted to discuss many things with him and was sure that they were in no hurry, so he suggested that they discuss everything calmly, without rushing. Sayu wasn't the only one who wanted to talk to Yom-sa-ik. Another group of people was already preparing to catch him. One of them, a young boy, was trying his best to catch him to avenge Uncle Lee Jiol. In a moment, they were right on the battlefield. Meanwhile, there was talk in the building that significant losses had been incurred. 2 residences and the main gate had been destroyed. 2 warehouses had been destroyed, and everything stored inside had also been lost. It will be very difficult to rebuild. However, the man said that financial losses were not important to him.
He was much more interested in whether there were other victims, because he would have to inform their families about the circumstances of their deaths. Manhwa said that they should compensate the families of the victims and organize a decent funeral, and then asked about the condition of Dan Mo Song of the Hua sect. He was told that she had not eaten anything for 2 days and had not left her room, probably grieving for her faithful comrades. Mu-ho died protecting others at the cost of his life.
Jong-in also proudly laid down his life on the altar of struggle.
The girl standing next to their bodies put down 2 glasses and started pouring juice, thinking about how they used to love to drink together sometimes. If she had known they were going to die, she would have let them drink as much as they wanted. She asked them to forgive her for not being able to protect them. The last drop of juice dripped out and she said, "May you rest in peace." The traitors were in debt to the Union of the 9 Foundations, and now the Union could demand that they fulfill any request. Of course, the Union of the 5 Dragons had stirred up the conflict, and this situation did not favor the Great Trade Union. He was sad to admit it, especially considering the losses of the followers of Manhwa, but he said that it might be better if they did not help them. He even thought that it would have been better if he had died there himself, because now the negotiations would be very long, and he did not know how he would be able to look the young mistress in the eye. However, with a sigh, he asked where Master Dan was now. Master Dan took Yeom Saik downstairs and forbade anyone to approach them from then on. Yeom Saik was locked in a cold and deep place, looking around and asking, "Whoever is around, what do you want to accomplish?" In a cowardly voice, he asked to be taken out of there. Sayu went in and told him that from now on, Yeom Saik would have to spend a lot of time talking to him. First, he asked Yeom to remember what happened 20 years ago. Sayu dragged a chair behind him and asked whom he had met back then, but he just begged him not to come over and asked what he wanted. Approaching him, Sayu sat down on the chair opposite him and asked what had happened then and whom he had bought from Moyan. He told him that he would now reveal all his cards until there was nothing left behind. Yeom was filled with fear at Sayu's words. It was time to begin. And in this eerie place, Sayu began to dictate his questions. A few days later, Sayu was resting in a warm bath. Tired of lying there, he got out of the water. But his thoughts kept coming back to him. As with all of us, his thoughts kept revolving around one thing. Even if he escaped death, he would not escape suffering. Murder is always a sin, regardless of the justification, and this truth will remain forever. But if you have to kill, you cannot doubt. Doubt will only make you regret your actions. After getting dressed, Sayu turned his head and asked, "Shall we go?" As they left, he was asked if he had heard that a body had recently been found in Kanwa, and that it had been killed by the War King, probably by Gaiban henchmen. There were also rumors that the War King had caught and interrogated Yeom Saik from the black market. The sage told this story and added that he did not know what interrogation methods were used, but that screams were heard from the basement until sunrise. However, in response, Sayu said, "Stop talking. If you want to live, don't say a word about the King of War." The man laughed and said that rumors breed rumors, and it seems impossible to stop them once people start talking about it. After that, the wise man looked at the boy and asked him what expression he had on his face and whether he had visited the children. The boy replied that many of the children could not even remember their names. They only remembered their serial numbers, but he was more concerned about whether they would ever be able to get their memories back. The wise man replied that he could not know. Only God knew whether it would take a year or a dozen. But one thing was clear. They needed special help and attention. Helpless, they were forced to pass this test on their own. They have changed a lot over the years. And although it would have been easy to rid them of their acquired attitudes, if they had been taught in standard ways, this did not happen. The sage said that it would take a long time to figure out how to remove these mental shackles. They could not just leave them alone, because it would soon become known that these children were being held right in the heart of the continent, and this information would reach the 5 Dragon Union, as well as the Yeom Saik and the Black Marketers Unions. After talking about this, Sayu continued and asked about his request. The sage replied that he had found what Sayu had asked for, although it was not easy, and added that Yom had done many bad things. Then he reached for the thing he wanted. It was a record book that contained all the records related to child trafficking, and even indicated that Yom himself had taken them. It also contained information about how he watched them train, but there was not a single word about where he sent the children. "It's not that important, though," Sayu replied, adding that it could be found out through the 5 Dragon Union, and thanked the sage for his help. The sage laughed again and asked him not to make him laugh, for he was sure that Sayu would have done the same in his place. His laughter gradually became quieter and quieter. They looked into each other's eyes without looking away. Sayu's serious face spoke for itself. He had problems. And even if it was the 5 Dragon Union, if the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to fight, guided by his heart. After that, the sage remained with a serious expression on his face, thinking that as long as they got along, Everything would be fine. It seemed that they had learned all they could. Sayu said that it was time to move on and leave these children in the care of the main man. The sage was not sure if Dusu could be trusted. Sure, the Great Trade Union seemed more reliable, but could it really be trusted? Sayu replied that he didn't know if he could either, but he trusted Seo-ho.
Seo-ho, the wise man asked again and added, Unbelievable, you mean Ha-So-ho? Do you really know her?
In any case, these children needed time to get back to normal, and Sayu thought they would be fine there. No pressure or imposition is the most important thing they need. These children need to start living their own lives. Sayu considered leaving the children in Haiban, but he doubted that in their condition it would be beneficial. However, the old man asked what exactly he meant and why they could not look after them themselves. Sayu replied that if they left them in Gaiban, they would have to fight against their will in the future. The boy trusted the wise man but said that the duties of an elder were a different matter. As the sage had said, everyone in the world wants to have them. The wise man asked the boy where they were going, because he only said that it was time to go, but did not specify where exactly. They were heading to Anhui province, and Sayu asked the sage if it was close to the Iron Union. The sage immediately thought about it because the province was also close to the Five Dragon Union and the Nam Gong clan, which gave him a bad feeling. Sayu was on his way there because he was told that his master's daughter was there. The sage immediately realized that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous, and that the rumors about Sayu could no longer be contained. Gaiban needs to take control of the situation. We cannot stop the warriors under General Chokru, the Great Trade Union and the Dragon Union, who no doubt already know about this. Going to Anhui province is like going to certain death. We will be attacked. The god of war is ready to face such a conflict. Looking at the situation, he thought, shouldn't we be the ones who are afraid?
Although I'm still worried. If the Anhui clan falls, he will definitely appear the Star Hand. And the name of this terrible man is Hwangbo Gun Ake. The sage would like to know more. He wanted to understand why this young man, the god of war, was so reckless. The sage wanted to see how far Dan Sayu would go. Murima suddenly became interested in the mysterious power of celestial weapons. He was also interested in what would happen to this country now that the Iron Union was in power in Murim. How far will Dan Sayu go with his enormous power? The Gaiban have always tried to stay neutral and not take sides, which meant they never pretended. But now the wise man is helping the god of war. By doing so, he has drawn his people into a conflict with the Five Dragon Union. If you look at it from the outside, it's time for them to part ways and go their separate ways, because Murim is a place where chaos reigns. When they finally reached the heavenly merchants, Sai was thanked for having escaped from the black merchants, expressing his gratitude once again. The leader replied that if they wanted to repay him, they should take care of the children. He said he would do his best.
But the expression on the leader's face spoke for itself. After that, Sayu turned to him and told him, rather than asked him, that they had something to talk about and asked him to speak.
Young Master Dan, you said that it was because of your ties to Gaiban.
After saying that, the leader asked the young man if he was from Goryeo. The young mistress gathered all the representatives of the Heavenly Trade Union and announced her orders. She asked everyone to come to the meeting because she had a request for them. The young lady said that she wanted them to find one person, a young man from Goryeo, who had her talisman. She asked them to support him and to remember to send a smoke signal to alert her. She was the head of the Great Heavenly Trade Union, and this request was on behalf of her father. This order was now of supreme authority and overrode any laws of the continent. The master turned to Sai at this point and asked if he was really from Goryeo. As far as he knew, the young lady had given the talisman to 3 chosen ones upon her arrival on the continent, but there were no men among them. When he picked up the talisman from the ground, his eyes gave him away, and the master realized that the boy did not suspect how valuable this thing was in his hands. If that's true, then you must know the young lady, right? The master asked. Sayu merely asked how she was doing. He confirmed that he knew her and asked to see the talisman. He went on to say that the young lady was looking for him, and if he had her talisman, it was very important. He added that if Sayu really had the talisman, then he could be sure and not be afraid to show it. Sayu reached into his inside pocket. Then he pulled out a blue butterfly and asked if it was the one he was talking about.
Yes, that's the one the lady was talking about. This is the first talisman, at last.
Immediately, the owner grabbed the boy's hands and said, "At last we have found you." He emphasized that Sayu had no idea how much the lady was looking forward to meeting him. The joyful young man, as if he were 16 years old again, told Sayu that she would be incredibly happy. He urged him to go to her right away and assured him that he would be very happy to see her. She is now in the Iron Union and will be so happy. But then the owner admitted that she had a hard time. Sayu asked him what had happened to her. The man took a deep breath and got ready to tell him. He explained that many people were trying to seize power in their union. The Iron Union, especially the Five Dragon Union, is constantly trying to interfere in their affairs and trying to impose a political marriage. The Five Dragon Union wants to subjugate them. They attacked the residents of the Great Trade Union, trying to set traps from all sides. But thanks to Sai, they managed to resolve the situation, although it is not known what else they will come up with to put spokes in the wheels. Despite this, the young lady will be incredibly happy to know that she will soon be able to see Sayu. Upon hearing this, Sayu asked the master to tell the girl that he would be visiting her very soon. He added that she was very dear to him, but that he had some things to do that needed to be finished, so she would have to wait a little longer. Well, if that's the case, the owner said, understanding the boy. He assured him that he would pass everything on to the young lady and asked Sayu where he was going. Sayu replied that he was leaving for Anhui province tomorrow, and as soon as he was done there, he would go to Soho. He thanked his master for agreeing to take care of the children. Master Dan. He was the one the young mistress had been waiting for 10 long years, the master added. He was special. His power was so great that perhaps there was no one else with such power. However, the owner thought about it and assumed that if Master Dan of Goryeo had really come here, he must have passed through Liaoning province. And if you think about it, then the time of his arrival coincides with the appearance of the unknown god of war in Liaoning province, and he is accompanied by an elder from Gaiban. If this incident is connected to Moyong and Gaiban, it is understandable why Gaiban is doing everything possible to keep rumors from spreading. The god of war is a man who easily resolved the conflict between Moyon and Daryok. This person has such a terrible background that his very appearance left everyone speechless. Finally, the master got it all together. You can't underestimate him, he said to himself. It's as if he's brought a storm to the whole continent. After that, he wondered what they should do next and decided that they should tell the young mistress. Out of sheer nervous tension, he clenched his clothes tightly in his fist and said, Master Dan is actually the god of war. There are 5 great lakes on the continent. Poyang, Dongting, Hongji, So, and Tai. It was rumored that the latter was the most beautiful of all. The lake was dotted with islands and mountain peaks. For a man standing on a boat, there was nothing better than this view. This landscape was in perfect harmony with the atmosphere on the continent. After a while, he reached Seoli Island, one of the smallest islands in Lake Tai. Few people know about this place, but it is said that the residences of the most influential people are located in this inaccessible corner. It's easy for black traders to gain power and make money because they can negotiate freely in this place. And in front of them stands the head of the black traders. Everyone bows down before him and immediately kneels down. As soon as they see him, they greet him with respect. Step by step, he walks between them, listening to their greetings. He walks down this long path and goes straight inside the residence. In a moment, there is already talk inside about the report. The income has increased by 30%. He noted that this may not seem like a great result, but given all the difficulties, it means that the best result has been achieved. However, there is a clear stagnation now, so more effort is needed, he added, and asked, What does Master Chom think about this? He replied that this was the case for their branch, and noted that their revenue had increased by 40%. If it hadn't been for the events related to the Great Trade Union, the profit could have been even higher, but they could only accept the results they achieved. The Big Trade Union has always been an obstacle for them. It has significant funding and is rapidly expanding its influence in territories that originally belonged to black traders. That is why they are losing ground. The head of the black traders agreed, and added that something had to be done about it. He asked the master what exactly he meant. The answer was that not only the Great Trade Union could harm them. Of course, all the existing trade unions that have to face competition are standing in their way. Therefore, they need support from outside to cope with this. The head went on to say that he had heard that his people had taken some action against the Big Trade Union, and so far there had been no results. But as soon as they get through the crisis, they will be able to reap good rewards from these actions. After that, he asked if anyone in the audience had heard of a man called the God of War. The head began to tell them that an incident had recently occurred. The entire Moyong clan had been wiped out. A few days ago, he also received a message from Shanxi province that Yom Saik had escaped. Upon hearing this, those present could not believe it, because it seemed that he was supposed to be appointed leader. Had he really disappeared? However, the head heard that both of these incidents were related to the man who was nicknamed the God of War. Apparently, it was this god of war who defeated Yom Saik. Not only him, but also the blade of the underworld demon and the great archer all fell at his hands. The head said that he didn't care who he had dealt with. What worried him the most was that the goods for the 5 Dragon Union had disappeared without a trace. This is what is really worrying and could damage their reputation. He was told that they understood his concern and promised to look into it, taking responsibility for getting rid of this war god. Since Shanxi province is not far from their branch, they assured him that they would make sure to investigate thoroughly. He also said that he could not believe that someone dared to cross both the black traders and the 5 Dragon Union at the same time, and promised to make him pay. Who is this person? Where is he from? And what are his weaknesses? He promised to find out, looking at the head.
The head said that he always lived up to his expectations and asked to know about his past, who he was, what he needed, and what he planned to do next. If he turns out to be useful, he should team up with him, and if, on the contrary, he turns out to be useless, he should get rid of him on the spot. This concludes the discussion of the god of war. Manhwa was the right place. Sayu was there, and the elder told him to look around, although he had never done this before and, to be honest, had never even been to such a place. Suddenly, right in front of him, he heard shouts that something was hot. 2 people were having lunch and said that they knew the noodles would taste good, and another said that he was the one to thank for everyone enjoying his food. A poster hung nearby with the words, "Handmade noodles are the best in the world." Sayu was really hungry, and he was already twisting inside because he hadn't eaten since the morning. In a moment, he ordered a portion of noodles. A few minutes later, the noodles were on his table. He picked up the chopsticks and reached for his mouth. His attention was drawn to the man next to him. The man was short, had a white bandage on his head, and a mustache under his nose. He was sitting on a chair. "The soup and noodles are perfectly cooked. Very tasty." These words made him look up, because he was a cook. Sayu decided to strike up a conversation and told the man that he had heard that the most delicious food after sagu's soup was noodle soup, and he was right. Because of him, he was finally able to try it. The man replied that he was glad he liked it and wished him a good meal. The chef was pleased that his dish was highly appreciated by the guest, who was able to appreciate the quality of his food, especially the last portion. "The last portion? Are you closing down?" asked Sai, noting that his noodles were undoubtedly very popular. The man replied that the landlord had doubled the rent, and no matter how much people loved his noodles, that love would never cover his expenses. He told his story that he had been doing his business all his life, because it brought him incredible happiness when people were happy to try his food. But he could not continue this activity anymore, because almost everything in Manhwa belongs to Yom Saik, and no one dares to oppose him. Sayu said that he could continue trading because he had heard that Yom had left Taiwan. But the cook replied that maybe he would return, because even though he had left, his property was still here. Suddenly, a woman's foot stepped next to them, and the woman said that she could arrange everything as Master Dan had said, because the Manhwa sect would guarantee that Yom would no longer bother him. Sayu turned his head and saw the girl. She ordered 1 serving of noodles, adding a polite please. At that moment, the cook smiled when he heard that she had mentioned the Manhwa sect and said that now he could definitely continue working. He invited the girl to sit down and said that her order would be ready soon. She sat down next to the guy and thanked him for what he had done, because he had helped her through the difficulties. But he replied that he was the one who should be thanking her, because thanks to her and the followers of the Manhwa sect, they were able to save the Great Trade Union. She drew attention to his blue butterfly talisman. She then remarked that he seemed to know the owner of the talisman. She pointed out that the young lady only trusts people close to her, so how does he know her? And as far as she knows, even in the Iron Union, there are only 3 people she has confided in, and only a few people know about these talismans. "If you mean Sioho, then yes, we know each other," the guy said, adding that they had known each other since childhood. "That's what I thought," the girl replied. "But it's been more than 10 years, the guy continued, adding that he didn't even think she remembered him. However, the girl assured him that she was sure Sio still remembered him. She also said that the chapter reminds her that she remembers him as well, and that their friendship is very important to her. In any case, she did fulfill her promise to establish the largest trade union in Cheongwan. Sayu said that now it was time for him to fulfill his promise made many years ago in Goryeo. Back then, in the mountains, Sayu had said that when they climbed to the top, they would reach the abode of the wise and honored man, one of the 3 deities. Since they know he is coming, the others will definitely be waiting for him. Each of them has special abilities. No matter how outstanding their skills are, no one can match the local martial artists. There is only one difference. The martial arts of the continent are aimed at spreading the influence and power of alliances, while the martial arts of these lands are focused on personal interests. This is because it is difficult for the government to subjugate provincial areas, and the locals are only subject to themselves. Goryeo, on the other hand, is so small that there simply cannot be areas that have escaped the influence of the center. From a national point of view, having powerful weapons to defend oneself in difficult times is essential, but in times of peace, it is detrimental. At the end of his speech, the master said that it was better to rest today and continue the journey tomorrow. He asked the boy to get ready. Sayu sat across from her and said he understood. At that moment, a little girl ran up to them, shouting that it was true. Slamming her hand on the table, she turned to her older brother. Then she said that she had heard that there were people with different eye colors in the West and insisted that it was true. She called the boy's eyes very beautiful. Sayu was surprised to see her and asked who she was.
But she continued to bombard him with questions, asking if he was from Goryeo, where he was from, and why his eyes were a different color. Since they were both from Goryeo, she also asked if the people in his village had the same colored eyes. The master turned to the girl and asked her if she needed anything, calling her little girl. She turned to him and also asked about his eye color, calling them beautiful. Then she remembered why she was here and said that she had come to eat and relax with her grandfather. But since there were no seats left, she asked if they would mind if she sat next to them. With a little surprise, the boy turned to the master. He replied that there was still plenty of room for two on this bench, and suggested that she do as she pleased. Immediately, the girl turned to her father and asked him to come over here, repeating, "I told you they wouldn't mind." They thanked the master and the boy for their kindness. At that moment, the girl hit her feet with her fist and said, "My feet!" She explained that her feet hurt a lot because she walked a lot. Sayu was surprised by her enthusiasm and asked her how old she was and where she was from. "I'm not a baby," the girl continued, adding that she was a full 12 years old and that it was rude to ask a woman her age. "What's your name?" she asked the boy again. "Dan Sayu," he replied, smiling back at her. "That's a nice name," the girl said. "It's so cute, but it sounds kind of lonely," she said, and then added, "My name is Ha So-ho," and offered to be his friend. At that moment, her dad apologized to her grandfather and explained that they had to walk for a long time, so she was a little cranky. The girl had already eaten by then and was impressed by the taste, because for several days she had only eaten dried meat and rice balls, which was not very tasty. Her father also apologized to her for that, but she asked him not to apologize, because she realized that it was not his fault. At that moment, Sayu was looking at her and memorizing her name, which meant fox. The girl blamed Uncle Seo for everything, and her father explained that he couldn't do anything either, because he couldn't ignore the pressure from the center. She turned out to be smarter than she looked, as she began to tell her father that even if he did, he was already his friend, and friends should overcome all difficulties together. She added that her friend had deceived him, and that's why her mom got sick. "I am angry with him," she said. At this point, the master turned to them and said that he seemed to have something else he wanted to tell. The man began to tell them that his name was Ha Manbo, and he used to have a business in Gandong, but due to insecurity it failed, so they took a trip to China, packing up and setting out. The master asked him, "Isn't it the Yuan dynasty that rules now? Besides, China was in a turbulent time, and it would be difficult for a foreigner to settle in." Ha Manbo had heard that there was a war raging in the country, and that Zhu Yuanzhang was at the head of it. He, who has nothing behind him, who has neither influence nor support, has started a brutal war against the Yuan dynasty, uniting with people close to him in spirit. He successfully advanced and pushed the Yuan to the north. Impressed by the story, Sayu asked how he managed to do it. The girl sat and listened attentively, and Ha Manbo explained that it was because of this that ordinary traders like them would now have a little easier time. And immediately Sayu thought, if the Yuan dynasty was pushed out, what happened to Muye Nuna? The girl immediately noticed Sayu's sad face and asked him not to worry. She said that she would also become a great merchant and then solve all his problems. These words brought a smile to his face. He gently patted her head with his iron glove. At that moment, he said that he would believe her. Then calling her Lysenko, he asked her to take care of him. Her little cheeks turned red and she was ashamed. Suddenly, she became unexpectedly violent and asked him not to do that anymore. No one understood why she started to get so agitated. "If you keep rubbing my hair, I won't grow. I need to grow up quickly to help my dad. And how will you sing if no one will marry me because of my short stature?" Was the reason for her excitement? Sayu was confused at this point and did not know what to say to her. But she quickly forgave him and said that she was only doing it because he was very handsome. Suddenly the master sighed softly, but it sounded more like a light laugh. Sayu and the girl looked at him. He just smiled and told them that they were funny kids. After that, they went to rest. Sayu sat under the wall and fell asleep right there. Lysenya noticed that her grandfather and big brother, as she had started to call him, were sleeping sitting up. She looked at his face and said quietly to herself, "Big brother is handsome." Her dad saw her looking at him and jokingly told her that she would soon drill a hole in him with her gaze. It was better to look while he was sleeping. She started to get angry again, throwing herself at her father and saying that he was a pest, and if he saw that his only daughter was happy, he shouldn't interfere with her. The master woke up, and so did Sayu. He said, "Boys, it is time to go." The girl noticed and asked, "Where are you going so late?" The boy replied that he had already slept well, and that maybe it was time for her to get on the road as well. Then he said goodbye to her. She asked him anxiously, "Is it so early?" And she added, with worry in her eyes, asking, "Are we really going to part so soon?" Then she turned to him saying, "Brother Sayu?" He turned around, not understanding what she wanted. He asked her what had happened, and she said that when they met again, she would be a great merchant in all of China. She asked him to promise to find her. He told her that he didn't know when that would happen, but he promised that one day he would definitely find her. Then she gave him a talisman and told him that it was the same color as his eyes. She also promised that the talisman would definitely help him. Even then, she seemed much smarter and older than a 12-year-old girl. Although the girl liked these people very much and found them very kind, her father said that he found this old man very frightening. She thought differently. Although she didn't know why, she felt that her older brother was special, and she was sure that he would become a great person someday. That is why she gave him this talisman. She called it her first investment. As Sayu was walking with the master, he said that the girl was very funny. Her eyes shine with determination. She is very smart. She will be lucky with money because her forehead is always lit up with light, and she can be relied on because her full lips are always closed. One day she will become great, and from that moment on, her fate and Sai's fate are linked. At this point, the master said that it was safe to assume that something very important had happened today. As the master said this, Sayu looked at the butterfly in his iron glove.
And now he is looking at the same butterfly.
Looking at it, he told himself, calling its name, and asked it to wait, that they would meet soon. Meanwhile, in the Iron Union, someone told the young lady that the negotiations with the Five Dragon Union could not be concluded without a fight. The man told her that he understood that their conditions were impossible to fulfill, but he also didn't think that simply giving up would be wise enough, and asked her to tell him if she knew of any way out. But she walks forward in silence. Without answering his question, she asked Sungyang not to let anyone in. She also added that she wanted to rest. After the door closed, she was left alone, talking to herself. She just wanted to go exercise, but she was forbidden to do anything. She didn't think it would be so difficult to gain influence in Murima. If only she had more strength, she could make her move. She asked Song Yan, who had come to see her, if she had heard from her uncle. In response, she heard that there was no news today. Taiwan would have sent a messenger, and the young lady had no doubt about it. She was also told that there was no reason to worry, as Dan Mok could be relied upon. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door, announcing the arrival of young Master Huangbo and Master Nam Gung from the Five Dragon Union. The girl sighed, realizing that no one would leave her alone even for a second, and asked to be escorted to the outbuilding. They greeted the young mistress of the Great Trade Union, and she apologized for the delay. They stood side by side and expressed their joy at meeting. Yun Chong told her that she was getting more and more beautiful every time. Her beauty was simply dazzling. She knew exactly who he was. Jiang is from a line of rapists. Now he is a clan leader from the Five Dragon Union, the second son of the Huangbo Holy family. She told him that it was extremely rude of her to stay late and asked him how she could deal with his father's anger. He just laughed and replied that she needn't worry, because his father would not get angry over such a nonsense. He added that even if he became blind, he would not regret it, because her beauty was blinding. But in response, he heard the young lady say that he should not compare her to such things, otherwise she would decide that it would be better to leave him, and asked, "You want to send me away from the Union, right?" "Of course not," he replied, adding that he wanted her to stay here forever, and it would be great if she accepted his offer. The Shining Lotus Bud, Seo Ren, pointed out that the young lady must be upset because their visit was so unexpected. But the young mistress didn't mind, for she knew that there was not a single corner in the Iron Union where the door was closed to Mistress Namgung, and she expressed her interest in knowing why they had come. She replied, "Can't we visit you without a reason? You're upsetting me." The young lady realized that there was no need to waste time on pleasantries, and asked again why they had come. She replied that it was simple. She would like to borrow 10,000 gold pieces from the Great Trade Union, which was the amount she needed. The young lady asked why she needed such a large sum of money, and said that, at the very least, for the sake of propriety, she should tell her business partner. She replied that the money was needed to open a branch of the new organization inside the Iron Union, but all she could say was what she had just said. Then she asked, "Don't we have too much of a difference in status to call us partners? It doesn't matter how strong your alliance is, young lady. It's no match for the Iron Alliance." She also asked if that was why the young lady could not leave this place. She tried to make it clear that even a refusal to grant the loan would not affect them in any way. Nevertheless, she was giving this opportunity because she liked the young lady. In her words, she hinted that this was a great opportunity for the Merchants' Union and pointed out the situation they were in. After hearing this, the young lady thanked her for the offer and said that she now understood their situation. She replied that unfortunately she could not fulfill their request this time because it was a big deal, and she should not make a decision until she had met with representatives of the Ninefold Union and discussed it with her father, who was the head of the union. As Ms. Namgung said, she should discuss everything before dealing with an alliance of this level, because it is not just the Five Dragon Union.
She said it would take some time, but Ren couldn't hide her disappointment. The man in front of her just sighed when he heard all this. He wondered if this was why she was called a fox in the Five Dragon Union. Her ingenuity is simply amazing. But there is another, called a fox, who is not only amazing in her ingenuity, but also has the largest fortune in the world. Regardless of the reason and the result, he enjoyed watching these two. Fantasizing to himself, he thought that this was all arranged for one of them to win his heart, and he wondered what he should do when so many women wanted his heart. They seemed to have concluded their conversation, and asked if it was time to wrap things up, as the young lady had another appointment. Ren said that she had already taken up too much of her time. She reiterated that this opportunity would only come around once, and told the young lady that she hoped she would not miss this chance. Looking at her with cold eyes, she just said, "Of course." To say goodbye, Zhang took her hand and asked her why fate was so cruel. He then expressed his hope that next time they could spend a little more time discussing their future. She replied that she hoped things would get better and said goodbye to him. As he was leaving, he hummed softly and asked the lady if she didn't think it was a beautiful day. He asked her not to be angry, although she had not expected such a response. He added that he thought everything would go as she had planned. Then he said that both girls were so beautiful and intelligent that his heart fluttered at the sight of them. Finally, she spoke to him, but only asked him to be quiet for a second. She began to think about the girl, about how cunning and brave she was, talking to her about the union of the 9 foundations and the union of the lion. She was annoyed that the girl seemed to see right through her. Chong couldn't believe that Sao could lose her cool because of some girl, and now he liked Fox even more. The young mistress knew in advance how she would treat her and expected it. She also realized that they probably thought they could get rid of her in one fell swoop whenever they wanted, even though their main advantage is money. But money is no match for their military power. The Iron Alliance holds a force that no one dares to oppose, but their full potential can only be realized if all 3 alliances join forces. Right now, each alliance wants to take control of the Great Celestial Trade Union, and that's why they need to buy time and use this power. That's why Mistress mentioned the union of the lion and the 9 foundations in the conversation. The young lady realized that the mistress was deliberately letting her know that the 9 foundations and lion unions would not stand by if the 5 dragon union tried to suppress the trade union. She did not expect anything else from the young mistress. But still, the mistress was angry to hear Namgongseol Ren called a fox and her a foxy, which was extremely offensive to her. Although she was called a tiger, she liked that nickname. But it would probably be better if she was called a fierce tiger, or at least an adult fox. The lady began to think of her brother, and asked him to take care of her. She remembered how he had stroked her head and called her a fox. At that moment, she was even a little embarrassed when she remembered it. They in Taiwan realized that they had wasted a lot of time and decided that it was time to leave. They thanked us and said it was time for them to go. Elder Hong and Master Dan wished them luck. Sayu turned around and took a few steps forward. The head told Chong to send word to all the branches of the Merchants' Union that Master Dan should receive help wherever he asks for it, but not to bother him unless he asks for it. And to keep it all in the strictest confidence. Meanwhile, the girl followed Master Dan with her eyes. She would like to be his assistant on the path of trials, but it would not work, although she would not be a burden to him, and they could help each other in any situation. However, Sayu realized that she needed something from him, and she would do everything to get it from him, and he would have to be always on his guard, which is why such a partnership would definitely not work for them. It would only hinder him. She remembered this conversation with him, and realized that this man would only open his heart to someone who was sincere in his intentions. She should not have suspected him from the beginning. Meanwhile, the boy and the sage had already set out on their journey, and the sage asked him if he had said that they were going to Anhui. But where exactly, Sayu replied. Since the boy had already made up his mind, the old man had nothing to say, although he warned him that it was very dangerous there. Not to mention the 5 Dragon Union, this whole area can be said to be the backyard of the Namgong clan. But the boy needed to know the truth, and he was not going to get into a fight, however. The wise man told him that it made no difference. If he was the only one who could stand firmly on his feet, then no one would stand. They had a very long journey ahead of them, and Sayu decided not to talk but to hurry. After a while, night fell, and the sage was unhappy that they were having dried meat for dinner again. He said that it would be better to find an eatery or an inn. By the way, neither the moon nor the stars were visible at this place. It was just tiny darkness, and Sayu realized that they could be attacked in such darkness. The sage told him that he had always acted according to his conscience and did not want to think about a sudden attack. But with him, it was different, because he turned life on the continent upside down again. The Moyon, the 5 Dragon Union, and even the Black Trader Show. Can events involving such people not be associated with Sai? so it seemed like there would be a fight. Moreover, Sayu could feel the energy of the people watching them. Immediately, one of them pushed off the branch. In a moment, he was no longer on it. And at the very moment when Sayu said that it was very easy to attack them here, those who were watching them were getting closer and closer. When a man stepped on one of the branches, a crunch was heard. The sage immediately heard this crunch. It was at that moment that he said that he had always acted according to his conscience and did not want to think about a sudden attack, although he already understood everything. He hinted to Sai that he had turned everything upside down and that he should pay the most attention to the black traders who were now sitting on the branches. Sayu realized that a fight was unavoidable and said that there were 18 of them, and each of them had a sword. The wise man, given how stealthily they moved, did not think they were ordinary passers-by. They raised their voices so that these people could hear their conversation, and it was all done on purpose. One of them jumped to the ground and stood right in front of them. Without thinking about the right strategy, he just rushed at them with his sword, thinking it would work. But one punch from the guy, a bent sword and a little added energy did the trick. The enthusiasm with which the man ran at Saya disappeared from his eyes, and when the sword in his hands began to behave on its own, he did not understand what was happening. The man was even more surprised at the boy's strength when his body began to fly up and spin. Then he quickly flew down to the ground to communicate with the worms. The wise man watched what was happening and realized that he shouldn't have expected them to give up so easily. It looks like there will be no rest tonight. Sayu sighed, agreeing with the wise man, but nothing could be done. Drinking his juice, the old man addressed his enemies, urging them not to hide and not to be cowards. After that, he filled his cheeks with the drink and spat so that yellow balls flew out of his mouth. He wanted them to show themselves, but he hit each of them so that their bodies were inside these layers. Using his power, the sage made these balls acidic, and they ate the bodies of his enemies apart. Sayu also wanted to show his power. Each of the burning sticks flew like arrows toward the enemy. The burned limbs were as sharp as a spear. They easily pierced the bodies of the enemies and even set their clothes on fire. The guy was so skilled at it that he nailed their bodies to trees. One of the enemies survived, looked around and could not believe that they were defeated so quickly. But that was not all. He shouted to the others that it would not be possible to capture Sayu alive. He had to be killed. By the look on Sayu's face, it was clear that he was already tired of it. He looked in front of him and saw the ground begin to bulge. In an instant, a sword flew out of this bulge. Sayu stopped it with his hand, adding the power of lightning. The bald enemy did not expect this development, for he thought he was about to pierce Sayu's body with his sword. Sayu asked him, "Did you really think that you could kill me with such a miserable skill?" The lightning passed through the iron, bending the sword blade into an accordion, but the energy did not stop and passed into the hilt, capturing the enemy's hand. His ass was on fire at that moment, and he flew out of the ground where he was hiding. The others flew out just like him. The guys stood there, just touching the ground with their hands as they flew out. But for some reason, they kept shouting, "King of War, die!" Sayu didn't even hit them with his fists. He just touched his palm to their faces, which immediately became electrified. This energy was terrifying. It created a vortex in which the bodies of the enemies were sucked in. And then, as if they had lost gravity, they began to fly in the air. Only a few enemies were left alive, and they realized that they had to get this information to their master as soon as possible. But they had one serious problem. Sayu was not going to let them go just like that. Having formed an energy ball, he shot it directly into the back of one of them. As if on cue, and according to the guy's plan, this ball began to shock the man. Then, controlling it with lightning, Sayu began to spin the enemy's body on the ground like a wheel so that he clung to the ground with his body, raising dust around him. Then he stopped spinning, and only coughing could be heard coming from the man. At this point, the sage was not going to let them escape either, because he had so many questions. But Sayu came to him and said that he could just let them go. The reason for this was that he realized that he would not know anything even if he captured them. Whether it was the Moyong family, the Five Dragon Union, or the Black Merchants, they would still continue to pursue them. If they have already prepared, they will show themselves sooner or later. Continuing on, Sayu asked the sage where he thought they were coming from. The sage replied that they were probably the black traders at the moment. The Moyong family's financial situation leaves much to be desired, so they cannot afford such a luxury. From the Five Dragons' point of view, they would not send assassins just to kill someone whose identity they do not know. That's because they still consider Dong Sayu inexperienced and a minor problem. If the black merchants are behind this, the fact that they called him the War King and attacked him without any doubt means a lot. This all suggests that the top of the black traders have found out about all these rumors about him. But all their assumptions end up being just that, assumptions. They won't find anything that can confirm their identity, even if they turn everything upside down.
The survivors had already drunk the poison to kill themselves. During this conversation, they did not notice that they had reached a place that seemed to be the gateway from Shanxi province to Hanam compared to Taiyuan. This place was small, but because of its proximity to the Yellow River, maritime trade flourished here.
Zhizhuang is a heavenly place.
When they went there together, Sayu didn't understand where the elder had gone, who kept repeating that Dukong wine was the best here.
After that, the elder disappeared, leaving Sayu sitting alone. At that moment, however, Sayu saw a man and two others behind him, who came right up to him.
The man introduced himself as Chung Woo Ik Woo, the head of the Hong Yob Security Bureau, and asked if Sayu would mind if he sat down. Without any hesitation, Sayu allowed him to sit down. The people who were with him also greeted him. Sayu realized that the situation could be dangerous if he was not careful, so he also introduced himself and said he was glad to meet them. One of them suddenly felt an electric shock in his chest. The other asked him if he was okay. The answer was, "I'm fine, but I didn't understand what it was and why it suddenly hurt so much."
Then they started talking about who was from where.
They discussed their origins, as one of them thought that Sayu had an accent from Shanxi. Sayu noticed that the three were talking quite close and asked them if it was common to see subordinates sitting next to a leader. Smiling, Chung Woo Ik Woo replied that they were like brothers to each other and said, "Guys, stop drinking this cheap wine," and then invited them to try the real wine he personally brought with him. Others also said it had a special taste and could guarantee it. But Sayu pointed out that although it was cheap, it tasted quite good, and agreed to try their wine. These people seemed rather suspicious. After smelling the wine, Sayu said with certainty that nothing could compare to this aroma. So he turned the glass over and took a few sips. A sly smile appeared on the man's face under his mustache. The guy said that the wine was really great, not only strong, but also with a completely different flavor. Meanwhile, outside, on the roof of the building they were in, there were already many people with guns. Sayu turned to the man and asked him to explain something now. He then told them that he had allowed them to sit where they asked, and had also drunk the Dukong wine that they had offered him. He had allowed them to create the situation they had been longing for, and now asked them to tell him what they really needed. The man immediately noticed his cleverness, but noted, "He's smart, but not very smart." Sei asked him to say not only what he understood, but also what both of them would understand. The man said that he had drunk Cholpasan, a mountain poison, with Sayu's wine, and he will find out about it when he tries to use his power, because then his internal energy will not be collected at all. When the poison enters the stomach, it spreads through the bloodstream, and since it will absorb his kai, he will not be able to use it for the whole day.
Suddenly, Sayu grabbed his chest.
Then he asked the man if it was possible that he had poisoned the masked men who had attacked them earlier. The man replied that in this world there is no goodness without a cause, just as there is no evil without a cause. If Sayu had not killed all their men yesterday, he would not have given him the poison. Then he told Sayu that he had two choices. Either he answers all his questions and keeps him alive. That was the first choice. Or he just dies here. At that moment, Sayu asked him if they were all from the Five Dragon Union. But the man said that he was the one asking the question, and Sayu could only answer. Taking the boy by the shoulder, he said that based on the whole situation, he could only assume that Sayu was the War King. He blamed him for the conflict between the Moyong and Daryok families in Liaoning province, as well as for the murder of the underworld Demon Blade and the Steel Archer in Shanxi province. Because of these accusations, Sayu assumed that the man was a member of the Black Traders. Pulling out his sword, the man repeated that Sayu could only answer, not ask questions. He was ready to cut his throat and avenge his comrades. A smile appeared on the leader's face as he saw his men draw their swords. The sword was already right next to Sayu's neck, but the man had another question and asked to postpone revenge for later. He asked Sayu where he had hidden the children he had taken and said that, depending on the answer, he would have to endure pain similar to his body being torn to pieces. Sayu smiled and said, "Torn to pieces? Is that what you're talking about?" The man warned him again that he had to answer the questions obediently. Suddenly, there was a crack of lightning in the room. Even the man's hat flew off as the psi energy was released. The other man watched as his friend could not contain such intense pain and screamed loudly. Sayu decided to explain to them what was happening. Thanks to the Ki lightning he himself had placed in the man's body, he now knew that they were yesterday's killers who belonged to the same faction. But he was still wondering whether they were from the Five Dragon Union or the Black Merchants. Now that it's been revealed that they are Black Traders, there's no point in continuing this theater. Fatty's emotions changed drastically, because he was sure that Sayu would not be able to use her power because of the poison. He immediately ordered his men to kill the War King immediately. At that moment, they jumped right off the roof and burst into the room. It happened very quickly, there is nothing to say, but just as quickly Sayu dealt with them, touching each of them with his palm.
They flew in different directions, and even the walls were affected by the hurricane created from their bodies. And the one who shouted the most that they were close as brothers was the first to run away. Right to the screams of his comrades, he took to his heels. But Sayu didn't want to joke with them. He decided to deal with it quickly. The fact that he was able to deal with them with one blow was impressive even to the enemy, and he was getting a little annoyed, so he grabbed them right by the mouth. And then he would gently nail their heads to a pillar, which would even fly apart afterwards. Now Sayu asked one of them about Jungwoo Ik, and now Jungwoo Ik had to tell him everything about the black traders. The guy started to squeak and say that he was just a runner and didn't know anything. But the guy was sure of the opposite. He would force him to tell him. The reason for this was that the human body remembers much more than he could have imagined. A terrible cold had already passed through Chan's body. Sayu had no problem explaining to him that people have different nerves that are sensitive to cold and heat, and he was now stimulating some of them. Because the human brain is so complex and incomprehensible, if it decides that the body is cold, the body will start to feel it. If this continues, he will simply die of frostbite. "Who is the leader of the black traders?" came the question from Sayu. But Chan repeated that he did not know, and added that he did not hold any position in the organization. However, when the pain intensified, he could not stand it and confessed, "Seo Hyun is the real leader of the security bureau, and I'm just a puppet." How sly, thought Sayu. It seems he has put his subordinate in the place of the leader. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the master could not find a place to sit. He was constantly being asked what they should do if they launched a full-scale attack. Master Zhang could still be saved, but they also couldn't lose their fighting power just to save a pitiful man like Chong. And even if he was attacked by hundreds of their men, they would not be able to defeat the god of war. However, the master ordered everyone to go forward, or rather to retreat, because this time they decided to retreat. He decided to retreat so that he could plan his next steps. Wonpan Hall, Hongyob Security Bureau. Sayu had already come here, and was wondering if the attack last night was part of their plan. He had a sage with him, and he told him that according to what the merchants had told them a few hours ago, there should still be people inside and outside. However, now their training room is empty, and all the people have disappeared. They didn't think things would change so quickly. But now that things are like this, they should head to Anhui Pavilion. And they decided to discuss everything on the way. The wise man said that they would not be able to continue their journey peacefully, and he had heard that there was a horse fair nearby, so they had to hurry. He added that he had gone to the local Gaebon branch in the morning because he needed to destroy something, and then he mentioned that he had great news for Sayu and asked him to guess what it was. Sayu asked him to stop the riddles and just tell him what it was. The wise man began to tell him. 10 years ago, a messenger from Yuan came to Goryeo. "I have found out the identity of one of the envoys you are looking for." Sayu immediately became animated upon hearing this. The sage continued that right now all of his subordinates were looking for his whereabouts. He then said that he would soon be able to provide some interesting information, and asked him to wait a little longer. Sayu had been waiting for these people for a very long time. They were responsible for his brother's death, and for taking away the Nuna. A smile appeared on his face, and he mentally said to himself, "Finally." After a while, they reached a large yellow river called the Roaring River. The current was so strong, much stronger than usual, and it was raining. This made it difficult to sail today. A handful of people were looking at these waters and didn't think there would be any brave souls willing to set sail in this weather. Suddenly, one of them saw something in the distance and asked the others to see if it was a person. And indeed, a man was sailing in a boat in the middle of these stormy waters, and everyone thought he was crazy to dare to do this in such weather. Around him was a barrier that did not allow anything to pass. "The continent is the land we have lost, but it is also the land I have to get back," this big man said to himself. The Yellow River is a river that flows through 9 fortresses and regions. A river like life that has made Hebei province rich, but also like death, destroying the lives of many people through its fierce flow and whirlpools. It is boundless, no doubt about it. Is it really a force for the continent now? The man asked himself. A smile appeared on his face under his black mustache. And this smile appeared because of what he had in mind. At that moment, he said "goo" like a hoot and spread his arms to the sides. Then he was going to destroy everything completely, and the dome that was above him began to push the water around. He had a motive for all this. He considered himself the only one worthy. It was about the dignity between heaven and earth. By shouting this and releasing his energy, a funnel formed on the river as if a meteorite had arrived there. He shouted so loudly that his hands raised the waves. Then he folded his arms and the rays of the sun shone on his giant body. He had just cleansed the sky with his power, and now he was looking at a bright blue sky and a calm river on which he was floating. After a while, his foot hit the wooden floor. He took a few more steps and said hello. Chung was waiting for him, sitting on one knee, and greeted the Grand Master. He then asked the master if he was returning.
The master replied that there was no point in staying here longer, because his journey to the continent was complete. The man then asked him how Chul-san was doing and said that he had heard that he was young, then apologized and said that his fighting skills had exceeded the Grand Master's expectations, and even his level. "He has surpassed me," said the master. "I am glad to hear that." But suddenly the smile disappeared from his face. "What about that girl?" the man asked, turning around. Jung replied that he had heard that she was only good to the young master. "Still, it's time to open up to her," thought the Grand Master. Then he started walking faster, and said that they were heading to the main group. Everyone thought that the sky would become clear again, but it was covered with clouds again, and they had to take shelter from the rain. At that moment, the wise man was already looking at the horses, and his eyes fell on one of them. He told the warrior king that if they rode the horse, they would arrive in 7 months without any problems. While he was talking, Sayu was already standing next to the seller and handing him 3 nayanas. The sage wondered what he was holding in his hand. Was it a butterfly? Had he bought a piece of jewelry, or was he going to give it to someone? Sayu approached the sage and said, "Soka, it has been a long time since we last met, so it would be nice to bring her a gift." The wise man told him that if he wanted to give her something, why not choose something better? He was also embarrassed that this butterfly was covered in rust. But Sayu replied that it would be worth it after he removed all the rust. He began to use his energy to do so. The elder said that it seemed to be an unusual piece of jewelry, because Sayu was using power equal to that of the 3 sages. But he still could not remove the rust. What would happen if I used more of my power? Wondered Sayu, as he was curious and waited for the jewelry to show its true form. Suddenly the silhouette of a giant man appeared behind him. Then they stood in front of him. The energy emanating from him was incredible, and Sayu immediately realized that this man was extremely strong. His strength was comparable to that of his master, though no, perhaps he was even stronger. After that, Sayu decided to unleash his own power. They began to walk toward each other. Along the way, the big guy asked if there was anyone like him in Chungwon. He was confident in his master that he was the one who would rule this land. It was through these words that he became a sign of strength, and his steps were as heavy as a large mountain. This figuratively meant that he had a great responsibility. So the one who could make the master take the first step must be a very dangerous person. And it was already clear that he would take the first step. The master turned to Jongdo. Then he said that the boy was quite capable and asked him to behave with dignity. Jongdo tilted his head down and apologized. At that moment, the sage was looking at them and asking himself what this phenomenon was. He seemed to the sage not to be a human being at all, because a human being simply cannot radiate such energy. His energy far exceeded the energy of Hwangbo-gun, aka the Holy Fist, the so-called ideal martial level. Immediately, the sage decided to sit down because the power emanating from this man was incredible. Sayu and this monster continued to walk toward each other. The boy began to use his energy, and lightning appeared on his hands. The enemy, on the other hand, was emanating black energy, which is hard to compare with anything, and they rushed at each other like 2 elements. The lightning caused everything around to fly apart, as did the energy that the man had. When they collided, there was an explosion the size of an entire mansion. Sai's eye opened wider, and there was a drop of this energy in his pupil. He found himself in a nightmarish darkness. It felt like the darkness was swallowing everything around him. It seemed as if the world around him had disappeared. He also felt as if he was alone and there was nothing else. At that moment, his body began to suck in some energy near his left arm. At the same time, this big guy appeared and formed a portal right next to Sai. If he had been sucked in, his body would have been torn to pieces. The impact was so strong that everything behind him was blown to pieces. After that, everything started to come back together, and nothing was clear at all. "What was that?" asked Sayu to himself, and the big man said that he had a very good thing in his hands. It was a deadly blooming butterfly that had belonged to Jung Ha-chan. The person who left this butterfly, Jung Han-cha, won and hid a secret technique on its wings, but of course it's not so easy to find someone who recognizes the small inscriptions on its wings. What's more, this butterfly is essentially just a decoration. When Zdorovi explained this, even more questions arose. Who is he? The sage saw his eyes and realized that if an ordinary person looked into his eyes, he would immediately lose his soul. He began to tell Sai that he had been traveling around Chungwon for 2 years, but he had never seen such a talented person, and he said that he was very sorry that there was no one in all of Chungwon as talented as him. Now that he had met Saya, he realized how arrogant he had been and asked the boy his name. He replied, "My name is Dan Sayu." He had been traveling around Chungwon for more than 2 years and had never met someone so talented before. Now he met Sayu and realized how arrogant he was, but that was because it was his first time on the mainland. Hearing this, the big man smiled. Then he started laughing out loud. His laughter was even a bit exaggerated, as his energy began to rage.
He loudly said that Sayu was not from the continent and added that this was a good thing. Strangely enough, he then told Sayu that they could become good friends. However, Sayu didn't really believe it. His subordinate came up behind him and addressed the Grand Master, saying that the horse was ready. The Grand Master went to the horse, petted it, and said that it was too beautiful to just wander around the field. He also gave the boy one thing. Then he said that fate had meant for them to meet here, so this would be his gift. With this gift, he wanted to make a horse for Sayu. But he looked at it and judged that the horse was too big for him. Sayu appreciated the gesture of kindness, but refused the gift. The big man replied that unfortunately he didn't have time, and although he would have loved to talk more, he had to leave. He was heading north, where Sayu was also going to go soon. The big man believed that if they were lucky, they would meet, and he added that if Sayu went north, he should come to the city of Black Blood, where he would be waiting for him. The name seemed frightening to the boy, but in response, the big man said that he had always believed that blue blood flows in our veins, and when the blue blood binds, it turns black, which is why we called it the city of Black Blood. He also added that if Sayu came there, he would receive him as a special guest. A moment later, the horse roared and rushed forward. Along the way, the man's mind kept thinking about this boy, that he was a dangerous person, and if he was allowed to leave now, he would become a great threat in the future. He told Jongdo not to even think about touching him, because he didn't want to lose this opportunity. The Blood Devil Ma asked Jongdo if he was really that dangerous. The big man replied that from the moment he saw the boy, he realized that he was the only person in the world who could be his equal. He realized this when he saw the strength in the boy's eyes. Then when their attacks collided, the energy from the guy was insane. But the big guy also said that he realized that this was his biggest mistake. His light is too bright to be overshadowed by his darkness. If there are obstacles to conquering the mainland in the future, the name of that obstacle will be Dan Sayu. The big man clearly recognized his power and understood what to expect from Sayu. After explaining this to Jongdo, he moved on. He would look forward to their next meeting in the future. At that time, the sage could not even imagine that someone like him could exist in this world. Even warriors like the 3 tyrants and the 4 available, who deserved their fame, were not as powerful as him. The sage continued to talk about how he could not believe that this big guy made the great Hongmu Yu look so pitiful. He asked the War King if he was okay because he didn't look very good. But at that moment, Sayu was looking at the butterfly in his hand. He clenched his hand, squeezing the butterfly in it, and thought. He thought about the fact that Guyang Daguk was the first person to make him nervous, since he had mastered the art of the Supreme Artillery General 10 years ago. These reflections left him in a certain reverie, but the sage reminded him that it was time to go as the weather was getting worse. At that moment, the Iron Union, the great heavenly union of traders inside the building, was discussing that the black traders had started to harass them after all. They might be able to survive this year, but if this continued, they would have no choice but to start losing ground. The solution was simple. They needed more means to stay afloat, and it was worth looking into this issue more closely. Meanwhile, the man was on his way to the young lady. When he arrived, she was not expecting him at that moment. She asked him what was wrong. He brought the letter that the pigeon had given him and said that it was a message from the Taiwan branch. He then lowered his voice and added that it was classified information. She began to open the bamboo case, which contained a rolled-up piece of paper. She picked it up and began to read it carefully. Her maid asked if something bad had happened. The young lady smiled and said Oraboni, which meant older brother. Saya Oraboni is on the mainland. She could not wait to see what he looked like now. Also in the Iron Union. But from a different perspective, there is a discussion about Songgyeon, namely that even among the 3 colors, her skills are inferior compared to the Hell Demon clan. Not to mention that her strength together with the Steel Archer is undeniable. This is discussed by the Shining Lotus Flower Namgun Seoryong, who noted that she had heard that he is one of the 5 warriors who are considered to have strong intuition and an outstanding ability to adapt. But in her opinion, this is simply an exaggeration. A warrior from the great mountain Kangchu-san stood across from her and asked what she meant. He could tell from her tone of voice that something bad had happened. She agreed and said that it was definitely something very bad. The 2 he was talking about are the Hell Demon Blade and the Steel Archer. They are both dead. When he heard this, he couldn't believe it at first, and asked her what she was talking about. It was not difficult for her to explain. The God of War is the name of the guy who killed them. Moreover, no one can take away the body of the Hell Demon Blade. It seems that there is a martial arts master who could not be recognized in Taiwan. She's sure he and Dan Mok are friends, and even if they don't know each other, it's impossible for the 9 greats to keep quiet after recruiting such an outstanding martial artist. Perhaps he doesn't belong to any of the groups. In any case, she is sure that it is a great loss for the 5 warriors, the loss of 2, as well as the people who went as their allies. Yam Sayak of the Taiwanese Dark Trade Division
and 100 test subjects who were also supposed to be headed here, but disappeared. This is also a great loss for them. God of War. God of War. She repeated these words to herself twice and said that she had never heard of anyone with that name in Kengo before. She instructed him to find him, which he took as an easy task, but he knew that he would not be able to deal with him, because he had enough skills to kill 2 of the 5 great warriors. She asked him to ask the Im family of throwers for help, saying, "Please ask them for help." Indeed, if they received help from this family, they would feel much more secure than in the company of any other warrior. She asked him to keep in mind that at this moment the 5-Dragon Union needs strong people. Therefore, he should try to recruit one first, but he also had in mind that if that failed, they would have to get rid of him. But it wasn't just that he had heard that Master So of the black marketers was pursuing someone who was probably involved in the recent incident in Taiwan. Judging by the current situation, the war god is most likely involved. The fact that Master Seo involved himself in this case means that he received orders from the top black marketers. Does this mean that the god of war was killed by him? No. Rather the opposite, they were crushingly defeated and fled. But the very fact that Master Seo acted on his own indicates a certain impulse behind it. Kong told her that he had a request for her. He had heard about the return of the North Wind virtue from the Lion Union last night. He believed that all these things were somehow connected to what the god of war was doing in Liaoning. Liaoning province, the Moyongdarek family, and the god of war, please figure it all out. He was sure that she would be able to find out something about the god of war, and that it was quite possible that it was all related to a certain object. Of course, it was a secret agreement between the Holy Fist and Moyan Dokean. She realized that Moondong had died, and no one but Huang Bo knew about it. Furthermore, after Moyan Dokean was killed, there was an item that Holy Fist passed through a small security bureau regardless of what it might have been, if it could interfere with the Namgun family's actions. She recognized that she had to get rid of it at all costs, and that was why she stole it. Now, Kang decided to go to Hanam and meet the Steel Thrower family. She asked him to try his best, and he reflected that the rumors about her outstanding abilities were true. It seems that if she takes the place of the patriarch, the Namgong family will come to the fore. Unfortunately, she was impatient, and the Steel Thrower family is another story altogether. The Steel Thrower family is famous for its outstanding achievements, and they have mastered stealth techniques and dark martial arts that the world knows little about, becoming one of the best assassin families. In this family, all 100 members were able to become assassins. This means that asking this family for help to find a person they know little about is a serious matter. If they weren't part of the 5-Dragon Union, they would have torn apart the entire Murim long ago. Kang was intrigued, because the god of war appears in Kanfo as a shooting star. But since he has become the target of the shining lotus flower, his secret will soon fade like the rays of the setting sun, the man thought. Ryan sat by the window, thinking that once the Steel Thrower family was involved, this matter would be resolved in no time. Moreover, the Great Heavenly Merchant Union had her wondering what she should do to bring them into the 5-Dragon Union. She considered Ha Soho to be a very intelligent girl, and realized that it would not be easy at all. She also told herself that it would be enough for her to put up with her rude behavior. She should be grateful that she was not born into a warrior family. If she had come from a warrior family, Seo believed that she would have killed her long ago. The reason they came to Hefei was to meet one of the flowers, the frost flower Han San. She is known as the daughter of the head of the Han family and a member of the 3 witnesses. But her skills have surpassed the 3 flowers and the 3 heroes. Some rumors say that she will soon become an unrivaled swordswoman. Anhu Province, Hefei. The god of war stood with a sage on a hillside right in front of the city and talked about how the Han family was once a famous family of warriors. Unfortunately, after the Namgong family got a place in Hefei, they have been going through hard times ever since. So this is where my master's daughter is, said Sayu. The sage replied by telling him that it was time to move on. The local Gaibon department. The sage tried to find information, but didn't find any regarding the envoy from Yuan, and realized that it would take longer than they expected. He turned to the god of war and said that he would soon finish some things, but it would take a little time, and asked what he was going to do, whether he wanted to rest. But Sayu replied that he did not. There is a place he would like to visit, and he asked the sage not to worry and not to rush. The sage asked him to keep in mind that Hefei is called the main base of the Namgong clan. It could be said that the whole of Hefei belongs to the Namgong family, so one should not act rashly here. But Sayu just smiled and said that he would do his best. The main house of the Namgong family, the righteous heavenly sword era. The man was brought Long Jing tea, which he loved so much. But he decided to put it aside for now and ask a question. What happened to the man Soryon sent from the Iron Union?
The man explained that they had handed it over to Doc Chin, and they would undoubtedly learn something new soon. The patriarch said that we had to hurry. If we miss this chance, we won't even be able to catch up with the Huangbo family. This grandfather is the patriarch of the Namgun family, Namgun Muchin. Namgun Chulchil said to the patriarch, "Of course, Hyungnim. And isn't that why Aseo is in the Iron Union now? This time we have a chance only because of her." He was ready to take responsibility, restore their position, and shake the bastard out of his information. At that moment, a guy was kneeling on his knees, tied to chains, right in front of the man with the stick. He was being interrogated about what Moyon Dongcheon had sent to Huangbo Gunak, and he was from the Makgoyo Security Bureau, Anhui Province, capital of Hefei Province, the main home of the Namgun family. The man decided to go directly to the Han family because they needed to resolve the issue of the marriage of their son as soon as possible. Indeed, the patriarch of the Han family had forgotten about this problem, and indeed, this issue should not be postponed. The problem is that Hanjong is this indecisive old man who always acts indecisive at times like this. With this kind of character, he always checks everything carefully, which could be a great advantage if he were of noble birth. But for a man from Murim, this is an unacceptable weakness. To be honest, he is not someone I would want to have any kind of relationship with, but San, his daughter, is another matter. I don't want to lose this celestial genius. I don't understand how a man as indecisive as Hanjong could have such an outstanding daughter. However, the interlocutor said that he should not worry, because all this time they had refrained from taking action because of Hansung's status and her authority within the Iron Union. But soon Hanjong will be on his knees before the Namgun family, and today he must receive a final answer. Sayu stands on the roof of one of the buildings and says to himself, "This place belongs to the Han family." He had heard that they are a small sect, but they have more disciples than he expected. However, when he sees what they are doing in front of the entrance, he asks himself if they might be from another sect. Something was definitely wrong, and he decided that moving silently was the best choice. He decided to move very quickly so that no one would notice him. He jumped from rooftop to rooftop, doing so quickly and silently. When he jumped to one of the roofs, he grabbed the tiles with his hand and lifted them slightly. After that, he formed energy on his hand and was ready to stick his finger in. In the same house, there was a conversation. A man was telling the patriarch that he did not have to think about it for so long. The Namgun family was the first to reach out, and it would be very beneficial to the Han family. On the other hand, if you want to support our family, it will be beneficial to your family's development. Even so, she has her own opinion, although her father should not decide her marriage so lightly. These words were coming from inside, and Sayu was watching. Sayu had made a hole in the roof through which he could watch and eavesdrop on their conversation. The man asked the patriarch to just think about it, even though his family was older than the Namgun family. He asked the patriarch what achievements he had made, and if all his efforts were not aimed at keeping his family alive, that is why their family offered support, and he noted that this was a unique opportunity for him. He then asked if the patriarch thought that the eldest son of the Namgun family, San, was unworthy. The patriarch replied that, of course not. He is from the Namgun family, and he is the eldest son, and he is undoubtedly the son-in-law that every father would want. But the patriarch also said that their family was too weak to accept the eldest son of the Namgun family. Additionally, he said that San is currently in the Iron Union, and so the Han family patriarch does not know what she thinks about all of this. As a father, he is worried that such a marriage will be based on his selfish motives, without considering his daughter's will. In his thoughts, the man talking to the patriarch thought, "Damned old man. He thinks and speaks, striving for such wisdom without any merit. But how long can a vulnerable man like you hold out? It is not that difficult for us to break your willpower." He decided to tell him directly, "If you don't make a decision, it will be seen as an insult to the Namgun family." After that, the man said that since it was late, he was leaving them. The patriarch ran after him, asking how he could leave after the decision was made unilaterally. Getting on his horse, he said, "As soon as this marriage is approved, your family will receive full support to restore the Khan family. This means that from the moment this happens, you will no longer have to stay in this remote place." But the patriarch was more concerned about what would happen to his daughter's will. He asked him to stop using his daughter as an excuse. She is a child, and she must obey her father's decision about her marriage partner. He said he would return tomorrow for dinner to talk about the wedding. He said goodbye, and said he was going back to his house. At that moment, Sayu was sitting on the roof listening to the whole dialogue. He realized that his master's daughter was in the Iron Union, which made him wonder if he had made the trip in vain. Logically, he asked himself what to do next, just like the patriarch. The patriarch had anticipated this, but he did not expect them to be so determined.
Sitting down, the patriarch asked himself if there was any other solution, coughing from his thoughts. He reflected on what their reasons were, and he should not have allowed this marriage to come to fruition, as it could become a prison for Sané in the future. Suddenly, a boy's voice appeared in his room and said, "Stop hesitating. You must discuss this with your daughter." The patriarch instantly extended his hand to the left. Using his energy, he made the sword fly directly into his hand. He grabbed the hilt of the sword as professionally as if he were 25 instead of 80 years old. It all happened so quickly that he asked, "Who are you?" At that moment, Sayu came closer and took hold of his sword hilt with his hand. The patriarch felt that he could not move, looked at the boy, and could not understand whether he was a martial artist whom he could not defeat. But the guy just asked him to put down his sword. "Who are you?" the patriarch asked him again. Sayu apologized and said that he had to do a terribly impolite thing because of the circumstances in which he found himself. He introduced himself, gave his name, and said that he was in a relationship with his daughter. The patriarch sat down, calmed down, and asked what kind of relationship. Walking around the room, the young man said that one of the three witnesses, the frosty flower Han Sanga. "Young Lady Sana is not your own daughter, is she?" Sayu asked him, and then added that they had met her when they were passing through Shaanxi province 20 years ago, and he had raised her as his daughter then. The patriarch could not understand how the boy knew all this. And then Sayu returned and told the patriarch that he had come from Korea on a mission to find young Sanga, because her real father had asked him to do so. The patriarch was amazed. Are her real parents still alive? The master asked Sai to find the girl, and if she is living well, just leave her alone. But if she was in a bad condition or in difficult circumstances, the master instructed him to help her, saying that this would be enough for him. Sayu told the patriarch that her father was his master, and it was his last wish to watch over his missing daughter and help her if she was in a bad condition. Sayu expressed his hope that the patriarch would tell her about what she would face. Meanwhile, in another part, it was discussed that the Namgong family was going to speed up the wedding process with young Lady Han, and the patriarch agreed that it was not in her best interest. Sayu told him that this is not for the benefit of the two young people, but for the benefit of the Namgun family. It's for Sanga's benefit, and they want to make sure that this marriage happens, even if they have to take coercive measures. However, the Han family has neither the excuse nor the power to refuse. If Sanga were here now, Sayu would not hesitate to try to talk to her. But he realizes that she is far away in the Iron Union. As they said, this problem cannot be solved in one day, so the guy decided to put it off until later. He decided to kidnap one of the enemies. He took him to the roof to talk to him later. Sana was just a child when she was kidnapped by the Mayan family. She was then sold to a slave trader from Shaanxi province, where she was raised as a killing tool. She was an unfortunate child, and so the patriarch searched for her parents everywhere. However, due to severe trials and training, she lost the memory of her past. Because of this, the patriarch made her his daughter. And if Sana is really the daughter of Master Sayu, he asked her to help him find freedom. Sayu asked the already kidnapped man a question. "Do you really want the wedding with young Lady Han to take place, right?" Because of this, Sayu decided to find out why they were so insistent on getting hold of her. At that moment, someone who had recently spoken to the patriarch told his men that their enemy feared them, that he recognized their superiority. He added that there is no one in Anhui province who dares to confront them except you, Hyungnim. He noted that it was easy to make the Han family and its old man give up, but suddenly a guy appeared with lightning shining strangely around him. He asked, "Who are you?" But the guy didn't answer and decided to show them a new technique, puppet theater. It is worth mentioning how Sayu learned this technique. Sayu asked his master about the puppet theater, and he replied that yes, the history of the Supreme Artillery General goes back more than 1,000 years. The master said that they had met many martial arts masters and achieved tremendous results that were beyond the normal. All these achievements were absorbed by their art, which contributed to its development and strengthening. Of course, puppet theater is one of these techniques. Puppet theater is a technique in which they combine their energy with the body of their opponent to control them like puppets. There is something terrifying about this technique. It allows not only to control body movements, but also to change the perception of the target. Using puppetry, you can completely erase your presence and merge with the enemy group. The main house of the Namgun family. A man stands on the roof of one of the buildings. Sayu looks around and notices a large number of people, as expected from the Namgun family. They are ordinary martial artists, and he would have gotten into trouble if he hadn't blended in with their people. Although no, he still wouldn't have been able to enter without being noticed. "Where is Doc Chin?" asks the man on the horse, and he is told that he is near the front. He asks if he hasn't finished his interrogation yet. Having traveled all over the continent since his youth and seen many martial arts, it's hard to believe that lesson still holds true, especially given his skill in torture. After overhearing this conversation, Sayu decided he had to see the man's face for himself. Even if he didn't take the elder's request into account, he didn't want to fight right now. So it was better to move quietly. The facade of the Namgong family. Slowly they were getting closer and closer. Inside, there was a staircase going down. At the bottom, right next to the fire, was a man. There was a whole prison here, Sayu noticed. The smell of blood, wounds, pus, and a terribly unpleasant odor of flesh was in the atmosphere that was certain. In the corridor, a question was asked, "Where's Doc Chin?" He was led through, and the Hyungnim stood right next to the body they were interrogating. However, he did not tell them anything, and they had never met someone so stubborn. The third elder of the Namgun family, Namgun Doc Chin, said that they had already tried 20 different tortures, but all he did was scream and not answer a single word. Hyungnim couldn't believe that he could endure his torture, and it seemed that he was really tough. This meant that conventional torture would not work on him. Hyungnim decided to ask him himself, came closer, and asked him to tell him what kind of thing Hwang Bo-gun-ah had received and why he was keeping his mouth shut over a trifle. But he realized that if he opened his mouth, his entire family would die, and he couldn't understand how he could do such a thing to save himself. It was better for him to die than to say anything. He took the sword from the third man and said that he would have to change it someday. Then he swung the sword so that the blood flew in all directions. As he stabbed the victim, he said that he would cut him from the shoulders to the stomach. He continued that the victim was about to die, and if he told the truth, he would be saved. If he did not, he would start killing again. Sayu listened to these words and heard them saying that if he died during the torture, the Steel Horse Bureau, which he was so worried about, would be wiped off the face of the earth, so he should grit his teeth and endure. His body was already completely exhausted. He was on his knees and could barely stand it. Sayu immediately realized who it was and remembered the night they spent under the stars with the Steel Horse Bureau. It was Master Mac. Sayu decided to come out and show himself. They immediately started asking who he was, not understanding. Hyungnim immediately felt his energy from the moment he entered the family's territory. He was wondering why he didn't pay attention right away, but Sayu was already holding up 2 fingers with a zipper on them. He pointed them directly at the chain, and it broke into pieces. Now Mac was not chained to a heavy chain. Falling to the ground, he moaned, and voices could be heard in the background asking the boy how dare he enter the Namgun family's secret place. And he told them that he did not know what information they wanted to get from Mac. But he had been tortured severely, and it would not be surprising if he died now. Holding Mac in his arms, Sayu said he needed help, and added that they had 2 options. Either call a doctor or get out of his way. Doc Chin pointed his sword in the boy's direction, and warned him that this was the last time he would ask who he was. He threatened that Sayu had better answer, or he would cut his throat. Sayu had no desire to talk to them. If they weren't going to call a doctor, he simply asked them to get out of the way. But then he decided to help them do so with the help of lightning, which began to shine, illuminating their faces and piercing them to the bone. News had already spread about the god of war, that the Moyeon family and the black traders had been defeated by him. But the patriarch of the Namgun family did not think it was important. He thought that Dongchang, who had once been the strongest martial artist in the entire Liaoning province, had now become a helpless old man. But the fact that he could be defeated so easily by a young man caused the patriarch to worry. What worried him more was that the letter said that the young man had left Tang and was heading south. Going to the window, he ordered to find him immediately, but suddenly heard some sounds. A battle was taking place against the moonlight, and Sayu couldn't help but look over and see it. He also couldn't resist restraining his power. He considered these idiots to be scoundrels who stood in his way. Those 2 knew a lot of martial arts, but this was the first time they had seen something like this, and now they wondered how they could even fight against him. They kept asking him to introduce himself. "My name is Dan Sayu from Goryeo, but that probably doesn't mean anything to you, right?" said Sayu. "I don't like the nickname given to me by people from the mainland, but it's great for refreshing your memory. You will have to remember this day and my existence as the god of war," said Sayu. Immediately, Doc guessed who this guy might be. Hyungnim also realized that they were facing the god of war who had destroyed the Moyeon family, and now they were facing a very interesting picture, namely a threat to their lives. At that moment, the patriarch realized that a special guest had arrived and decided to meet him with dignity. He looked at this guy who was holding a hostage on his shoulders and realized what was about to happen. The facade of their family is a very important place, a part of their history that they have been proud of for over 100 years. The patriarch ordered the servant to get ready to receive the guests. Sayu had already entered and asked them if this was the heavenly age of the righteous sword. "That's right. The heavenly age of the righteous sword," the patriarch replied, adding that they follow the righteousness of the sword and the immutability of the path even for thousands of years. And he considered these words suitable to describe his merits. "You are the god of war. I have heard of you. the patriarch said, noting that it was he who destroyed the Moyong family, then went to Taiyuan and wiped out all traces of black traders there. And then he asked the boy what had happened to bring such a prominent star into their Namgun family. Sayu only said that Master Mac needed help, and that he had to be rescued first. Drawing his sword, the patriarch repeated, "Rescue?" and asked him if he understood the situation he was in. He said that he didn't care whether this guy was alive or not, and added that he didn't care who invaded, but that whoever did it deserved nothing less than death. Of course, Mac is important to them, but only because of the information he has. If he dies, all they have to do is capture another person from the Steel Horse Bureau and interrogate him. He took the great royal sword in his hand. He is Namgong Muqing, the patriarch who has represented the Namgong family generation after generation, the one who is called the Man of Eternity. With this sword, he has taken many lives, and although he is still alive, his only goal was to turn it into an act of righteousness. This time, too, he doesn't care if it's right. If Mac gets out of here alive and spreads the word about what the Namgun family did to him, it will be a problem for them. Because of this, he said that both of them should die. He then ordered his men to kill them, and about 20 men appeared out of nowhere. The situation began to change when the color blue appeared on their faces. Sayu decided to show them what they were worth, which was nothing. Now he realized who they really were, those who wanted to look up to the heavens. If he had to expose their sins, he would do it harshly, ruthlessly, and impressively. Now he decided to act concretely. Time was running out, and he had to save his friend who was on his shoulders. The others realized that the guards would not be able to defeat him, so the third family elder and Hyung-Nim decided to intervene as well. Suddenly, divine voices were heard. It was a voice transmission using these. It was already clear why the patriarch was willing to sacrifice so many people, the god of war, the one who had destroyed the entire Moyon family. In the past, the Moyon family was the strongest in the province of Liaonin, but they were all defeated by the god of war. This means only one thing. Either he possesses a strength that surpasses Moyong Dongchang's, or his martial arts are so unpredictable that they are difficult to predict judging by his age. He is probably the heir to someone very powerful. After drawing these conclusions, the patriarch realized that they would have to fight their opponent at full strength. They must also realize that he has a strength that is unknown to them. He must definitely have a weakness, unless he is a ghost. He ordered all his soldiers not to miss any opportunity to find that weakness. Sayu noticed their concentration and realized that they were most likely looking for his weakness. In the moment, he jumped high, dodging their sharp swords. He was ready to give them everything they expected from him. The attack came. 3 absolute explosions formed a giant blue ball. A moment later, waves appeared behind this ball, scattering the enemies in different directions. Several such waves passed, and everyone flew in different directions. The fact that the guy had caused 3 giant explosions with a single hand movement made it clear what kind of trouble they were in. They had traveled all over Kanhyo and seen many masters, but they had never even heard of anything like this. They couldn't even believe that people could do this. But the patriarch looked at the guy and thought that if he was in the air, he was defenseless, so he couldn't understand why it didn't work. He decided that this was a great opportunity for him and decided to act. Sword Art of the Boundless Sky. Sword Art of Unrivaled Thunder. 2 attacks that flew straight at the guy. On the one hand, the patriarch, and on the other, Sayu's hand, which had gathered energy. The sword passed by his body and plunged into the other warrior. The patriarch killed his own subordinate by piercing him in the chest with his sword. Sayu did not even expect such a result, thinking that the sword would just pass by. After that, he decided to repeat it with another enemy, because he already controlled the energy of the sword and the enemy's hand. Why not pierce them all? By touching the enemy's hand with 2 fingers, Sayu made his hand move on its own, and the sword flew in the direction of the patriarch. They formed a triangle around Sayu, 3 enemies piercing each other with swords. How could this have happened? The patriarch could barely say. Another warrior also could not understand what was happening. They were wheezing and could not believe what had happened. Another asked the same question. Sayu decided to spice things up and released electric discharges, ending this battle. How dare you, you miserable bastard, challenge the patriarch of the Namgun family? Do you think you will survive the consequences of your insolence? So what if I don't? Do you, the god of war, even realize what a sin you have committed? Going up against the Namgun family is like going up against the entire 5 Dragon League, and challenging the League of 5 Dragons is like fighting against the entire Iron Union, which is the whole world. It means that you are challenging the whole world, the whole Iron Union. Do you realize that you are turning the most powerful force on the planet against you? Just to save the head of a small bureau, you made an irreparable mistake. He responded to these words with a question. Is fighting with the Namgun family such a terrible mistake? But he decided to explain. If it was just the Namgong family, then why involve the 5 Dragon League and the Iron Union? Isn't it possible that the Namgung family can't cope without the help of the Iron Union and the 5 Dragon League?
He threw these questions at the patriarch and challenged him to a fair fight, ready to meet him anytime and anywhere. "How dare this puppy insult us?" the patriarch asked again, and despite his wounds, he rushed at the young man with his sword again. He thought that he was about to slit the boy's throat and make him regret his words. He really believed that he could kill and keep up with the boy.
But Sayu had already become excited, and the smile on his face became uncontrollable.
Meanwhile, the patriarch continued to threaten the boy, convincing him that he would make him regret everything he had done that day.
The patriarch's attacks may have been swift, and the sword in his hands mighty, but Sayu was even faster and more agile. And maybe his cries that he would fight at any cost went out in all directions, but they were of no use.
Yes, his next attack was also powerful. The Emperor's 10,000 strike kick had once killed many people,
but he did not realize that Sayu possessed the strength of a heavenly artillery general. 10 ruthless manipulations forced the patriarch to turn his sword around and plunge it into his chest. Sayu came closer and asked him if he hadn't repeated that he wouldn't regret saving Master Mac.
But even in this situation, the patriarch continued to be unbearable.
This, of course, irritated Sayu, and he decided to play with the sword sticking out of the patriarch's chest.
The power of the heavenly artillery general, combined with his lightning speed, sent the patriarch and the sword flying down, and in a moment he was nailed to the ground with his sword, and lightning was flashing furiously around him.
He felt that pain for his empty words and for the mountains of terrible deeds he had committed. Then Sayu came closer to him and said, "This is the heavenly age of the righteous sword. It is your duty to take up your swords for justice and remain true to yourselves even millennia later."
Sayu asked the patriarch, "Aren't these your words? Don't these words perfectly describe the merits of the Namgung family?"
After that, his fist rushed toward the patriarch like lightning.
The power of the heavenly artillery general was embodied in a giant blue ball that hovered above their heads. "The heavenly age of the righteous sword, you say?" the boy asked again, approaching menacingly.
After that, he ordered the patriarch to spit, and an incredible energy tore him to pieces. This day will always be remembered as a terrible tragedy for the Namgung family, as about 70 masters were killed and many others were injured. Namgun Dok Chin died. No one knows if Namgun Chol Chin is alive. The news about the patriarch of the Namgun family is also uncertain.
The patriarch saw the destruction of his family's forward symbol, the heavenly age of the righteous sword, right before he died.
Everything that happened that day was one big tragedy caused by just one person.
The god of war entered the territory of the Namgung family alone and brought them disaster.
News of it spread like lightning across the continent. The Iron Union is already discussing that Namgun Dok Chin's death has caused serious problems. Kong Wei and Do Do Yun, 2 of the 5 warriors, were also killed by the man who calls himself the God of War. The young warriors, including the 2 saints, the 3 tyrants, and the 4 subordinates, did not budge, but shouted joyfully when a new strong man appeared and impressed them. Most stories, however, grow like a snowball, overgrown with people's opinions and rumors, disappearing before certain obstacles. Eventually, the truth will be forgotten, right? But as they discussed this, they came to the conclusion that they shouldn't worry, because it was true. This time, however, it may not end with just rumors about the God of War, because the events paint the picture too vividly and remind us of the essence of the matter. Nevertheless, there are rumors that Gaiban is trying to control all the gossip about the God of War. In addition, it was noted that black traders personally intervened in these events, seeking to get rid of the God of War.
"Black traders?"
came the surprised inquiry. He replied that it was true Master Seo of the Hin and Black Marketers Department tried to personally deal with the God of War, but all his efforts were in vain. Most importantly, the main house of the Namgong family in Hefei was completely destroyed by the God of War. It was also reported that the patriarch of the Namgong family was killed. Looking out the window, he wondered how this old man could have died, and immediately his thoughts turned to Namgun Seoryong, who must be going through a very difficult time right now.
"This person is the head of the 5 Dragon League, the Holy Fist of Hwangbo-gun AK, and he asked to send her a letter because he wanted to meet her."
Some time passed, and she was holding the letter in her hands, full of indignation.
Her indignation was caused by what the God of War had done. How could he do this to the Namgun family?
She was determined to cut him to pieces for this.
In the Iron Union, the great heavenly merchant union, no one could believe that he could turn the mighty Namgun family into nothing. Even her father said that Master Sayu Oraboni was the best martial artist in the world, and as expected, her Oraboni is the same. If he was so strong that he was able to single-handedly trample the Namgun family, then he could truly be on par with the 2 saints, 3 tyrants, and 4 subordinates. Now that the Namgong family has been defeated, the young mistress is confident that the 5 Dragon League will make its move at any cost.
However, no matter how powerful Oroboni is, he still needs help.
She turned to Song Yanyi and said that from this moment on, she wanted to mobilize all the branches of the Great Heavenly Merchant Union and spread the rumors of the God of War throughout the world. She emphasized that it should be reported that the God of War had attacked the Namgun family in order to save an innocent person who was being heavily pressured by the family.
At the same time, she believed that it was necessary to spread rumors about how much damage the Namgun family had suffered after the encounter with the God of War. It should also be conveyed that the defeat of the Namgung family was justified. In this way, it will be possible to instill fear in other groups before the God of War, so that they do not rush to take rash steps. She also asked for a message to be sent to the Central Nine and the Lion Group that she would secretly like to meet with them, despite the fact that they are on the same side as the Iron Union. The fact remains that they do not trust each other, and she is sure that the appearance of the God of War has shaken their history. The girl turned to her mistress with excitement, concerned about the situation, but she explained to her that such an opportunity did not come along often, and so they could not miss it. She also asked to appoint someone to keep an eye on Namgun Seoryong. As the lady had said earlier, she suspected that Namgun Seoryong was definitely up to something to get rid of Sayong. She realized that they had no time to waste. They had to get ahead of her because the Great Heavenly Merchant Union would only survive if Sayu survived. The conditions had changed. The God of War has turned against the Five Dragon League, so it can be said that it will not be possible to lure them to their side. In addition, it can be assumed that the Steel Thrower family will not be able to face the God of War. Therefore, Kang contacted the Blue Death Group, one of the most dangerous groups from Chonin County. In their letter to Kang, they said that first, they had to kill Magoyo, a man who had been saved by the God of War. Not only did he know all the dirty deeds of Hwangbo-gun AK, but he also knew all the sins of the Namgun family. If rumors spread that the head of a large organization like the Five Dragon League was holding the head of a small bureau captive, it could cause discontent and critical comments in public. So if it becomes known that it was the Namgong family that captured Mak Goyo and the God of War rescued him, it's clear that he'll see them as enemies, so they need to kill Mak before Hwanbo has time to notice. If the God of War saved Mak for his own interests, then the next place they can go is the Iron Union. If the God of War arrives in the Iron Union to rescue the members of the Steel Horse Bureau, he will not be able to avoid a conflict with Hwangbo Gun, leading to his inevitable death. Kang reads the letter from Namgun Seoryong and is impressed by how calmly she is thinking after her father's death. However, it will be difficult for the proud family of Steel Throwers, as he calls them, to accept this choice. They don't usually enter into contracts like this, but this time is different. The God of War, who literally wiped out the Moyong family, destroyed 2 branches of the Black Traders, killed Namgun Mu, and slaughtered the elite fighters of the Namgun family, did it all by himself. No matter how great their desire for revenge is, they shouldn't risk their safety just for the sake of honor. Suddenly, the man by the fire was surprised. He tried to pull out his sword, but he didn't have time to do anything. Chul Yun, a member of the Steel Thrower family, was extremely surprised by the appearance of the master. They had lost 15 days because of the God of War, who, contrary to their assumptions, did not stay in Henan province, but went to Anhui province without stopping to rest. He had really impressed them, the girl said, and added that if they rashly tried to get rid of him, they would only get into even more trouble. She was one of the Steel Throwers, named Gaius, and she was well aware that they knew almost nothing about the God of War, except that he was extremely strong. Simply put, it would be difficult, if not impossible, for the M family to accomplish this task alone. Even if they are joined by the Blue Death Group, they will still suffer significant losses, and to be honest, this case could be a big loss if their target is Mak Goyo and not the God of War. The bloody assassin was willing to take the risk even if it would result in losses. The God of War had created such a huge problem in such a short period of time in his absence that even he could not solve it, despite being asked not to. In the end, he wiped out the Namgun family. The sage realized that the Steel Horse Bureau had received a request from the Moyong family to deliver a certain 5 Dragon League item to find out its purpose. But Namgun Seo kidnapped the head of the Steel Horse Bureau and brought him to the family's main house, where she began to interrogate him. To hide the truth, the head of the Hwangbo family kept the people from the bureau captive. But the God of War did not listen to him. He was busy with other things. He tried his best to heal Maka. Returning back to the chariot, the sage, driving it, asked if he was okay. Sa Yu did everything he could. The rest depended on him. His main blood vessels were severed, so even if he recovered, it would be difficult for him to hold a sword in his hands again. The fool kept his mouth shut, even when he was seriously injured. The wise man wondered what kind of object it was that the head of the Hwangbo family was willing to go against all moral principles just to reveal this secret. In a moment, Mac woke up and saw Master Dan standing in front of him. He asked him what the item was that he had handed over to the 5 Dragon League.
which had put both himself and the entire bureau in danger. The man confirmed that he was right, and said that the situation was getting out of hand because the Moyon family was in conflict with Darius at the time. He asked the boy if he remembered that. They received a request from the Moyon family and were able to leave before they arrived in Dariok. As Mac said, keeping client secrets is the law for them, so they don't seek information about the item or anything related to it. Their job is just to deliver. Because of this, he doesn't even know what the item is. It's a box with an amulet, chained in chains, that looks like a red carp. According to the craftsman from the Moyong family, this box was found during the excavation of the burial site of the great emperor of Beijing, and whoever can use it correctly will become the strongest in all of Kanfo. After telling this, he told Sayu that he needed to get to the Iron Union at any cost, because the members of his bureau were there, and he could not leave them. Despite the fact that he now has a weak and almost useless body, he is not going to give up until the very end. Sayu asked him not to worry, and said that he was also heading to the Iron Union. After that, he called Master Mac the strongest person he had ever met on the continent and promised to help him. The sage overheard their conversation and began to understand something. He knew that infiltrating the Iron Bureau was like entering a tiger's lair, but Mac is one of those people who never backs down once they've made a decision. Gaiban refuses to join the Iron Union, which will keep them free, but because of the wise man, Gaiban could be drawn into a war. The wise man was most concerned that the losses for Gaiban could be very great. Moreover, these losses would go against the very principles of the Gaiban, so he decided to meet with the head of the Gaiban in person, because he was an elder. The weather began to deteriorate, and it started to rain outside. It was very difficult to ride the chariot, visibility was reduced, and the sage said that it would be best to stop for a rest. The rain was pouring down heavily. Suddenly, Sayu felt someone else's energy. The people ambushed them and instantly rushed from the tree branches right at their chariot. Sayu reacted quickly and was already thinking about what to do. At the same moment, a huge bolt of lightning thundered through the atmosphere and struck directly at these attackers. However, there were so many of them that they continued to fly toward the chariot. Let's go back a little bit and see how it all happened. The sage noticed that there was something inside the chariot and asked Sayu what it was. It was a lifeline, a rope that is usually used to moor ships and to rescue people who have fallen into the water. This cart was probably tied to the rope to pull it out. The sage offered to throw it away, but Sayu objected, saying that it was not necessary. The sage heard this and asked him not to say such things anymore, because every time Sayu said something like that, something unpleasant happened. In response, Sayu just laughed, and they continued on their way. Meanwhile, the others, as expected, the steel thrower family, admired how quickly they were able to catch up with them. However, it didn't sound quite like a compliment because they already knew their destination and all they had to do was predict their direction of travel, so finding a place to ambush them wasn't that difficult. Kang and his companion discussed that the best way would be to board the boat just after this forest. He noticed that the steel throwers hadn't retreated, and although the forest was so dense that it was easy to get lost, there was only one path to follow. The girls said that they had also brought a wounded man with them, so they would have to go this way, and there was no better place to ambush them than this. They set up an ambush, and one of the men turned to the head of the Blue Death group, asking what he thought about it. But the head replied that none of these things matter. It doesn't matter how convenient the situation is. If you are not strong enough, you will obviously fail. The head of the Blue Death group said he hoped that the incompetent steel thrower family would not tarnish their group's reputation.
"Oh, you're young and handsome, but you have no manners at all," the girl said, adding that he was just making her fall in love.
Another man said that she should give up on the idea because, despite his appearance, he was well into his 60s and had no reputation. Gayu is the guy who will stab her in the back as soon as she lets her guard down. And at that moment, it started to rain, which was not appropriate at all. The man believed that even the heavens were favoring them to launch the attack. It was at this moment that they decided to act, and Sayu immediately felt their presence. He didn't notice them until they approached within 50 paces, which was made more difficult by the sounds of the rain. He also felt that they were martial artists. Here, the foot of one of them had already touched the cart. He was approaching the sage with great speed. But a purple shoe surrounded by lightning crashed into the face of this attacker. Sayu jumped out of the window and knocked him away on the move. On the right side, another one was sitting with a gun in his hand. He grabbed onto the cart and began to spin his body. He did this so that the kick he would deliver with his foot would be much stronger. He succeeded in making the kick so strong that with one movement he threw two enemies at the same time. As he touched their bodies with his foot, he transferred energy there, causing them to tremble and writhe in pain. However, the strange thing was that they didn't make any sounds as they moved. Sayu noticed several more enemies to his right, just behind the trees.
They had blades attached to their hands, which were actually very deadly weapons. The sage realized that they belonged to the steel thrower family, because they had a sword in each hand. As soon as they approached, Sayu knocked them all away with a single blow, using enough energy to damage 4 opponents at once. After that, he rushed forward, knocking down anyone who got in his way. The energy in his hands began to boil. All the rage they had aroused in him was because they had not said a single offensive word, and he was used to such words being said to him. All those threats he had heard before during the attacks only made the battle more interesting for him. And now the enemies are just silently trying to attack, and so killing them has become boring for the guy. But he did it as professionally as ever. However, there were more and more enemies, and Sayu could not understand where they came from. And then he noticed that their armor was a completely different color. The sage looked at them and could not even guess who they were. The 2 enemies suddenly jumped forward and began to approach their cart closer and closer. At that moment, the sage realized who it was. He immediately warned Sayu to be careful, as it was the Blue Deadly group, but in reality, luck was not on their side. Sayu fired 2 lightning bolt shots from his fingers and spun the enemy's body he hit into a vortex again. Before they could even get within a meter, their bodies were already killed.
But suddenly a word was heard. Bastard!
Sayu quickly dealt with another enemy. After that, his hand reached for the enemy's neck. He screamed loudly as his entire body was pierced by lightning. The 5 Dragon League and the Nam Gong family are targeting us. I'm going to let you live, so go and tell them to stop doing such nonsense and meet me alone. But the enemy did not pay attention to Sayu's words, and said that he would kill them all here and now. This boldness on his part surprised Sayu. At that moment, the enemy's eyes glowed red. Suddenly, Hell's explosive technique went off. At this moment, the group of enemies who had planned all this were watching and saw a giant explosion ahead. They started laughing and saying that Al's explosive equipment always looks great. One of them turned to the head of the Blue Deadly group and asked him that if he wanted to stab him in the back, he could use their techniques, including the Hell's explosive technique, instead of a regular knife. The head replied that he would think about it. After that, he disappeared altogether, saying beforehand that he was leaving them. Later, another offered to go the same way. The big man and the girl were standing there and did not even realize when the 2 men left. The third one also said that although their task was to eliminate Mak Go-yo, he didn't think it was right to let the god of war go just like that. Her face was half flushed red, and she told him that she would lend him one of her eyes then as well.